Diplomacy makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The penultimate day of the Blast Open group stage and only 2 places in the playoffs remain. Today is simply a story of survival, as sadly 4 teams will be sent packing from the Copenhagen studio. 2 people joining me who aren't going anywhere for now, Pimp and MVK. Great to have you guys opening up the desk once again. There's been a lot of talk of morning routines overnight. Can you guys impart your wisdom? What's the best morning routine as a player?
Ooh, as a player, Nathan, that's for you.
As a player, that's a very good question. I don't know. Drink water, eat bananas.
Hydrated, bananas, potassium.
And that's it, yep. And then play some deathmatch and then boom, just get on the server.
Let me translate what most players do. They wake up at 1 p.m., they chug a monster, and then they get ready to join the server.
Yeah?
Yes.
Do you think that's what the guys were doing for their 11 a.m. game? Surely that's a different routine for when you're the likes of, you know, an RV or a MongolZ when
then
you're playing
you just
it later.
chug your monster at 9 a.m. You know,
yeah?
It's the same concept.
The monster peak is different. Let's talk about some monstrous performances coming out of yesterday. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to a couple of teams. Let's talk about the first game of the day, Jacob. Liquid versus Imperial.
Yeah, that was a wild one. To be completely honest, Liquid ended up getting the victory at the end of the day, but on Nuke, they kind of threw away what should have been a quick 2-0. As you can see, the 2 maps they did win, they were convincing, they were playing well, but that Nuke one, that was the one that left me with a bit of a sour feeling in my mouth.
Yeah, 3-map affair, just like our second game of yesterday as well. M80 versus Furia. This was quite a confusing one to watch as a viewer, but M80 outlasting the Brazilians.
Yeah, 2 teams that are very much fighting for survival. It feels like even within the scene at that point in with the ranking and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, just a very, very scrappy game. Not beautiful rounds, not beautiful gameplay, but in the end makes it for a very entertaining game.
Yeah, understandably, Furia heartbroken to be eliminated here on day number 4 of the Blast Open. Now we're talking about the qualification games, rather, for the later hours of the evening. Eternal Fire versus G2, where Eternal Fire taking the edge.
Yeah, in a 2-0 fashion. And what surprised me the most wasn't necessarily about Santaris. You know, he was actually the lowest rated player on Eternal Fire, and yet they still ended up winning 2-0. Credit to them.
Final game to round out last night's action, and this was a barn burner of an affair. MongolZ versus Na'Vi.
Yeah, the big game of the day that we really all wanted to see. 2 very one-sided maps. A third one that was much more appropriate to the level of the teams and them being on the same level. So no, it was a real joy to watch.
Now, if you paid attention, you'd see second map was 13-1, and for some reason, Na'Vi decided not to show up at all. As you can see, the highlights are just playing out from Inferno. It's the MongolZ show, and I don't know where bit Alexi B and the boys went, but not in front of their PCs. It's not often you see Na'Vi check out of a game, check out of a map like they did yesterday. Credit, obviously, to the MongolZ, but yeah, Na'Vi nowhere to be found. Yeah,
that was a kind of unfortunate second map. Good that they could turn it around on that third map. But let's take a look at the Group A overview. That's exactly where we're going to be finding ourselves today, with VP taking on Falcons and Spirit versus FaZe in those lower bracket matchups. But Group B also going to be going down in the later hours of the day. We got MongolZ versus Liquid and M80 versus G2. 2 teams that had to be playing yesterday. Jacob, any thoughts on those 2 games? As you know, it's not qualification, it's just trying to keep your heads above water.
Yeah, I think the MongolZ Liquid one is on paper the closest, to be completely honest. I'm curious to see if Liquid can step it up and show a bit more consistency versus the MongolZ. I'm not going to count out M80, but in all honesty, they shouldn't be able to beat G2, but maybe they'll surprise us once more.
Yeah, like it's just going to be against scrappy games of teams that are searching themselves. The only one that is really a step above the others, especially in the lower bracket part, is the MongolZ. They have shown their consistency, and they just lost against a very good team that is Na'Vi, which is nothing to be ashamed of. And so I expect them to take that last spot in the arena for the Group B, but, you know, you never know what can happen.
You never know how the cookie is going to crumble. We will find out exactly how that's going to be going down later on today. But first, we begin with Group A. Now, for Falcons, they find themselves fighting for survival in this lower bracket. After breathing, I guess, a sigh of relief after putting the Huns to bed, now they will definitely need to be stepping up a gear versus Virtus.pro. They find themselves here after struggling to make a dent in Vitality's armor, which is basically the same story for every single team. And this this tees us up very nicely, Jacob, for a clash of two rosters that have never faced off.
Never faced off against each other with the new iteration, so to speak. Once the cores have faced up, but that's a long time ago, back in 2024, so we don't count that at all. Now for VP, they've faced some steep competition so far. They took down FaZe Clan in the opening game. Yep. That's a big win. That's a massive statement. And I think overall, if you want to frame VP for 2025, it's been okay. You know, I think most people went into 25 with no expectations towards VP. Electronic, you know, again, in-game leading. A lot of questions were raised towards that, but taking down FaZe Clan, you know, getting into the playoff for Katowice, there's been a lot of positives surrounding VP, and I think this game against Falcons, that's a game where they need to establish themselves and confirm what we think about them, that it's a team trending in the right direction.
Not only taking down FaZe, 13-0 FaZe. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, that is something that is extremely rare, and like there are some organizations, for example, Navi has never been 13-0'd or 16-0'd. And so FaZe being a part of that club, it stings a little bit every time, but like it's one map. You can just put it on the side and then come back stronger, which is what FaZe did. And for this game specifically, Virtus.pro are kind of like around the top 10-ish area where you don't really expect them to win the tournaments. So the positive with this is that you give them time to get better and to scale and to get stronger, because they're not the biggest contenders and the biggest talking points. But with the signing they're making, they have a clear direction that they want to be there.
Now, I have a quick point that I just thought of right now, and I'm sorry to throw the production under the spotlight right here. You don't have to do anything, but just think of this game as, yes, we are excited for it. Yes, Falcons are excited for it. You know who's watching out there somewhere right now in Copenhagen? Astralis, they should be goddamn excited for this game as well, because obviously we don't know exactly what's going on with the VIS points, but I'm pretty certain that if VP takes down Falcons and secures even more prize money and some more points into the VIS, that most likely means that Astralis will have to go through the online qualifier in order to make the major, which could mean they're missing the 5th major in a row. So yes, I'm excited for the game, but I think someone else in Copenhagen is too.
Yeah, crazy amount on the line for a team that's not even competing in this very series. But before we do dive in any deeper, I had the chance to catch up with Flamus earlier on this morning. Great to get to catch up with you, as always, Flamus. Now that you've had a couple of months in VP, how would you describe the overall Virtus.pro system as a team?
I mean, I was saying this in other interviews. I don't think that every team has their own system. It's just every team have almost the same system, but it's about the players and how they individually play, and that's why it's always look different. Because if like players, you know, if they're everyone is understanding what to do and he is insanely good at his position, then it's gonna look like insane. Like two are working here, and then they are doing something. But yeah, you just need to be really good at your position to play like that, and this is what I'm still struggling with, because sometimes I don't know exactly what I need to do in some situation, and because of that I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable in especially against teams like Vitality. Yeah.
I think that totally makes sense. Vitality looking deadly right now in terms of the circuit. Looking at Electronic as your in-game leader, I think it's a conversation that we all like to be talking about, considering how new he is into this role. How would you best describe him now that he's had a little bit more time to adapt? Is he, you know, allowing you guys freedom? Is he more aggressive, more passive? What would you say?
I will say, I mean, if you want to do something inside of the official game, he will let you do that most of the times, but if you're not trolling, obviously. If you want to do something and you're confident, he will just say yeah, and he will try to build around you. I mean, yeah, I mean, he's just trying to be in meta. And he is. I mean, it's not about his calls. So most of the times, it's most about the players, because like we are still doing a lot of the individual mistakes, and that's why some ideas are not working. And but yeah, we're still able to like win teams, and even though we're doing mistakes, yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly what to say right at the moment.
Yeah, obviously some thoughts on Electronic going up as this new in-game leadership role. It was a rumor that was circulating basically throughout the entirety of last year. Now he is officially in the zone, though. He's officially leading the team. How does he compare to somebody like Kixon on the other side of things?
Yeah, very different in terms of style and the approach, and it's the discussion we have been having throughout the whole week, where one idea is more the center of the operations, that would be more Electronic, that is very active. And then on the other hand, you have Kixan that is more on the anchor roles. One of the big problems is that they're pretty similar stat-wise. And so that's not really something that you want when you're at the center of the map.
No.
When you're at the center and very active and you have all those fights, you want to be one of the most proficient player in the team. You want to be, you know, just the firepower, like a part of it, and being able to like get that one-on-one to open up the map. Whereas Kixan, he's more relying on his teammate to do that, and for him to be more safe in the areas where there's a little bit less fights, maybe.
I want to see a little bit more from Electronic. Like, people cannot forget 3, 4, 5 years ago, if you're new to watching Counter-Strike, he was one of the best riflers the world had to offer. The combination of him and Symbol, wow, could he make some damage on teams. Again, as an in-game leader, new time, new era, new game. We're never going to see that Electronic, but I hope we get to see just a little bit more.
We're definitely going to get to see something of Falcons today. It's been a little bit of a confusing situation, I think. Lost to MongolZ, then beating the Huns, but that was but by no means a victory for the team, right? It was more so, okay, thank God we got this one over the line, because the expectation was firmly on their shoulders.
You remember the winning interview with Sonic right here? I felt that was a sign of relief, and even also him saying, that, yeah, I don't know, man, we have to talk about it, we have to figure it out, and it sounded like he shared the sentiment that I feel about Falcons, is that when they play well, when things are smooth, when they're getting into the groove, they obviously play good Counter-Strike. The heroic core combined with Nico, there's a lot of skill, there's a lot of know-how, there's a lot of experience for that matter as well, but it's finding that sort of consistency and finding that higher echelon of level, and it seems like Sonic haven't really cracked the code just yet, neither have Falcons, but against a formidable opponent like VP, you need to be consistent, otherwise winning a best of 3 is tough for Falcons.
Yeah, and like you can see with Falcons though, the positive with them is that they're close to cracking that. Especially the first game against MongolZ, it was very close. They maybe should have won, if we want to put it that way. But like they had a very good game and very good signs, especially on the T side, and then the CT side had to start getting fixed, and it's something that takes, especially in international teams, it takes more time because you come from different backgrounds, you have different ideas, and on CT side you have to be very reactive in a way of like rotation, and so being able to speak the same language of Counter-Strike, right? So that's the thing that makes me kind of hopeful with this roster, whether they have changes throughout the year or not. There is a direction that they started thinking that is positive, and so against a VP though, they're the kind of team that is notorious for punishing a lot of mistakes. Like they play very slow, they're very controlled in their game style, and so it's going to be pretty interesting to see if they had a lot of talks and like practice specific things in the side of Falcons to go up against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, before we do get any closer to kicking off this series, let's go ahead and check in with Tessus. Just starting off before we get deep diving into the game, there's been a conversation in Counter-Strike at the moment that it's the most individualistic that Counter-Strike has ever been. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I think I would agree. But I don't think people should take anything away from the team play of the game. You can still win all the rounds on just pure team play and do it correctly, like you did in old days. And I think that's still one of the most vital parts in CS. But the thing is just that now it's possible to have these hero rounds on the individuals, even though you do things correctly. So that's why I think the conversation is going like it's going.
Speaking of individuals, you've obviously played with a couple of different styles of AWPing, with KDN being your AWPing in-game leader. How would you compare Dexter, now that you've been on the team with him for a couple of months, to some of the other AWPers you played with in the past?
Yeah, well, that's very tough to say. KDN was one of a kind, the only ideal AWP I have played with. But Dexter is doing really good individually, and when he's really there, then you can see the potential that he really has, and I think and I hope he will find his consistency on a much higher level that I know he has. So only time will tell if he's able to reach that.
How much of a vocal AWPer is he, considering we've got Nico chiming in, kicks in as your real in-game leader? How vocal does Dexter get?
Well, definitely not as vocal as KDN, but I think he would like some more space. I think he would like to become more vocal over time, and still we're kind of a new team, getting to the later stages, but I think he wants more impact.
And in terms of facing up against Virtus.pro, it's the first time that this iteration of Falcons has gone up against this VP. But you've got quite a lot of history when we look at Electronic in isolation. Now as an in-game leader, what do you expect him to be bringing to the server today?
Well, I think he always sticks to his kind of own rules and his own philosophies. And he's a pretty aggressive player, and now he has some different roles on some CT sides where he maybe is not the main aggressor, but I know he'll try to find his way to have his impact, so that's usually the style with him.
Let's go back to the Dexter conversation. What's the story with him at the moment in Falcons?
I feel like he's under a lot of pressure in the sense that he obviously plays a vital role within the lineup on the AWP. It's a big role, big responsibility, but also this whole storyline that is surrounding Falcons. I just want people at home to think about that when you're watching this game. I feel every tournament, every game is an opportunity for Dexter and the rest of the members of Falcons to make sure that they stay within that lineup. We do know all these rumors circulating around. Potentially MongolZ's contract is running out from G2. Maybe he could come in and replace and be reunited with Nico at some point. So if you're Dexter, every game is an opportunity to make sure that you are putting out your best face, at the very least, maybe to stay in Falcons or go somewhere else when you get booted.
Yeah, within Falcons, the main point is you have to be exceptional, right? Because if you have MongolZ breathing down your neck that he's a top 5 player, you have to be something special in order to keep your spot if that's in the cards, right? But yeah, there is also the point of like Dexter needs to play good, just stay also relevant, and then just keep on a good career that started well.
I think he's done well. I think Dexter is doing a decent job, and so far for Falcons, he's not the issue.
Well, the spot that we are in is finding out exactly which maps we're going to be playing in this series. And bans. Any curveballs that could be thrown here, Jacob?
I think it's pretty straightforward. No Anubis makes an awful lot of sense. It's not a map Falcons want to play. No nuke coming out either, so that hurts Falcons a little bit. They like to play nuke. They've been picking it a little bit, so in that regard, good for VP. Mirage being picked, that makes an awful lot of sense. I think it's an open map and a map that VP loves to play, but so does Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons is pretty comfortable on Mirage. I think a lot of the results became very close though, so like very tight margins, but overall they like the map, and especially to start a series, whether you T on or CT on Mirage, you can have a very good half either way. So even if you start slow, if you start fast, no matter what, it can really happen on the map.
Ancient as well coming in from VP, no big surprise right there. Again, a map that Falcons like to play as well, so it does feel like we have a matchup where there's no necessary punish pick, but more so a joint map pool where they can meet in the middle, even on map 1, map 2, and then obviously for map 3 as well. I'd be surprised if it's not a map that both teams play. Obviously, that's how it goes when it's a map 3 and it's a best of 3. No dust 2. That's a little bit precarious. You know, Falcons like to play. Train is out. I didn't expect that to be put in there either. VP have been toying with it. They have been playing it a little bit. I think we saw it for the first time in Copenhagen a couple of months ago. But Inferno, a map that both teams play, and I guess the classic decider.
Is this a handshake then in terms of both the teams? Is there a clear winner here in terms of the vetoes?
No, I think they all like the maps. I think for that third map, Virtus.pro has a lot more of experience because Falcons was batting it for a long time, and the main component is Nico. Nico is excellent on that map, and so that's the main factor of them picking it up. So yeah, it's gonna be most likely 3 mappers. That's how I see it. But like any map can go the distance and can go either way.
Well, we've got our maps, we've got our teams, but we do need to head things to a quick break before the action can ensue. When we're back, Virtus.pro are taking on the Falcons, a fight for survival, and potentially clawing themselves closer to Portugal.
We are a pretty new team. I think it's pretty hard to say what people don't know or they do know. I don't even know if we know ourselves yet.
You have so many tournaments also, and I think we're trying to adjust as much as we can.
This probably season is just like a trial season to see how everything works with the rankings and invites and everything. So this is the reason why we are going to majority of the events. I think just getting good understanding of how it's gonna work in the future, and then it's gonna be easier to pick and choose where you wanna go. I think one thing that I think we are very good at is probably communication within the team. I think we are very open to each other. We can talk about anything in our team, basically. Whatever is bothering us, we can talk to each other, and everyone's gonna do their best. I would say this is the one thing that we are very good at from the very beginning.
Another thing that I can pick up is fighting spirit. We showed up a lot of the time that we are fighting until the last round.
Really hard to measure your achievements if there are no results. So I guess, yeah, the one thing that Abdul said is probably just your in-game skills, how you play as a team, communicate, work together, and all these things when it comes to the tactical side, I would say. I mean, we don't really focus like on one team that we are losing to or winning. It's we are always looking at the bigger picture, and when it comes to Eternal Fire, I think they are a very strong team nowadays, and they're playing some good Counter-Strike with some good individual players on the team, especially now that they added the Yota. Yeah, just hoping to meet them again. Maybe not this event at least, but maybe for some other to get a revenge again.
Yeah.
I think everything just got way more professional in a sense that you have to just always be at your 100% when you work. There's so many different ways of improving your game or your even individual level as well. There's many websites that you can look at yourself and the team and constantly find improvement. And I think the team that works the hardest is probably always going to have an edge over you.
It's going to be interesting to see is there going to be any team which is picking trade consistently or making it like main map, which I don't think we have team right now.
I think the map is being played similarly to what you did in CSGO, with maybe just some new tricks. The meta has remained pretty much the same. The crowd in Lisbon has always been great. It's very loud, the atmosphere has been always nice, and hoping to get to play in front of them again.
For me, they were giving me a lot of energy, and that was insane. I think this is one of these audiences that you will always remember.
We believe in ourselves.
I mean, we are confident. There is no way that we're going to spend so much time and work that we are putting on it, and we wouldn't be confident that we can be there. And we believe that we can beat anyone. I think it's going to be good.
This is the first time you've ever faced Nico in an official matchup. How much respect do you have to give a guy like Nico in the server?
I mean, for him, I'm just probably just a little random kid that's playing. I mean, yeah, we gotta be honest. Yeah, when he's, I mean, I watched how he play. I don't know. It's like always. It was the same as with Ivo, to be honest, or with Drops. He's just they are good players, and he's an insanely good player, and we just need to play Counter-Strike. I don't know.
Some random kid. I mean, Flambus, he's a realist. He certainly is, but also showing that he's put Nico and names like that, Zywoo, on a pedestal. Now going up against him in an elimination match for Blast Open Lisbon. It's called the Group of Death, Chad. You framed it right at the start of this tournament. This is the Group of Death, Group A in particular for this one. And in that lower bracket run, there are some scary names even for the winner of this one.
Yeah, this is the thing. Even if you get through this game, you have to take on the winner of FaZe versus Spirit, which is our second game of the day. So this is a gauntlet. It's a tough time to run this one, and when you take a look at this matchup right now, Falcons taking on VP, not something that we've seen with these two rosters going head-to-head. So a new little surprise for everybody on their Sunday morning. I'm going to throw a crazy prediction out there. I think VP are going to tour this series. VP have had a month to work on their Mirage. It is probably the weakest in their pool, statistically speaking, but they've had a month to be in the shop, and they won 13-0 against FaZe on Dust 2. So look, I'm throwing a crazy prediction out there. When we make it to Ancient as well, we know that Nico has some deficiencies as far as taking mid control is concerned, and I think that VP might be able to capitalize on top of that.
It was this map in particular, when he was still wearing the Gamer Legion jersey, where Flamus really impressed me. His T side in particular, his initiative, his aggression. It was very impressive to see. But we'll start them on the CT side. Nico's P250 to be tested as Icy and Flit go looking for answers. And that's the fight that they were looking for. Nico actually sent down. It's Flit that owns it. And now we do see an aggression from Tessus and Kixon. They're aware that mid was occupied, but it seems that Icy and Flit will take that man advantage and fall out. Icy goes looking for answers, and it's a headshot from that P2K.
Already out to sandwich, so slipped in with a bit of space. Fame's not aware of this. Icy might go down behind. Yep, Dexter with a free kill in the back there, so that's going to make the comms go hectic as Magis takes down Fame. Then get the bomb and get into A.
Ooh, Kixon kind of trapped now. They know he's there. He knows they're coming, but he has the bomb. He needs help. He needs someone to bail him out. Electronic brings him down. The bomb's on the floor. Can Dexter recover it? He certainly looks like he's making a good shot at it. Smoke down. Frags found. Flamus, he's got the timing. Dexter's not prepared. Oh, an opportunity for Dexter, but light on ammo. It's up to Magisk. And look at his face. Magisk, that was pure relief. That was a very chaotic pistol. They start with a heavy disadvantage. A 5v3 turned around. Frustrating for VP.
Yeah, and definitely Icy as well. He dies in the back with no way to challenge that fight. Fame was just jump spotting. They're able to slink past out Tetris and creep in behind. So well path, good impact from Dexter, giving the camera a big thumbs up. So around that VP, they come in, taking the jewels. They're setting the tone on the CT pistol, and they end up dropping us. That's going to be frustrating. One of the facts with VP on this map, with the roster put together, is, well, when they receive the first death, they only win roughly 15% of the rounds.
Right.
That's very poor. When you compare that to a team like MongolZ, who play a lot of this map and are very proficient at it, they win 30% of the rounds, even after giving away the first death. So this is why it's one of the weaknesses, and likely seeing Falcons pick into this against VP, knowing that they have a bit of an overlapping map pool. I think, okay, both of them light dust too. We better not turn to their biggest strength, and both of them probably thinking that. So we see Mirage come in, and that's where I look at Falcons and I go, okay, well, this is potentially a bit of a trap, right? In the sense that you pick this map, you haven't seen VP play this in a month. They've definitely been cooking on it. So what have they been working on? What's changed? And if a few things come up against you that are frustrating rounds, or you're not expecting the nameplating of players in certain scenarios, and it's frustrating, then we know with Falcons, they definitely can get a little bit tilty. Now, that pistol round would have been a great way for VP to start stepping in that direction early. They've given Falcons an opportunity now to settle into things.
What did you make of that interview just before we went live with Nico and Dexter, where he kind of said that this is just like a trial season? You know, they're just going to attend all the events, get a feel for one another, when it is just a brand new constellation of players. Does that feel like a fair framing from their side?
I think the key context there is about the VRS.
Yeah.
So this is what's key with that sentiment is what are the events that we are going to attend, and why are we going to attend them? Because we know with the VRS, your invitations to events for most of them, especially if you're a top team, will come through for almost every single one throughout the season. It's about picking and choosing. Do we want to go to this one? Is it better if we don't go to this one for travel? Should we practice? What should we prioritize? It's something that I think Valve have wanted to put the power in the hands of the players and the teams to decide, hey, yeah, you're good enough to go, but do you want to? And how does that shape up? And I think it's a feast or famine mentality at the moment in the start of 2025. Nobody really knows how much the points are going to go up and down. If you skip a tournament, then if you have a bad result, how poorly could that affect you? And with a lot of new rosters as well coming into things, let's get some reps under the belt. So I think it's bigger picture. I think that's probably a feeling and a sentiment that a lot of teams have, especially the top dogs or top organizations in this year.
Well, you want to talk about taking down top dogs. VP beating FaZe Clan, certainly going to do wonders for them in that head-to-head. It's definitely going to boost their confidence. Of course, thrust to the lower bracket by Vitality.
Everyone's losing to them at the moment, so no shame in that. This is a pretty direct call right now from Falcons, straight over towards A. So nothing towards middle thrown out. And that's going to force the rotation to help out Fame. Flits here.
Yeah, Fame actually just gets taken straight out. A jumping Mag 10 from Tessus. And now with a late CT smoke arrival, Tessus just pushes straight through. He's completely overlooked this corner.
Free kill.
It's going to be a free equalizing kill for Icy. Back to back right now. Oh my goodness. Masked by the smoke. This is going to get awkward now because Icy gets active. Tessus can catch him, and M4 upgrade found. Bomb ticking away quite rapidly. It has to be a save. I don't see the kits. That man disadvantage. A funny exchange there. Tessus was just on the edge of that smoke, masked by it.
If Icy gets 2 in that situation before traded, then it's worth it. But obviously he doesn't know that Tessus has pushed through a pretty crazy move. And that'll be round number 3. Quickly secured for the likes of Falcons. So, all right, bit of a smile on Tessus' face there. Sorry, Kixon.
The jumping Mac 10, it definitely kind of, you know, it fills you with a different type of confidence, doesn't it? When you've got the Mac 10, your team's setting you up, the splashes going in. You know your primary objective is to be pulling crosshairs, and maybe you're going to get a couple of shots. We'll see it from the replay. Just jumping, very hard to track. And then the second one as well. Icy gets that kill, and immediately Tessus is like, wait a second?
If the execute's good into the first round, you can feel pretty confident there. Icy obviously having head armor for that one, but going into a first rifle round, armor... it's usually not going to be the priority, especially knowing that you need to be pulling out those nades. There's going to be some partial investments behind the saves. Electronic actually donating his M4 to Flit. It's another A execute.
Around that smoke, Nico delivers a headshot. Fame gone. Icy edges through the smoke. He just completely ignores it. Nico's busy. He's got nades to throw. Thank you very much. And this save doesn't get them anywhere. Wow, this is a very strong and rather direct start from Falcons.
Okay, well, VP, do you think it's going to continue? Are they just going to keep executing A round after round? It was Electronic that gave the FAMAS to Fame. So, they'll hold on to the 2 rifles. Lost bonus. We'll be helping them out for a buy into the next. 3,400, of course. But very few casualties to note in the early stages of this for Falcons. Pistol round was close. Could argue they probably shouldn't have won it.
Yep.
But then in back-to-back rounds, they've sustained very, very few casualties. So 1 in the last 3.
Nice, boys. Good patience.
A lot of the DNA from the residual VP players with Jame, they understand this is about getting to 13. I understand it's a completely different leadership structure over there, and the coach has changed, the in-game leader has definitely changed, and they're playing a different breed overall, but they know they can get back into games. Just because you started 4-0 down and it looks pretty commanding at the moment from the Falcons, it's not over just yet.
Icy's got his AWP. It's a deadly threat. Sure, sometimes he's hot, sometimes he's cold. But definitely a difference maker. Two very talented AWPers in the server. Dexter, the similar could be said about him, but rocking a rifle for now. And we're going for a different approach this time, fighting mid.
More of a default spread coming out, so it's not going to be so execute heavy. And VP haven't really adjusted to have all bodies on A.
Oh, Flick gets info.
Yeah, you can see there it was into mine. So block smoke towards connector. Nico. Question mark for him is, does he want to try and play ahead of that?
Doesn't look like it would be fun to push through that.
A window boost available as A ramp control being taken now by Magisk and Dexter. It's pretty quick. They're looking for some fights and blocked by a smoke. Magisk also doesn't play ahead of it. So just applying pressure across the map. Mid pressure fell, A pressure fell, and look at the rotation it's drawn. Flamus is coming over to join the likes of Flit and Fame. Nico boosted up for the late activation. Tessus has the bomb, so is it going to be him and Kixon in through connector? Looking likely as time now finds it at the 45-second mark.
Those smokes won't last forever. Still, you can see the Inflamus' gameplay. He's just not certain as to the finish. Oh, Kixon out. Jules Icy's AWP with just the Galil. Instant headshot from their IGL.
Still going A.
Flit, they are coming into their bomb site. Flamus will be there as well. This still looks good for VP, especially if you can get one. Flamus does. Dexter traded. Tessa's wrapping. Sandwich occupied. Magisk is acting like he hasn't cleared it. Oh dear, awkward. Tessa should have the trade. It's still uncomfortable to get that bomb down with 9 seconds left.
He's dead.
He is getting flanked by Nico, and the round is theirs. Wow, talk about patience. They get it done with a couple of seconds to spare.
Okay, well, concerning now, the fact that they had the stack in the right place, even more so, Icy just getting beat right there by a dry swing from Kixon. That should never be happening. Your AWP should not be losing heads-up Jules like that. So, yeah, Icy, cold indeed to start the morning. Most kills at the moment is Flamus with 3. 2 for Icy and 1 apiece. That's Passionage. Hope I'm saying that right.
It sounds good to me.
He gets on the mic, and he must have a good relationship with Electronic, because Electronic has his avatar from yesteryears, where he's got a bit of an emo fringe going on there, Mr. Passionage.
It does look, yeah, it does look like he'd be listening to All Time Low. Escape the Fate. Can I name another one? No. Ooh, it was a good shot. Icy didn't even pull the trigger in time, and Sandwich is just criminally underchecked, isn't it? You can always get away with it.
So that's the thing. They must have had an idea that Fame was around being the A anchor. Right, so the way this setup tends to work for VP, or at least before coming into today's matchup, was Electronic anchoring B, Flamus short, Icy as the AWPer, Flick connect to Fame A. And it looks to have stayed the same. So timeout taken, compensation had, and well, there you go. First fight found. Dexter will claw one back onto Icy. So 4v4 in the early stages of this one. Falcons aren't going to get away with all the room for free this time.
Flamus on short, audible. Just got caught out, pulling out his nades. Electronic jiggling for short and abs info, so he's playing for the information game.
This kid's for the retake on Flit and Fame. And still holding on to a bit of utility. Minute mark hit. As Tessus now in combination with Kixon will be trying to comb through middle. Oh, that's a miss window smoke.
That's Amore. Kixon's going to try his luck again. He's done it twice now. He's comfortable in the duel. This time Flamus at least did pull the trigger, puts Kixon low. Dexter also bleeding out. 25 for him. 30 seconds for the finish. Will Falcons really pull this one off again? They're so static. I don't know what the conversation was, but you heard Magisk say patience. Well, maybe they're going to struggle to convert this one. It really falls to Nico, the only man with health from the Palace position. Makes his whereabouts known. We'll throw out the nade towards Fame's location. Fame finding Kixon on that short side. He gives it a go, swings on out. They need to be planting. Dexter's going to try and get it done in the smoke. They'll likely try and disrupt this.
Fame has a HE.
Oh, that would have done it. That would have done it. But instead, Dexter gets the bomb down, and now Nico can play. Best opportunity for VP to get themselves on the board, get that ball rolling. Fame isolates the duel onto Dexter. It falls to Nico in the 1 versus 3. We know what he's capable of. Building a mental picture as to where these fights are going to come from. Getting one up close, that's awkward. Does isolate Electronic, takes off his head. One jumping up close, keeps his crosshair steady. Flit walking in, they're getting nervous. They're worried about what Nico's capable of. It's 2 of the 3. Valiant attempt, an important trade from Flit. VP get there first.
Love the little toggle there on the X-ray as well. It shows you the type of stress and the unknowns that Nico's under in that situation. Literally backed in towards the corner there, trying to take the duels on his time, and does make it costly. But with the start that you've had from Falcons, money is not going to be an issue, and that's going to be for a short while. Just Flamus just swinging out, taking an easy fight, finding the opening, but kicks him. Just keeps sending this guy up short. Didn't even have to worry about that missed window smoke if he keeps winning duels like that. So he's had a massive one against Icy. The same there from Flamus and Zonic. You can hear him there saying good damage. Yeah, didn't win the clutch, probably disappointed with that one, but yeah, definitely so. Look at the type of buy. Electronic, he's going to be in with... Oh,
that's aggressive from Dexter.
Okay, well, that's one way to deal with it. Such a risky move.
Straight up on the boxes in the middle of nowhere. Uncomfortable to operate already at a disadvantage. A very slow start for Icy.
You think about how poorly that could go. You jump up, you cop a dink, then you drop back into the molly that's behind you and you're dead. So you have to hit that shot.
Yeah, or the flashes get you and you're just standing on top of the box doing the flashbang dance. Not a great look, but he gets away with it. Does then generate an opening. His first contribution in the opening department.
It'll be very difficult now for VP to piece this one together, being down a man. Nice little nade lands on the head of Nico. Mid-control utility dotted in.
Oh, dude, this looks like it's already over. Look at the call. And look at the reaction from the CTs.
Yeah, with the heavy gamble B.
Is this like a financial thing as well, where they're thinking, if they come B, we fight. If they don't, we at least get another try?
Yeah, look, you want to give yourself the best opportunity into the next. They will be able to drop some rifles. So even if Fame goes down, tending to A for now, if they started rotating, they could beat this because it's a very slow tempo from Falcons, but looks like they're going to stay static with it.
It is a slow tempo from Falcons. Are you noticing that too? Is that deviation from what you've seen previously?
Yeah, they're not allowing the game to be thrust into any chaos. They're not waltzing into any stacks either. One of the things with VP, once upon a time, they were very good at the gamble stacks. Well, there you have it. That should be the round done and dusted. Put a bow on it. 6 now for Falcons. Now, that stat line that I touched upon with the Falcons on this map, in terms of only converting 15% of the rounds where they take the opening death.
15?
Right, 15% where they take the opening.
Right.
So they've only managed 2 opening kills so far. So
it all lines up.
It's stacking up. They need to change that. They need to make sure they're starting to win these opening exchanges. And, well, they managed to get an opening kill on the pistol, and they couldn't convert that round. And the next time they did was Flamus coming out short onto Magisk, and then they did convert that round. So when you make those opportunities, you need to definitely be converting on them. That's why the pistol round is probably still haunting them at this point.
Yeah, that was a recovered pistol.
They gave away a lot there, considering they were looking to have a 3 to 4 man save. So only 2 players staying alive. They can drop 2 rifles and operate with an SMG again. So it's tough in the buy department. And now at this stage, with the scoreline being 6-1, that bold prediction is looking very silly now. Clearly haven't been able to rectify their issues on Mirage. Yeah, yet. It's about salvaging the half at this point, and they're going to half invest behind the save. So hold on to the 2 guns, and then everyone else can walk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dexter's on one. Okay, good fight as well. That's the Fame flash. Flit gets the frag. Whew.
At least they got the M4 from Flamus.
Oh, gosh, yeah. There is mad alliteration to be done with this roster, isn't it? Flit flashes for Flamus as they flop and flounder.
Flit staying active. Taking this A-ramp control. He's the only man around as everybody else from VP has rotated over towards the B site.
Okay, so it really does hinge off of Flit getting information or containing that A side of the map.
Yeah, they don't have enough pieces of info right now for him to just keep on pushing. If they were feeling a threat towards B or middle, then maybe he would keep the search. But at the moment, connected to A is still an opportunity for the Falcons. And even though we can see they're congregated right now in the B apartments for an execute, there's still plenty of time for them to start searching elsewhere.
Boost is usually good to catch him off guard.
And now he's been left on his lonesome as well.
Icy communicates he's going to need some backup. Electronic will arrive in time. You do have a rifle on short side. Magic's going for that short wrap lurk. Late Fame, good find, removing Tessus. Still paranoid about that potential from late short. Dropping into the sidekicks and clears his boxes. Electronic needs that trade. Good positioning. They're milking them out. Making this work with just the 5-7. What a shot onto Nico. And now from behind, Magis will arrive. From removing Flit, knows where Electronic was and now knows where he is. Spots him as he retrieves the rifle. Swings on out. With 19 seconds, the pressure is on Magis. That nade looks destined for damage. Puts him low. Molly will force the fight. He's taking this calm. He's taking this cool. Electronics had a round. Individual prowess on display. Goes from 1 kill to 4. A triple in the round. Electronic makes it work with just the 5-7 partial.
And Dennis the Menace on the B-bomb side right there. Beautiful work from him. Can't stop singing the praises of the 5-7. Really good clear there from Kingston, wasn't it? You can just see this pistol packing a punch as Electronic's being converted to the cult of kooky view models as well. And that one will fire you up because it was just the partial investment behind the saved guns. VP need consecutive CT-sided rounds to make a half out of this. All back in for Icy. Setting up for what could be a B pop. Electronic on the balcony. His support network is quite far away at the moment. Flamus is tending towards middle.
They're coming for Electronic. The flash is perfect from Dexter. Wow. And he even spots out Flamus. That's how you take B.
Easy.
You say that. Fame and Flit have kept the conversation alive with their pickings. Icy in the market side. Bomb now ticking. How do you reformat for this? Already pressure applied from the short side.
Magis on the flank.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Flit.
Oh, they've heard him.
Has been heard. The Molly will delay his progression.
Fame has the kit.
That's the short fight one. Dexter's really doing everything for the Falcons now. That Molly has faded, but it seems that so has their attempt in this round. Backing away, trying to preserve that EWP on Icy. Take one on the way out.
Yeah, that'll be one of the easiest kills you'll find in this map. Just Dexter with his beak poking up. Icy hanging around to try and do some damage. Just make sure he doesn't lose this AWP. We'll grab another, add that one to the stat line. So really good entry work there on towards the B bomb site. You'll be happy with that. It's Dexter continuing to deliver. So up to 7 rounds. I'll get some more dry runs going with the fist bumps, I'm sure. But this is a fantastic start. The best you can post right now, VP, is going to be 5.
Cultural impact of Tyloo, man. I've heard them in back-to-back days now.
Tyloo A.
The Tyloo A.
Do 3 smokes on middle. Let's find out. Well, let us define what Tyloo A is going to be, shall we?
All right, over to you, Birchall.
So the 3 smokes that we're looking for: window smoke, cat smoke, probably connector smoke. Yep. Okay. So this tells you that you really want to get that mid control.
Yeah, it implies. Ooh, they're coming for mid. A nade break doesn't reveal anything really. Flip. Backs over towards A, so a 3-man hold. Icy's ought to be tested on the jiggles, and oh, he does bait the shot. Tessus, good movement to get away with that. But baiting the shot's important. Still that 5v5 as Tessus progresses towards that Tetris. He's the only one out. Doesn't need to commit too much further until that final finish. What's Kixon and Nico's plan?
They're just hitting the pause, waiting for VP to rotate into the crosshairs. Nico coming back to join the A attack now. Kixon a very late piece, and well, eventually, you feel that VP might get inquisitive and push forward looking for a fight, but staying static for the moment.
I see. Oh, down to Dexter. He's just winning out these head-to-heads consistently. Fame overlooked. That's important for Magisk. He trades out. Good nade. Lands between 3 of them. But they are going to be into the site. Nico going to fight for CT. This is an important duel for Electronic. Famas v AK, and it's actually Kixon that beats him to the punch. Clears out CT. Nico has that available to him, but Dexter doing everything for the Falcons right now. 12 and 5.
Playing very well. He's assertive as well with his decision making. Right, he's not letting the game come to him. He's actually seizing these opportunities when they're there to be had. So 8 rounds, Falcons are running away with things. They continue to turn the screws. And you could see that right there. Icy, okay, well, they've thrown the mid utility. There's a bit of mid, like they've walked out on A, but have they? They didn't know they were out towards Tetris. So they pushed forward. They've taken some space. They've waited for the reaction of VP. Icy plays forward. He gets caught off guard by the player moving forward towards the firebox. And then you have Fame, who, what you're hoping for in that position is you catch them as they're already pathing out. Right? You don't want to catch them in drims or drums from this sandwich position. You need them to be swinging and clearing, right? You need your balcony player coming out covering CT. You want the pathing of the player coming in front of you, or you want the second player going in and clearing dark and sight. And instead, it's one player, then he gets isolated. He swings out to take the balcony fight. The player's still waiting in a tucked position where he can't even be traded. And another one hits the deck. These opening kills, right? They need to start manifesting some. I say that there's only 2 rounds left in the half, but they've been getting owned in that department and just making things so difficult for the CT side. Still, only 2 opening frags for the CT side.
General Counter-Strike question here, but baiting an AWP shot, the way Tessus did on ramp, where he kind of showed a little bit, got back into cover. Every time I've tried to do that, the AWPers who aren't as good as these guys are always hitting me. What is the science behind? How am I supposed to be baiting this shot? Am I just showing a bit of shoulder? Am I seeing CT when I'm jiggling that? Or am I not even seeing that? I'm just seeing the wall.
It's about understanding the size of your model, right? You don't really want to be, I know it seems strange.
No, I get it.
You don't want to be, you don't need to see him, right? Essentially what you're doing is you're showing as little as you can to try and bait the AWP to think that you're going to be swinging into that line.
Enough for him to press that mouse one.
Exactly. And the qualm there as well for poor Icy, I was actually looking at his face cam. He was looking at his radar just seconds before he stepped out. Another missed window smoke. It's not costing him. This is what happened with FaZe on train. If you miss your utility, it's fine.
Well, if you win the round, yeah.
Exactly.
Just like when Carrigan said, it's not baiting if we win the round. It's not a failed smoke if we win the round. Oh, it's Nico this time on the short 5. It was Kixon, and we knew it was guaranteed.
It was guaranteed. Well, there's nobody here, so...
Yeah. He's going to get one on Flit Jiggle. No, just spots him out. We'll tap away. Flash does connect, but still 5 alive, and progression from Kixon has Con. Tess is working on apps. He looks like this setup from Flamus and Electronic seems destined to catch him.
This is... Oh.
What the hell is that from Kixon? He's waltzed into A, catches Fame. That was the only player on A. Now there's pressure on B, and they die on B as well. For VP, you don't know where you're supposed to be standing. Flamus will at least remove that prong.
You should just be accelerating towards A right now. Falcons are going to take their time, which has been the story of this map, or at least this half. They have not been in a rush about things whatsoever. They've been able to stay calm, put them in powerful position, sit, wait. The fight tends to come their way and they win it. Well, speaking of fights, here's another one.
Yeah, Dexter is going to be exposed here. No trade potential. He hasn't considered that they'd be going aggressive once more. It's fine. Flamus controls the spray. Nico, perhaps a belated trade. He's up close. Does he wide swing this? No. Tucks in. Heard a second body. Now it's up to Flamus. Can he get another? Yes, he can. Delivering for VP. 4 kills in the round, but it could be for nothing unless Flit can clutch up.
That's the plan. Oh.
Fake! Frag not there! Kixon, a messy one. It's Flamus that leads VP to a 3rd round, 4 kills. Starts on B, and it ends with a Flit frag.
I can't believe the fake in that situation. Did he see him when he jumped off Ticket there? Sorry, off stairs towards Ticket?
Maybe just a, kind of an estimate as to where it was going to be. That's the frag we missed. But here's Flamus.
Yeah, so it's messy onto Dexter, but the next 2 are a thing of beauty. So he's able to tame the AK-47. And the only real rounds that they've lost are these lighter buy rounds. So Falcons, you've had their number throughout. No Dexter AWP for the final round of the half.
Kixon on the wall. Oh, what is that? A wrist-breaking flick. Takes down Flit. Flamus gone too. It's Fame that will try and claw something back. Does remove him, but ooh, Nico's shoulder been spotted. It's good from Fame.
They're in his face, though. Tessa's already here.
Yeah, he's going to swing through. Icy gets isolated. He knows Fame was there as well. Too many targets. Can't get away. A 2 versus 2. Dexter brings the ball through. Magic in the sight, but it's Fame. The individuals are hitting now. Triple kill out of Fame to rectify the Kixon double.
Well, Dexter's been good. Right now he needs to be great. Has the bomb on his back and util to work with. Molly towards jungle. He'll announce his presence on the site. Smoke, how does he want to deploy this? Could be defensive to play around. Could use it to block one of these choke points, and it will be defensive to play around, so giving himself a bit of a buffer to transition away. He has absolutely no idea where these 2 VP players are.
He picked up another Molotov, and what I think he's done here is he's deliberately played an orthodox post plant. It's not planted for him.
Oh, look, to get this molly in,
oh, wait,
it is Fame on the... Well, yeah, but he's also low on HP. But you have to be exposed to throw this molly.
Where did you smoke? He smoked Palace instead. Molly? Oh, you're exposed indeed. Molly will spread. Fame on the defuse. Burst down. He's clutched up.
He's done it.
An inspired clutch. He saw that Molotov on the corpse, scoops it up. A cheeky way to end the half. 9 from the Falcons. This Mirage is running away from VP.
Crikey.
Yeah. It is 11:32 local. We're live from Copenhagen, this beautiful Blast studio for the Blast Open Lisbon, and it is the lower bracket. It's cutthroat out here. If you do lose that opening game or any game in that upper bracket, you find yourself here. Group A is stacked. Two of the teams in it are Falcons and VP, and one of them will be out at the conclusion of this series. Falcons making a strong case to take their map pick, but VP swapping to the T side, looking to go for a full heavy A into just Kixon to start off their pistol campaign.
I'm still baffled that you only managed to get 2 opening kills in the first half of play, VP, so that trend cannot continue.
It started to go wrong when they lost that pistol. They were supposed to win that pistol. I don't fancy Falcons' chances on this one, though. I mean, sure, Kixon, you've got a kit and a smoke. That's cool. But look at this. You're smoked off CT. You're going to be channeled into Flammus'
Got a bit of a gap, though. Kixon's in the gap.
Yeah. And there they come, perfectly executed from Flammus. It's, oh, Tessus getting 2. Do they pick up the kit? Where is it? Gone to Kixon, yeah, Tessus will grab it. Throw out that smoke. It suddenly gets really uncomfortable for Flit and Electronic. He's just gonna hold it. Spotty spams him off the bomb. Tessus back on it, low HP, they've let it go. Doesn't matter how good it looks, VP can't seem to convert a pistol.
Ancient up next.
So rough.
Just get him out of here.
No.
I guess they weren't working on Mirage at all.
Perfect little setup, and Tessus just hits that.
You know, they're gonna be spending the month. The Mirage is obviously a weakness of theirs. They're gonna be able to
VP2-0 in this
fix
series?
up some of that. Yeah.
Someone said that.
Someone said that.
Someone did.
Fire that idiot. What can you say about this one?
You can say the score is 10-3.
That's a fact.
That is a fact. This was Falcons' pick.
And they're looking very good on their choice.
Yeah. Dexter's playing well. Kixon's playing well. The two top fraggers from Falcons. Not always the usual candidates.
Yeah, Kixon, I would say, what did he have for breakfast? But I saw him at breakfast.
What did he have?
Well, I assume I can tell you everything at breakfast.
Oh, okay.
So he's
Do you want
I don't know exactly. No, I feel that's a bit personal.
Yeah. I like the Louis CK quote. You only check someone's bowl to make sure they have enough.
Well, there should have been. It's a nice spread.
It is a nice spread.
There was waffles this morning. It alternates.
Well, it's going to be waffling for the first two best of threes, by the way. That's the shift we're on.
Did they just...
They did. They did. Ooh.
Bit of a limp wrist.
Doesn't matter if you win the round. We've discussed
exactly.
this.
And what could that smoke mean?
Exactly. It is a bit suspicious. Like, you are going to be concerned about CTs being all around it, but Magis does go down. That's a good start.
Kill.
An opening kill. Yes, Chad. Actually, you're right. Potential to deny that plant with a spam. They all kind of line up for Nico. Does some significant damage. At least takes down Fame. One will go down. Flit's going to take this fight with his MP9 up close. Oh, or he's going to get wallbanged by Dexter, who's just having a great one. Another frag available. Spots out Icy. Can't control the spray, but there's Tessus on the trade. It's just Electronic and Flammus. And Flammus' jungle side. Kit on Tessus. It's planted open for Con. And, ooh, with Flammus revealing his position, he knows this is going to be a really tough round to win. Can't isolate the duel. Would have loved to have finished off Electronic. Light on ammo, light on time. Running into Flammus. He's only got 5 bullets. Has to be that headshot. He's nailed it. Doesn't have the time. I think he was close. 7, 8. I don't know. I don't know how long it would have taken him to get on that bomb, but that felt like 7 or 8 seconds.
So the smoke being missed did matter, didn't it?
It did.
It definitely did matter.
It certainly
As opposed to coming out of a grey screen, you get an open runway. You still have a huge lead. Shouldn't be too many concerns. So there you go. That's what we're talking about. The smoke was still up in the site. They're able to jump in. well, what can I do about that one? My teammates missed a very pedestrian smoke. Everybody dies, though, as Tessus will walk away with that M4. Nico into a Famous, pistol upgrades for the rest, and a skimp-looking buy for VP. Because of their misfortunes trying to close out that round. So, a couple of AKs, a couple of Galils, and Mac 10. Riley flashes out middle. And flashes is only one for the CTs to respond with. That's Tessus. Doesn't look like they want to clamp down as a unit and cause some chaos. They're heavily hedged towards A for the moment. Just kicks in on B. We'll have a smoke to block if he takes pressure. Icy tasked with throwing out late utility. He won't miss the window smoke. That's going to help Electronic to grab some of this space. But as the smokes land, Falcons move.
Nico got a lot on his plate here. Oh, incites them into it. Lots of damage, no kill. They finish the job, but Dexter loses his life because of it. Magisk nails the Deagle headshot, needs another. It's Tessus to defend him, but the flames from Fame do find Magisk. Icy as well has managed to burn down Tessus. They are so low. A 5-7 is all you need.
You're on your own. Where is Electronic?
Free frag. Now he's going to be questioning where Electronic's coming from.
He knows he was over towards middle, right? Because Nico was shooting him on cat.
This is really tough.
No head armor for Kixon.
He has no idea. Oh, spotted him. Ramp. Yep. Did his teammates tell him? No, they didn't. They didn't see him. Oh,
he's got it.
He's done it. Messy, but an 11th for the Falcons. Bloody hell.
You saw when he was checking sandwich,
Yes.
You spotted him around?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
You saw him when you were checking sandwich. What are VP doing? Having a tough day. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
And everyone has a bad day.
Yeah. It's the highs of 13-0ing FaZe.
What a high that must have been.
Yeah, and if you're Electronic, what is this guy doing? It's just the way that he's moving around. You're thinking, he's like, what's he doing? Well, he had no idea where you were, mate, so... All right, we'll force buy back for VP.
Force buy it out.
Yeah, that's it, really. They've had their opportunities. Both pistol rounds, they got the opening kill and put themselves in good positions to convert. Couldn't. That's about the highlight, really.
I'll tell you what, the highlight will be Ancient. I think we're going to get a proper competitive affair in that second map. Whether or not we require the third, that's up to VP.
Well, you'd hope so if you're VP, right? Because that's your map choice of Ancient coming up next.
And you highlighted, have seen some
it can look really good, or it can look pretty average, I think, for Falcons. When you go against the elite, as far as mid-control is concerned, your exertions with Mouse, your donks with Spirit can get a little bit tough. Well, they've won a force buy like this before, VP. Can you do it again? Not if you don't get the opening kill. Nico will exchange some information. Connector and underpass is flash thrown in. And that just... He'll be the opening death again. Flip finds him with the Galil.
Yeah, MP9's not been working out for him. Tessus has got a lot of bodies in mid, and he can't track it. Electronic takes the headshot. This force buy is converting nicely from VP. Ouch. Just through the corner. Doesn't do significant damage to Nico, but he's going to prioritize getting away.
FaZe plays straight through the smoke and then edges on their own Molotov. And taking all the space they possibly can. Creeping up Cat. Nico, nice shot from him onto Electronic.
That has been an under-discussed mechanic, isn't it? I mean, we talk about the nade break and how that shifted, but definitely these kind of playing around the smoke and molly combo. We're seeing it more and more as time progresses.
Well, it was used in some gimmicky plays on Anubis in the early stages, right, where you'd throw like the deep E-box smoke and then you'd molly in front of it and then you'd come out through the molly, right, and you'd be able to take that first fight. Somewhere that you'd see it a lot as well would be Ancient for A executes with the CT smoke and then the molly behind the default box. Teams have changed the way that they go about that because the CTs can play and take that fight. You see it an awful lot on middle, on Ancient as well, especially now that the incendiary is smaller, right? You even have more little pockets of space to work with.
What's the adjustment teams have made on Ancient A? Did they just change those CT smoke?
I think there's also, you can throw the smoke differently, right? So it covers off more and then you don't even have to use the Molotov. You just have to focus about one little corner. But at the same time, I think, just not having that combination as a guarantee.
Right.
So you're hyper aware of it.
Well, I'm hyper aware that this one's already over. The round it is. 11-6 imminent for VP. Get a second bite at that cherry for the Kevlar and Deagle.
So, look, if we want to paint the picture back in for VP, it is going to be this similar buy into the next unless it gets hunted. And if it does get hunted and a lot of it gets taken away, then the next round will be really light on. So at that point, you're talking about should be an 11-7 scoreline, still in favor of Falcons before the rifles come into their hands again. And then there's going to be questions based off of what kills are made available to what type of a buy. Will Dexter have a glass cannon with the AWP? Will he even be able to get the AWP? Is it something that they want to prioritize? They lose that rifle round. Then they have to take a partial or use the save guns. So you're going to see a lot of saves if they do lose the sights quite early. And this is a function of their loss bonus building in late. Because we had the pistol round win into the force by loss, into the force by back, into the force by back. It meant that their loss bonus has not been able to accrue in this second half yet. So it's going to delay the traditional flow of the game, and that's going to work in VP's favor as long as they don't trip over to these residual pistols. So by all metrics, to summarize, 11-7 with a 4-round gap is what VP will be looking at before the guns come back into Falcons' hands. Right now, Dexter has 2.3. He's going to get 2.4, so he will have exactly enough for a glass cannon AWP. And that's maths. That's why you've got to get your high school diploma at a very minimum, guys, okay?
How'd you get like a physical diploma?
I don't think so. And if you did, I didn't go to my graduation. You can hate school but still finish it. I'll tell you that much. As a
guy who did it.
As a guy who hated school and barely finished it. C's get degrees. If your mum and dad are listening, I'm sorry. Well, I feel it's good advice.
It is good advice. I think schools should start teaching critical thinking.
I think there's a few pages we could take out of the American schooling systems.
What?
No, I'm being serious.
Oh.
I think you should get your driver's license in school. That's a lesson they should teach everybody.
Nice. Swimming lessons?
I think that they do a lot of good things as well in promoting physical health in a lot of American schools with the sporting programs and stuff that they have.
Okay.
So those two. There's a lot of bad stuff.
No, I know.
But there's a couple that I think are all right.
Fair enough. Just looking at the
God, someone in chat said he had 2,300 plus 24. He had 2,350. So just shout out to you, ZT_pure. You're not doing the maths correctly, mate. He had 2,350.
The maths is mathsing,
The AWP
and
is 4,750. And he does have a glass cannon AWP.
he's done it. I'll give you a B+ for that.
AWP starting ticket, conservative approach. Nico Teslas in combination for the mid control. Magisk on the balcony to open this one up and kicks it over towards B. HE towards underpass, a little bit late on the timing, so ahead of that, and light flak damage taken. Replenish of the window smoke. Nico knowing he needs to be on high alert for this. Dexter also has the functionality to play from triple or top of ticket to worry about connector. Teslas drops out a block smoke, has a duel on the line with bench if you'd like to take that fight, but it's a headshot angle either way.
Forced back by the flame. Protocol util down. Dexter punishes the break of the smoke. That's a nice opening once more for Dexter's AWP. As soon as he gets it in his hands, he's generated an advantage for the Falcons. Nico spots the head and removes it. Takes off electronics. They will trade back. Quick into the window. Moving swiftly. Trying to catch a little opportunity, a window of opportunity. Kixon's got a good angle for this punish, though. Really nice work from Kixon. Just positionally strong.
Okay, well, how do you get into this? Flit needs to get you a kill, and then Icy needs to post up on the line. So this first exchange that they'll likely have with Teslas playing from short pillar, it's becoming more and more likely it will be the B finish. Magic's getting them that information. Dexter can't really vacate the site yet until contact's found, and maybe, just maybe, it'll be Kixon on first contact. So jumps up, gets a great timing, and there you have it. That should secure the round.
He's had a great map. Kixon really impressing on T and CT side. There's impact all over the shop for Falcons captain, and Zonic wants to be involved.
One of the things I like with the pace that they've come in with, especially on the T side, is Kixon, because of the rounds, has been able to focus, or maybe not has been able to, but the rounds require him to be focusing on his crosshair with the ways that he's taking duels. It's not fast, we're not running W, we're not just pushing through smokes, making sure we're being quite procedural, we're taking the heads up fights, and that's one thing for an in-game leader that can definitely get away from you in certain games, especially if you want to be really reactive. If you want to be bop, 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 well, you're thinking ahead, you're looking at the map, you're playing the macro, you know, you're quickly rotating, you try and get your teammates into these split-second decisions, but it takes a moment to communicate them, so then you're doing a little bit extra, and then you get caught with nades in your hands, you get caught doing wide swings, you're not clearing your corners. But he's had absolutely no issue with that. He's been taking map control, he's been looking brilliant, his aim's been on point.
Quick reactions out of Dexter. Now a good shot here as well. Just the tip of Electronic's head is all he needs. But yeah, I think the pace is something you can add. You can add once the polish is there. Once everyone's kind of understanding the group think is stronger.
I think when they started direct on their T side with executes, A execute, right, then they went into defaults, right? So that's the flow of the game. That was the game plan that they had come in with, and they executed it absolutely perfectly. Obviously helped out by finding so many of these opening exchanges, and VP very rarely being able to dictate the tone and the tempo of that first half. In the second, they've put up a little bit more of a fight. You return to both of those pistols thinking you're in very good positions to convert them.
Who is our leading candidate for an opening in this one?
Slimer's in through connector, so it's a player that should be involved in quite a few of the initial duels. He gets connector, he gets window, he gets short. But at the moment, he gets none of it because Falcons have grouped up. They've taken this A ramp space. Nico and Magisk in combination are forcing forward into two.
Nico just leaves Magisk alone. Wins out his duel. Icy going to be unwilling to chase that with the bomb on his back. Doesn't want to throw the round away.
Another opening death.
Another opening death?
Yeah.
So what was it, 15%?
Yeah.
15% chance of VP winning this one and extending.
So should we call it over?
We certainly could.
All right, production, let's go to break now.
Should I just start wrapping it up?
Yeah, start wrapping it up.
All right, first map, Falcons. They've taken it, a 13-7 scoreline. It was a really strong start on the T side. VP managing to muster only 3 rounds in that first half of play. A pistol they should have won as well, Chad. That's worth mentioning, as actually Icy's gotten a kill, and now Tessus loses out. It's all good in the VP hood. That just claws one back with the spray, but the bomb will go down on B.
That's the caster curse, so we can have a more exciting game, everybody.
Yep.
We're doing it for the good of you.
Using our power for good.
Yeah, you didn't know you needed it, but it's Sunday. And that means that you can't stay up all night watching Cap, but you can call in sick tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because
we've got a big day.
The group stage concludes tomorrow. So you don't want to miss that. If anything, we can even write you a note. Maybe we will get blasted. You and I can sign it.
Dr. Birchall.
They can put it out there on the X or the Instagram, and you guys can print that out. You can take it in. It is legally binding.
Which one of us has a more doctory name? Dr. Birchall, Dr. Richardson.
Well, yours is Vanilla Doctor.
I think, yeah, I do like medical. I think you're like a sports physio.
Okay.
Dr. Birchall, you're like, all right, but that's never mind. I don't want to do it. All right, no. The temptation is real.
Okay, well, Alex, this is where it gets serious.
That was a 15% chance, Chad. They've done it. They only had 15% chance to turn it around.
No, well, it doesn't mean 15% chance. It actually means 15%. No, I was doing...
Let's not do percentages, man.
I was doing the rain thing.
Let's do high school math.
You know, with the rain thing?
Probability's too much.
It's like a 15% of.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't mean 15% of rain or 15% coverage or...
I see you.
Yeah, right.
Precipitation.
Yeah, precisely. I was going there. But the conversation about the finances is in a bit of a funky spot. Now, fortunately, they've had enough to cobble this together with the 2 saved guns. So the AK and the AWP will be complemented by a FAMAS, an A4 and an A1. But if they lose this one, they will, in similar fashion, I don't imagine this will happen again, but they will have to go for another save.
Electronic catching Texas on that rotation. Icy with an important kill as well. We go again. Nico has an AK on the CT side, though. That would scare any member of VP to know that. We've got an AWP head-to-head that Icy wins out. He knows someone boosted him, and he goes hunting for it. Tessa's punished for his negligence. You jump up. You really think I'm not ready for that? A double entry from Icy.
All right, well, he's top on the tables right now for VP with that double kill. Now they just need to park this one. Just talking about Falcons' finances, 2,400 into the next. They might even consider a save. So VP, do you just want to use the util that you have remaining, grab that bomb, execute in towards the site, and keep it simple, or do you expect an over-rotation? Well, right now, that appears to be the case. So still keeping it quite technical. Util set's lobbed out for mid-control. Electronic might want to try and worm his way up short catwalk, and Flamus is actually still going through standard map control procedures as well. So sticking to the default, Flit's seen the elbow and wins the fight on Kixon. It would actually be more beneficial for VP if they win this round by taking away all of the guns. So it might work out in their favor, even though it looks dicey. Oh, we could trip over, we could give a kill back, we could give them a way in. Nico's here in the steps up short. Bomb now heading over on Fame.
Yeah, they're just hedging their bets very wisely.
And this is it. If they can rip away all of these guns, which is a simulator that the VP boys are used to, at least Fame and Flit, then it will mean a whole lot down the stretch of this second half of play. So can they find Magis? Can they find Nico?
Already very forward positions here from Flamus. And Magisk will reveal his position. He knows Flit was last seen with that kill onto Kixon in the Palace. Nico has his backside covered. Gone about half gone. Fame will be taking this head-on collision with Nico. It's just about the timing of the sun crouch. Will Fame jiggle out first? Or, ooh, I think Nico's timed it well. Oh, good shot.
I don't know, Magisk is just going to run him down now.
And he's a dead man too. Swings in, Fame removes it. Wow, all the guns gone. Chad's already highlighted what that means. The business end of this Mirage, it's a couple more twists and turns are coming in.
I wanna insta-pick, bro. It's better.
Didn't work out to be better.
Instant peek, it's better. I'm sorry, bro, it wasn't better.
Icy had something to say about that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so finances means that it's going to have to be the partial. 2,900 into the next will be a rifle round, but at that point, we'll do this again. It'll be 12 to 10. And there's a real chance for VP to snake this one into overtime. Oh, another opening kill. Here's what I think. VP came in and they said, listen, boys, we're going to give away as many opening kills as possible so that we can change that percentage. And then it hasn't worked, and now they've gone late. All right, well, because we can't win 4v5 all the time, let's start winning 5v4.
Yeah, right.
So it's all about the stats, right?
It's not actually about winning the game,
No.
surviving at the tournament.
Precisely.
Yeah, right. They don't want to go to Lisbon or anything.
The weather's looking lovely there at the moment. Or will be. In a couple of days' time. So in towards B again. Rotation is on the way. If you can get an AK and save that, you'll take anything. But Flamus now starting to heat up. Take these Eeks as
that was weird.
Almost got caught with the timing. It's just kicks and they know exactly where he is. And he shouldn't be long for this world.
He's just hoping he can get Flit's AK and run away. Don't think that's going to be too easy. Flit's awareness seems pretty high right now. Drops a good one. 5 alive. 12 to 10. It's getting dangerously close now for Falcons. They've got 2 opportunities to end this in regulation.
All right, Magis can drop the AWP for Dexter. He can get a rifle back for his troubles. It is going to be the second tactical timeout called from Falcons. Zonic there, you can see him conferring. Now, the scoreline is close. I don't know how stressful it actually is, though, right? It's the money that's really allowed this to be brought back into contention for VP. And the fact that this regular cycle of loss bonus was waylaid by the first 4/5 rounds because of the force buying nature of both of the squads. So the back and forth has actually worked out for VP. Did you say Shiro?
I don't know. It just sounds cooler, doesn't it?
It does. I think Bratan, we don't know what that means.
Pastel de Nata.
There's a kit on Kixin. So they have at least one of those for the post plan. Dexter breaks the vent. Oh.
I don't think that was intentional.
I think he body blocked while breaking the window. So early round frustrations. Well, they just have to reset on whatever the plan was going to be off the back of that. Could have just been the classic out the window, extinguished towards connector. Not vying for any of this mid-control early RVP. On board with Flamus, who's going to be throwing out some util towards middle. Oh, Flamus. Electronics not going to be happy with that one at all, sir.
Passionage is going to get the ruler out.
Have to measure his fringe?
Yep.
All right, well, top connector does. So Nico, at least not obscured in window, but he was playing a passive angle anyway. Now they're setting up to try and take some ramp control. Dexter and Magisk are here. That flash lets them know that they've taken close ramp.
And did Dexter's reaction speed test. Doesn't pull the trigger successfully. Magisk getting burned. It's a powerful molly. You can see how that limits him, forces him back, forced to smoke as well. And it puts him low. He's a dead man. Wow, well structured from VP. They've generated an opening. Magisk again an opening death. He's been having a bit of a nightmare. Pursuing that plant. Nico and Dexter are here. On CT, Electronic trying to get that bomb planted and will do so uncontested. The spam from Tessus connects a little late. Fame, however, onto Kixon. Nico starting to activate.
Here comes that Shiro piece of the
round. Yeah, exactly. It's planted for him. It's set up for success. And now up to Tessus. Not ready. Icy will close it down, secure another round for VP, and Nico and Dexter, their priority now becomes the weaponry. So Shiro round is get the AWP out mid, miss your window smoke, get the AWP out mid.
And then you play clutch.
Play clutch. And the bomb's planted for him on mid.
Okay, well, we learned something today. As Falcons did too. So going to retain these 2 rifles by the looks of things, unless Flit hits an absolute banger of a shot onto Nico. Oh, it's the bomb that takes him down in the end. Nico very low on HP after that exchange, only 16 points of health remaining.
So now we know the Shiro round. We also know Tyloo smokes.
Okay, yes.
Well, Tyloo smokes.
To linger
Tyloo
out, to play Tetris and then activate late on the hit. Okay, so these 2 individuals who saved, Dexter and Nico, can both drop rifles. They can drop across 2 M4s. It looks like Tessus is going to buy himself. So the guns will be dropped across. There's going to be enough utility to go around. It will be lacking a couple of incendiaries, that's for sure. And light on in the flash department. There could be a few of those donated by Kixon and Magis because they have extra cash, so they can run with full belts and give flashes to their teammates that need them. To have gone the distance. We're heading into round number 24 after what was a very slow start.
I mean, dude, 7 of the last 8 rounds have gone VP's way. Falcons are grateful at this point to have secured the 12th. Still end in regulation. All of this hard work, all of this impressive T-side play could be redundant if Falcons can Start strong into this one. Tessus has a glance mid. Nico in support of him. Dexter takes his ult B, and he's 1 out versus Icy. Trying the same trick, different approach. Dexter just his head visible this time. Icy gone. Is that the start of the end for VP? On Mirage, Fame and Electronic trying to claw something back through mid.
Yeah, not great in the man disadvantages, as we've touched upon. I need to pull one out right now as Nico doesn't get caught in transition. He peers back, sets up the crossfire. Oof, exchange of nades at one. Finds its target. Electronic chip down to 70 points of health. They're going to test the AWP again. You feel like you have to flash him off the line, or this is going to have to be a Ferrari peak from hell.
Flint with the bomb on his back as well, so he can't be the one going first. It'll be Flammers to be set up. Juggling util for this finish. 50 seconds. Dexter intermittently worrying about short as well. That is a gap. Focused on apps. He hasn't really moved. Util from Electronic. Will he have vision? Yes, he will. Dispatches of Flammers piecing out there, getting straight out of there. Throws out a sight smoke to give him something to play around.
Beautiful.
Oh, he's nailed it. This is a Dexter round. Triple kill on the AWP. And Nico just needed that one to make it a certainty. Now there's a little bit of a question as to where this goes. Flit has the bomb, but he also knows he needs kills. 2 in that market, not prioritizing the plant. He's actually been flashed in. You've got to get that bomb down. We'll do so. Electronic at 7 HP, just going to be baiting on that bench. Flit to play first. Tessus advancing slowly. Electronic hidden, hiding the model, staring at the floor. Let's Flit down first. Electronic is on the bench with that low HP, gets one. Can't deliver the second. It got close. It got really down close. And you can see Magic's G'ing up the boys as Falcons will take their map pick.
Dexter and Kixon, the 2 men of the match right there for Falcons, both with massive impact throughout. 13-11, the scoreline looks close, but the first half, that was dominant. VP, they're warmed into things now. Ancient up next, but a game just lacking those opening kills.
After what was a flying start from the Falcons on the T side, VP just 1 round away from pushing this to OT. A valiant attempt to claw things back, but shout out to Dexter and Kixon for closing this one just about in regulation.
They had an awful lot of impact in this game, especially Dexter in the beginning of the rounds. We'll get back to that later on, but his opening kills throughout the entirety of the game was very vital. I think Kixon had some great calling as well. We'll dive into that later as well. So not only in the fracking department and on the scoreboard, but also in terms of how they conduct themselves on the server. Now, obviously, for Dexter to have a massive round when it's getting down to the 12-11 scoreline, that's just sheer impact.
Yeah, that's often in a game when the ops have a lot of impact. When you can, like, later into the stages of the game where it starts getting a bit more sloppy, where there is like habits that come into the game, that's when you want your operator to just put him in a position and then please just win us around, get us over the line, because that was pretty scrappy on the whole city half, and yeah, I think they can be very happy to get away with the win.
There were a lot of ebbs and flows arguably throughout this game, as we kind of touched upon. Obviously a great T side for Falcons to start off with, and some great adaptations coming out during the mid portion of that first half, right?
I'd say so. I think we have a couple of rounds that I would love to show back to back actually. We're looking at round 8 and round 9, which are 2 rounds that I think tells quite the story in terms of the impact as well. You see Falcons up 6-1. It's been a great start. Unfortunately for them, they run into a bit of a stack right here in a force buy. They don't clear Electronic, and Electronic, to be all fair, has a massive round. He gets a double kill with the 5-7. He's then left in a 1v1 versus Magic's. Again, no armor on the boy. Gets pushed out by a Molotov, gets pushed out by a nade, and look what he does. He just instant kills Magic. Nothing he can do. You think to yourself, okay, we just burned our fingers by going towards the B bomb side. What does Kixon do the following round? Let's go straight into the B bomb side. Quick opening right here. Falcons winning the round, playing fast, explosive Counter-Strike, and they're contesting the very bomb side they just lost a round on. So when I'm saying Kixon had great impact as a fragger on the server, yes, as a caller, I love when you're willing to do this. I love when you're willing to dare and play into the mind of the opposition. Say, yeah, we may have just lost a round over towards the B bomb side, but we're just going to rush you the following round. So
far, all the T sides of Falcons have been looking good at this tournament, to be honest. Like, it looks like they were prepared, they're on the same page, and they have a good idea of how they want to do it. And especially on Mirage, it looks like Kixon is very comfortable individually. Like, he brought a lot of stuff to the table, and like a lot of entries towards short, and just when you have the confidence going, both in the game and outside the server, that's when you can make the right calls on top of that, right? So this is good to see. It's a very good sign for Falcons. And even the city side, it was way more scrappy. They didn't really get their rounds and that kind of stuff, but they had plans, which is something that we didn't really see in the past games. And so that was very nice to see the adaptation from day to day of Falcons of like getting better in those areas.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at one of the earlier kind of clumsier rounds we saw in that second half. Kixen once again delivers an impact, but things got a little bit close in round 15, right?
Yeah, I could say so. I think round 15 is a great example of where I thought the game would pretty much be over. Again, we have Electronic and the boys from VP doing this smart pop through the smoke, where at least they're going to trade out the frag right here. A player in apartments as well dying. Then Magic's left with a deagle. Not a lot of stuff he can do from this position. However, he does it. Tess is trying his absolute best as well, getting a couple of kills, and it's being left in a 1v2 for Kixen. Again, I'm not quite sure what Electronic is on about right here, why he's peeking out in this timing. Maybe he thought that he would catch him off guard. With 1 HP though, Electronic, yeah, you could have played the bomb. You could have done what he did. You know, it's always up for interpretation. What I wanted to show in this round was also the scoreline. 11-4. Falcons in full control. We praised them for the T side, and then we get into the later portions of the game. We get to see them play out the CT side, and let's be honest, it got into 12-11. It took Dexter to have a triple kill in the very last round for them to finish out the game. I would have loved for Falcons to win 13-5. I would have loved to stand here and say that was a great game of Counter-Strike from start to finish, but they had to make it happen.
It's just, even throughout the whole game, they lost 4 times against 4-buys, if I think so. Like 2 times on the T side and twice on the CT half. So if you can clear that up, it looks extremely convincing from Falcons. You have every player stepping up and playing their role. There's just Magisk on the city side that was a bit under because he was very often left alone on the A-bomb side, and so it was much harder for him to have a lot of impact because you want to be supported, right? You need to have the right flashes, and you can look in this kind of scenarios. What can you do? You're getting mollied, you're getting double naded, you're in a smoke. It's very hard, and so that's where they were gambling a bit more towards the B and me side, mids part of the map for Falcons, and Magisk had to do some heroics that he didn't really do. But overall, they seemed kind of in control, even though they started losing rounds. But they had an idea, which is again better than what we wanted. And listen, what we saw.
Credit where credit's due. I think VP played a good T side. 100%. I think they had a good idea of how they wanted to exploit Falcons. I think they were very good at pacing the T side as well. You could see they were playing in pairs as well. They were playing in packs. The trading games were good for VP. So maybe the game would have been different had VP started on the opposite side. But good for Falcons to close out the game, and then again good for Kixen and Dexter to have that impact not only as playmakers but also in the terms of the decision.
Just to stay on the topic of the kind of VP comeback almost attempt, the fact that Chad was saying, you know, in that first half the opener's really not going in the favor of VP as well. It was surprising to see them kind of have those signs of life in that second half. Were you expecting them to be able to bounce back and make this one competitive after that real lack in first half?
It's VP. They're also known to be paid by the round, so it's always a close game with them no matter what, and especially against a shaky team. If you're talking about the top dogs in the game at the moment, maybe it wouldn't have been closed. We saw it against other teams in this very tournament. So there is something that I'm a bit disappointed with Virtus.pro overall, is just the impact on the city side from individual is not there. There's Flamus, excellent. I mean, he's the one getting the entry, he's getting aggressive, but overall there are players that have a lot of quality, and so unleash them, let them do a bit more what they want. Don't stay that passive and just, you know, receiving what the teams are throwing at you. Be more active, take control of areas, go more aggressive, let that raw skill shine, and I don't know, push every part of the map if you want to. I don't really care, but like do something on the city side. Just don't stay passive, holding for angles. This is not CSGO anymore, this is CS2. You need to be much more aggressive and fight together. On
the flip side, it felt like Dexter was hella unleashed during that first half, and then obviously to be closing out this map in regulation got a little bit complicated during that second half, obviously for the entire side of Falcons on the CT side. But yeah, great to see him feeling very comfortable, it seemed like in the first. Very
comfortable. Just look at his highlight package. Entry frag after entry frag after entry frag. He had so much impact, both on the T side but also on the CT side. You look at the scoreboard and you think to Dexter, yeah, he had a decent game. Stop gassing him up, you know, stop talking about him as he's the best player on the server. I think he had 5 or 6 entry kills, and 5 or 6 of those entry kills were in full buy rounds, and the most impactful rounds the game had to offer. So when you talk sheer impact, yes, look at the scoreboard, look at the ADR, but look at how he got his kills. And then, as you said, in the very last round as well, he's the one dragging them over the finish line. So we put spotlight on Dexter coming into the game, said he had to perform, said that he's essentially every time he's putting on a Falcons jersey, playing to stay within that team. And I think this performance is what I want to see more of, because that was hell impact.
That must put some pressure on your shoulders, right? Knowing that there could be, you know, one of the best, well, Oprah of the year last year and one of the best players in the world potentially looking to be nabbing your spot on this team.
Yeah, this is always going to be a question mark, but as a player, it shouldn't really come into your head. You should be coming into every game just with the idea of playing your best game possible. Like, it doesn't matter if someone is here to replace your spot. This is always going to be the case. If not for MongolZ, it's going to be another upper. If you're a rifler, it's going to be another rifler. If you're an IGL, etc., etc. So it's just a matter of also seeing how he had an impact for Dexter. Like, the things that he did were not flashy. There was nothing impressive. He was punishing Virtus.pro every single time they were trying to do something without utility. And that's where the up is the #1 weapon in the game to do this. And that's why you're playing with the up. He was just holding angles, getting in the right place at the right time, and just punishing riflers that were just coming into his crosshair. And if you can do that consistently, you're going to be extremely valuable in the team as an upper. So Dexter was known to be more aggressive in his role and making more flashy plays. But the big efficiency in this one was from simple plays. And so if he can manage to bring that more in his game, we know he can build that confidence again. And then once he has the confidence, he will do the flashy plays on top of being stable. And that's where he's going to be world-class again.
Well, either way, Mirage, a closer affair than perhaps we would have predicted. But VP's map pick lays in wait. It's going to be going down an Ancient, second map of this series after this break.
It's always hard because coming from tournament to tournament, for us as a new team, we need to work harder than others. It's harder, of course, but for me, as a new player in on this tier, I will say that from the other side, I'm happy to be able to play on a lot of the tournaments.
For me, it's okay. Every team in the same situation, you know.
The time and the size of the progress that we did in this short amount of time that we had to train, to practice, I think that's the thing that we're probably proud of. Our bootcamp schedule is like we wake up, we eat, 11, we start working. We're working as a team, we're working individually, playing like FaZe or something, watching demos, and we're spending the whole day
together and together also.
Yeah.
We focused on our strats, you know, our energy, our system, our every team moment, you know.
Yeah, we've been working on our synergy.
Yeah,
we've been working on our tactical. We've been like working on the maps, on our map pool. We've been trying to become better on those, like which is every team is doing, you know. A win is a win. It can be random sometimes. That you can win a game, you can get lucky, and the next tournament you will get a little bit flicked up, you know. I think what is the most important is to show a stable, good game. And if you lose because one time you got unlucky in some important round and some stuff, but you know that you did really good. I think this is the most important than the win, showing the best CS that you can show, because on the distance you will get more wins. In CSGO, there was like 1% you can go out of the smoke and kill the person who is watching you. But right now on CS2, you're watching the smoke, guy comes out, you start shooting and you're dead. And there is like nothing you can do.
Some people can randomly go through the smoke and he kill you. Sometimes it's working good for you, sometimes no, but it's good, I think. It's like easy to adapt, you know.
There is no such a thing as team's playstyle, in my opinion. If you look how all of the unstable best teams are playing, it's just the different variations of the same things. So there is no such a thing as, I will say, aggressive playstyle, slowly playstyle, because some teams against one team they play slowly, they have like different game plans. You can never predict what is going to happen in the game, and what we can say from us that we will try our best. I mean, we are here. We need to show what we got. We need to show what we've been working for. We are here not for nothing. We are here for a reason.
We will do our the best, and we will see.
I don't know. I just feel like last round was obviously a bit unlucky, but
what?
Yeah.
Then should I call something?
No, I'm just thinking.
Okay, a bit flustered there from Zonic in that timeout. I can understand why going into that second half where it looked like it should have been them wrapping it up very, very quickly, but I feel that's kind of rare to hear from Zonic as a coach, no?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have access to the comms at all times, so I don't know if he's done this before, but obviously when you take a timeout, you'd expect your coach to have something at heart, and maybe Sonic was just going through the process of whatever he wanted to say maybe didn't make sense, and he just had to rethink. But it's a fun scenario right here where all the players are basically waiting for Sonic to say something, and one of them goes, what? And then nothing happens. I can respect that, and it may seem silly from the outside, but Nathan, as a coach, you can't always just speak to speak, right? You got to make sure that your thought process and what you say actually have an impact, and maybe Sonic had to rethink whatever he wanted to do there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. It's just something that you watch and you kind of have question marks in your own head of what would just happen, right? Even for the players and everyone, which is not really what you want. It worked out, but in the end, a coach is here for direction, especially in those hard moments, because he has that overview. He can see what every player is doing and what the mentality is, because that's your own focus, because you're not playing around. So that's where you give direction directly, or if you don't have it, you ask the players, like, what do you want to do? How do you feel like going? What has been working? And so you try to get it out of the players. But you have to give direction. If you're, maybe there was a follow-up and he gives a call, the winning call maybe. But from what we saw in that clip, you have to bring something to the table in the sense of reassuring the players, especially when it's 2011, there's a full comeback. Give a direction so that something works out.
Or at very least, some motivational words, perhaps. Like dead silence. That probably doesn't breed the best mentality in your players. I don't know. They got it over the line anyway. Obviously, Ancient up next on the cards. The pick of VP coming into this series. That means Falcons will be starting on the CT side of things. So as we kind of preface when we looked at the map video, this is by no means a weak map for the side of Falcons. What do we know about what they're going to deliver on this map?
Falcons look a lot like the old iteration of Heroic. Funnily enough, when you take the core of that lineup, you bring them together with Nico and Dexter, then you are going to adapt a lot of what Kixen wants to do and what he did in Heroic. And the old iteration of Heroic, especially during the major, they played Ancient at a very high level. I think Nico on the CT side, obviously a massive factor. He's good at shutting down that big bomb side. And I think overall, Dexter is a player that is willing to go out there, seek for the duels. And we saw him get 5, 6, 7 opening kills with the Open Mirage. I'd expect he's now, fostering that confidence, using a bit more, and go out there and see if he can be disruptive to the VP side.
Well, a comeback that ultimately crumbled to Virtus.pro on map number 1 of Mirage. Their choice of Ancient awaits.
Liar Pan. Let he be a 2-0 to VP. He prophesized.
I could have been.
Well, yeah. And I could have, I don't know, been born a cheater.
But
I'm a man, aren't I?
Spots.
Yeah, well, I did during the... Never mind. You know what?
Look, it was 13 to 11. I know it wasn't close in the first half, 9 to 3. They had opportunities. They could have won both pistols.
What's your take on
They should have won both pistols.
What's your take on the timeout?
Seconds are valuable.
Seconds are valuable.
It felt like they will not optimize those seconds.
Yeah, well,
those seconds could have been used much more optimally.
When I know we don't get the full picture, but I feel like every time we see a timeout from a coach, say Blay, where it's just like do this, you need to don't forget about this, you don't consider this, something like that,
Bit unlucky about the FAMAS, I thought.
Yeah.
Risky move, if you ask me.
Let's see as we get started on VP's T side. Ancient. I do love this map. Nico still kind of finding his footing in the mid side.
Watch this, Alex. They're going to throw A execute smokes. And then what that's going to do is... Oh, no? No, you didn't want... I thought you wanted to do A execute smokes. Okay. You changed your mind. Fair enough. You're talking. You're doing a lot of talking. I thought they wanted to do A execute smokes, draw the donut and mid player, then come out mid silently. But no, we'll announce our presence. We'll smoke off towards donut.
Red. Flash donut. Smoke CT. And get one tap by Nico's USP. Molly will force him forward. Doesn't stabilize into the Flammers fight. Good work from him. Equalize as Fame goes down. Magisk has done very well there. Holding on to a main, does more than that. Controls the spray, finds Flit as well. Tests a quick click, only Flammers remains. Sure, you got the bomb down, but winning the round, I think that's too much to ask. And Flammers, hang on a second, hits the first headshot, light on ammo, and it's Kixen to secure it.
Nice, important comms there. So 3 from 3 in the pistol round department for Falcons.
Because Flammer's got 3 kills.
Well, listen to Magisk.
Quick maths.
Yeah, he's definitely hoping to communicate exactly what's going down. So pistol opening kill. Recipe for success for Falcons on map number 1. So they want to be keeping that up in map number 2. He's correct. They did indeed buy an AK. It's without head armor, though.
Oof.
So that could be a little bit worrisome for Flammus. Does he... boys, don't give me the bomb. I'm going mid. You know I'm going mid. We finished the call. Why'd you drop me the bomb?
Who's flashing for me?
Oh, no one. This is what I'm saying. I don't think you want to lock horns immediately. You want to make sure you can get the absolute most of this AK. If you had head armor, maybe a bit of a different conversation. But look at their second round. A Galil and AK Tech 9s laden with utility up against Falcons' investment. Been able to bring in 2 M4s, 2 Famuses, and an MP9, but no defuse kits. So post-plant could be worrisome. And if we think about how Mirage second half went back and forth, VP were relatively proficient with the lower buys. So in no rush, waiting for this protocol utility to subside, and has done. Pretty standard to see Falcons go for the door smoke, elbow smoke, and I like it when they play off mid a little bit more. This is B lane retake utility. That's a nice little set being thrown out there. So a smoke that blocks off Heaven as well as Cave, and Molly over towards Polly's pocket, and then Electronic is able to grab the space.
Still sticking with Polly's pocket.
That was for me more than anybody.
Well, it's a Chad Burchill original. Some people call it Bucket.
That's not a bad name for it at all. We still call this Beehive. No one knows what that is.
No one knows what that is, but it is provocative. It gets the people going. So does a Flammus opening.
Time's a problem. 30 seconds. There's a smoke to block on B. You're going to have to go through this, boys.
Yeah, and he's going to do a nice shallow one, so you really you're pushing into the unknown, into all those angles. And he's going to play close to it. They're going to jump straight past him, straight into him, and loads with the Farmhouse gets away, grabs a Galil, continues to spam away. Icy needs to plant, and how has he done that? Kixon somehow finds Fame. Icy onto Tessus in Cave. You can't plant, you can't win the round. Jobs are good, and...
Oh, Flit, you don't want to be holding on to this, do you? Well, I guess he does. Better than nothing.
God, that's a perfect example.
No, might get nothing, run. Well, could have gone down after time there as well. So well handled from Kix, and he's had some impactful moments.
Yeah, good understanding of like where his strength lies. The strength is that they have to plan, and they've got 25 seconds to do it. Throws the perfect smoke for it. Knows they'll have to commit through it. He wouldn't have had time to plant if you respected that smoke. So yeah, great utility usage and timing from him. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, grab the Galil.
Listen to this self-report. This one is a massive self-report.
Self-report? Who's done that?
Self-report by, thank God, but with a V instead of an A.
Okay.
I always buy without armor. CTs rarely hit insta-headshots. Oh. That's a huge... Look.
Oh, little bro.
Look, we won't point it out on stream to everybody, but you need to have a think about that one, Chief.
Think about it slowly. They rarely hit it.
All right, well, I hate what this round looks like for VP, unfortunately. I actually hate the start of this half now for Flit. He's in a horrible position. He did make his own bet. He does have to lie in it. That's kind of how it goes.
You're saying he should have tried to die?
Yeah, just the loss bonus. Right? Yeah. If he had an AK or a Galil, sure, right, maybe even a Famus. But the fact is, a bloody MP9. So let's see.
Ooh, that one hurt.
That was a lot of damage. Like a lot of damage.
A lot. Oh, and then you got Nico and Magisk. So I presume Nico activates on Magisk's call. And Nico starts to peek.
Still looks a little bit scary for Magisk. He will go down.
Yeah. And
there's the MP9. He's a genius.
MP9, yep, that's right. $600, a wide open B side. The bomb's in mid, though. He doesn't know that it's not been scooped up. Electronic gets it, and looks like he's going to be pivoting to the jump up. He's going to join Flit 30 seconds. Kixon does have access, and he smoked them off on Cave side.
Valuable seconds, remember, we learned that. Kixon pivots back into something a whole lot more passive. So flash go, they've got a plant.
Okay, bomb down. You can wait for Dexter, use your numbers, advantage, trade out into the side, unless Flit can pick off one of you on this first fight. Ooh, he had a chance there. Doesn't convert it, and Electronic gets run down by Kixon. He's racking him up. 6-0 right now as it stands for Son of Kix.
Still the defuse. Well, look, it feels much better to be Flit now.
Oh,
you got to kill when the bomb went down.
Right.
So it's
better.
It's good enough to get out an AK. So that's how much better it is. Essentially all good in the hood. All right, well, first rifle round, having a scrap for those last two. There were moments So there hasn't been a period where Falcons have been able to relax so far in this first half of play. It's the window lobbed out. Double mollies mid. That's one of the two most standard variations that you'll see. It's either going to be elbow with a molly, or you're going to see the double mollies to get this early control. And VP haven't felt the need to thrust forward for these fights, but the fact that there hasn't been the follow-through of an elbow smoke after that does open the runway.
Or does it tell you there's an AWP on the line?
Oh, which is also very true. Takes that over towards Donut, will be obscured with vision. A smoke dotted and landing just to Nico's right-hand side. Committed for now. Brave enough to take a jiggle out. So mid-clear, Nico does confirm that information as Kixon, he's up to this same play. Jiggling close B ramp, a smoke in hand. Just to hope that he doesn't catch an unfortunate timing. 4 and soon to be 5 of the VP players we parked outside B for an execute.
Does Kixon immediately dump his util? He's got restraint.
And against VP, it makes a lot of sense. If he drops it now, it's going to be perfect. It's going to give them no time to work with.
Damn, again with this kicks and smoke. Same result! Oh, he's going to get a multi. Just the one, softened up the second, finished off by Nico. More bodies in that smoke. Tessa's connecting onto Fame. It's flipped for a cave. What a shot that is. Jeez, right on the angle. Perfectly timed counter strafe, instant headshot, round done.
Okay, well, at this moment, you would probably take a bit of a timeout if you're VP, whether it's into the next round or the one following, but your conversation needs to be from the coach. Hey, boys, we need to stress them out a bit more. They can't be holding onto this utility. Think about the pressure points within that round. We feigned a bit of mid-presence. We never took it. We were B lane. We had that. That's all we had. And the fact that he's willing to hold onto his utility for that long in that same position shows that we are not applying enough pressure.
Isn't there a way in which Icy's AWP can kind of peek that jiggler? Isn't there like a weird pixel gap through the top of the door or something? Is there a way to stop punish Kixon's jiggles for info?
I think that if we're going to talk about the minutiae of that fight, you can have a conversation there. It's the overall process of what's going on that's the problem.
Right, the fact that
why are you allowed to still be doing that with the 35 seconds left on the clock?
Right.
How have you not applied any pressure whatsoever to an aim map position?
If you were playing against Maus at that point, you'd have had no idea that Zershan's in mid-red room. You'd be worried about every rotation. You've lost someone as you pulled to re-clear. It would all be chaotic. You'd have one person on B playing retake. It'd be a very different round. He's there again. He'll continue to play close ramp until it's punished. Whew. Icy nearly melted.
What the hell happened there? Okay, well, starting to look out of sorts of VP. Mirage started very slow for them as well. Okay, there's a bit of stress. Okay, CT smoke drops. They drop out a defensive one. They're expecting an explosion. I don't love it from VP. The fact that they're not getting any control of anything is not on meta at the moment. Showing a lot of respect to the full press.
Yeah, they're going to play 3 mid. Freed up to do so by Dexter's positioning. Nico eliminates the first. Icy will provide the trade. Kixon tagged up as well under a lot of scrutiny, but Magisk is going to stand and bang. No, concedes it. Kixon gets away, I think, yeah, from the flame. And Fame activates straight into that AWP line. A different setup. Catches him off guard on his progression. He couldn't believe his luck. He was up ramp with 40 seconds on the clock. It was exciting.
It's time again, such an issue. 30 seconds, now you're coming out middle. I know you've had an exchange, sure, but you have to go towards A. Magisk tucked in back at Donut. He gets one. It's going to buy time for Tessa's rotation. No molly to flush him out.
He's almost certain to get one, right?
Yeah, running out of time to clear. Dead.
Oh, clean from Magisk. Removes 2 of the 3. Icy once again resigned himself to try and run away with that AWP. Kixon's got a smile on his face, and Falcons have 5 to their name.
I think it just needs to be mandatory to take a tactical timeout at this point anyway if you're the coach, just because you started 5-0. Maybe you don't have any crazy adjustments to call, but you still need to change the flow of the game.
Ash's Law.
Ash's Law. Okay. Well, Zonix has gone the way of the MR15. Big Pash on the mic. Now, at the moment, with the flow of the game, you would expect, if you're Falcons, for them to bring a bit more intensity to the early portions of the round, to fight for B lane control, for them to harass middle with utility, whether it be mollies off the wall, whether it be H's off the wall. Just the ability to try and get yourself into the round early as opposed to giving over all the space. I don't have a problem with giving over all the space. But if you're having a tough time being able to deal with the util, you need to then apply that pressure or have a contingency. Okay, well, if he's going to play close, do we have a HE for that smoke? Are we going to use a Molotov into that cubby? So now he's marooned. He can't actually backpedal. Oh, well, that's a condemning round timeline, isn't it?
I'm just loving how dynamic they're playing this as well. Everything's flowing, everything's working. Here's a deviation from the norm. We've got Flamus out mid early. Smoke's red. Nico can't contribute. And they're already taking that space away from the CTs. Confirming mid is theirs. Tessus makes no secret of his occupation of Cave. A brave reload in the face of the Fade.
Okay, so this is great, right? They've applied a little bit of early pressure, but Tessus just posted on the line. Flamus assuming on the fade of the smoke, there's no way they'll be so brazen because you have to worry about the cross from middle as well as that through B lane. So another man disadvantage for VP and an untradeable situation manifests as Electronic would love to get him on the board with a kill. But again, this is just so similar to how Mirage felt.
Solid block util, smoked off Cave, buys him 20 seconds before you can push through.
And there's no smoke for top of the ramp, right? So it's going to be a different setup this time around for Falcons.
Yeah, so long smoke's thrown. Kixon tried to disrupt it. Does he have vision? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Tests it.
40 seconds, so they can redeploy a smoke short and long. Molly into the site, flash and go. There's the molly.
It's going to be a big test. Test is forced into Cave.
Should get the bomb down unless they're spam. Icy so late for this hit with man with util.
Yeah, damn. Goes down to Electronic. Good catch. An equalizing frag. And coming to fight Cave. Electronic nails his shot into the site with the bomb planted.
About time he got on the board. Impactful kills.
2 of which have led to VP in a golden opportunity. Icy gets chunked down by the nade. The Falcons just want to play the economical game here. Trying to take as much away from VP. Not playing for the round per se, but trying to play for the exits. It's a big bomb radius as well.
Dexter looks like he will get out of there with his life. Kixon has his prized possession of the AWP. Loss bonus will now begin for Falcons, but they've got plenty of cash to buy again, so don't you worry about that. And VP, they do turn up the pressure, right? They fight towards middle, they get the B lane control, even though they give away that opening kill. Maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves, looking for the boost there from Falcons. Could have played out the retake with the man advantage, but go looking to be disruptive, trying to be cheeky with the boost, and ends up giving away their life. So, first round now. Need a whole lot more of that as...
That's a Passionage timeout conversion.
Yeah, and now it's Onyx's turn.
Bang.
So the pre-fight not ready for that angle. And so Flamus showing some frustrations. Electronic just catching them through the smoke, and the follow-up is the more important. Removes them from the box that they felt they were in. Because you can't go back to the rounds you were doing before because they're playing for space. So now that you know that they're playing for space, how do you want to change the flow on the CT side? They seem to be quite pack heavy. So if that's noted from Falcons, you might want to push into A main, right? You might be able to sweep in behind them, or at least guarantee that control. It means that you can potentially be lighter on having to worry about donut. You can give them that space, play 180 degrees later within the rounds. Because look at this, it does look like another, well, it'll be a 3-1 or 3-2 split. Harass utility. Mid control will be taken by Falcons with ease, but they're actually not going to stick around. So they're not jumping up, they're not fighting B lane. But staying out of danger of damage early. So after they apply a little bit of B pressure, they slink back. Fame taking a main control and actually made a couple of steps. So I just will be hearing this. There's no secret that they are able to apply pressure in a defensive smoke. So those steps actually force a rotation. Dexter heading back over as well. But just some steps to help clear the corners, right? He was hoping to probably get away without making any sound cues.
I like this preemptive, giving him the flashes. If it isn't a finish, he'll be able to set up the flash for the retake.
Right now, Magisk has a smoke remaining as well. He could throw out a defensive one when the A execute comes in. Electronic is actually going to be able to work out middle. He won't be detected. Oh, Magisk has used that to block Donut. So that works pretty nicely for Electronic. Helps usher him across towards the red room.
Nico's gambling B, or at least going down speed weight. 35 seconds. That Orb's going to have his first shot, and he nails it straight to the crotch of Flamus. little too early on that one. Electronic, nothing through mid either. Dexter's getting a little too aggressive. The flash will humble him, keeps him passive. Bomb to be planted. Can't knock him off it. Tell a lie just in time. Icy gets the bomb down, but it's Dexter. Combat orping his way to a 6th round for the Falcons defense.
Yeah, Flit saving. Jane would never have allowed him to contest a 1v5, so he's going to back off, hold on to that. The bomb goes down, the loss bonus there. They will be able to buy again.
That's a good name to say, isn't it?
A really good round there from Dexter, though, isn't it? And they played ahead of the util, right? So they had the smokes, but they've run out, and that is telling them they're not expecting the AWP to be there. Dexter gives us another thumbs up. He had some great impact. Very assertive was the word that attested to his play on Mirage, and continuing that here on Ancient.
Nice!
Good work, impactful kills, getting away with murder as 5-round buffer for Falcons. This CT side, it could be a big one. I don't know, I think if there's one team that you want to go out mid and challenge against, it would probably be Falcons, and VP aren't doing that.
Not once.
So I think that their game is going to be very limited.
Magisk will play on the very edge of their smoke. Will be their pre-aim. And he goes down. Good find from Fame and Flammus. Break of the smoke doesn't get him, net him anything. Kicks him forced into the fight. Oh, Electronic, that's a frustrating death to concede. Just started to swap around his weapons, and another one, a flurry of frags for Falcons.
They're getting owned.
It's recoverable.
Oh, to get across and get that bomb is going to be tough.
Icy giving it a look in. Nico's going around the world. Dexter does miss the shot. Oh dear. Icy brought down low. He's in so much trouble. Dexter owns it as well. Wow, he is on today, isn't he? Multi-kills on multi-kills. When someone says nice, it's rare to hear a thank you.
Yeah, we heard Twist doing it. Okay, yeah, Electronic is tilted. He is tilted.
Oh, if he looks at me like that, I am a shadow of my former self.
Look, I don't know what he's saying, but I would imagine what the expletive are you watching? Like, Donut smoked. How many players have to watch Temple? Why is nobody watching CT? I have to plant the bomb. What, you guys are just in main? You're going to be tilted, understandably so.
Okay, Fame trying to rectify with some aggression out mid. That's the formula. It's worked out for one, but Nico sprays down two. Straight through the smoke. Tessus activates. They know he's that active cave player. They know he's not shy for an engagement or two. Flit will be cognizant of that's a possibility, but he's already long gone. He's clearing out mid. He's given his teammates so much info, but Kixon, does he have anything to block? He does not. It's Tessus with the smoke. So, ooh, the timing of this is everything. Icy, good clear. Catches Tessus aggressive.
Both players are on the side. They missed his smoke. I don't know if you can go through that.
No, you don't want to. You're going to need your teammate.
30 damage.
Dexter's got vision. Is it another Dexter round? He's missed his chance. Does he dip away? Gets away with a scrap of health. No, spam down by Electronic. Kixon in cave. Who's responsible for this? Electronic's not looking. Adjusting. Spray transfer nearly finds two. It really was a sort of glimmer of opportunity for a crazy clutch there, but VP found the formula, and it's what you've been talking about. The first round, they go waltzing out mid as a group and a pack. It leads to a first conversion in a long time.
And I'm pretty sure that call's made from a point of frustration, not from one of poise and, oh, this is the solution. It's, all right, well, if you guys are going to be bots and not cover me while I'm planting the bomb, let's go. Let's just run out mid. Let's get this over and done with.
Oh, Kixon has got the auto shotgun. Starting to make a bit more of an appearance in officials in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Nico run boosted across that T-Molly. A break of the smoke. He's ready for this engagement. Flammus is victim. Another double from Nico in mid. Full vision for that one. And Magis covering Nico as he turns towards the lane.
Where are the flashes?
They were on the backs, on the belts. VP players just not utilizing the shotgun, even gets one as well. This is going to be a really tough loss for VP to swallow and stomach.
It's like mid-control 101. Well, when you're the CT and you scale across and you get to play on that wall, it is one of the harder positions to flash, right? Because the flashes are going off above your head. So they might not get you at all. But no flashes at all, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
it's the support network that you're trying to catch them in the open with the fly. It's a nade clear. You look for the fight, and then what? 3 of you just run through a smoke. Like VP, they are falling apart at the seams. In this match, in terms of their major campaign, their season, them having a good run. The win that they had against FaZe is great. They guaranteed some prize money, sure, but you wanted to get as many points as humanly possible in Lisbon. That's to make sure that you're able to find yourself within the top 10 of European teams. You don't have to play the online qualifiers, the MRQs.
It's not looking like their map pick right now. I mean, this is supposed to be your turf, your comfort zone. And anything but that right now. An 8-4 half would be a recovery of sorts, but it doesn't look likely when you digest the first 10 rounds of play.
I think when you put that context on it as well, it makes it even more perplexing, right? Like if it wasn't their map choice, it's like, oh yeah, you know, that's not their go-to. They're going to have a tough time on this. It's looking extremely flat right now.
Good team play there, Magis covering Nico. Good weapon for that particular fight for Kixon, and yeah, just looking very frustrated.
Yeah, but what are you meant to do? Like, I think, yeah, that's the type of love I'd be having too. I think their assumption is because in a lot of these rounds, Falcons have actually played off. Like they've incendiary, they've HE'd. So maybe they're going, oh, okay, they're not going to play it. Now this is how to take mid properly. Right, somebody up from heaven.
Good flashes.
And you've essentially got it. You edge on the smoke.
You pull back.
This is all right, though. They've been able to establish the control. Tessus is committed to this. A double swing would be nice, but...
Oh, he's good, isn't he?
One at a time.
Electronic's coming for you. And Tessus gets them both? Oh, that is going to sour the mood further.
I think it's already pretty rough out there.
Icy's got a chance onto one, but Kixon nails it. Oh, VP.
It was something when, you know, I get through Skybox and I scrub through with the positions and everything, and taking a look at it, VP would tend to more often than not just send one player B lane, and that's Flit. And I'm looking at, okay, well, there's this cluster of players who are always going mid, but normally you want to have 2 players B lane, one to watch the doors, one to try and vie for the control towards Cave and Heaven. So you can already see they're not playing the standard ancient approach that you get from a lot of the other top teams, as Flammer's left in a 1v4. See, I wonder how this happens when you're a top team, right? And you choose to, I just heard this, you're going to be dead. When you look at the top teams and how they approach the maps, there's a lot of similarities. And when we're watching, it's much easier. We have X-ray at all times, but you can see what type of moves work more than others. And some scenarios like mid on this map can be quite coin tossy because it comes down to, oh, what flashes are there? Does he edge this time? Is there a third mid guy? You know, did they throw 3 flashes or did they throw 5 flashes? There's a lot of those details that come down that are unknowns, and you can spam players through smoke, or maybe you dodge the flash at the right time. But I'm looking at a more overall like macro stance. And then I think back to when I was in game leading, you're looking at your pieces and you think, okay, well, how can I extract the best out of my pieces? When really I should have been looking broader and think, okay, well, how do I fit my pieces into how this puzzle can work?
Right.
And right now it's like VP just looking at their pieces, and I don't think they're looking at how the map is actually being approached by a lot of the other better teams.
Full mid. It's yours.
Those steps will be heard by Tessus.
Kixon would love to get away with this kill. Trade available, but punished by Icy. It's up to Tessus. Shots from behind as well. Electronic advancing into that cave position. He is surrounded. He is all in. Trying to play for one more kill. And so VP with a 2-man advantage, waltzing into that B-bomb site. Electronic walking up close with that Tech 9. A messy spray from Magisk, and it looks like this one will be theirs. A convincing round to end. Fame secures it. Just 3 to work with in this elimination match. VP are going to have to turn it around and match that 9-round output. Clan lost to this?
It's a great question.
VP down to just 3 as we swap sides on their map pick. Now, it was a 9-3 half in that first map, Chad. We had a 13-11.
That's true.
So, you know, maybe VP are a second half warrior. But what would really be good is winning their first pistol of the series in this elimination match for Blast Open Lisbon. Smoked off red. Quickly sowing seeds of doubt. They've got 2 players on A, so it's really going to come down to Flitz Dual Berettas here. Fame to play off of him. I heard the steps. Tessa's going to lead them. What is that? Just a leaping Glock headshot. Don't worry about that, because Fame's defending this site valiantly. Would have loved the third. Could have opened up corridors back into this pistol round. Tessa's just nonsense, mate. Just absolute nonsense. He's jumping, he's glocking, he's headshotting. And okay, Dexter's Dual Beretta's looking sharp too. Can he combine? They can. VP take the pistol with a flurry of 3 frags in quick succession from Flamus and Icy.
Flamus lets out a roar and everybody's laughing. I think, yeah.
Maybe it was a good one.
Yeah, apparently, because Electronic starts giggling and immediately looks at the coach. I guess anything to lighten the mood after what was a very tense and tilty first half of play. Oh, okay. I can't quite believe that. Yeah, well, Tessa, as long as he gets the point, man, he channels that heroicness.
He does, yeah.
Quite a serious game.
Yeah, very, very much.
Important for your season.
Yep.
Okay, well, obviously bomb goes down. Ooh. Falcons will force.
And Nico gets AK with a helmet.
There you go. We'll see if he gets dinked or not. Very nice Karam, but...
Said you were going to go one.
Nah. What's the point?
Looks cool.
Yeah, but we don't get to play every day.
No, that's true.
If I played every day,
yeah,
I'd make the necessary investment. So like I said in the first half, I don't have any problem with teams not playing for this control early, especially if you don't have all the util. And another thing, if you're up against well, Electronic, think about this. Okay. If you're up against a buy like this, you know that they're not going to have full belts utility because you have to have a choice in the second round on the CTs. Do we prioritize firepower or do we prioritize utility? And you go for a mixed bag. So you have some SMGs with util, you have some rifles, and that's to help you deal with the Galils, the AKs, etc. And then now you can go for a coordinated late retake because the CTs are quite truly almost out of util. It's just one smoke on Flamus, he's on A. So that door smoke fades. Now they do double flash through mid. You clamp in through doors and middle. Let's clear out the cubby. So cut out. And now they're forced back. Right, just by you waiting out their utility. Now you've got 45 seconds to work with. And the map's your oyster. A passive stance from VP. 2 over towards A, Icy and Float red, and Electronic alongside a Flit to lock down that B bomb site right now with the positioning of Falcons. It does look like they want to turn into an A execute, and that information likely to be heading their way shortly. These rifles set up for success with that late smoke.
Yeah,
you have to play
really
through
good
this.
Block smoke. They are going to have to jump through it, and that's what Flamus knows. He's well aware this fight's going to be coming through that smoke. He positions himself wisely. Can he control? He does. Sprays down the Falcons. A triple kill with the M4A1S. 20 bullets, all he needs for that.
Well, that late smoke on Flamus, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, okay, well, they could really use that over towards B, but perfectly placed, restricts the movements and secures what will be another round. It becomes a 4-round game. Dexter does save the Galil, and he's been quite impactful, so let's see how they want to... Ooh, giving us a look there at the camera. So Flamus and Dexter both acknowledging their impact.
It ain't over till it's over, Chatty B.
That's the VP mantra. Paid by the round.
Oh, great. We get to see it from his POV as well.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Great shooting.
What's that about? Oh, Dexter saved. Never mind. Yeah.
So this is what I'm talking about. He has been quite impactful. He's had some really good moments across both maps. Had some clutches, had some multi-kills. Has been good in a lot of the head-to-heads. Fame is heading back over to the site as Kixon will be smoking off. Defensive incendiary lands, only going to buy a couple of seconds. And a smoke on top. Do you want to wait this out or do you want to push through it? Because right now, VP, they have full B lane control. You want to know that.
How about you boost the Galil up on the tree and then run through the smoke?
I'm surprised we haven't seen a rotation to head over to A to help out Fame because he would have called that he used his util. So it really depends on where Kixon's smoking. Is it going to be CT? Is it going to be Donut? Now it's faded. He can throw it out. Has a flash to go. So Fame gets nothing done here. There is a chance for Falcons. Very slim, however.
A lot of trust on Fame here.
CT smoke. Yeah, see, he drops back. Khalil gets boosted.
Nico, tested. Just looked away. A messy spray. Nico will punish. Flick goes down. FaZe playing that retake. Does Nico have another one in him? Nice work from Electronic. Sorts it out. Problem solved. And no bomb plant here. Dexter's going to have to back his aim here, just crouching in the open. Electronic just swings into the fight, comfortable to collect. Should be a 6th guaranteed. It's just going to be Magisk with that P250. Trying to make it costly. Can't even bring down Electronic despite the headshot. Okay, VP, they be cooking.
Okay, now we're going to get the guns out.
That pistol round has reignited conversation of a potentially competitive second map here.
And no plant hurts Dexter a little bit. Can still get out a Galil. He was communicating that. He even just told his...
Flamus on the mic.
Yeah, just talking about how they want to respond to what comes their way in middle. So I think asking Icy for these flashes. They're going to... Okay.
Yeah, the Jame flash.
Here it is, insta flashes, there they are.
Oh, but it's one and done. Kicks for does remove Fame. It's an important trade from Flamus. Dips back in behind that donut smoke as Nico progresses. On the wall path through mid, gonna knife out to try and get to red before the fade. No one's holding this right now, actually. I say that Flit's
on the way.
Nico's not slowing down, he's not waiting. He just takes the fight, and Icy will be happy to greet him with bullets.
Tried to make a play there, did Nico. I have to go into B. Relatively open.
Yeah. Electronic getting active. Swings in. Does isolate the jewels. Double kill. No trade available. Tessa's thrust into an impossible 1v4. Bomb on the floor. Surrounded. The first headshot's clean. The second not so easy.
So I think that the Flamus moment right there, even though we don't understand exactly what he's saying, because I don't speak Russian, I don't know about you.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of conversation lately of, oh yeah, you know, in-game leading on the CT side. Flamus and Fame are the mid defenders. Icy's the third piece to help them get this space. They're dictating as the group how they want to respond. When you're watching the demos or you're the one who has a certain play that you want to make, you're going to talk about that with the people in those positions. Now, if the idea from Fame and Flamus was, hey, let's fight mid and jump up heaven, and Electronic says, no, we're not going to play full press, that's where the in-game leader would kind of override. But otherwise, you, as the mid defenders, are responsible for working out how you're going to hold mid. Absolutely. There seems to be this like massive, oh my God, it's not the in-game leader calling the CT side kind of revelation for people at the moment.
They are into the B site. Missed shot from that AWP on the second, but there's an overextension from Nico. 2 nasty deaths for him. Bomb lost. They'd have loved to plant. They would have loved a plant. Dexter catches Flit overcommitted to the spam.
I might get it.
Their priority is something different. He gets it down now. Oh, fake as well. They're really concerned, and that's opened up the avenue for a Fame flank. Bomb down at least. Hard round to lose for VP. Doesn't look like it's going to be impossible. Kicks in the last man standing. Just going to look to try and take one with him. Being cleared by Electronic. Great awareness. But yeah, just to extend on your conversation as well, I think the only thing that people need to also remember is that the IGL is usually the voice that fills in the gaps. When players say, this is like, we're going to be doing this in mid, we're starting 3 mid, whatever it is, the IGL's like, okay, make sure you play retake, blah, 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 take
It's also important, right, to be like, okay, well, no, they're on a lighter buy round now, right? So we need to play an anti-eco setup or an anti-pop setup, right? So like looking at the bigger picture. And also, if you're on the other side, like let's say you're extremity players and you hear what your mid controllers are going to do and you're like, okay, well, hold on, I don't have a good cave spawn, guys, so I can't block them cave, right?
The whole conversation.
Exactly, right? This is done by a group, but like, it cannot be overcalled, or let's say the in-game leader says, hey, no, guys, let's do this. Let's 5-man stack B, or you get a good A main spawn, push A main, right? That's where you're looking at some differences. Otherwise, it's communicating heavily about what goes into piecing these openers together.
Well, there's an opener here. This definitely looks like it's going to be a mid-press. Nade right on the front door of Icy. Flamus trying to block that donut smoke. Could have cost him his life there from that heaven fight. Kicks and commits and finds Icy. Finishes off the job as Nade started.
That feels unfortunate, doesn't it?
Yeah, very.
Oh, nameplating the AWPer, knowing that he was over towards B early. So likely the fact that you have Electronic and Flit still on that side.
They just heard the reload as well, so they know that there's at least, there was 2 Cave. Now just Electronic.
Well, now it's about talking through this round and the response. Is there territory that we want to take? Are we going to give Falcon a certain level of control? Electronic knows that his timer is essentially on that smoke that he's just dropped. We'll have to start to pivot into something more passive. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, do we group up and try and push down the B ramp together? Flit's close to us, Fame's close to us, so maybe Flamus takes A main control.
And he's playing in a position that can't be flashed. At least not easily. Will he be overlooked? How diligent is this peek from Dexter? Crouch peeks in, perfect from Flamus, delivers despite that low HP, and now he hears more. Nico catches him with his back turned, focused on the magic steps. Tessus the late lurk through lane. Anyone dares rotate through cave, he'll have their number. It's just Fame here for now, and oh, you would have liked more, yeah. Jumps up onto the plateau. And a flat one for VP.
Tessus might get these kills. He's going to hear the AWP getting picked up, so communicates that and now confirms it. Electronic. Not a common position at all, and swings into the fight. Leg shot onto Tessus.
Good movement again. Tessus, fun to watch.
Kixon's been in good form today.
Definitely. I mean, he's top of the scoreboard both maps so
yeah,
far.
He's done really well. His mechanics as well. A lot of the fights that he's finding, sure, he got a cheeky one through the smoke right there, but sometimes you got to get a little bit lucky. But the shots that he was hitting T-side Mirage, he was doing a great job as Flit is going to try and fight tooth and nail to hold on to this AWP.
He studied at the school of Jame, so don't worry, he always saves his orbs.
He's seen this from the best in the business in eyes plenty of damn times. But there you go, Falcons will break through, get their 10th round. It will be their first so far on their T-side.
That's, yeah, the kill you're referencing.
Sorry, what? Kixon just said he'll play, he said Mac 10, he's playing MP7. Why are you, what, are you rushing B? Are you calling a B rush, Kixon? No, it's just you heading B.
Okay.
Wow.
Doesn't feel the need to take a rifle. There was definitely
there was money for it.
Available.
Yeah, indeed.
3 mid start for VP. That's a lot for Nico to stomach. Just walks straight into his demise. Kixon in the meantime slips up cave. Electronic jiggling for that.
They're going A.
Yeah, Icy. And his AWP. Missed shot. Would have loved to see that one. Making it a 5v3. Instead, things get interesting. Things get awkward. Electronic getting stopped on Kixon. Make sure he ensures that kill. Now VP. On this retake, they know that late piece is coming from somewhere. Great find from Flit. Denies the plant. Magisk knows that the smoke won't last forever. Knows Donut is occupied. The incendiary is going to force the fight. They go pushing in. Flit's doing everything. Tooth and nail. Fighting, clawing their way back into Ancient.
Now watch your flanks, boys. Don't worry about that. Kixon's off to save. I think Flit was the one that the penny dropped in that situation the best there, because you know that Kixon's out of the picture. You already had the number advantage, so you know that there's only 3 players on that site.
So fight.
Exactly, and he was the only one who was really doing that. Everybody else felt a little bit disconnected, so fortunate for Flit getting that much impact in that situation.
And there has been a general shift, hasn't there, for the meta has evolved to the point where it does seem good to just keep being disruptive through the CT smoke.
That's something that Na'Vi were doing for a long period of last year. When teams would get in towards the site, they would constantly be waterfalling out, coming through the CT smoke and Donut smoke at the same time, and then pushing through Temple, and really just harassing. So even if you're only going 1 for 1, you're slowly whittling them down to a point where either the util that's blocking these key positions is gone, and then you have to have someone who was in, I don't know, big box or A main come into plant, or right, you run out of things that you have to watch, right? It's like, well, I can't watch everything, right? And at that point, as the CTs just swarm, they're able to win out a lot of these duels. So really impactful round from Flit. A 1-round game. The frustrations of Virtus.pro in the first half are behind them. It's tough because they've had these 2 halves where it feels like they could have done so much better, yet the game's still close.
Yeah, and it's the CT side that are racking up rounds. Nico successful this time on his mid-venture.
Yeah, had a rally of flashes from Dexter to help set that one up.
Fame chooses an Alex to try and equalize. He's done very well there. Turns the flash, acknowledges the smoke, takes the fight, makes it a 4v4.
Icy's committed to this. Can't backpedal because of the bottle of flames, but Nico doesn't want to swing back out into the AWP. Rerouting quite quickly over towards B, but ahead of them on the rotation.
It's looking good for VP to make this a dead even game.
Oh, Incendiary lands mid-site, so we'll deny the plant. Wait. Okay, Bogdan's Law. While the smokes are up, they're backing off, dealing with the lurks.
Ooh. Yeah, Electronic is in cave. This is a big fight for Kixon if he can win it. Electronic dink exchange, just better.
Had the AK. That's probably the round.
Fame and Electronic, though, are very, very low, susceptible to these 3. Flip mantles up, going to be coming in from cave side. Icy investigates it. Oh, that's a messy one from Tessus. Dexter at least removes Icy. Oh, woo, good shot. Just the pistol and the wallback comes through from Flip.
My God.
First Spinks, now Flit. Everyone's found that wallbang very useful on these retakes.
I think the same thing happened to Tessus that happened to, who was it in Mirage game where they just looked at the radar? I think it was Icy.
Icy, yeah.
Tessus just did the same thing in that situation. So I think trying to understand where his teammates are and part of the setup, just glances and then the swing happens. So you can only be so focused. This is a big shot, important kill there from Fame.
Tiny angle, just enough for a bullet.
Okay, well, we're all tied up. The bomb goes down again. The buy is in play. The most fortunate factor for Falcons in the second half is they have the max loss bonus to work with. So as long as they keep getting the bomb down, they can keep buying.
And Nico's going to try his luck again. Boost on the AWP towards B side. It's Flit that could be caught. Oh, jumps to avoid the shot.
Did he see him get away?
I think he might have. Oh, the flash has saved him there. Spotted out the AWP.
Moments before death and multiple occasions there on that B side. Interesting positions being taken by Flamus in middle. He's playing passively, so not active. He's hoping he doesn't get cleared. Well, Molotov, not really in question for this. So he should be good for one. This is Counter-Strike in 2025. You have to stay active. Even though you're holding this angle, you can't just sit and tuck. So you see he's constantly moving in case he gets timed, and Dexter spots an elbow.
Nico clears his corners. Flamus down. Fame position noted. Nearly falls foul to Nico's adjustment. Man advantage Falcons.
Double cave set up at the moment for Virtus.pro. Flit on the elevation. Electronic, the first point of contact to bait. Dexter coming through cave.
It's a strong setup. The only real exploit is that ramp walk.
Fame's here as well now. They have 3 players to defend this.
Looking solid. Can Falcons break through? 30 seconds, blocking that smoke as well. Turns the flash. Flit needs to deliver against Dexter. That's Electronic, not more than a bait. He gets the frag. Claws us back into a 4v4. Kixon rectifies. Over the top, spamming away, reveals their position. Tess is trying to punch in that code. Is it disrupted? Gets it down. Magic's got to deliver as well. It's Kixon to close. Double kill again. It's Kixon and Nico.
Yeah, well, that was a real late moment there, wasn't it? Nico's lurk, instrumental, because he finds Flit on the box. He thinks he needs to start spamming to contribute, to draw some eyes, and right there, Nico steps out late. So Nico with an awful lot of impact in the 11th round for Falcons. This one, right? It looks like a simple kill. It is. But it could have activated earlier, could have gone for a trade.
Bit deep on the elbow smoke. Nico can stick around.
Oh, and he's got a pep in the steps. Smokes off Donut, starts to get a move on. Is this B defense?
Yeah, they start the AWP on Donut, so now immediately, like, a reaction is required. Flamus will spam. Nico will nade. Bonk.
Catch that one. Flamus thinks better of the repeat. He's going to back off. It's so heavy with his B defense. They're putting all their eggs in the icy basket on A. Right now, the bomb is down outside of elbows, so still can go to either side. They have lane control. They know that mid is theirs as well. And Mag just pushed up in A main, so they have the flexibility to finish wherever they'd like the Falcons.
You've got 60 seconds to piece it together.
Yeah, you've got smokes and Molotov, so you could just go for a simple B execute. Smoke long, smoke short, Molly's in towards the site. Oh, long smoke missed, long smoke missed.
You push through, Flit will have vision. Electronic plays up close as well. Magic is activating on A. Icy's searching for him.
There's a way back.
There is. With 40 seconds, they are pivoting through mid. It's up to Magic versus Icy. Icy returns his...
He's in the open.
Oh no, draws his attention. Now he's under pressure from both fronts. He peeks into Dexter. Okay, 30 seconds. It is going to be an A plant.
There's no money if VP lose this one.
They have to commit. Flamus. Oh no, Fame just walks straight into Magic's sightline. He's done so much on the A lurk, and now the save is the conversation. You can see they're already backing away, realizing the priority is the next round. The 12th will be Falcons. They've matched VP's output. 3 T rounds.
What a great lurk again, right? You see the options being left completely open by having that space. Like Magic, if they go towards B and everybody dies, it's like, okay, well, the round's over. Unfortunately, I couldn't help you, but you get blocked. They realize they can't go in. Magic searches out, gets the key kill onto Icy. He was the only one that was going to be stopping them. There's a bit of housekeeping being done in Donut. I'm sure there's no way for VP to get their hands on that unless it blows it through the skylight and lands in T-spawn.
Perfectly landing on the face of Flamus.
You got to hold on to these boys. They're coming your way. You really need these guns.
Terrorists win.
2 rounds required for VP to secure OT.
All right, they do get to hold on to them. There's going to be a rifle investment available for that of Fame. He can buy himself. Nobody can drop, though. You're going to be looking at a FAMAS at absolute best. So that's what Icy's going to get gifted throughout this. Fame will be lacking the util. And yeah, Icy, he's in such a tough spot.
Right?
There's nothing he can do. He can't go back. He goes forward.
So much responsibility. Like, he can't hold 2 spots at the same time. It's just not possible. Physically.
It did feel like the B execute, even though they missed that long smoke.
Ooh, a little variation here, but Magic's going to boost Nico up and see if he can maybe spam away, jump spot the aggressions towards lane, but not going to be anyone there. Smoke does free Electronic up if he wanted to have a glance towards the elbow position. Ooh, tagged up Tessus. Position noted. Nice shot. Removes Nico. Just peeks and pokes out. Claws back one of an advantage.
Re-smoke so they can fight mid again.
Magic is going to get ahead of this.
Shallow.
Held by the AWP. That's perfect positioning from Dexter. Lammers holding for that crab walk, but Magisk wins out the duel. Is he not ready for Fame, though? Not ready for this guy, so pushed up. Nice headshot found. Keeps us level. The bomb not committing to either of the bomb sites just yet.
Yeah, the details. Look, let's see if this has a big impact. But that smoke not being deep by Flip meant that Electronic had to pick close. Didn't give him options for that swing into mid. Flip playing ahead of the B ramp smoke might catch a timing. I see aware that Cave is a problem.
This would be one hell of a flank. Dexter just elected to go for the AK-47. Crouching under his sightline, but the flank is so good. Ooh, Tessus is a dead man. Tessus is a dead man. He just started the wall bang, but Flit secures it. Round is theirs, and let's take him to clutch. Ooh,
right now, Fame's pushed. I'm not sure if Fame's heard him, but they're going to know now. Yeah, okay, so now the jig will be up. They hear the smoke landing towards A. He's planning for CT spawn. Fame coming in from Donut, Flit and Icy likely to join him. Dexter, this would be a hell of a clutch to close things. To win the series for the Falcons and move on in this gauntlet of the Group A lower bracket.
CT plant will be very telling once they find it. They're all channeling in through Donut. Smoke fades just in time. Does he just call the bluff on the first? Fame advancing. Sound cue given away. Does clear his angles, but Dexter does manage the spray. They're defusing. It's not good. It's not good for Dexter. Can't stop it. Can't contest. And so an 11 for VP. They survive the first of the 2 challenges. Dexter trying to get away with the AK and does so.
All right, well, a little bit of damage. That's the best he has to boast in that situation. Attack timeout called. Passionage on the mic. And again, we find ourselves in the same situation as map number 1. Mirage, a pretty miserable first half. Not one that inspired an awful lot of confidence. Opportunities squandered. No pistol rounds. Lacking in opening kills. And then they're done and dusted. They flick over and they grind out the second half. And that is exactly what they have done. Late starters of Virtus.pro.
If memory serves, it got to this particular round.
Dexter got 3 kills.
Dexter got 3 kills. Now, whether or not he's going to be able to do the same again, that remains to be seen.
All right, well, they've guaranteed another map of all the rounds. Do we get the bonuses?
A 3 versus 4, and Matt just found that frag and then quickly equalized it. But it was this flank. It was the flip flank. And Icy was there. So had he not have made that decision, caught that timing, could have been a very, very different round. High impact from Flit, just 11 kills, but those 2 keep VP in it. They're on the very verge of elimination. Every round they play could be their last here in Copenhagen. And it's an A test. They're testing Fame once more. He's passed once again. A second kill from Fame. Bomb spits out a Magisk. It's looking far too good. Falcons on the back foot in a tailspin. Reblocked, you've lost the bomb. Oh, it's just the worst feeling for a T-side opener. You thought you could test Fame. You thought maybe Icy would be starting solo A once more, but instead, Fame comfortably dispatches of the aggressors.
On the very limited bright side right now for Falcons, that happened so early in the round. They've still got 60 seconds to work with to try and piece this one together, but sitting on top of it are essentially 3 players, Flit, Icy, and Fame. And locking the door back is going to be Electronic. So essentially they have a 3v3 on A before they can get any support.
I mean, this is where they put their trust in Dexter and see if he can provide some way in. Icy's not going to give it to you, but the molly will force Icy back.
Electronic and Flamus can start moving over now.
Yeah, he starts to lock the door behind him. I see wise to not give that pick to Dexter. Boost on Nico. Mantles up. They're playing this very smart, very safe, playing as if their tournament life depends on it for VP. So many bodies here. They've got 18 seconds, boys, and Electronics coming in from behind. It's like a pantomime. He is behind you. Nothing for Nico here. Yeah, a couple of headshots, but overtime secured. You thought 9-3 was a certainty that this was going to be a Falcons close, but VP have secured overtime. The slate wiped clean.
Still got that classic VP DNA, don't they?
Sounded like he said focus up.
He may have. That's Ringlish.
Ringlish, yeah.
A moment to center themselves. That direct A play, I don't think we'll be seeing that one again from Falcons.
Nico trying his luck out mid. Tested, flashes are good, but Flamus, regardless of the white screen, still does draw blood. Takes Nico out of the equation early. Tessa's trying to progress towards that heaven fight, but look at this aggression. That seems to be the remedy. Kicks at least puts him down.
All right, so brought a new flavor now that they're no longer on the knife's edge, VP.
Makes sense, right? You just suddenly got that like weight off your shoulders. You can start going for some CT aggressions, which can be the recipe for success in modern-day Counter-Strike.
Translators have come in clutch here. Trunk said they can be aggressive because they have a lot of money.
Exactly what we're seeing, and it's profiting them with Nico and Tessus dead early to mid, and seeing Tessus go down as well.
Okay, well, Flamus on the jiggle here. We'll have to contend with an AWP, so if Dexter gets on the line, he's going to back off. So sweeping up now is Dexter. They can use this as the covering fire. Flamus is very low. Off angle taken. Kill found. Beautiful work. Very well handled from the young man.
Yeah, just despite the low HP, still gets a second contribution. Very impressive stuff. And now I see. Oh, misses his chance. Gets the second, no problem.
Clamp down on this one.
What's Dexter supposed to do in a scenario like this? Gets the first. He's running at Flamus on the reload. Does isolate Electronic. He knows Flamus is here as well. But with 15 seconds and bomb on his back, he's going to try and make a play. No scope into the smoke. Yeah, Flamus having absolutely none of it. What an impactful round that is from Flamus. Looking good in that VP jersey, and they take the first round of OT. This is where the Falcons, the cracks start to show. See how blind he was. The blindest.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about with mid, right?
It's tough.
It's a 50-50, right? The flashes can be perfect. They can be effective, and you can still lose that duel. Love the variance on this map. You can play it fast, you can play it slow. It's got a bit of everything as Zonic. Looks like he's going to use the precious seconds that tactical timeout will allow. And you want to avoid the frustrations. You're in such a strong position throughout this. The VP, they claw it back again, and now they put themselves in the lead. Can they possibly push us to a third and deciding map of Inferno? I think if we get there, it's tough to see a blowout first half falling against VP for a third consecutive time.
That's true. I mean, if anything, the VP's confidence is going to be massive after securing the comeback. They're the ones in the driver's seat now. Nico, undeterred by his shortcomings in the previous. Again, a 3-mid start for the CTs. Flamus, however, going to go ask some questions of lane, and Kixon has his knife out. No immediate trade. Nico's going to have to run into Fame. The flashes are good. The spray is two down. Mid is theirs. Reaction immediate. Look at this. Flit, Electronic immediately. Piece out the B-bomb site. Group up. Try and catch these T's off guard with their repositioning.
I think Electronic has to push A main, or they have to double push Donut and try and go for mid control. Like, they can use Flit through red. IC and Electronic could, see, here you go. They have to take some aggression, and I don't mind this because Falcons are hitting the brakes, waiting for these type of moves. Might get caught here. Barrel's been spotted. So there's information at the very least. And, well, Flit's cleared that out, or at least he thinks he has. Electronic might catch a gem of a timing.
Again.
He's going to get the mantling up, so it's about how many can he take.
Will he exercise some trigger discipline? Magisk is
looking.
Considering it, just turned around. Oh, the awareness! Just raises his hands off the mouse and keyboard. Can't believe Magisk is holding that.
Now they're going A. I see he's rerouted. He's in the wrong place, as Magisk will be the
dead
beacon of information to tell them that the A site should be clear. But it is the AWPer who has been over towards A an awful lot. Nico is going to head over now. They have been able to smoke off the choke points to call the sector clear. I wish we had a flash counter. Right? I might just put myself in spawn and take a look for the next round if they do tussle mid, because it feels like there's infinite flashes being thrown to help facilitate this mid control. And when you are going to put so many resources, you want to get out on top of it. We'll all be tied up again in a moment. Bomb about halfway gone. And it doesn't really matter if he holds on to this AWP or not. He will be able to get one into the next drop by his teammates. Right now, this is maybe more confidence-building kills as well as the stat lines, because with the 12.5, either he or his teammates will be able to get him one. So that'll be it. Bomb will go off. All tied up again. Now VP, they're the ones who are under the bigger point of pressure in this. They lose this map, they're out. They're eliminated. Falcons, the pressure that they're feeling is we were 9-3 up. We've allowed this game to get out of control. We're now in overtime. We would have loved to have kept this one easy. At least 4 flashes.
Yeah, they survived 2 elimination points.
Yeah, it's 12-10.
Now tussling for that final round of the T side of Falcons.
Oh, they're going to get the mid control. The flashes not thrown immediately. Oh, here it comes, second wave.
They're charging in. Tessus in support as well from the heaven position. They just recede back into Donut.
Oh, now the AWP can come in and establish the line. Clear of the smoke.
Dexter's hoping that you poke your nose out of that one. Icy keeps it passive.
They try and play in the fade of the donut smoke. That's possible. Or do they want to fight red? Flitz here as well.
Dexter on high alert. That's the mantle up. Great work from Icy, but traded. Is he anticipating someone to be so close as well? The backup is right there and aggressing. Oh, Nico's holding. The headshot angle. Can't control it. Flowers gets it, but Tessus has saved them.
The bodyguard.
From heaven with a double kill. Dexter has your rotation here, Electronic. Meantime, Flit trying to disrupt this plant. I don't think Tessus is expecting someone so close, and so a sitting duck bomb denied. Awkward now. Will he hold the line? Will Electronic try and get across in time? And the patience prevails. Flit now in a clutch scenario that's totally winnable by taking down that bomb. He was last seen on A. Falls back and wraps around.
Okay.
That's the self-molly, or we're worried about Donut.
Bit of an accident there, so that one's going to give a little bit more time for Flit to get into position. 24 seconds now.
Oh, okay, well, that will at least allow a plant, you'd think. Kixon, considering the options, who's going to be responsible for this plant? 15 seconds. It's going to get really awkward here. The smoke is good. He can plant in that. How does Flit approach this? Walk straight through it. He's going to try and flank onto the Dexter. It's right there next to them. Right there next to them, they're not ready! Flit for the multi! Swaps out to the AK-47, this clutch is looking real, it's looking very real, he's just going to use that smoke against them. Dexter gets him off the bomb with a nade, that's important, and so is that! The headshot found, Dexter, a roar erupts from their side of the stage. A huge clutch from Dexter, that's impact. Quick thinking from Flit as well as that HE gets thrown, he hears that sound cue, gets off, repositions. Valiant attempt from Flit, really impressive stuff from his positioning to his aim and walking into that smoke, but Dexter just better in that scenario.
And they know how important those T-side rounds were. They've been hard to come by for both these squads. That's why we do find ourselves in overtime. And as soon as Flit comes through, he actually sees both. I think he actually sees the CT player before he sees the one just in front of him. So Dexter with another impactful moment.
Oh, he got a proper Dexter slap there.
He's had a lot of impact through in this series, right? He has really shown up for the team today. Him and Kixon.
Real. Tough fights in mid. Nico starting off his CT mid fights with a spray. The M4, it's one and done. Fame puts him on the floor. There's Dexter again. Can't stop saying his name. 23 and counting for the AWP. Looks like the call is clear. Bombs maneuvering on the back of Icy, back to join Electronic.
Now, VP is starting overtime as they probably wish they had their T half, right? A bit more aggressive in the face, but they're down a man. They have one smoke to work with, 2 Molotovs, and right now there's 2 players on this site. Pillar Molly is going to allow for these cave progressions of Fame. Going to have to move into the open there, so ramp block smoke has... Oh, okay, that's a weird smoke that's been thrown out there from Magisk. I think he's worried so much of Tessus in that position, doesn't want him to have to swing wide into the duel, and all these bullets, it's damn close. Kicks have been able to maneuver away. You've got Fame pressed right up in cave.
That smoke has made it so uncomfortable, though.
So they might need to push down the ramp.
It. They could be doing this, they could be doing that. He is pushing down the ramp. Electronic's good for this. Quick headshot, instantaneous deletion of Kixon. 35 for them to find the way into the site.
Now Fame can activate.
Activate he will. Flash is good. Electronic looking for more, does deliver. A double kill for the plant. Dexter on the flank. Fame holding for this advance. Spam doesn't connect onto the planter.
Oh.
Dexter, what a shot! Hits him with a crouch peek heady. 2v2. High intensity. I see with that AWP. Throughout what little remains of their util. Smoke from Dexter, kit on Tessus. It's not impossible, but bomb is half gone.
Shot a bullet yet.
CT on smoke on the bomb. What is that from Tessus? And now Dexter comes in, and they're gonna take it. A 15th round, a hard to win one in back-to-back swap in sides. They still pull it off.
I could be losing my mind. I swear Fame just did the same thing we've seen happen several times this series. He looked at his radar as the swing came in. I could be off, right? I'm trying to keep my eyes on a lot of different things happening.
You're catching it, yeah.
I swear he just looked at his radar as that swing came in.
We know all about Counter-Strike and timing being just such... It's the difference between triumph, glory, and utter failure can be milliseconds in this video game. Look what it means to Falcons. They are fighting tooth and nail for a 2-0 here. They do not want to be condemned to a third map after having strong starts both of these maps, both going down to what was regulation and now overtime. VP have shown tenacity and resilience. The final timeout burned. Will it be the final round of VP's campaign? Blast open Lisbon. They survived 2. Now they have to survive 4. Total. 2 more elimination points for VP to weather. Elbow smoke to be thrown out. Instant doors as well. Interesting. The CT is going to operate with just 3 for the rest of this round.
They might go all in, but starting the AWP on A, so they can be heavy through this B push. It could be 2 down the ramp. Yeah, Nico and Kixon in combination down the B ramp.
Making no secret of that. Flip will relay that information. It's Fame that's looking for them.
And get swung upon.
Is he brave enough to do this?
Both got mid crosshair placement. They're not looking for this fight.
Oh, good adjustment from Fame. Tessus dead. Nico's laying in front of the smoke and punished for it. They're quick.
Diligent work.
Ooh, Dexter. That smoke is scary for an AWPer to try and deal with and contend with. VP making a strong case for another round of play. You've got Electronic that frees you up. We saw and discussed that with the Magisk play.
Yeah, going into A into the AWP is where it feels like it could get out of control. And Dexter's able to get one, reposition, find another. Electronic being blocked now. You think, though, Falcons have to gamble. You can't stay 1-1-1, right? You need to just pick a side and go, all right, let's gamble on this and hope that they come our way. So kicks in cave.
If he does look mid, it would be very well timed. The bomb on the back of Icy just now, peeking into the red room.
Time could be their biggest enemy. 40 seconds still. It feels comfortable, but not for much longer if they don't get a move on.
That's the fight! Bomb gone! Oh no, awkward! Very awkward. Immediately, Electronic activates. Kixon wins the duel versus Fame, takes him out of heaven. They have to pick up this bomb. Kixon has it. What's going on? Why has he got his knife out? Flammers removes him, and with 20 seconds, they have to go A. They have to run, knife out. Dexter's up temple. Flit's going to be flanking Dexter, so that he's dead. It's just going to be Magisk. Oh, they've conceded it. What a recovery from VP. They're going to be getting the bomb down. Dexter dies.
Magisk can stop the plan.
He could. Electronic providing the cover. Doesn't play for it, though. They line up for him, though. Spots out Flammers. Knows where Flit and Flammers are. Ahead of the smoke. Swings into Flammers. Goes unloading his mag, and VP survive. Oh, Icy must have been sweating bullets after that death.
So, look, when that kill comes in against Icy, you would have seen on the radar, right, that it was the bomb there, but maybe it wasn't communicated, and Zonic's face says it all.
Did Kixon not know?
Well, that's the thing. It was behind the wall.
Yeah,
so with the kill, you expect maybe it's not just the AWP there and somebody's grabbed it in that moment.
But doesn't see it directly.
Yeah, and he's coming out to react to the information he has from his teammates that they've taken the space over towards A. So right there, I think with that kill, you're expecting that likely see it on the radar, but with all this being highly wired in overtime in an elimination series, details can slip through the cracks.
Brutal. We go again, VP.
Setting up for very B-centric, so they're not going to play out the default of the round right now. So they want to set up for potentially just a B explosion. You can't take too long on this, otherwise it starts to feel a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, third body arrives.
Deep cave smoke.
No limit Tessus' contributions. Kixon trying to block, trying to slow him down. They're committing up that ramp. Kixon starts to unload his mag, but they're into the site. Tessus has scored one off the premises. Important from Flammers. Kixon spams away at Flit. So much smoke on that site. Nico trying to maneuver to find a little glimpse of one of the three remaining members of VP. It's a man advantage for this one. Can VP survive again? That bomb is the only thing that's ticking in their favor. Hoping for an overextension, taking their time with this one. Icy's AWP, the one searching. Dexter dumping util. Good duel from Nico. Icy gets his, gets away. Dexter's gonna peek in. Good tag. He's in trouble though. Has to fight fire with fire. Flank from Madness is huge. Flamus isn't looking. It's up to Icy. But the bomb is light on time. Peeks in. Holding that bomb. One shot, and it could be theirs. Magic's gonna hold the smoke diffuser. Tech9 can secure it. He can't find the bomb. He can't find the bomb. VP have done it. VP secure another OT. 4 times, 4 elimination points that they have weathered. They want this bad. Inferno awaits if they can once reign supreme on Ancient.
A little bit of a conversation between Flamus and Electronic there. Some frustration still to be shown. So many smokes on that site, as you mentioned. Nico was looking for a pocket to survive in. But it's the fact that the bomb isn't planted in a default position. It's in the open, so Magis goes looking in the standard plant spots. It's a little bit further away from that pillar.
No!
Can't get the wires on.
Couldn't be closer.
And we go again. Run boost.
Nico launched into mid, just unloads his mag with a white screen, gets one, will be surely taken out, hits the USP dink that now Magis, he doesn't choose to spray. Traded out by Tesses.
Good flash work.
Very nice.
Oh, Flit, if they lost another body, he would have made a play, but now calls it off. They can find themselves in a 3v3, settle into this situation. Dexter over towards A, Tessus and Kixon on B. If you're playing the nameplate game, well, you should be able to piece this one together, VP. Electronic off the leash, taking some space. The bomb on Icy rotating back to join Flit over towards the B bomb site. Now, how far does Electronic go? One of the problems with going for this is if you come through CT, well, Temple's always going to be a problem. So he does opt to reroute. They are going to come back over. So Dexter knows that the site could have been taken on a timing. That means they are going to have to get past Dexter on their own. Electronic is going to worry about the rotation by the looks of things.
You'll have to be on high alert about the potential for a main.
Oh, he might get him for free.
He's going to get Dexter. Lovely play from Electronic. Profits through the mid lurk.
They were functioning knowing that gap was a possibility. Sometimes you just have to gamble in these mid-round situations. Tassas and Kixon. It's overtime. Do you want to give this one a look? They're going to slowly creep in. Procedural on the clears. All posted on them.
Yeah, Icy should be good to catch one on the cross and secure their first round of our second overtime. Second map, first game. They do flash the AWPer off the line, closing that gap a little bit. Electronic has the walk up. Setup seems strong. Even Icy with a Molotov as well to secure this round. Throws that molly down. Electronic delivers the frag. 16 is VP's. They start, and as you discussed, T-side rounds in overtime. What's their waiting goal?
Just humor me, Alex, for a second, because I don't want to be crazy. I'll take over this.
Oh, you
I'm
got
going to hit play on this. This is from the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Just keep your eyes on Fame this entire time.
Yeah, on the Dexter fight.
Yeah.
Radar dead. Oh, you're not wrong. How are you seeing that? Impressive. Impressive stuff.
Nice.
Now, those are the frustrations. We're starting to see it on both sides of the server. So back into the lead, but marginally so. Going to give them mid-control this time round. So that's the change on the CT side. Will allow them to take the space if they so desire. And, well, This AWP on A could be the perfect weapon for an A execute. How diligent is the utility?
That's the question, isn't it? You know, you can't...
You need the flash before you go around that corner for the big box.
The underhand flash. How does IC approach this fight? Dexter pulls back.
Just fake. I hate the fact that IC has the bomb, right? Like,
that too.
Let's say he takes first. They're out. They're out.
Yep. Dexter rotated off at the wrong time.
They did the same as before where they played ahead. Last time they played ahead of the utility, Dexter was holding the line. This time it was a rifle. Dexter moved.
Now pushing the smoke though, uses that M4. Great work onto IC. They thought that plan was a guarantee, so did I. Oh, Matt just caught out by the walk through the smoke. It's Flit to pull one back. A lot of utility still remaining for these CTs. Those flashes could prove very useful. They just partner up. A three-man temple approach. Flit providing that cover. Dipping into Donut. Flash to take CT from Fame. Oh, the open still hits his shot. Dexter and Kixon get the job done. Well, that could have been very awkward for Dexter to try and explain himself. Instead, they quickly get an M4 in his hands, and he pushes to disrupt the plant. Very impressive recovery.
Yeah, obviously the information fulfilling them with a different duty. But last time they tried that same execute, it didn't work because the AWP was posted.
Yeah.
And they're just running out. It's like, well, you're ahead of your nades. This time they do stick the landing. At least for the opening kill, not for the round conversion. And that's thanks to some handy work on the rifles. Dexter and Magisk able to light them up. And Dexter Impact is almost round defining for the Falcons at this point.
That push through the donut smoke as well, you can't even fault him. The bomb's going down, you want to make sure you can catch someone, maybe a donut spamming the plant.
I want to boost the AWP, I think.
Yeah. Hasn't cost them too much. We'll get IC up, and Kixon, is he going to be across in time? He actually flashed to make sure he gets across with the potential for the boost, so he's considered it.
He's committed here for now. Can always find the... Oh, they're just walking up.
They are just walking up. The flash again, pretty good. Sets him up for success. Tessus one and done. Flynn, important trade, doubles up.
Shooting hard.
Through the smoke is a crazy choice. Oh. Kixon's not looking. Flit, that's a triple entry into the B side. Jobs are good, and how has he pulled that one off? Exploits and subverts the expectation. And that's the sound cue
that's a lurker's
really
dream.
Guarantees
a lurker's dream.
It is. That's exactly the way you want to frame it. 2 taps to the back of the head. What are you saying? No, we'll go for a spray instead. Gets Dexter dead. It's 17 again with 2 rounds on that T side. Par for the course, apparently. He's got a great laugh.
Eviltronic.
He's got a great laugh.
Here's the type of guy I can see in the chair with the cap.
Yeah, for sure.
This was a play and a half from Flit, wasn't it? I love the move from Falcons, right? Because it's coordinated, it's team-based. They have 3 players swinging to deal with this. But Flit just bats them away. No problem. This will be our round, thank you very much.
It's like he let the fact that Kixon fired a couple bullets into the smoke and then stopped. That like informed his like visual of what he's going to be doing next. If he's not shooting, he might be moving and looking elsewhere. Brave from Flit, but very impressive individual work. Ooh. You get a fresh timeout. Falcons have burned theirs into this second half.
Yeah, and this opening series of the day delivering.
It is.
Gonna have...
I got smoked, that's all I got.
Yeah, I apologize, everybody.
Right. It's all your fault.
Normally is my fault. FaZe versus Spirit coming up next. Another barn burner. The first time those 2 teams will be facing since the major final.
I remember that game.
That was a pretty good game.
What's it going to be? First T round. Just Fame and Flammers for the mid-fight. Kixon this time going to be joining Nico as they do want to take a head-to-head fight, and Fame just too good for it. Nico, however, is quick and hot on their heels. They both paid quite a heavy price for those fights. And, oh, Electronic, that's an important duel to win. He's committed to it. Goes down. Flip finds Dexter. Wallbang not going to connect, and Tessus is on the warpath. Quick slip through red. Lots of moving pieces to this, but it's only the 2 of them.
He hasn't been noted.
Exactly. I think there is definitely grounds for this to be a conversation of a 2v4.
Yeah, this is a classic frustrating moment for VP because Icy is watching red right now. The fact that Nico has grabbed the perfect timing. Fame pushing a main actually does help them a lot here.
Let's see, we're getting a kill. The timing is so good. Tessus was just clearing close left. Now Nico's been spotted safely as well. Never mind. Never mind. Problem solved. No stress. Nico in a clutch with time is always scary.
Flamus is pushing.
He's pushed. He just pushed.
Knew he had
pushes,
backup.
Man.
Didn't want to allow him to play his game, so Flamus may have just done it. 18-16 now.
1 round and all of this. I mean, 4 elimination points survived.
But this is back-to-back maps where VP have started extremely slowly. They had really poor opening halves. I don't even know if they had consecutive rounds in either of those halves. That's how bad it was. They definitely didn't on Mirage, and I'm pretty sure they didn't on Ancient either.
Could this be a 3rd map locked in? Incredible tenacity on display from VP, despite those slow starts.
Might not be ready for the cutout position.
Yeah, perhaps not.
It's going overlooked at the moment.
He'll have a look, and he'll have a
all.
frag. Thank you very much, Nico. Flamus removes him.
30 kills for Flamus, farming him. Tippy top of the scoreboard right now.
He's farming him.
That's these headless Falcons. No map control. Information in favor of VP. Rotation's good. Fame also playing a bogey position. Another block smoke lands. And the realization sinks in. You are going to Inferno.
You're getting it Molotov out here, Fame. If it spreads. It hasn't spread. It's not the good one. Oh, icy missed orb shot, but they're going to overlook this position guaranteed because of the molly. Tessus to free frag. Could be a second. Magic does stabilize, but it looks like we're going to Inferno. Incredible from VP to stabilize after such a slow start on the map. 9-3 half goes OT. 4 opportunities for Falcons to close. They couldn't. We'll have to determine this on a 3rd.
And grit and determination on display, and the season in question for VP. That's a great win.
Incredible mental resilience coming out of Virtus.pro. Caesar settled the score on that 3rd and final decider. As Alex in chat aptly pointed out, so many opportunities for Falcons to close this one out, but fair play to Virtus.pro for biting back.
Yeah, and they do it again, you know. I think Chad and Alex just said it here in a couple of rounds ago as well. It's not only on map 1, but they do it on map 2 as well, and this time a little bit more successful, getting into overtime. Even in overtime, felt like Falcons, you know, could have closed out the game. They were presented with a lot of opportunities. They were presented with a lot of man advantages, and they just seemingly couldn't get it done. It was looking so good for the vast majority of that game, but now we're here, Nathan, and the game is completely blown up.
Yeah, it's so hard to believe how they managed to do it time and time and time again for Virtus.pro. It's just so typical from both teams. I feel like the game that just happened is just VP having close game no matter what, whether you're being led by a big margin, whether you're leading by a big margin. You love those overtimes, and then sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, and then very often you win them when you're Virtus.pro because you're so used to it, you're so used to the dynamic of going into that many rounds, into adapting into overtime. That's what they've been doing. They analyzed and they saw what was wrong in the approach of Falcons, and they just exploited it.
I feel like we can separate this map into 3 parts. First half, second half, overtime, right? First half, Falcons looking stellar, absolutely converting every single opportunity they had. Second half, they had those opportunities, but they were just fumbling time and time again.
Yeah, you're right. 9-3 half, you think to yourself, the game is over. Falcons are by far looking like the better team, prone to close out the map in a 2-0 fashion. Round 14 happens again. Falcon actually lose the pistol, and then they force buy into the second. They get an opening kill as well in this situation where you think to yourself, this could actually work out for Falcons. Unfortunately, they decide to jump out through the smoke, get a little bit ahead of themselves. VP read the situation correctly. Flamus in a prime position, gets a triple kill. And I think this was a story of the match so far. That's round 14. We can do round 20 as well. We're going to pick 2 or 3 more rounds for that matter as well. There was so many opportunities being presented to Falcons, but as you can see by the scoreline now, VP have fought their way back into the game. Nico again going out middle, finding another opening kill, a 5v4. Even right here, I'd say Fame is being caught up, you know, potentially could have lost the duel. He didn't. Kixen again losing the duel, and look at the HP right here. 2 players surviving with no HP whatsoever. Another duel lost by the Falcon members. Again, you're in a 2v3. Dexter walks into a player holding him. Nico gets spammed down as well, and it's just a great example of, we're talking 2 duels in the middle of the round where 1 bullet is the difference between Falcons winning the map, winning the 0-2-0, and Falcons completely losing grasp of it. And I think Sonic said it to us yesterday or the day before when we had him on the desk. It just seems so fragile. As soon as Falcons lose just 1 or 2 rounds where they feel we should have won, they lose grasp of the game, they seem fragile, they start to argue, body language starts to become different, and all of a sudden VP is slowly but surely crawling their way back into the game.
And as the T sides on CS2, anything can happen, right? You can be completely shut down, you can manage to string the rounds together, but it's pretty surprising still to see it happen in that fashion because As you said, I think there's also a question of the playstyle of Falcons, where they started playing very slow, and then you could see on that second round that we saw, like on their second half, that they had to jump through a smoke because there was 20 seconds left, despite them having the information, right? Like they killed someone from behind, that pushed B all the way. If you had like 20 seconds more, you just rotate towards B, and then you have control of the side, and then you play a 5v2 on the side, and then you're fine. But if you play into those rounds, this is Virtus.pro's bread and butter.
Yeah.
Every single day they're going to be playing slow. They're going to love playing against teams that are like that. They love to take the opening, take the space, and then they fall back, and then they use their utility to perfection, right? They had to cross the smoke while jumping, and that was pretty much a story of the whole half. And that's where when you're Falcons, I think, just go back to a more simple game style, especially if you're playing against teams that are coded like Virtus.pro, so like CIS region kind of teams. On Ancient, they have a very specific game style. They're going to be very centric. They're going to throw all the resources towards cave and towards middle. Rush B, rush A, just do it. Just go there with no utility if you need to do it. You're in control of the game, you have the skill, you have the momentum, just go for it. And that's where I'm a bit disappointed of like the adaptation, the experience of Falcons not showing up.
Yeah, that was round number 20. Let's skip ahead 10 rounds now. We're into that double overtime affair. Virtus.pro back on their T side. What's the story here?
Round 30, another opportunity being presented to Falcons. Up 15-14, they win this round, they win the match 2-0, and we move on. Unfortunately for Falcons, they can't get it done. csgo under a lot of pressure right here. Again, Tess is swinging out, getting a kill, doing a lot of damage. A 4v3 is being presented. It is even a 4v2 at a certain moment. And then the AWP coming in from IC. Again, we gotta give credit to VP. I think they played these clutches to perfection. Magic's coming in. This round was a 5v4, it was a 4v2, it was a 2v1, and they managed to lose, I guess, the advantage in every single one of those situations. And I know it's a lot of trading going back and forth, and you cannot necessarily say it, but this reaction from Sonic is very telling to me. He cannot believe what he's seeing. He cannot believe that the fact that Falcons haven't won this game 2-0, and neither can I.
Yeah, I feel like that was the reaction that kind of was left with the entire Falcons camp, right? You had it in the palm of your hands, and you let it slip yet again.
And it was, I think, the whole feeling after the 9-3 half, where it's just great, you're feeling good, everything is going your way, and just adapt, just play a more simple game style instead of playing slow. And that was then in overtime when we saw that Virtus.pro was probably the better team on the map. They were more comfortable overall, they had a better idea of what they wanted to do, and individually they also had the better reactions. When you look at the rotations on the map, you can see that it's not necessarily a team thing. They were getting the right information, and then it's easy to react as a player. You just go on the B bomb side because what? We just pushed A, and mid there is no activity, so why would you stay there? Just go on the bomb side where they're going to attack. And yeah, they just had a better idea, I think, overall, individually of the map, and Virtus.pro was slowly starting and rising into being the better team, whereas for Falcons, it was just throwing everything in the first half, full of confidence, a few rounds don't go your way, and then it starts dropping. So you start being less active, communicating less. And that's a trap when you're playing against a team like Virtus.pro that is very comfortable in those situations. You never want to be there.
100%. And shout out to some of the individuals on the side of Virtus.pro as well. Let's talk about Flamus, rather, to be starting off the conversation. 14 opening attempts, 50% successful, but I like that he was getting in the mix of things and, you know, trying to make a dent to Falcons where it hurt.
Yeah, I think he's a very vital part of Virtus.pro and a vital part of how Electronic wants to lead this team. Now that Electronic is the in-game leader, he cannot be this ultra-aggressive rifler that he used to be back in the day. And he's kind of given the reign over towards Flamus. 50% success rate, well, maybe you can argue it should be slightly higher, but he had impact when it mattered the most. He was the one winning the round in round 14 as well with a triple kill. So overall, good to see him having an individual impact on the game. I believe you called him out and said we want to see a bit more from him compared to map 1. And on Ancient right here, he was a vital reason as to why Virtus.pro were keeping the game alive and also got into overtime.
And for a player like this, even having 50% in entry success is okay. It's not amazing by any means, but you're a rifler, first of all, so it's harder to get the entry more consistently. And also on Ancient, if you're entering hard all the time, you absorb so much pressure, so much utility has to be thrown your way in order to get control of those areas. And so him being on point, him being comfortable in being aggressive is a sign that the team is trusting him and they don't change the game plan. This is him being in the front of the team.
Now, we didn't get time to touch upon this in the pre-show, but there was a particular player that you guys had your eye out on from the side of VP just due to his recent downtick in performance, and I feel like we've seen him coming back to life in this map.
We saw a little bit more from FaMe, yeah. I think there was a conversation a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that you would even argue that FaMe, Flit, and now Electronic coming into VP, that could be one of the strongest trio of riflers the world had to offer. But that conversation has completely gone away because FaMe is not at the same level he used to be, unfortunately. I think 2-3 years ago he was fantastic. I think now he's a decent rifler, he's a good rifler, but we don't see the high caliber of FaMe that we saw a couple of years ago. And consistently speaking as well, he has games like this one on Ancient where he's doing a good job, where he's definitely part of the team and definitely part of the reason they're winning, but he's no longer stepping up and dictating the game or taking over games, and I would like to see that a bit more from FaMe.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the part that he's becoming a bit more of a role player and he's not like given all the resources by the team, and that's where it's a bit harder if you come from a place where you were the center of attention and you had that freedom of doing a lot of things, and now you have Flamus and then you have Electronic, you have all changes because you were playing with Jame before. There was a completely different system where rifles had a lot of space, and now there is a bit more of a direction that is being set by Electronic, by Flamus, that is coming in and he's just kind of dictating the pace of the game for Virtus.pro. Which is good because he's a great player and he seems very vocal, very agitated in the game, putting a lot of energy. That's something that you want to see in those players, right? But yeah, FaMe has to kind of reinvent himself a little bit, be useful in ways that he wasn't before, and that's where we can really look at him.
Well, we went the whole 9 yards on the ground of Ancient, but I think we need one more map to be separating these two teams. That is going to be going down on Inferno, Falcons versus Virtus.pro, going down map 3 after this.
I will smoke the bomb.
Reyna has kit.
Wait for smoke to pop. Wait for smoke to pop. He's noob call after.
I'm Reyna kit.
Nice! Let's go! Let's fucking go!
Oh man, okay, they thought they had it. They thought they had it, and they didn't have it, Jacob. Ouch, that's gotta sting.
It's got a sting, you know. I'm not gonna lie. For Falcons, they have just gone through a game where they won it in the first half. Then they somehow found a way to throw away the game. And then they got into overtime, and they somehow again found a way to win the game. And then they threw it away again. The 15-14 round 30. That's the one that's gonna sting. You know, being up 9-3. That's the one that's gonna sting. But we gotta forget about that because we have Inferno coming.
Yes, they do indeed. How do we preface Inferno then? Because we know it's a map that both teams, you know, they're happy to be playing. We don't know which side each team is going to be starting on just as yet. That will be decided by the knife. But if we look at this map in isolation, Nathan, who do you feel like has the upper hand on Inferno?
I would always give a bit of the upper hand on Inferno to national teams for some reasons, because rotations are a bit more smooth. They're going to be a bit easier to talk about and to be able to react, especially in a game that is so scrappy that we have seen. So I would give it slightly over to VP, especially they also have the Metal Edge coming into the map because they won the second one and they come with full confidence. So if they can start strong, I really like their chances, but Falcons have some fight in them no matter what. Like, they can show up big time, but they can also crumble. Anything can happen.
The thing for VP is they have a lot of data on Falcons. We saw Falcons play against the Hunts on Inferno, if I'm not mistaken, went into overtime. Falcons should have won in the regular time. They were leading 12-9, so maybe it's becoming a bit of a habit for them to have big leads and then throw away the games, and then, you know, at least against the Hunts, they could win in overtime. But if I'm VP, I'm feeling comfortable. You know, I just shut down Falcons. I just, you know, stayed alive in a game that I already lost, so now they're coming in with this, I guess, aura and this sense of game that, listen, we already lost the game, yet we still find ourselves in the States and we're still alive in the tournament. If that doesn't free you up, nothing will. So I'm a little bit worried on behalf of Falcons.
Maybe for any of the viewers that weren't here for the pre-match discussion for this particular series, there's another team that might be a little bit worried when they're watching this game, right?
Yep. Imagine being Astralis and watching Falcons drop all those rounds. Imagine being Astralis and watching Falcons playing round 30, losing what was a 5v4, a 4v2, a 1v2, and all they had to do was just get one more kill, and then Astralis, well, maybe not, let's see about the VIS, could be in a more safe position. So yeah, I think that whole storyline with the VIS and with VP needing a win, you know, they're closer to it now, they're still alive. Yeah, Virtus.pro
going to be starting on the CT side of things. What do we know about their defensive setup, MBK?
I think I'm pretty curious about IC and the impact he's going to have. It's a map that is not necessarily prone to be extremely up efficient, but you can manipulate the rotation with it. And on the CT side, you can also lock them down, which is what I'm looking for. Playing towards that short area, that A bomb site. If you can be very efficient towards that and lock down short, it frees the CTs to go 3 towards B and then be more aggressive and then be more comfortable with leaving only 2 players on A, which is kind of the general meta at the moment. So yeah, looking a lot more towards IC on this game, sorry, because it's probably the difference maker.
Well, the score will indeed be settled on Inferno to see who survives here at the Blast Open Lisbon.
NBK given Vitality the edge. I've never heard that take in particular. I quite liked it, the idea that national teams are just being able to communicate the nuance of rotations on Inferno.
Virtus.pro the edge, you got French on the brain.
What did I say?
You said Vitality the edge.
Vitality? Oh my god.
He probably would. Yeah, he is a Frenchman.
Virtus.pro.
Yeah, but look, I agree with the sentiment, right, when the communication is saying that needs to be flown with. But Alex, does it still count? I said it was going to be 2-0 to VP at the start of the day. If it's 2-1, do I still get the points?
Absolutely not.
No. Sad.
2-0 VP. And
that is what I said.
I will say that
they were close.
Yeah.
In a way.
I also thought it was a good point from Jacob. Like, if you put yourself in Astralis' shoes, what a stressful game that was to watch when you're kind of hoping on VP's downfall right now if you're Astralis. And, well, looks like they're actually the ones coming in with this a bit of an edge. I think I'd certainly be feeling a whole lot more confident after weathering that intense Ancient.
Well, it's curious. We've got the knife round coming to its conclusion. Virtus.pro winning the knife, opting to start on the CT side. Now, once upon a time, that wouldn't be puzzling at all. It's a CT-sided map, right? Well, maybe at the moment in the tournament it is, but overall, I think this map has definitely been heading in favor of the Ts, just due to those utility combinations in Banana. Oh, very aggressive. Flamus, Icy charged themselves straight into second mid window, ushered in by Electronics flashes, but it's Banana where the fight's about to go down.
It's a strong setup as well. Nico will spot out one. Will they be baited into that sandbag? Dual Beretta. Ready for the flashes. Flit starts to unload. Good frags.
Oh, Goosh to the wall there. Fame's going to get away. And, well, Fame's dead. And so's the chances in this round. So he does well to get one.
1 out of 5 pistols for VP.
Oh, that is a rough stat line, isn't it?
Not ideal.
They're giving it a look.
What are you looking for? Ah, kit. Yoink.
Oh.
We'll pick that up.
Well, now you're noted. Now you're dead. So that Kevlar would have been great into the force bite in the next, but living on a hope and a prayer, RVP. Could you possibly have 3 consecutive maps where you start in the, what's the name of the trench in the bottom of the ocean that's really deep? Let's start with an M.
Marinara. I think that's the source.
Okay. Marinara?
Marinara.
That's the source.
Marinara trench.
There's a deep trench.
Yeah. It's called the Mariana.
It is.
Mariana Trench. Oceanic trench located in the Western Pacific Ocean, 200 kilometers east of the Mariana Island.
So what came first, the source or the trench?
I think they're spelled differently, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, let's assume the trench. That's been around a while.
Well, force bite. Right now, they're just at the top of the trench. They're looking down. They're seeing how deep it is. And you can plummet pretty quickly if you lose a round like this. So, smoke lob down. Walking over towards B for now. There's 3 players. Aim, Flit, and Electronic, while Flamus and IC are tasked with holding on to A. IC posted short with this scout. Flamus tucked in towards the cubby top middle. Right now for Falcons, essentially everybody in Banana. Magis will be here to join the party. Another smoke thrown. Another 20 seconds bought. No boosting noise, no steps, no utility towards A.
Yeah, right.
He has another smoke, Alex.
So this gets a bit uncomfortable. Like, you get blocked again. You have a HE on Magis, but he's just departed. So you're just gonna have to...
You got the bomb kicks in.
Yeah, throws it to Tessus and starts running through. Just gonna take space for the boys. Does catch the back turn to Flit. Trade required and generated. Good work from Tessus. Gets the job done for the boys, kicking open the door.
Okay, well, Kixer makes the space. Tessus makes good on that space, and it is just icy with this scout in hand. I don't think he's going to get to hold on to it. It's a bit harder than Ancient, you know, when we were talking about Magisk on that A lurk, and he leaves the door open, so they do the B execute, but then they get blocked, so they rotate through Donut. Icy gets pincered. It's a bit tougher to be able to do that if you're Falcons on this T side, but Magisk still able to garner some room. And Icy just parked up at the end of apps there. He might get unchecked. Yeah, this is the problem, Alex. If it ends up being another 9-3 half,
we can't dismiss it.
You can't at all. Yeah. Well, this is what we've expected coming into today.
But I mean, you can't help but feel for VP at this point, where it's like, boys, you clearly can play. You've brought all these games back from very tough scorelines, or these maps back to a 13-11 Mirage loss, but an overtime win on Ancient. If you could just win a pistol.
I've worked it out.
Or more than one pistol in a series. What have you worked out?
They're actually the best team in the world. So what they do is they intentionally give a handicap to their opponent.
Right, because they are just nice guys.
Yeah, otherwise they would be so dominant,
right,
that they would put the Astralis era to shame.
Okay, why did they lose to Vitality then?
Look, that's the rope-a-dope. I'm sure you're familiar with the rope-a-dope.
Yeah, like the soap on a string kind of thing?
Yeah. They have to adjust their handicap for Vitality. They didn't think they were going to be so good.
For some reason. Icy's Armored Scout was saved for a reason. Ooh, Jiggle out. Baits the shot. Confirms the Scout's presence again with these kind of stacked on B. Flamus is just chilling. Just chilling out on A, making sure it's cool. Running into the stack. Shouldn't really have too much to say about this one. Just that famed smoke. He could throw that out if he was so inclined.
And you kind of want them to come in, so do you really want to block it?
Maybe save it for an extinguish. Or throw it out to Ice, like separate the front man. Icy Scout does connect onto one, but that's about all VP have to celebrate.
Okay, so VP, you won the knife. You decided to start CT side. We have to see in the next round why that was the choice. Replenish the CT smoke, being very diligent about this other Falcons. And the bomb will go down. The round is theirs, and Flamus will be backing off alongside of Icy. So lots of saves on Inferno.
At the start. You've explained Inferno to me so well, I think I could explain it to everyone at home.
All right.
No pressure. So, Inferno typically is one of the more save-centric maps. The CT side will likely spend a lot of the rounds that they don't feel they have the best chance of retaking, given the difficulty to retake. on this map in particular, both the A and the B sites up there as difficult sites to retake. And so often at the start, it will be a lot of saves, a lot of very kind of rounds determined by banana util and an opening kill. It's quite unenthralling or entertaining from a viewer perspective. But when you get to the nitty-gritty, when you get to those last few rounds of regulation, never mind overtime, Inferno can be one of the most entertaining maps in the pool when teams are forced by virtue of the scoreline to go for it. How did it do?
Pretty good.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, rifle round numero uno. All for Icy. Rifles for the rest.
Banana fight, potentially. Ouch.
Nice
Yep,
nade.
that will humble you.
Very
50
nice
damage
nade.
inflicted to Kixon. Nico softened up as well for the... Ooh,
Look at that nade
Icy's hit
damage.
a quick one. Wallbang connects onto Kixon.
Jesus.
So many nades.
Back and forth. Nico wants to win a fight, wants to take this space. Icy posted on the line, half wall util lands and deletes him.
Oh. Would it be fair to say Nico didn't look himself on Ancient? Is that kind of a mischaracterization?
I think we're still seeing how acclimatized to being this mid-control player he can be. When I think of Nico, obviously I think of strong mechanics, but I don't think he's the type that loves flourishing around the smokes and molly combinations that you need to have both on the CT and T side, then add the coin toss factor of the flashes. And that's where he used to be the B extremity player, which is great because he can turn it into an aim map.
What's interesting is I'd say that that's something that Donk thrives at.
All right, we're forced into B.
Oh, wow. Great shot, but Dexter's just got a combo. Nade and spray. And oh, lovely, lovely restraint from Flit. He'll take down Dexter planting, and Nico was nowhere near.
Yeah, worried about this flank because Electronic gets the kill top mid, thinks he's going to surge down middle. Nico, with 20 seconds left, could give this one a go.
It's rough, though. Could have gone off to anywhere. Nico announces his presence, and with 28 points of health, even the nade could have finished him off. Electronic does reveal it with the trajectory, and he's not even going for it.
Are we saving? Are we dying? Are we what? We're backing off right now. Caught in no man's land. Electronic will finish him off. And there you have it. Rifle round number 1 going in the favor of Virtus.pro. Now the question mark is, where do they start the AWP? Is it going to be consistently over towards B? Well, here's that trade back from Nico. It was a thing of beauty. Just bang. Icy gets removed. Did find them the opener. They retain the AWP. They get it in his hands. Electronic, after being a big component of the previous round with a couple of kills, will now just be operating with an MP9. Falcons, by virtue of their relatively clean anti-ecos, have got everything they desire yet again. Civ Dexter has to be such an impactful force again. He was being great in the first 2 maps. Kixon as well.
Great nade damage. Look what it's done to Fame and Icy. Oh, and another one on top of them. Fame! Oh, he burns down. Combo util finishes him off. And Nico sees the tip of the AWP's head. So man advantage and a pivot into A. It's only Flammers here.
Could already be the save. Double smoked.
Gonna walk through this. And Kixon's not ready. He's looking at it. Great awareness from Kixon.
Well, should have been the save. It's opting to fight for the round in the final throws. Icy and Flit will now be backing off. So Falcons run up mid. They get a kill. In Banana, would have burned one down as well. And simple stuff. Now, Flamus was a key piece of the previous map. He was top of the pops for VP, currently starting 0-5, so need to get him activated. CT side can be a cruel mistress.
Has Inferno's meta shifted dramatically since when you were playing? Actually, mechanics have changed as well, so it's kind of...
And the map is also different, like significantly.
Yeah,
not even just the CS2 version, but even in the CSGO one. I think the biggest takeaways I have from Inferno in the modern era, and this is since Astralis shifted the way that utility was used, is the combinations. And since then, it's just become the sheer amount of combinations of utility that are able to be used for the banana control. Right, like what are we harassing for? Right, if they throw this, we throw this. Obviously, that has been...
There was a team nade.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Nice!
Yeah, but boys, you started dominant on all 3 maps.
Yeah, but
on all 3, well, yeah. On all 2.5 maps, you've started dominant, and then you've had a tough time with the close.
Which is probably why they're not going to be resting on their laurels regardless of the scoreline. Like, it's going to be one of those games where you're like 5-1 up and you're saying, let's go 10-1 up. Every round. Can't afford to let loose for a second. You lose your grip.
Well, with the saves, they're putting a lot of faith in Flit over towards B. Icy starting the AWP over towards A, and they're playing a very heavy mid control setup right now. Do they want to swing and fight, or do they want to let the duel come their way? Well, there is a flash on Icy. It would be great to have that on another player to try and set them up for swings if necessary. Second wave banana control utility comes in. Carmeli lands, flashes forward, logs and broom. I was going to say brogs and loom.
Does sound like a shop in London in the 1800s.
Get your hat fitted there.
Welcome to Brogs and Loom. What can I do for you, good sir?
Briefcases, trench coats, and hats. All right, Flair, you know that this site completely banks on your survival. Heading back towards middle with the bomb on Tessus, but they don't have to commit. Maybe it's just to feel things out. Time, 35 seconds.
Icy's AWP is in the right place for the finish. He's not moving a muscle. Say that, goes a little bit deeper into the line, peeks back out. Tessus spotted out. Now the 5-7 can chase him down. It's awkward. That was the bomb.
20.
They have to commit. They have to commit. Back is turned. Electronic will strike, and this one is a fumble from the Falcons of epic proportions. Need them both. Icy gets his. No time to win the round here. Dexter just wants to die.
Oh, he's running in.
Might oblige. DP2, Falcons 4.
Okay, so there's been a few of these teams, right? I think Liquid's one.
Okay.
G2, we see some moments with it.
Yeah.
Falcons, in this example, right, not sending a player out early enough in the round to secure them information, or not taking enough map control to be... Like, they were able to stay in that mid setup for the entire round, right? So...
like, had there been like a Mac-10 bopping around, jumping out the bow, whatever it may have been.
Well, it's even just they didn't do any mid-control utility. Right. They didn't throw it longside. Nice! They didn't get the molly under the porch.
I would love like a heavy metal edit with some of these roars from the players. I think they've got that vocal fry down. I feel like that nice could go well into like a breakdown, you know? Nice.
I see what you're saying.
You know, I can hear it.
Well, and that's the Counter-Strike type of music for sure. Maybe you've thrown an idea out there that could get picked up. Passionage hoping to do the same, because that is the first tactical timeout of map number 3 and called by the coach of Virtus.pro. Now, you mentioned a Mac-10. Tessus has one now, but that's more because of a financial situation as opposed to likely a choice for space.
I enjoy watching Tessus on the Mac-10. You get to see that heroic move. So, like Glock and Mac-10 is when you get to see Tessus' heroic energy come back out. You were talking about that in the previous.
Still need to get Flamus on the board with a kill.
Oh, that would be nice, yeah. He was at the top of the scoreboard last map. Okay, so Magis and Tessus are your apps duo.
So 2 smokes are used by the T's to get this banana control. That's a lot of utility in something that you don't actually have. So they're trying to be direct on towards A. Flum's going to get flashed in. Oh, it's good. But at least one of the two. Tessus with blind magic was not. Well covered. Well, complexion of the round might change. You don't have to stick to your guns with the call. Oh my God, Electronic.
What's he done that for? Didn't expect them to have progressed.
Oh, don't need to change it all now, do you? That is a blitz onto the A side. I can't believe he's tried that play. I know what he's thinking.
What's he thinking?
Let's not give them a rifle for free.
Ah.
But assuming too much in that situation. And Falcons now up to 5.
They're used to it, though. VP, I mean.
It's a VP rule. You're not allowed to get any consecutive rounds in the first half of play.
Right.
If you do, we will be docked outplayed.
Right, okay.
No, they're not sandbagging. It's a handicap.
A handicap, that's what you called it. Yes, sorry.
All right, well, Flit and Icy will both be able to drop. Flamus will be able to buy himself. And Electronic won't be doing that again anytime soon.
I don't think anyone's going to turn to him and say, "What are you doing, Dennis? What do you think you're doing?"
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think anyone would dare. He'll probably say it himself.
Maybe Simple once upon a time.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I think he was the only one that could speak truth to Dennis.
So the flash is good. You can see Tessus blind, but Magis wasn't. So the fact that it's just a moment difference. And
oh, it's well played by Magis.
That's being caught with your pants down, isn't it?
It is. No one wants to be caught like that.
Nice.
Vulnerable. Exposed.
All right, so look at the buys in. Flick could have dropped Electronic. I think Electronic's punishing himself. No, yeah. I messed up. I'll just take the MP9.
That's all I deserve. Oh, Kixon would have liked a bit more there. Flick staying proactive, but it's actually Flamus to draw first blood. Tessus did get Aggie. You can see his corpse there.
First kill. He's on the board. Boys, haven't we learned about juggling guns?
Hey, he gets an AK. All worked out. His selfless nature.
Where's Nico go? Does he part long? Hello.
Ooh, just dipped away.
Didn't see him.
Nope.
That's one way to get to Boiler.
That's a route
through your own smokes.
Yeah. All right.
Flamus hasn't reloaded, so he only has 11 bullets. And obviously, as we can see, 0.0007 float, question mark?
Ooh.
You're the skins guy out of us.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, that's a good float value, guys.
Alta. Deluxe.
Was?
Time.
Again, a factor.
3 on the site.
Does look like indecision.
Oh, Electronic cheating away.
That smoke will to pull him back, surely. Yep. Icy in a good position to catch the Balkan exit of Magisk. Does so, puts a bullet in his belly button. And more than that, puts one down. Another one from Icy, just racking him up. And knocking him down. Triple kill from the AWPer. Big little maybe not a smile, a smirk.
An upturned side of the mouth.
Yes.
I think when you take a look at the AWPs in the A site, Devices, the highlight reel, Woxic's also got a couple of really nice ones, and you can just see all the different angles that you can weave between the boxes you can use as cover. So important work there. Flamus now that he's brought a kill, trying to bring the energy. But just a 2-round game. 5-3, as it is going to be Zonic on the mic with attack timeout. So the finances do permit another purchase. Kixon yet to buy, so he's only got 4.1. Working out how much util is going to be required could just be a Galil or even a Mac 10 for him. I'll even take a look at his spawn. Towards the front of the pack, and he does go into the Mac 10, so you might see something a little bit pacier over towards B. It does feel like they could punish them towards top banana. We saw them starting 3 within the early stages. So Icy's AWP. And they've done decent utility damage when it's come into play. Kicks in at the tail end of the pack, so forget any of that aggression.
Let's go Flamus, feeling aggressive, supported by Icy Zorp on the Overwatch. Tuxon goes off the flash, Flitz sets him up for success. That's lovely team play, lovely from Flamus! Gets 3 down, rounds over. Flamus has deemed it so, and he's not done yet. The quad kill just completely clips the wings of the Falcons with all 5. An ace from Flamus, he's here in a big way.
What a way to respond out of the timeout. They've just taken 30 seconds to discuss exactly what they're going to do, and this kid runs down middle and absolutely dismantles you. Just blows you out of the water. Now you're going to be on a partial buy, and that is over in the blink of an eye. We get to see it from his POV. We know this kid is sharp. He can be a tone setter, and this is massive work. Mince me of the Falcons.
1 magazine ace.
Flame on, huh?
Wow, that's beautiful. That is stunning to watch, a thing of beauty.
That's one of the best aces I've seen in a while.
Yep, for real.
Full rifles,
beautiful,
none of this eco nonsense.
And straight out of a timeout, like you highlighted, like it's just, whatever you just planned to do, it ain't happening. You got to respond to my play.
Alex, that's consecutive rounds for VP in the first half.
Oh, they've changed their whole approach.
They want to win now.
They want to win.
You're scared. You don't want to lose. We want to win. Lake
does have
2025.
Bars. You can't deny it. He has bars.
And he has another match.
He does. G2's old stomping ground. Wait, Nico's old. It's been a long few weeks, guys. Sorry if the words aren't flowing.
We don't forgive, Alex. Nor do we forget.
Hacker man.
Flit's turn. Less spectacular. Much less spectacular. give it to him. Let's go back-to-back aces. Come on. Keep searching, Flip.
B2B.
Keep looking.
He's gonna...
You'll find him.
He's gonna find him.
Come on, Flip.
What?
Go back. Yes! Back-to-back aces.
I'm sick of these bias casters. He obviously wanted him to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Jesus.
VP
fan?
ace.
You got a VP jersey under that shirt? Probably not.
Jeez, out of all the teams?
Probably not.
Out of all the teams. These guys.
These guys. Well, you don't see that very often. Yeah. Not having the most fun. It's a very high-pressure game. I mean, we're talking
it doesn't matter. You
here.
get critiqued if you are expressive. You get critiqued if you're not.
You can't win. Oh, he can actually. He can win this round with that combination right there. Fame and Flip down. A spray and a nade to convert on the opening.
Hits the brakes. That nade in from Electronic. That says, oh, well, hold up. There is likely still a third player over towards Beep. But right now, oh, ships in the night. I see Electronic trade places. They're going to see if the AWP can bear down on Beep. Electronic will be grouping up with Flamus. And I see can just get executed upon. Right, there's 2 smokes, one for CT, one for Coffins. He could get backside. There isn't a molly.
Is it his turn for the ace? Ooh, no, no, it's not. Not at all. Just caught in the open. You're right, yeah. Sitting backside could have been an opportunity to rack up a couple, but job's a good one. Sight is clear. Tessus doing his due diligence there.
Well, the funds are the key point for VP going forward.
Right. So looks like he's looking at it.
Yeah, they will be able to buy into the next regardless. So if they can be cheeky with this one. Oh dear, they've all left the site already.
I didn't want to say anything, but...
Now, Farmus does have a smoke. He could smoke banana. Tessus has a nade, so scissor, paper, rock, lizard, Spock. I think they have the response. Boys, go for it. Give it a go. What do you got to lose?
I think they were playing to kind of get them on the exit, but they already left.
3 top banana. Good luck, Flamus. Well, they gave it a go, and understandably so.
And he gets to keep an AK-47.
Very true.
That's nice. So the final round of this defensive half.
Nice!
We've got a closer game.
Indeed we do. So right now, this is the opener of the previous. A nade and a headshot. That's one way to open up the round, and then Nico continues to do some damage. We could have had back-to-back-to-back aces if Flamus swung there. All right, defuse kits, head armor, rifles, everything they need. Final round, first half, map 3, elimination on the line. Fast banana.
Oh, and Nico ready for the boost. They tried to find a solution to Nico's entries. Fame, though, could punish the absence of the ammo. Fame's still there. Opts for the Deagle. God, he's hungry for this one, isn't Nico? Does he spot him on the top of the sandbags? What? Just spams away with the Deagle. Gets the job done. Double. In back-to-back rounds on the B players. Fame and Flick can't seem to catch a break versus Nico.
Well, still time again for the Falcons to reset. Stun, they're not just going to force their way into banana for the execute. I see rotating towards B again. Well, gamble up one more time. Flamus is behind that long smoke.
They put a lot of trust into Flamus, don't they, regularly?
Oh, his only kills have come from the one in Boiler and the ace. If he can find a dent here at all, as they do completely secure the top of banana. They molly off towards the sandbags. They allow Nico to post up. He doesn't actually have any more util to sell this, and the fact that now he's peeking corners with the Deagle. The other 3 are heading towards A. Nico will walk in.
Oh, goes wide. Good velocity on that swing, but
that's it.
Flam's 2 there.
Flamus now should know that they are coming towards A, and well, not only are they coming, they're already in.
And they lose out on their rotation.
Well, you have to give this one a go again. Electronic and Icy. 2v3 disadvantage.
Oh, he spotted out Tessus. Goes for the wall bank. Second time, not so lucky either. Okay, Electronic and Icy, how do you piece this together?
Well, if you are happy to wait for the smoke to fade, Electronic can molly towards pit. The nade first, damage done.
We'll make it more of a panic when that incendiary comes in.
Smoke's still up, though.
Smoke's still up, yeah.
And it wasn't a good one.
Just the CT molly, not good enough. Icy one headshot needs 2 more and very time sensitive. Looks like Falcons will be leaving with 7 on their T-side campaign. Virtus.pro 5 to work with as we swap sides. Elimination at stake. One of these teams going home at the conclusion of Inferno.
Holy shit, what a good T have.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And we lost 1 unequals.
Nice, boys.
Yes, it's perfect. This is the best T-side we've ever had, boys.
Is it the best T-side they've ever had, Chad?
I'm having a look right now.
Diving in. Kickson as well, just kind of going, well, we did lose an anti-eco, and they did. VP with one of the best halves we've seen to start off a map in this series. 5 whole rounds and consecutive rounds at that. And an ace from Flamus against the guns was spectacular. Only got 1 kill outside of the ace in that first half, but a T-side that Falcons are apparently proud of. Well, a pistol go VP's way again. Just 1 pistol win over the course of what's been 5 pistols so far. Our 6th and final pistol now. And a slow approach. Taking apps, bomb on the back of Icy. Kickson going to be flashing in, hoping that Flit overcommits to this. And oh, Nico punishes a jump spot. Great headshot there. That's ridiculous. They're accelerating into Tessus and Magisk. Hard shots to track, not for Tessus. Wow, back of the head, jumping, and he gets it. Jobs are good, and VP, their pistol woes continue. 5 pistols for Falcons, locked in across these 3 maps. Icy can do nothing really with his Kev, his bomb, and his Glock.
So it's equally their best T-half on Inferno ever. So they've only had a 7-5 half against one other team, and that was Liquid. So otherwise, there's been some games where they've had as little as 0. That was against Eternal Fire, as Nico will keep it spotless, all 5 staying alive. If you win 5 pistols across a best of 3, you have 2 halves that start 9-3 in your favor. Surely, you win the series.
Surely.
Right?
Yeah, but we have VP, who have the strongest second halves in the business.
Does that mean they have the strongest mental? Or
yeah. Untiltable.
I don't know. We've seen some moments. We've definitely seen some moments.
Yeah, sure. But you have to remember it's cultural as well.
That's true. That's why it's okay when Na'Vi are biffing with each other.
It's encouraged.
Hanging out in spawn, killing chickens, breaking fruit.
So we've got chicken, onion, pepper. You got a dish there.
Okay. What else we got? Let's have a look, Fame. Another chicken. Okay.
Get some citrus in there. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure about that. Okay, that'll be dessert.
You could use the lemons in the
lemon to do a sauce,
and maybe we could use the orange.
The peel.
Yeah. What's it called?
Rind?
When you but does it have a name when you? Is it the zest?
Zest. That's a good word.
So we can use some lemon juice. I reckon we can use the orange zest.
Maybe pick a flower or two for decoration.
Okay.
We've got a whole Inferno dish here.
Watermelon is definitely dessert.
Yeah, it can't get that involved.
Well, maybe you could have as a palate cleanser before the meal.
So you saute the onions first.
How are you doing the chicken?
Bung it in the air fryer.
Okay.
The light seasoning. There's plenty of salt in the server, so you can use some of that.
No kills so far in this second half. Only 2 rounds played, but they've both been absolutely spotless. That sounded like Molly Boiler.
Okay.
So let's see. Well, let's double Molly. That's for the banana control. What are we double mollying? Are we going logs and broom? Are we going half wall and logs? What's the combination? Let's find out together. Deep banana smoke. Car molly. 1. Okay, double molly, logs and broom. Gonna be stalled out by another. Neither team with any real information in banana right now, but if Kixon throws this out early, that is going to well inform Virtus.pro as to the setup. Yep, you don't have half of banana, and that's just been told to you immediately. They're going to gravitate now towards this. It's 4 players top middle right now for Falcons. Well, make it 3, and Magisk is going to come and join them now. So 3 porch side. They want to fight for mid. And they block mid.
Is that not counterintuitive to the wanting to fight mid?
Well, right now, fortunately, VP is still in a bit of a default spread. You've got Fame and Apps. Flamus has just dropped out of boiler, and it's a chimney smoke.
Chimney. Chim-chim-charoo.
Oh, returning to middle. Nico's now just backed off. That MP9 was deadly a moment ago, is now worth absolutely nothing.
Oh, golden opportunity there for Degstad. All the time in the world to collect that, and actually gets a second onto Electronic as well.
This is going to be some comeback in the second half for VP.
Oh, I can't wait for it. It's going to be interesting to see how they start.
I think they're just going to save right now. Having to save a Galil for Icy. Like, Flit's coming back. They might just get charged upon.
Good catch onto Nico. That's this next victim.
All right, now you go for it.
Yeah, you do.
There's still 2 on A.
And he's accelerating. He may be overlooking the fact that there's 2 more in this crossfire. Nice angle from Degstad. Completely caught off guard there, Icy. Despite his double kill, does look like the job is done.
Okay, well, Flit will give them at least something to work with into the next round. They're not going to get to him in time. Well, they will get to him in time, just to offer up their life. So Flit does hold on to the AK. They're trying to find themselves some upgrades. It's 10-5, 5-round lead. Attack timeout called. This one by VP. You'd hate to have it fall apart like this. You've shown such grit and tenacity in the previous 2 maps to bring back scorelines.
What if Nico did the Flammer spell right back? He's got the spawn. He's not looking at the right direction.
He doesn't have the body language for it, does he?
No. But it would have been cool, you know, they called a timeout, you start doing the mid push.
What if you had an AK?
If he had an AK?
Yeah, okay. You would be bang on then.
Thanks.
I think at the moment, Passionage is not just calling for this round, it's obviously the next. In this one, they have the saved AK, and they're trying to hedge right now. So loss bonus going into the next is going to be maxed on out. Another nice moment from Dexter. In a constant fixture coming out of our mouths throughout this series.
Oh, a smile creeps onto his face. Oh. 16 and 8 is Nico. Much more comfortable, it seems, here on Inferno. The map he's been playing for his entire career.
Half-full smoke thrown out to obscure any banana control to be taken. He has kicks in there ready to offer support of utility. So just going to wait out the early exchange RVP. Flash ready, that's being communicated. Dexter's going to rotate over. Maybe they want this AWP to take control, but this can get out of hand quite quickly.
It certainly can if Dexter overcommits to this fight. He's just going to hold the half-wall boost and nails it onto Flit. So info on the focus. They're trying to run down the AWP.
Oh, in no man's land. It's just the orb. Dexter, how many more can you get? Electronic peels him out, and they're into the site still.
Giving them something to work with there. Huge work on the sidearm. Need the smoke bomb is planted. This is how it starts. This is how it begins for VP.
They're just miles away, just rotating in now. There's a smoke, there's a kit. They're both playing banana side. They don't have a HE to break this open.
Yeah, the smoke's actually really going to get them nervous.
Do they boost?
Boost might be your best bet, or a flash push.
Flash him in.
Double flash. Timing everything on this. Does he wait? Can't wait too long. Clearing corners. You're not going to be expecting them both to be playing behind the smoke, though, are you? Flash thrown.
Oh!
Tessus hits the first, now just holding it.
Hoping to grab.
The spam. Is he going to assume that's the diffuser and loads his mag, but Magis clutches up. Electronic leaves with 4 kills and still no round.
Oof, they got a lot out of that saved AK and some upgrades around it, didn't they?
Yeah, solid work.
So much damage being done. Everybody removed from the server for Falcons. Just 2 rounds away from getting it done, though. So that doesn't change the fact that the round still went against them. And this is it. You can see just how chaotic that situation was. And you bang on. That kill comes in. You think, maybe I've done it. Maybe I've knocked him off the bomb. No, that was the bodyguard. Well, the finances can be broken here and now. VP know they have their money on the ropes. Can win this round, remove any rifles being carried forward. VP can open the floodgates to rounds of their own.
A more passive stance from the B defenders. Kixon will throw early retake util that Nico, loses vision. But will investigate around that half-wall smoke. Forced back by the util, trading blows, trading Molotovs and incendiaries. Diorpa arrives close to the line and delivers again, does Dexter. His Orpa recurring theme in this one, but ahead of the flash, he's done well to get 2. He's set up his team for success. Flamus had the bomb on his back, or rather, no, excuse me, it's behind him. But peeking through, trying to take this fight to Nico. Kixon's MP9 is going to be tested, controls the spray nicely. Flamus down, good work from Nico, not playing scared, not playing shy. Icy dinked down, Nico can finish at any moment. He likes another headshot for good measure, and already 12-5. Falcons, a quick day in the 3rd map. VP on the verge of elimination. They won 4 elimination points on Ancient to secure OT and to, well, convert it into the 3rd map. But now, the bar is set incredibly high. They need 7 consecutive. Well, VP are going home.
Doesn't look like they're going to operate with the same setup. You can hear Dexter and Nico conferring about what this one's going to look like. So just going to start 2 players over towards B. They have the log smoke in. Flit plays straight through this. Knows he needs to make a play. Head to head. Singer's heard.
Yeah, Nico versus Flit, an interesting conundrum. Does tag up Electronic with the spam. Interesting, he elects to do this, keep that re-smoke, just kind of limits the Logs player and Broom player from doing anything. Maybe tempts them to try and jump over on the barrels, but wouldn't be advised.
Do they leave Kixon here and Nico is freed up to rotate over and be that 4th man on A? That appears to be the case. So Kixon will just jiggle with his util. on Ancient. Felt like he had found the solution to VP's T half. And nade sets through, so Flit will spawn him out. They are heading back, so is that information enough? You have to be quick to this. Nico and Tessus both on that arch side. If you're going to go, you cannot get blocked.
Yeah, well, quickly will you take sweep through mid. Now, Kixon's just blocked. That buys you 20 seconds to try and get some info on mid and rotate.
I feel like you have to go through this on an earlier timing if you're VP. Well, we know that. Now this rotation's coming.
They're on their way.
They only have one smoke.
It's in the air. And Tessus just gets his out in time. He can play in front of this. They have one HE on Flamus. He can break and go. Flashes are good. Push is better. Fame and Electronic, however, keep VP's edge in it. Trying to survive. See another round of play. There's plenty to play with for Falcons.
Yeah, shake of the head there from Nico. Now, we're not giving that one a go. We're not in position to contest. The bomb will get planted with 10 seconds to spare. And they'll hold on for now. So doing a lot with a little there, VP. We'll be able to get the first round in this second half, which seems crazy to say, but it has been one-way traffic. 5 out of 6 pistols. Domination in the first halves from Falcons. Now, because of the saves, we do have to take a look what comes into the next. 1,400 lost bonus. Magic's will be able to drop. Dexter will actually be able to drop something as well. So they can have another rifle round. Might see an SMG come in so that they can get out a little bit more util. I think the fact they also have this Dexter AWP available means that it does allow them to do a few different setups.
The first of 7. So what about mid?
Maybe play in the fade. So and there's that rifle round you see taking shape. So important saves to keep the money afloat for now. Starting 3B, but with Tessus this time just donating a little bit of utility. It's just going to harass them, trying to find some early flak damage. It'll land slightly onto Icy. Nico has to give up the line on Banana. But we'll get the space he's looking for, and the reaction from the CETs tells him exactly that. No boiler control, no halls control. Looks like it'll be another B block simulator.
Yeah, so Kixon's got 2 smokes.
So they do want to play a relatively forward mid stance, Falcons. Nico and Tessus alongside again. Dexter's going to start peering in with the AWP. This could be it.
Dexter with impact to finish. It's certainly possible, certainly likely. Ooh, good flash. Forces the AWP back. Tessus gets nothing. Nico will take his place on this long fight. It's Electronic, his first challenge, and can't even weather that. Good work.
That's a B defender. What do you do with that? Do you try and go mid to B? Do you cancel? You've still got time, or do you continue wrapping it towards A?
Let's go on Banana side, but the bomb's still moving A. Kixon holding for the potential for a wrap. He'll be able to hear that. Lingering in that library smoke, and upon the fade, Icy looks away. Electronic's back will be turned.
And they are going mid to B.
They are going the right way. The path of least resistance found. Electronic will commit in to keep boots planted, and now
That's the other B defender. Get a move on.
Got to get going.
Only problem is, hey, maybe... Oh, no, well, they flashed Dexter off the line, so...
Yeah.
Maybe they're informed as to his position, and it will just be another save. Get on in there, Icy. You got to plan that bomb, mate. Glad we stayed on board with him. Doesn't look stressful, but imagine his keyboard just stops working in that moment. That'd be it. Stranger things have happened.
It's true.
And you've got to be there to witness it, so... Magic and Dexter just to hold on to what they have, but Flit's already on the hunt. Will he be able to find either of these? The AWP worth a whole lot more than that M4. And he's on a collision course right now. It just depends. Does he catch the time and look the right way? Yes, he does. Magis, do you want to head back over? Do you just want to hold on to what you have, or do you want to try and get that AWP?
Or you kill Icy and save his.
Oh, well, you'll take either at this point. Lost bonus into the next of only 1,900, so we'll have to be an eco.
They're doing it again, Chad.
A little bit later this time.
Yeah.
9-3. We'll go 12-5.
More drama.
Yeah, we took more rounds in the first half, so this time we'll let you get there quicker.
I mean,
no margin for error now.
I mean, it would be a fair characterization if they do. I mean, the tenacity they've displayed in this series.
Beautiful shooting from Electronic.
Yeah, the second one as well.
This one's tough, right? And the problem is you want to be able to take the duel, but you're bottlenecking the corner. So he's done well to get that, as it will be the saved M4 carry through into round number 20. Complementing that is going to be two P250s and a Deagle. That just has a flash. So, oh, okay. We're going to create an off angle. So if there is the pre-aim over towards CT, Magis might be able to capitalize on top of that.
Sled doesn't play scared, does he, for that top banana control? Knows it's light right, and goodbye. Did you pre-aim that?
Yeah, all right. Well,
what?
Yeah, it's meant to make it a little bit more difficult for the procedural clears. It just, yeah.
And why was that so easy? How has he done that? Great shooting. That
Fair enough, Flip.
That's the conversation over.
Well, it's just a USP.
If it was a Zeus.
Yeah, or a 5.7.
Yeah. Dead.
Linus licks his lips, waltzes on out, gets 2 eco kills to add to the tally. And I think you might want to retain that M4. So Eco and Kixon are going to back off. One will go down, another round. It becomes just a 4-round game. Round at a time. Take a look at the finance situation as well. So 1900, 1900, 1900, 22 for Kixon. So saved M4 is actually going to allow them to get a bit more util. Have to stay calm here, Falcons. You've had all of these leads that have slowly been brought back by VP. Let's see if it happens again. It would be a miraculous turn of events for the day. So we've got a series coming up next, Spirit versus FaZe. First time that they have faced each other since the major grand final last year in Shanghai. Worst case, Fame gives away another gun. Worst case.
Magneto over here.
Okay, well, you don't love that, but you know you were going to be on the knife's edge regardless. So tactical timeout called. I think helping steady them into an important round of play, because it might just continue to be these saves until we get 2 more rounds deep. Loss bonus will be maxed out then. And residual cash may have built to a point where they can find themselves knocking horns with buys regardless. This also gives 30 seconds to Virtus.pro to iron out their plans into the next. And don't leave Flammers hanging.
Thank you.
No Dexter AWP.
Damn.
Well, that's in slow-mo, but it still feels like he has a long time to adjust in that, doesn't he?
Yeah. Perhaps Magis could have been quicker. When you're playing an off angle like that, did you need to be kind of jiggling in and out, or was it more about the flash he was trying to avoid? Like, because he's jiggling into the fight as opposed to just being holding the line, you know?
Curious one.
Oh,
all in.
Kixon's low. So white, the screen. Flames on one side, Flit on the other. He just backs up into the Molotov.
Another gear shift out of a timeout.
Oh, Nico's got his work cut out for him now. Does start to spam out the smoke, nothing to connect. Fame's going to be the lurk towards the app side to catch any rotations.
It does look like he called off Dexter's rotation. Dexter was on his way. Nico said, oh, good, I got it covered. It's not a problem, but it is about to be a problem.
Yeah, you got no nades. You're going to get smoked off. He's flashed off. Util's great. VP once again take the B-bomb site.
Dexter has a flash, has a HE, but again, this is where you probably considering the save. It is the better of the options right now.
Inferno, baby. Chad told us all about it, or I told you from lessons I've learned from Chad. You know how it goes. Couple more, you said.
Yeah, so next round, 2900, they'll have another full gun round.
Right.
But if there's any team that's really proficient with hunts and saving, so they know how it's done on both sides.
Yeah.
VP are the ones who might want to be able to rip away a couple of these guns. Now, the bomb is well over halfway gone. Giving away an AK is the worst thing that you could stomach in this situation, or an AWP, because an AWP won't be available. Well, actually, it could be. Magis could drop an AWP into the next round, actually, with the loss bonus of 2900.
This hunt's still going. Flamish just walked through that smoke test. This is hoping it's respected, and so he loses out. Magis will hold on to his just about.
Okay. So, look, it's all good. They can still get the drops across. There is the AWP available for Dexter, and they've dropped that. So, there you go. It's been a while since we've seen that, and it has found impact So does that bring them back into the B play with the AWP that we've seen them find success with? No AKs were grabbed off the dirt, so they haven't suffered that fate just yet, VP. This one won't be quick up banana, but more like another standard default. 3-round game, 12-9.
Incredible comeback already taking shape. 4 consecutive rounds. The cornered animal, the cornered polar bear, bites the hardest. Ferocious opening from Flit. A response available. Tessa's fumbles. He was boosted up, set for success, now getting overrun. Madness, what can you do? A dink on one. Takes down Flammers, dinks up another. They're very, very low, but I don't know, 4v2. They're already saving. Not enough, insufficient once more.
Well, to note right there, that is the first opening death that Nico has given up in this map so far. He was sitting at 5-0 before that. And for Flit, he's actually trying to turn his fate around. He's had a tough go of things in opening exchanges. Sitting at 4-6 now.
That's a good name for a VP player. Fate.
Yeah. Maybe we should ask Electronic or IC if they want to change.
Yeah.
Well, now I think you might want to get stuck in and rip this all away. And this shot goes wide. The pressure is going to mount.
Peek. Miss, pressure applied, Electronics knife out, Dexter's trying to get away, he does nade down Fame, but the pressure's still coming. Doesn't matter about his HP against the AWP, but still nails the headshot, overkill. And so he will preserve his AWP, he's fought for that. And now I think 5 consecutive.
I think they have one left. I think they have one left on the CT side as far as timeouts are concerned.
Right.
You could take it now, and they do. So again, there is enough money with the saves and that residual cash building. So they've actually had to do this the hardest way possible, VP. Think about this, it's just been rifle rounds. You're getting through rifle round after rifle round, and you will be exactly that until the close of this.
I still can't believe this game's still going, bro.
They continue to bring it back.
Every time I think, okay, this is asking too much, this is not plausible. VP, change my mind. I mean, they've been on the precipice of elimination for the last 5 rounds. 2 more to force OT.
I wonder if they try and set Dexter up with an aggressive pick, right? It doesn't have to be towards B. They could do the smoke down middle, right? And then they could have him post up behind it. They can H-E it, and he can try and find that fight.
I like the idea.
He's going over towards A, top mid straight away.
There is a
smoke is in play.
Is pushing. How does he approach this?
Oh, another Flit opener.
He's just generating openers.
He's turned his life around at this point. 5-6 in that department after that kill. Walking through the smoke, walking through the smoke into the AWP.
He's giving him a free way back.
Dexter.
Death from Icy.
He's the only one on A. Tessus has just joined him. There's an open runway. Flit's trying to get in there.
On the rotation back. Dexter again.
Scene 2.
Info flows. Can he once again pull Falcons into the victory? Electronic will re-smoke. Trying to work his way back into the A side. Waits for Flit to join them. Icy biting through his fingernails, hoping he hasn't just given the game away. Tessus.
1 is a minimum for Tessus.
Yeah, he struggled to finish his last kill. Will it happen again? Here's the steps on Val. Gets cleared out. Does deliver the headshot. Okay, 1 is done. Now the A site is going to be... Oh, what an interesting use of the nade there. Could have broken the smoke. Instead, the bomb is planted. Flit in pit. VP, a must-win disadvantage 2v3.
Oh, Electron's cleared out all the top side.
Kixon's holding this. Might just turn around in time. Tucks in towards the moto. Kixon comes to investigate. Crosshairs bang on. Electronic equalizes. Dexter's done so much and now partnered up with Nico on the retake short side. Flit has the angle. Looking good for VP to go the distance. Take it to regulation. The last round available. Just Nico to get past. He's running down Electronic. He's done it. The first is up found. The second could be a little easier with the AK-47. Bomb planted for Pit. Fakes it out. Flit on the jump. Doesn't hit the shot. Nade does connect. Nico open. Flit can't find it, but we go the distance. 6 consecutive out of VP. 1 away from what most considered impossible.
How have they done this over 3 maps? You do it on 1 map, sure, but the fact that they have been down in such disadvantages across this entire series, time and time again, bringing it back, going the distance, going the full 24, and they are still in it.
What's that? Perfect, perfect spam in the smoke. Then Icy once again relieved of his life by Dexter and relieved to watch this clutch come through.
Flit has found opening kills in the last 4 consecutive rounds. And as we touched upon, these have all been rifle rounds. And here it is again. No defuse kit this time round. MP9 for Kixon.
Falcons.
Not like this.
Not like this, Chad. All the advantages in the world. 7 opportunities to close. This is their 7th. And their last chance for that 12th to be their advantage.
Imagine Flip 5 consecutive opening kills to take your team into overtime would be insane. Like what production he's found.
Yeah, he's such a valuable asset. To Virtus.pro, he has started on the warp path! He's done him again! Nico's gone, overlooks the potential for Kixon. It does facilitate a smoke on the half wall.
Electronic wants to come through this, he always does.
Desperate to. Kixon will play anti-flash.
Backs off, thinks better of this. Mag is staying active, trying to grab them some space. This is true.
Oh, didn't catch him, didn't.
Oh, the mouth was moving.
He's letting him go. Info. Magis confirms that they're heading towards A. The rotation from Tessus is on its way.
Timing.
Ooh, spots out Magis, takes his head off. They're doing it. 35 seconds, it has to be Dexter. Here's them coming. An army charging into the A site. Can he deliver anything? No, he cannot. Electronic puts him down. 7 opportunities slipping away from the Falcons. 7 chances to close. And a 2 versus 4, or VP have managed to rustle us into overtime once more. Walking through a smoke, Kixon will try to use it to his advantage as best he can. There's so many bodies on the site, get spotted out. Tessus, he's going down last. He's giving it his best, but there we go. Falcons could not close. VP tenacious and resilient.
12-5. 12-5, map 3.
How have they got it in?
Elimination.
Built different.
And they have brought it back again. You got to be believing anything is possible if you're in that VP jersey today. I still can't believe Flit. Like, he is just going out and finding them openings at sheer will. And the timing there in Boiler with Magisk in the Fame fight, that goes the other way. Now they're bottlenecked, they're worried about halls. It's harder to breach in towards the site. Flammers, he didn't know what he was signing up for when he joined this team. The full roller coaster of emotions.
Oh, mate, that's incredible from VP and terrible from Falcons.
Oh, from tilt to triumph right now, 12-12, all tied up.
At least they'll have all their nades this time for the CT side. Can they trim the frills? Find what eluded them for 7 consecutive in the first round of overtime. It typically goes that way for some reason, and Dexter provides an opening. Takes down Fame, jobs are good. Now you can just bottle that.
That's the first round in 5 consecutive rounds where Flit has not found the opening kill.
And it's the first round of overtime. Of course, of course.
Why couldn't we have just done that a little bit sooner, boys?
It's always the case. Counter-Strike is a cruel mistress.
Can they buy back in with this man disadvantage? So all 4 players find themselves in banana.
Well, in the absence of an opening.
Oh, he's across, Flit's across.
Oh, and he heard that. Dexter's going to be overlooking this potential.
Not ready for this.
Around the edge of the smoke, perhaps. Doesn't load his mag, reveals 2. Spamming away, Kixon burns down. It's Electronics utility that catches him. And in the open, broken smoke, Tessus removes Flit. Quick flank, actually. Nico is very quick on this. Icy might be able to trifle with him. Flammus going to punish on the missed shot. Nice work from Flammus. The positioning in the smoke was supreme. Icy's looking the wrong way, trying to throw nades, but Flammus does what Flit couldn't in this one. Tessus puts down Electronic. It's up to Flammus in the clutch. They double swing! It's a double kill! Look at them go!
First half had a showstopper of an ace, but only 1 other kill with that. Now we're in overtime. Man disadvantage situation. They battle into B and the kid steps up.
Incredible. I loved his positioning to punish the Dexter roll shot. He's just there, still covered, obscured by the smoke. Peeks into Magis for a second as well. And then the 1v2. It's all onto you. What can you do? 2 of the best swinging ya, and he handles it with class, with poise. Flammus puts VP in the lead for the first time in a long time.
That's the gut punch right now, Falcons. They're going to take a timeout, and they're going to enjoy this one. Smile on the face of the coach. He's getting to witness this all. Best seat in the house. Another 30 seconds where Falcons can remember they were 12-5 up.
he's talking so fast.
There's a lot to be said.
Literally blood, sweat, and tears being put into this one by VP.
Yeah, a couple of lip-biting moments, that's for sure.
Yeah, man, jeez. Full focus, full dedication. I still can't believe we found overtime here. A 12-5 scoreline squandered by Falcons and all clawed back by the vicious polar bear. Frame it however you want.
And it was against rifle rounds, full rifle rounds
Like, every time.
Because of all the saves, right?
Yep.
It started so early. There was one round where it was just Magis with the saved M4 and some pistols around it, but otherwise it felt like it was guns throughout.
Oh, that's the end of Flip. Cancelled by Kixon and Nico nade combo.
Okay, well, they found the opener in the previous. Still couldn't hold on to the round. Don't have any space just yet. They will need to get themselves something, so trying to pressure towards the arch side. Rotation of Nico and Kixon on the way. HE lands. Fame's opportunity to find a kill on rotation has been cottoned off for now with that smoke. Dexter has full banana control with the AWP. Had, past tense. Good molly will force him away to something a little bit more passive. Also draws, kicks him back over on a string.
Magisk, he has been known and consistently to dominate from the pit position. Time has passed. Can he pass the biggest test yet of his pit anchoring? Used to be an example for other players to follow. How to approach that position. He has Tessus on site. He has Nico long. These are the fights he has to win. Barrel not spotted, does adjust, keeps it calm, keeps it cool, collects the headshot. A second not available because Electronic immediate on the trade. Tessus white screen and now fades to black. Flamus, yeah, indeed. Gets that one, but will he overlook this fast one? Icy shot in the back again by Nico. In back-to-back rounds, he's found the flank, found the timing. It's Flamus and Electronic to try and secure another one. Second round of this T side. Kixon and Dex to partner up. Uncertainty grows for VP. Time ticks for Falcons. Got to synchronize, they've got to synchronize for this. Okay, need a trade, found a Kixon, that's fine, but Electronic can come up clutch here. They're not looking at him, they're not looking! Back-to-back clutches for VP! First Flamus, now Electronic, the AK farms up the both of them.
Back-to-back aces in the first half, now back-to-back 1v2s.
A furrowed brow, Falcons starting to see, like this worst nightmare, your actual worst nightmare is starting to feel real. It's starting to feel like it's in reality instead.
And we're going to remind ourselves what this series means for VP. They are here to get as many VRS points as humanly possible. They want to be in the top 10 European teams. And Passionage, like I said, best seat in the house. He witnesses it again.
Don't forget what Jacob was saying as well. Imagine if you're Astralis watching this. Just can't believe it. They're going accelerating into the fight. Quick fight for the Nico. Does deliver the first. Flips in the smoke. He's spamming away. Can't finish off the job. Even swaps out to his signature. Nico Deagle Blaze backing away as the dust settles. Ooh, and the molly spreads. It's a 4-on-4, folks.
Flit and Nico both extremely low at the tail end of that. Flamus down to about half. He's going to grab a little bit of residual utility to work with. All 3 rounds so far. In overtime, the opening kill has gone in the favor of Falcons. This one immediately traded. So 4v4 with 1 minute and 5 on the clock now. The defense split 2-2, grouping up again. VP have run the clock down. Do they want to go for a faster acceleration? Smoke in no man's land, short. Long. AWP posted. Icy doesn't have his. Do they swing wide? Is there a flash?
There's always a flash with VP. Not this time. And Dexter profits. Flamus sent to the sidelines, watching as this round transpires. VP looking for the clean T-side conversions here.
Mid-to-B's crazy. With the time, only 30 seconds, I don't think they can make that play. I don't think you can go the mid-to-B, boys, but they're committed to this now.
Yeah, he's
Nico's just joined them. It's just Tessus.
This will be the first CT round in a long time for Falcons. What do? Do you pivot back? VP got to go through the smoke. Smoke him. Tessus stays active. The nade to break exposes it. They've had to kill their teammates. Awkward, very awkward way for this one to go down. Tessus secures it. And Falcons with the elusive CT round. It took them 9 rounds to get their next CT round, but they got it done. 1 to boast as we swap sides.
Something to work with. Something to work with. But The pistol round is where this started, and it was the conversion again for that of Falcons, right? So you need to keep in mind that they were able to have a nice slew of rounds out the gate by the buffer of the pistol and then what the conversions bought them. So now that it's just full rifles, how do things stack up?
They need to have a perfect T-side if they want this to be done in 1 OT. Falcons, that is.
A couple of players who could step up late here and get them across the line on either side of the server, Icy and Fame. And Magisk and Kixon.
Yeah, right.
Those are the two that could find some really impactful contributions. Forget about their score, it's about the kills from this point on. Icy, stubborn with the aggression, actually searching.
Flashed off the line, punish available. It's Flamus that was trying to bodyguard the AWP, but it actually results in an opening death for Flamus. Oh. Flit heavy nade damage swallowed by Nico's HE. Icy on an island. Silent dismount. B finish. 3 players here to receive them. Falcons are going to have to be perfect with their utility. And even then, VP will have an opportunity to voice concerns. Block smoke at 50 seconds. Magisk might start to activate. That's what Icy's holding for. He does.
Picks before they execute.
If Magisk gets this kill, they can still pivot! And pivot they shall, or not. Never mind, we're committing into the stack. Get back! Fame wards them off. Takes down Nico. It's a race. He's right behind them. Electronics chasing them. It's a race. Oh, God. Back turn. Kixon in trouble. Still controls the spray. Gets Fame. Bomb will make it in time. Hectic, chaotic 2v4, now 3.
Finding default. Player in pit. Tessus. He's picked up the AWP on low HP, so he can cover off this arch side. He's trying to go, or do they just hold on to these AKs? It looks like their body language right now, this one is going to be done.
Well, that's Magisk's impact right there.
Exactly. If Icy gets that kill, they're forced into the stack on B. That's the difference maker. The fact that Magisk gets that frag, I'm just talking about a player struggling in the kill department in this map. Him and Kixon, both the contributions in this round. Kixon bodyguards them, make sure that they can't just run down Banana, chase them up middle. And Magisk with the opener gets them in towards that A site.
Yeah, you're right, Kixon. That was an important kill too. Both of them delivering in their first round of overtime.
Lots of pressure on Icy there, right? It's so many gaps. What angle are you focusing on? Are you expecting that lurk super late? Well, punish now as we're all tied up 14-14. Magic number we're looking for here is 16. That's a great shot. Just steps in, calls the team over. Kicks in under pressure for that duel. Now 2 AKs have been saved. One's actually been given over to Flamus. So they decided to start the CT half with a lick of aggression. That was the AWP trying to peer down middle. Wasn't able to find a kill. Flamus was the opening death. Trying to throw out a deep smoke to help with the banana control. Oh, this is an all-in.
This is different.
A straight up mid, execute, set piece.
Okay, how do they handle this? Electronic to receive them. Kixon's a free frag, and Tessus gets dinged. Important from Flamus to pick him up. The bomb was spotted as well. Will things slow down with the man advantage for VP? This would be for 15. Nico, he's under a lot of scrutiny. Icy's going to sweep through on the fade of the smoke as well. Fame's holding for his walk-up as well. Nico's not ready. Oh! What is that? Instantaneous deletion. Pulls Flit away from the fight. Magisk got to Flamus as well. They've clawed themselves back into a man advantage, but only for a second, because there's the Icy AWP. Gets the second as well. Removes them both. The job is done. 15 is theirs. 1 away from knocking out the Falcons.
Oh, that's what you needed from Icy. Definitely to make up for the previous round. A double kill. Stops short. Denies the push. And a pace change, a Kixon classic. Went fast, didn't win the opener. There's a dink here, it slows things down, sure. Flamus finds the trade. This kill, Shadow, giving him a moment to adjust into that. And the second one, you think the player's going to come out of apps, but he can't because he gets covered off.
After all of those opportunities that Falcons have had, now VP have an opportunity to do what Falcons couldn't, to just end it right here and now. Dexter and Kixon are walking wounded. Hamstrung even further with the nade damage. But Nico refuses to quit. Nico hits everything. Double kill on Banana. The AWP keeps us level, keeps it competitive. Bomb on the back of the AWP up. Dexter, just 11 points of health. Kixon with his low HP. Doesn't matter against an AWPer. A wide swing could hurt. Spotted out the AWPer. Gets the info. Kixon doesn't overreact. Doesn't swing. They have the man advantage in this battle for survival. Misses his chance. Electronics ready to punish on the swing. Does take down Dexter. Respects the flames and backs away.
They don't have the bomb. They can't accelerate in towards A.
They know where to are.
Exactly. But they can't move. The bomb's still T stairs. Magis and Tessus can try and take a little bit of space to restrict it on A. Kixon can go back. He can get that bomb. Opera Icy staying on B. Electronic with him for now. Flamus just to anchor down pit.
Flamus readies himself for a very important round. Is it the last round? Molly will force a reaction out of him. Tessus is not looking, overlooking the boss potential. He weathers the flame. He can't get the extinguish. Kixon gets the frag instead. It's a 2v2, all to play for. Double OT or bust. Electronic and Icy partner up. Kit's available. It's not ideal. Look at the health on Kixon. If he could just get one. Set Magisk up for the clutch.
Where does this HE go? Side or pit?
You're right, that's a conversation as well. On the crab walk in, spots the head, doesn't nail it in the first attempt. He could get wallbanged. He's so susceptible to the bullets of Electronic. He's chipping further out. That's the nade. Doesn't finish him off. He lives on. 2 HP. All he needs. An Electronic in the clutch. Magisk to win it out to save Falcons from red faces.
Needs the fight. Needs it now.
Running him down. 5-7. Doesn't find it. We go again. Exhausted. Emotionally bankrupt. 15-15. Inseparable on Inferno.
We got 4 games of Counter-Strike today, everybody. This is just game number 1.
What is going on? You can't write a script like this.
Oh, Flamus. Plays to survive. Should have backed his aim. That one might haunt him if they get knocked out here.
What happened? Did he just cycle the nade?
He's trying to extinguish, can't get it out, under pressure. And if he's taking the fight, Kixon's low. He doesn't know. It was unconfirmed damage because of the shrapnel in Banana. We reset. First to 19. Ollie misses. Open runway. Kixon forces forward, gives away the fight.
Burning, heavy damage inflicted. Oh, Flit operating on just 2 HP. Tessus will finish off the job onto Fame.
Bare knuckle brawl now.
Low. Yeah, it is. The gloves are off. Just throwing haymakers at one another. The nade looks good for damage. Just a light smattering of damage onto Nico. Second a little better. Puts them within that one-shot headshot from that M4.
Holding the flash, waiting for the call. Flits is sent up Electronic. Wants the flash, wants it now. What? Nico, did he spot the barrel on the jump or something?
Perhaps. Either way, with conviction, does find the wallbang headshot.
And this is where you feel that you have to gamble if you're VP. Flamus and Icy still on A.
Okay. Nico, what?
The fuck was that?
I have no idea. 2, well, wall and smoke headshots and Falcons. Nico's cleared.
B's clear,
B
guys.
is clear.
Oh, you know that there's one on B and there's one on A.
Yeah.
Where do you want to... Okay, they're heading back to B. This would have to... They do have a smoke for CT. So they have a smoke for CT. It's all good. Okay. Flamus is doubting it. He's like, well, there's nothing here. Now he knows. All right, well, I think we're going to see Icy for the save in this situation. Love to catch those again from Nico's POV. Yeah. See if he did see Electronic behind the car position.
Nico is Nicoing at this point.
He's up to 27 kills. The other side of the server, 24 for Electronic. So we've had a bit of everything.
What a crazy series. Unassuming on paper, VP Falcons. You don't know what to expect. In reality,
barn burner.
Barn burner.
One you want the front row seats for. You pay premium for the tickets.
You only need the edge of the seat. Into our second OT.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty nice.
Let's see this from Nico. Pop. See you later, mate. What's he done that? How's he done that?
I'm going B.
I'm going B indeed. And you know what? If that was onto Tessus, the round could have got interesting regardless of the 2v4.
Okay, 2-3 start. Maybe something a little bit more in apps for VP, right? Push up with the AWP, see if you can find a pick on the default. Make sure that Magis doesn't keep the options open because he was a problem previously on the lurks, and they're going to start heavy. There you go, Icy, the AWP. It's not in apps, it's in Banana. It finds that pick. Still, they're going to have to tussle with players in the boiler room, and Magis, he's not clearing his corners. 2 opening kills go in the favor of VP. Now they'll play the number advantage. They'll relinquish the control. They'll dart back. It's going to be Kix and Nico and Tessus to try and piece this one together with plenty of time left on the clock. Those opening kills came in very early.
An opportunity, a small one, for Tessus. Fires off a warning shot towards Flammus. Electronic as well towards the Balk.
It's tough to see how VP could let this one slip. We've had some other teams who are becoming quite proficient at losing 5v3 number advantage scenarios. I don't think VP are one of them.
Yeah, great utility usage. Flash on top of it as well to delay and dissuade.
All 3 going to be coming up the porch side.
Shouldn't be much for the boys here. Moto smoke forces Fame through it. Electronic in a power position. Flammus 2. Nico, the last man standing, and the no-scope's not going to connect. He'll have another one try. And so 16-all. We are keeping things level. The question is whether they'll leave with 2 T rounds.
All right, well, playing that number advantage to perfection there. Great little crossfire. Not many options available. Even Fame just throwing out those flashes stalled them from taking that long control, which could have been theirs. The 3-quarter smoke had worked in their favor. Where do you set the AWP this time? Furious smoke and Icy set up for success over towards half wall. Looks like he'll be starting towards B again, so Electronic and Flammus, the duo on A. Icy's going for it again.
Another confident AWP, especially when he removes the spear.
Look,
or rather the tip of the spear.
He's had some tough moments, but that's massive.
Takes down Nico to start.
He's done it in 2 consecutive rounds. Impact being felt very late.
They pick up the pace on their clears.
Oh, and the AWP's even going to make it back to A in time. If Icy can get in the site, they're very powerful position to deal with an explosion.
Kicks in with Fame on the break, spots him out.
Knowing they can't just go straight into A, it looks a little bit too obvious. Oh, and he's through.
Okay. It does feel like it's just him though, right?
But it's left options open. There's still a lot of time on the clock.
Flit's not buying it. He's already just pieced out to A.
The bomb is actually starting to head back. Do they play for information top mid? Icy's actually been sent over towards pit.
Oh, an arch smoke or alongside smoke would be huge right now to keep Electronic in the dark. Instead, he goes forward.
He might catch a really nice timing.
He's going to be on the fast flank, telling his boys we need to go to support
Flammus
Fame.
and Flit, get over there. Get over there now. Flammus is actually going to push with him.
Okay. Icy sticks around for the potential apps pivot, but it is B. Electronic locks the door.
Calling the util now on site. Fame has to be. Where's my help?
He's calling for backup. There's Dexter, a free frag for Electronic on the fast flank. Flit good for it. Kicks in only the one. It's Flit spamming through the smoke. Pushes for another one. Can't finish the job, but Electronic can. 2 CT rounds for VP. Falcons, by the way, had wealth of opportunities. 12 to 5, 7 opportunities for them to close it out. VP have had 1. Oh, he's got a smile
I just
on
love
his face.
seeing him with a smile.
I think he's entertained.
He's having fun. He doesn't have to worry about the stress of actually being in the server, and he must be loving what the output of the boys have been. There's 3 maps in consecutive fashion where it looked like they were down and out. Mirage, 9-3 first half, no consecutive rounds. They bring it back. They force it the distance, full 24, but they still lose. They go into Ancient, more of the same. You're thinking, well, is this your choice or not? Alex.
Yes.
Take a look at your CSTV right now.
That's not real. That's not real. That is not real.
There are 2 P90s that have been invested by Virtus.pro.
They have 100 bullets between them before they need to reload. This is a crazy call
What is
to
this,
make.
just a B-rush?
I mean,
Is it just a B-rush?
Listen, okay, this is that part of the movie. All good movies have to come to an end.
Oh my God.
And this is the part where you never saw it coming, the twist. The double P90 rush up Banana, charging towards Nico. He's going to be furious. They're flashed off, but Fame connects. Running him down, kicks and holds his ground for one. But the drive-by from Icy. The P90 fills the feed.
The coach is in disbelief. Hands on his head in the background. The bomb goes down. Number advantage, B bomb site.
Post-plant with P90s, breaking the smoke. No one home. Dexter, what can you do now? They've got util. That's because it was an instantaneous B take. Dumping their util now. Falcons trying to fight back in, or VP will seize 18. Fame finds the M4. CT's taking too long about this, way too long about this. Matt just gives it a go, a Hail Mary push. Tessus is right behind him, but VP pull it off. The P90's into B, securing 18. And for Falcons, reality hits them in the face. We talked about a waking nightmare. A P90 running at you in such an important game. There's flashes, there's P90s, it's in your face, you're pulling out nades. You weren't ready for it, an inspired call, dare I say it. Now it's them requiring 2 to survive, just to force another overtime. Falcons are on the ropes now.
VP just taking everything Falcons hold near and dear. That one's a tilter. An all-out B rush. Flit, he was masterful in regulation to even draw them into this position. Success in opening duels, it was all his down the stretch.
Good nade damage onto Flit. Nico, the audacity to adopt an angle like that so easily, wallbanged. Audacious on such an important round. Flamus has that boiler control. Top Banana, not the case.
Yeah, Long Smoke's missed a little bit there. It's shallower than he would have hoped for. It does give Tessus some room to move, also a partial gap. They will be able to get this Banana control. Nico's backed off, kicks in as well. And just how much Nico calls and contributes on these CT sides, so calling him back over into 4-man A stack.
Such responsibility on Kicks and shoulders, as well as judgment of when he needs help. He'll throw out the smoke now.
And the rotation's on its way. Nico and Tessus both coming over to join. Another big nade.
They are looking like they want to keep moving.
I think if you play in the smoke and you go for a different timing. Well, smokes are landing now.
God Flash available.
3 here to defend.
No CT smoke, just lands now. Here comes the God Flash. No one blind. Yes, Electronic gets caught by Nico's flash. Another one thrown in front. Catches Nico. He's blind. A team flash. Awkward. Very awkward. Kickson at the back of the site has to deliver here. Has to deliver. Fame gets the frag necessary. Time-sensitive mission. He can't stop the bomb. There's too many bodies on the site jiggling around his Fame. Comes hunting on the reload. And Falcon, they can't seem to catch a break. They can't seem to break through. VP 2 frags away from surviving. Through tenacity and resilience, the mental fortitude on display. This team have been down 7 elimination points. Dexter and Magis do not refuse. They refuse to quit. Maybe Flit can still win it. Look at the time. X-ray off. We live with Flit in his eyes as he has a chance now to throw the knockout blow to Falcons. Blast open Lisbon adventure will stop unless he can stop that bomb. 2 seconds, 1 second. He swings up, can't hit the headshot. We actually see another round.
How do they retake that? How do they get into the side?
I can't.
Electronic can't either. They had that in their hands.
How is this real?
That was their round.
How has Dexter done it? Every time you think this game is over, there's something ridiculous. That had to be their round. It's a 4 versus 2. Dexter pulls off this one.
Why is Flammer swung there?
Magis wins his duel. 2-1. The crosshairs. Look at it. Whistles past his right ear.
Oh.
Disbelief on the face of Electronic. Flammers thinking, replaying that decision to go swing. Nico can't believe it.
Nico is already plugging the headset in the keyboard.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All good movies have to come to an end eventually.
Oh, maybe overtime number 3 is beckoning.
Oh, no way.
Both teams feeling frustrations now. Both teams should have had this game in the palm of their hand. That's the first that really VP have let slip. And Tessus is just having a good time.
I mean, what else can you do but laugh? VP simultaneously started to subconsciously believe it was over. Falcons probably did too. Dexter definitely didn't. Somehow he's rustled up the double. And we go again. Do we really need another overtime? This could still be over. Falcons are still on the precipice of elimination, but 150 nade damage or thereabouts to start.
Nico takes a lot too. He's going to have to play ahead against this volley. They're fighting. They're thrust in. They'll get the banana control. Evacuated by VP. So they've all backed off. Kixon will announce his presence with a spam. Nico too. Tessa still between the sites. No quick reaction from VP based off of that aggressive stance. And no way. Are they rotating everybody A?
They're sending Dexter over.
Okay, well, sure. He'll be able to get the AWP posted. How aggressive does he go? VP aren't in a hurry. They've hit the brakes completely. Long smoke now will land. They also clear out base banana, so Dexter knowing only now are they grabbing this control. Arch side smokes are out. Double setup. We've seen Electronic break this single-handedly before. Flamus the point man.
Softened up by that early adventure on banana. Not just a flash for Tessa's on his call. Kixon wins out versus Electronic. That's the flash. Lots of bodies on the all drop. I can't believe how quick and easy that one was. VP disintegrate. Falcons fight back. 2 consecutive from them. Just Fame brought low. 50 points of health versus 5. And another overtime demanded. The never-ending story that is Falcons VP Inferno. Nico up to 30 kills, a triple to secure that one.
Well, now that previous round hurts even more for VP. You had another opportunity, and this one of the flattest yet. Hardly even a dent. Need to mentally find that reset button again. The fact that VP have stayed in it, you would hate to see them come unraveled now.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a mental game at this juncture of the game.
I think there's aggression from Magis because he's left all of his util behind. So he just has a flash. So he's probably left all of his nades in spawn, and they're going to play aggressive in towards halls and boiler.
Seen the setup work for VP.
It also gives them quick flank potential too.
Kixon backs away. Respects the flame.
Flit is so quick. On the other side, there is a fight available. Fame on the jiggles, baits out the spam. Magis unloads and can back off. Dexter hasn't just yet. His timer will tell him he needs to dodge out as well. Setting up a boost now on B. I feel like you just have to execute on towards this side, and the Falcons have the same feeling. Magis coming to be the third piece, so some really good calls on the CT side in these last couple.
Flitz just walking through. Kixon seems ready for it, but Flitz just 2 down precise. Deleted by Nico. Belated trade, man advantage held. Kept at bay, smoke arrives, so does the spam. Puts Electronic on half health. A reboost doesn't sound like a bad idea, but surely it's going to be held. Icy responsible for this. The safe fountain plant. Electronic will spot it out, removes Nico. 3 versus 3 for the retake. There are flashes.
Still got 2 smokes on this T side to block with.
Oh, you're right.
Get him down.
They left the flashes for Tessus. He's going to have to set the boys up. He'll smoke banana side. Doesn't do anything, but the flashes may. 2 flashes, Magic and Dexter. Gonna have to push in on the second. Icy in the pool, blinded off. No one goes down. The molly keeps them at bay. They have to advance. Time-sensitive mission. Safe behind the incendiary. They might not clear him. Icy good for 1 onto Tessus. VP to take the first round, and they will. Into the B side successful.
Okay, they get those smokes down. It felt like maybe a lapse of judgment because that's 2 of the more inexperienced members there. So might have been having to be told what to do in that scenario. This is stressful. Don't overplay their hand in the retake this time round. And no P90s just yet.
Bloody hell, yeah.
Rinse and repeat. Groundhog Day on banana. Double mollies deep. Nico and Kixon wanting to duel. Flit doesn't have anybody with supportive flashes, and into the AWP they're going to walk. A missed shot. Magisk. He will make sure that doesn't get out of control, but Flamus, he accelerates.
Yeah, Dexter might be caught off guard by the speed at which they've wrapped in towards the arch. Fires off a warning shot. Kixon, are you ready for this duel? Flamus had a chance.
Nico's pushed banana as well.
Oh, it's very freaky. Look at the map now.
So that's in library.
Yeah. Icy in CT. Kixon backs back into the B-bomb site.
It's Nico, if they knew about that, they could try and isolate that of Kixon. But for now, that's not the case. And Magic should have another. Sitting top of the head, gets the dink, and Flit's done. 2v4 situation.
Hard to mess this one up. With Dexter Zorp as well, ready for that library fight. Oh, God, he's worried about all the walk.
Well, if they run, as we can see, they can take down Kix and get into the site. Nico's on A.
Yeah, getting a call for backup immediately.
It needs to just be hard to find right now. Live for as long as you can.
Because they are charging. They are charging.
Smoked off Banana.
Already got his eyes set on that fight. He will be coming for you. He's holding as he walks in. I don't molly Dark. We don't molly him.
Well, I don't know where he is.
Oh, Kixon gets away with murder there. Electronic to fall last, 19 each. A response from Falcons immediately.
All right, well done from Kixon. Good positioning.
He lived. Did more than live.
Yeah, always a keen piece of information there. There was 2 players on his team without them. So, final round, OT number 3.
Some important duels have been taken in overtime from Magisk. He had a slow start, but he's kind of clawed his way back to the middle of the table.
It was him and Kixon as the names that we were highlighting from the Falcon side of the server. It was Fame and Icy, who have both started to step up as well. They're fighting, they're fighting.
Oh, it's a big fight. Head-on collision. A boost. Ready. Flit 2. Into the B site they go. Seems like a guarantee, a certainty.
You start setting up the post plant now, right? Boys, we're in. Let's get deep smokes down. Let's take a look. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 smokes right now. We have Molotovs. We have flashes. Just keep everything blocked. There should be no way into this round for Falcons at all. You still have 2 smokes to work with.
Molotov on top as well. It's just impossible for them to get in if you play it right. 2 mollies and a smoke still.
You know they can't beat Banana.
Fame's ensured that. A smoke on top of that. Trying every trick in the book. Going to boost up. Trying to find Electronic at the back of Nubox. This is not really possible in any shape, way, or form. Dexter and Magis the last to go down as VP will once again secure 2 on their T-side campaign. Will Falcons match their output once more?
Well, Icy, in the last CT patch out of VP, was taking the AWP aggressively towards top Banana. Oh, he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to do that at all. It's a risky move, if you ask me. Okay, well, Icy, his AWP will be starting over towards A. Posts up, flashed off. Shot rings out. They know exactly where he is, so can predict, likely starting with 3 rifles of Electronic over towards B as Nico trying to weave through the smokes.
He's going to get trapped. He's going to get exposed. He's going to be the opening death. Kixon trying to find a response. A Team Goosh indeed. It's Fame onto Kixon. The wheels have come off. Oh, and Flit just pushes into the AWP.
He's had enough.
Get this job done. Mission accomplished. We have the bomb. We have 21. First to 22 at the top of your screen. You know what this means. Falcons are going to once again have multiple elimination points to tussle with.
Oh.
Did he? Does now. IC secures it. Ladies and gentlemen. Is this the final round of Inferno? The final round of a series?
Do you want to go for the same Banana opening? Just go all in. Hyper-aggressive, push down, fight for this full control. I love how Flit just lusts himself through that smoke.
Catches Kixon on the edge of it as well. And Flit just wins this duel, wins the game right there, or rather the round. The game is to follow. Frustrations visible. Falcons now demanded to find 2 consecutive. Maths is hard.
They've been through a war, haven't they? Becomes very mental now. Can you stick to the game plan? Well, the game plan's out the window. Can you stick to what you practiced in terms of your openings?
I mean, T-side gun rounds. VP managed 7 in a row. You just need 2.
Look at this. 3 going straight towards apps. They're just making this look like a default. Nico finds to open it through the smoke. This A site, it's all on IC, it's all on Flamus. It's these two gentlemen right here going to defend against what, if they continue on their way, will be an explosion out apps.
Block smoke arrives just in time.
But do they stick to this? You don't have to. You have the man advantage now. This doesn't need to be the all-in that you may have been thinking it was. Nico found you something for free.
Yeah, Kixon's talking a lot, so the game plan is being ironed out as we speak. Flamus and IC set up.
IC has another smoke. Do they use it towards halls? It's going to start to fade now.
Certainly could.
Just staying trained. At least he can extinguish. U2 on its way.
Wait. Smoke.
Gray screen.
Well timed. They're pushing through. Flamus down. Icy with the AWP. It's not the best weapon for the job, and Tessus will thrive. A must kill on the AWP gets it done.
Yeah, you set Flamus there trying to play anti. The smoke's a little bit deep out the balcony. They just run out. That's it as part of the flight paths. When you're going to exit from those positions, what are you most likely susceptible to? Trying to draw the crosshair. And the Nico opener will be converted upon. Electronic and Fame wanting to hold on to these AKs. Going to give themselves this 40 seconds to at least think about what comes next. Hunting is pointless.
That was Nico's equalizer on the opening duel department. Him and Flit are just battling for who can open up rounds quicker and more of them. It's 8 each.
That's called a lot.
Yeah, Flit was
eight successful?
Yeah, 8 successes for both.
I was going to say there must be a lot of unsuccessful for both as well.
Yeah, but 50% for Flit, 8 and 8. Nico, 8 and 6.
One more of those.
Which overtime are we in now?
We're in 3. We're going for 4.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to play anti in that situation.
Still gets flashed. Must have just been on the very corner of his vision. He survived the first.
Does this AWP for Icy? This is, I guess, one of the, we haven't seen a secondary AWP on the CT side.
Not once. No, it's true.
Neither team pulling it out. Maybe if we go again, Nico could.
Banana the battle to start.
Oh, I love this.
Flamus.
I love this.
Getting Aggie with it.
What a cheeky play.
This could be the one.
Undetected. That's the bomb.
The knife in the spine. Dexter pulls out his knife. Not ready for that. Now from behind, they've lost the bomb. Magis can save them. Magis can save them. Adjust just in time onto Electronic. Knows it's not him. One towards the stairs. Tessa swings in and survives. Takes the head off of Flamus. Aggression thwarted.
Fame's going to push
Fame's
this.
walking into it. Nico's holding for it. He knows what's up, but Fame ducks under the bullets.
3v3.
Tucks into the sandbags. He sticks around. He wants to fight. He wants to fight. Kixon might overlook this. Surely has to go for the deep clear. He's not going to clear it. He's not going to clear it. Tessus needs to trade and delivers once more.
No one's on site.
High
All
impact for the Danish duo up against Flit and Icy.
Flit's going to come up Banana. Icy with the AWP in through CT. U2, nade a couple of flashes. Kit's in the mix. And get that bomb down.
Trying to help stop delay the plant with the flashbang. It's not going to work out. Trying to buy time for Flit to walk up Banana. Magis opts for dark. Tessus coffins. Playing to survive. Flit crawls in. Magisk active on the line. He's spotted out, but the jiggle and removed. It's up to Tessus. He's already got 2. He needs to leave with 4. Nade hurts. VP, 1 frag away from eliminating Falcons. Tessus, can he hold his nerve? Time on his side, trying to bait the shots. Icy's very low HP. Flit's holding for the cover, and that'll do! That'll do nicely. VP tenacious, and they got a lot to say about that one. On the ropes, battered, bloody, down 12-5. They take us all the way through 3 overtimes and prevail.
Electronic has a lot to say at the end of that one, but that right there is a massive victory. In 3 maps, they were behind 12-5 down on the 3rd and decider, and they get it done.
101 rounds required to have VP seal this series. Exactly how Chad was saying, every single map, they started off with a hefty round deficit. That is some mental fortitude if I've ever seen it, Jacob.
That is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The fact that VP managed to fight their way back in on every single map they played throughout this series. Of course, the first one didn't go their way. The second one, they managed to clinch a win. And the third one right here, obviously for everyone watching, you saw what just transpired. Falcons, they must feel like they just let an opportunity of a lifetime slip out of their hands. I've never seen a game being lost in that fashion.
That was maybe the longest game we've had on LAN. I don't know, but it was crazy to watch.
We do have Dexter joining us on the desk. First of all, just huge commiserations for this one. You had so many opportunities where it could have been yours, it could have been the side of Falcons. Can you just tell me initial emotions coming off this series?
I mean, there is no emotions right now. It's just really bad.
I imagine it's been so draining for the entire team. Can you take me back to the beginning of this third map, you know, when you're losing out Ancient in that fashion? What were the conversations like between you and the rest of your teammates coming into this Inferno?
No, I mean, after we lost Ancient, it was fine. Like, it's still third map. All of us are having experience to reset, so it was not a problem. I think the most important and hard one was when we lost from 12th round. Like, how much points do we have? I don't even remember, to be honest.
Yeah, you had a lot of opportunities in this game, and I do want to compliment you guys for obviously playing good Counter-Strike until you're not. Is it a mental block? Is it just a couple of rounds that then make you fragile? What is it that is going wrong? Because you're looking so good. You're looking like a much better team than VP, and then all of a sudden, you're not.
I would like to also have an answer.
Yeah?
I don't know right now. I cannot tell you. I was playing the game, did my best. I didn't ask these type of questions of myself when I'm playing the game. Even though it's rough, we need to wake up and take the round. So I have no idea right now to answer this question.
That's fair enough.
It's a hard game, but is there any positive? Because I think there was a lot of improvement in the first games you played here, especially on the City side, where you got like better plans. Even yourself, you played way better, way more impact on CT. What are the positives you take from this tournament? Because I think you played, I agree, pretty well. And so, is there any positive to take at this point?
I mean, there's a lot of positives probably. The only thing is that this type of losses is rough, and I mean, right now, I just honestly I need a bit time to reset.
Sure.
I cannot tell you a lot of good things. Like, there was a lot of them, to be honest. I'm not saying that there was nothing good.
Of course, yeah.
We did improve on this tournament. This match was close. We didn't play bad. We just didn't close it out. And I think when we didn't close it out, I have no answer right now what was working bad.
Sure.
Obviously, we saw for throughout the duration of all three maps, right, you guys starting off so strong on Mirage. It was down to you to be closing that out in round 24. Was there a difference when you look at Mirage and then onto Ancient and Inferno, why you guys just couldn't get that energy towards the end of the maps?
No, I don't know. I cannot answer this question. I would like to also understand it. I have no answer, so I need to think about it.
What is the next steps for you then? Because obviously you said, you know, you've got to think about it. You've got to be identifying those issues moving forward. How do you guys do that as a team? Is it a question of having a boot camp together, sitting down, having a long conversation? What's the next step?
Well, to be honest, I don't know what is the plan for sure right now. The initial plan was to go to qualify to Lisbon, no matter how hard it's gonna be for us. And then we're gonna have 3 days before Bucharest. So right now we have some more days, but I cannot tell you what is the plans because I think we need to speak about that first.
What would your instinct say? If it was up to you, what works best for you? Because I'm sure you've been in these situations before, right? Where there's things just going wrong. What's your instinct say?
I mean, I honestly don't remember that I lost first one we won, okay, but it was like 3 maps where you have a lot of advantage, and in all of them you are like struggling to finish it out. I mean, there was of course one sometimes and you lose the game, but 3, I think it was a lot, and it was hard mentally, to be honest, to reset. Even like during the game, you are trying your best to put your focus away, but then when you are like getting to overtimes, you're like, okay, I need to reset, I need to win this. Then it's another overtime, you're like, okay, I need to find this power. And there is one thing about rules with all tournaments that I would like to say, guys, you need to give us, after I think second overtimes, being able to take technical pause and go to toilet. I don't know how it works. I don't know like for sure the rules, but it's really rough. Even for me right now, I'm staying after the match.
Yeah, we'll give you one more question. Just obviously you've got Bucharest, you mentioned Melbourne, Dallas upcoming as well. Confidence levels with Falcons, obviously you've been eliminated here. Has it taken a toll on your mentality, you know, with that initial reaction?
I mean, if you're asking me personally, I can answer, but probably for a team it's hard to answer. I need to hear my teammates. I cannot tell instead of them, but I do believe that all of us will get the best what we can out of it. Yeah, it's honestly really rough loss to us. We did play a lot of good things, but in the end we are giving comeback. It's hard, but I think for all of the next tournaments we're gonna be better. At least I believe in that, and I do believe we are working every single day since we started as a team. We have been grinding so much, so if that doesn't give me like the payout, I don't know.
I don't know what to do then.
Thank you so much for taking the extra time on top of all the overtimes to join us, Dexter. Yeah, commiserations to see you guys lose out here, and yeah, we'll let you get on your way and see you in Bucharest.
Thank you.
Yeah, obviously a super tough situation for the guys to be dealing with right now.
Yeah.
Like, it must take such a toll on your mentality. Really appreciate it, Dexter. Just coming off of that, many overtimes, back to back to back, and then you get those peaks and you think it is right there. We can see the finish line, and it's grabbed from you so many times.
It's impossible to put yourself into that position. Even Dexter, who's been around for quite some time now playing Counter-Strike, has never experienced anything like it. I think if you were to ask Nico, he'd probably say I've never experienced anything like it, and he's been around for plus 10 years. It's puzzling, you know. It's hard to quantify, it's hard to grasp, it's hard to figure out exactly what's going wrong, if it's a mental thing, if it's Falcons not being any better than that, if it's VP playing exceptionally well in those comebacks. You know, it's probably a combination of all of those factors. But at the end of the day, you know, for me to conclude anything, that'd be lying. I can't conclude anything, just like Dexter could. We need to rewatch it, we need to think about it, and then hopefully Falcons can, as he said, you know, use it for good some way, somehow.
What does your intuition say, though, to poke the bear, looking from just in isolation from the outside? We're not in the TeamSpeak comms. We can gauge some of the emotions when this game is going down, but where do you feel like the biggest hole was for Falcons in this series?
You want to hear my honest opinion?
Go on.
I think it's an organizational problem, and I think it's the way it's being communicated and the way the players are being not protected by guys like me. You know, Falcons is a team that is very vocal about we want to sign the best players, we want to build a team that is winning trophies, and one thing is saying it, another thing is then signing the core of heroic, you know, just to make sure that you're part of the lineups, just to make sure that you're part of the tournaments. It's a step in the right direction, but everyone is aware that you're gonna sign more players. We had the conversation as well. If you're a player on Falcons, and it was the exact same thing when Dupree was part of the lineup, when Snappy was part of the lineup, when Madden was part of the lineup, all those players knew that eventually some of those players would get kicked. Eventually Nico would come in, changes would be happening, and someone would get kicked. I think that's the pressure you're playing under within the Falcons. And how do you dedicate 100% of your time? How do you go through every boot camp giving 110% of yourself if you constantly have it in the back of your mind that maybe I'm the next one, maybe I'm the next one, maybe I'm the next one? And the cruel part of me would say, well, that's how it's like being a pro player. That's like what it's like being for any player out there. No one is safe, but I think when you build an organization like the Falcons, and when that's the sort of like that's the project you're buying into whenever you're joining it, it doesn't take a lot for you to be fragile. It doesn't take a lot for you to falter. And I think that's part of the issue. I think it's a mental thing, and I think it's, you know, I don't want to point fingers on the org. I don't want to point fingers on any specific members of the organization, but I think the whole project has been, I would say, translated into something they can't sustain right now. They don't have the player material in order to live up to those expectations, and I feel for the players. I really do.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go as far as saying this is the issue, because if you look down at the game a bit back and you take the whole thing into consideration, they played well. They were supposed to win.
We had that conversation. They were
supposed to win this,
yes,
right?
Yes, but we had that conversation with Snappy, the Snappy lineup, with the players lineup.
Sure.
It's been like this for 2 years now.
Yeah, it's been like this for 2 years, but it's getting better. I saw improvements in this roster at least now, for like the first game to this game, and then they played a Virtus.pro that didn't say no, that didn't take no for an answer. So there's a part of it that is, yes, there is that pressure, like there's a constant evolution of the roster. For now, I don't think a roster has stuck together more than 6 months under the Falcons banner. So there is that evolution, but there is also a part of be there and play Counter-Strike as good as you can. And there were some of those basics that just changed within the game. One of the things that I've noticed, if we're going more on a pragmatic just game approach, is that when they were up a lot of rounds, they started playing more passive. They were holding angles. They were just not being that proactive. And when they started losing rounds, they were starting again to be proactive. That's when you start being expected a little bit. So like getting a lot of that, or not a lot, but like just a little bit of that spice, just getting like when your opponent is like one knee down, you just want to go for the final blow. And so keep on being aggressive, keep on throwing those things at them, because that's when they're not focused. When they start getting together, when they start getting those eco rounds, those Tech 9 fast-paced rounds, like then you end up in a situation where you play overtime with P90 rushes because they have the confidence and they go for it. So I think there is improvement. I think I like what I saw from Falcons in that best of 3. I think they should have won. And I think they were very close to winning, and I think they just changed their playstyle, and that's why I didn't like they just stopped playing the way they were playing for like most of the game. So for me, that would be my direct thing they can change for the next tournament, because you can't change the bigger picture at this point. You can't change players or anything like this. So keep on working that direction. I liked it.
If anything, it makes Falcons one of the most interesting teams to follow for right now. How do they bounce back? How do they do at the next tournament? It applies even more pressure for them to lose this one, but you're right in saying that there's a fundamental they can build on. Question is, mentally, can they cope with this? You know, Dexter was obviously upset. I think the rest of the team is sharing that sentiment, so I'll be keeping a close eye on the body language and how they fare from now on at Bucharest, at IM Dallas, and at Melbourne.
Yeah, it is a massive question moving forward for the Falcons, but we did get the answer that Virtus.pro are the ones winning this series after what was an absolute marathon. I know we throw that word around a hell of a lot, but this truly was. And I think this is probably the most hyped I've ever seen Electronic. I don't know what he was shouting. I would love to get some translations of that, maybe off air. But he was obviously, fittingly, so amped up after stealing away that series.
And he should be. I know the conversation is obviously surrounded around Falcons because they were the ones throwing away the game. But for VP to show the mental resilience to fight their way back into the game, not only on map 1, not only on map 2, but to do it on Inferno as well, that is stellar. Maybe they didn't play the best brand of Counter-Strike. Maybe they weren't the better team, you know, for the vast majority of the game today. But at the end of the day, they showed mental resilience. And for Electronic to be so passionate, he still cares about the game. You know, he still wants to win. And that's, at least for me, very nice to see.
Yeah, and especially with Flamus coming in and bringing that passion, something we talked about before the game, is something that is very, very important for a roster that has a lot of experience. They went through a lot of things when they were playing in VP with James. They were very, very calm. They were kind of the opposite. And to bring that fire, I think it's never a bad thing. I think it's always good, even if you argue with your teammates. If you're like fighting with your teammates, it shows that you care more than anything. So it was good to see. And yeah, once we started reaching the overtimes on the maps, they look like the better team. As simple as that. It's just like they took time to just get into the game, but you cannot do that against the better teams. That's one of the main issues that they have. If they can fix that problem, if they can start with that fire, with a better game plan, with better ideas getting into the game, with everybody enabled when you start the first half and get into that map, they can be a really, 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 really good team. But it's just we're missing this part. But if we get that fixed, Virtus.pro can be a top contender.
Well, even though they did have to pour blood, sweat and tears into that series, still they do have to win one more to be qualifying for Lisbon. That's going to be up against the winner of our next series, Spirit versus FaZe, which is definitely going to prove to be a tricky affair, Pim.
Yeah, I mean, VP have already beaten FaZe, so maybe they're crossing their fingers right now that they can pull off an upset versus Spirit. That could be an interesting matchup, but you're right. For no matter who they face, I'd argue either FaZe or Spirit would be the favorites tomorrow in that game.
Well, if you can so believe it, that was only the first game of the day. Plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards for us. We're going to be diving into Spirit versus FaZe after this short break, but not before we get our one and only Jacob to pick the brains of the man on your screen. It's Carrigan after this break.
CZ.
So it was Guardian, so it was pretty early. Was this? I don't even know majors from back then.
Well. I don't know, to be honest.
My Counter-Strike knowledge came to I gained my consciousness Cloud9 2018 E-League Boston Major as a North American.
2016?
That would be the Boston Major.
Was it the 2018 E-League Boston Major?
Perfect.
I play in this major. Okay.
My one nugget of knowledge that I have when it comes to majors.
Oh, that's the Vice.
Old Train.
I remember he will kill from the right side.
He misses everything and then hits 3 insane shots, huh? Isn't it? Is it Atlanta Major? Was that a major in Atlanta? Not so sure now.
So this would have been during their 3-year prime run, so their 3 major prime runs.
Krakow, maybe. The Krakow Major?
Train was available in this time, so it was maybe right after the Boston, maybe.
I don't think there was a major in Atlanta, was it? There actually was one, the league major.
I think there was a Copenhagen major at that point. So let's go with Copenhagen, whatever that major was.
19, I would say. Maybe in Sweden?
I think it's a league major, Atlanta.
Was Starladder.
Starladder?
Berlin, 2019.
Berlin? Okay, that's tough one. I remember the clip at least.
I can relate by the maps, by the play. I can relate the date, but not the place. It's impossible. Don't have a good memory.
God, the AK sounds so nice.
Didn't click me anything yet.
I don't remember this one at all.
I think this is the real major. Maybe not. No!
So this would have been... How long ago would that have been then?
I don't remember that drop play in Furia, to be honest, so it's gonna be hard.
Was it Rio? No, it wouldn't have been Rio. Rio was 2.
I would say 21, maybe.
Actually, it might have been Rio. Let's go with the Rio major.
Go with the Rio major, drop play.
This isn't going as bad as I thought it would.
Who is that?
So this would have also been a recent one since the blue phosphorus, so like within the last 2 years.
So let's suppose it's 22, 21.
Well, I'll also go with Rio.
Let's try the Belgium major.
Paris 23?
Paris. I forgot about that major.
I didn't go to this major. I couldn't ever remember it.
MongolZ makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill. That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
I've sat down here with Kerrigan before you head into the game against Spirit that could potentially eliminate you from the tournament, Kerrigan. But we're not going to talk about that just yet, because I am curious, and I guess the viewers at home are curious too, in terms of how does an in-game leader actually prepare for a game. So I brought you to the desk right here to explain to me step by step, what do you do, right? You played your last game in here a day and a half ago, you then go back to the hotel, and then what happens?
Yeah, now here at Blast we have a day off. Which is normally not the case. Yeah, it's a player day off, player day, right? So in this case, you're reviewing the game first of all, trying to see what mistakes you're doing, but also what good things you're doing, because I think sometimes you focus on the a little bit negative things, but also trying to emphasize the positive things you can do for next game again. Going into the game, I'm looking at Veto. Obviously, that is what I love the most. It's very exciting.
Okay.
Now we play Train against Astralis. I'm gonna look into obviously the Veto against Spirit. I'm gonna prepare all 5 maps, mostly because sometimes I can't control the Veto and what maps they're gonna pick, and sometimes I do less prep on a map. So basically, it just comes down to what I present in the Veto. If people agree, disagree, where can we find agreement? And sometimes we do votes on what picks, because we are a team that picks different constantly and ban differently. So I think it's a way of kind of like feeling how comfortable people are on the maps.
Okay, and when you say you prepare a map, what does that entitle? When you say prepare 5 maps, what specifically are you doing to preparing a map?
Yeah, so for me, I am not playing really important roles on CT side. I'm playing a lot of anchor roles, meaning I am focusing 80-90% more on the T side, and then we have analysts looking both on the T side and CT side. At this team, what the roles John have, he's preparing like kind of CT rounds, what he wants to play and how he wants to play the rounds. And T side, it is creating variations of rounds we played previously. Variation, I think that's going to be good. Tendencies from enemies, I see myself. To be honest, I don't use so much the analyst work I have if I'm prepping myself, because I have a good read myself how this round's gonna play out in my head and what's gonna work. And then obviously if there's a map I didn't prep, if I'm surprised in a V2, there's a third map. I have analysts work to kind of give me the basics. But at this point in my career, I see so many demos, even if I'm off time at home, so I have a kind of good feeling of how to make the move, but also how the teams like to play certain rounds.
That makes sense. So you've now done your prep for the 5 maps, you're presenting it to the team as well. So you just did a veto here before we sat down. So how much does the team come together to decide on the veto? At the end of the day, is it your call what maps you're playing, or you're always trying to take in, I guess, feedback from the members?
Sometimes there's obvious picks and obvious bans. Not really much to discuss. I'm presenting the plan and obviously the reason why I think it's the good call to do. Asking how everyone feels, and if there is a 50-50, like 2 people want to ban this, 2 people want to pick this or whatever, I take the final call together with Neo.
How often does that happen?
Well, not that often. I think it's often 3-1 or 4-0. So I think people are really following what we are good at. We also, before every event starts, we do map ranking individually. Sometimes the map ranking is strange because a player puts 1, the best map, and some of the players put it 7. So it's about individually progress on the map, how they feel on the map, and that's the beauty of this team. Or another team, I don't think everybody loves the same map, but people have different places where they think they have the impact to turn the game around, right? But in the end, me as a leader and also the coaching staff, we are having like a clear idea how the macro would look and how we would face up against these teams we're playing on different maps.
All right, makes sense. A great amount of insight right there. Now, specifically against Team Spirit, there's one player that sticks out in Dunk. So
yeah,
I just had this question. So. I think so, yeah, and I think a lot of people at home would feel as well. Do you ever do any player-specific preparation? Like, can one player change the way that you approach the game?
No, I've never done that. I played against like a lot of players the past 20 years. Simple, Saivu. There is rounds you know they like to do, what they like to do, but you can't stop them. That's why they are goats of the game, and that's why you just have to accept that sometimes they win the round. You can plan something, but I think it's just like there is Orbers and there is Riflers. And I think Riflers like Nico and Dunk, you don't really counter them because they're way more what's called running around on the map basically. And with Orbers there are specific peaks you need to be aware of, but I think that goes for every Orber in the game. So I've never done specific prep, but if there is tendencies, obviously double hedging or forcing a play out of position is default for any Orber you respect.
All right. Well, final question before I let you go and get ready for the game. You're going up against Team Spirit, obviously elimination game at hand as well. What's the gut feeling telling you? Are we gonna get a good game?
I think so. It's a funny thing. We showed B game against VP wasn't good. A game against Astralis was good. Spirit is a different opponent. I still believe we played A game in Katowice. We have a big chance to beat Vitality in the group stage. So I think we can play really good. But Spirit is a great team, and I think it's the pressure that decides who is playing the best and who can play freely, and I think we have less pressure on us. Spirit has to keep performing they've done this year, and we are still in a strange space. So I'm just looking forward to play a game where I feel like the pressure's not on our side and enjoy that.
Fair enough. Finn, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for educating me and the viewers at home, and best of luck with your game.
Thank you very much.
If history's anything to go by, this is set to be a banger of a matchup. FaZe versus Spirit up next in this Sunday of Survival, and the first time Spirit will face FaZe since they've added Elige to the roster. Now, a lower bracket run is the only thing that will secure either side of the equation a spot in Lisbon. Donk and Co certainly don't want to let this one slip away, just like FaZe on the other side of things. But speaking of the history between these two teams, if we have learned anything from it, this is going to be an uphill battle for FaZe, right?
Yeah, historically speaking, Spirit have had the better hand versus FaZe Clan. The last 3 times these two teams have faced, or at least the core of the teams have faced, you can see it on your screen right here. Spirit have walked away with a W. Twice it's been in a 2-0 fashion. So if you're FaZe Clan, you're perhaps happy that Elise is now into the mix. Maybe that can change up the dynamic of the game a little bit, because as of late, Nathan, it's been Spirit domination.
Yeah, and especially playstyle-wise, it's something that is a bit hard because FaZe likes to play with rotations, to have like winning those duels against people that are a bit careless maybe and running around the map. Well, that kind of goes out of the way when you're facing a brick wall in front of you and you have someone that is running at you and dismantling your plan from the get-go. So this is where there's a bit of a stylistic clash between the two, but there is one thing, is the style of Kerrigan. Kerrigan, with all his experience, he is able to adapt and to change things, and when you see that you lose the matchup several times, he's able, with everything that he has learned, all the games that he has played, he's able to bring something new to the table. And that's what he's been very adamant before this whole tournament, that you're going to see different things from FaZe individually on our different maps. And that's where I didn't like the fact that they don't want to go specifically against Donk and shut him down, because he is a massive part of why Spirit is winning.
Yeah, I love the insight that you were able to kind of foster from him in that extended interview you had earlier. Didn't like what I saw versus Virtus.pro to open up the tournament, however. I feel like maybe it was a cold shower for them. Maybe you get 13-0'd and it never happens again. Who knows?
Who knows? True. It's the 13-0 loss that hurts. You know, obviously for FaZe Clan to play 2 close maps versus VP, you'd argue, as Kerrigan said as well, that's maybe B game from FaZe. But losing in that fashion is definitely going to hurt. Now, Elise didn't have the best of the best games. You can see that on the scoreboard here as well. He has been brought in to be the star player. You could argue him and Brokey were 2 players that you'd expect more from. However, the positive side of that is that he was slightly better in his second game. So for Elise to pose 62 ADR, 42 kills, 50 death versus VP, not good enough, of course, but then again, you're losing 13-0, so the stats are also a little bit deflated, so to speak. But at least came alive in the second game, and we need him today. As I said, Spirit, the last 3 games, they've been dominating FaZe Clan. The one player that's changed, the one thing that has changed coming into this matchup for the 4th time now would be Elise. So if he's not showing up, then FaZe are undoubtedly going to have a rough time.
I'm interested to hear from your perspective, Nathan, just because Elise, you know, he's been a staple of Team Liquid for so many years. Switching over to FaZe, do you like how you've seen FaZe using Elise so far on the positions he's kind of had to foster and some of the roles he's had to take up?
Yeah, sure. He has to adapt a little bit to also Finn's way of calling, I think, Kerrigan's way of calling, because it is apart from the rest. I haven't played with Kerrigan myself, but from what I heard, he is very specific in the demands he has from the players and the way he exploits the players and the way he gives the freedom to the players that he's playing with. And so Elish, coming from a North American team, he has to find a just different way of approaching Counter-Strike and playing with a new leader and playing with other players that have been playing together for a very long time. And so to just come in and kind of disturb this and bring your own spice to the game, you know, it demands a lot of you, and so I'm not surprised that we haven't seen Elise at 100% yet.
Well, speaking of Elise, I did have the chance to catch up with Frozen earlier on today about that exact topic. Just looking at your individual form, on the past 6 months, you've been the highest rated player on FaZe. Why do you think you've been able to hit that consistent form so consistently within FaZe recently?
I mean, maybe it comes down to roles. Maybe it comes down to, you know, having John like taking a little bit of a pressure off my shoulders, you know, since he's very aggressive, he's taking lots of space in the game. So, you know, that makes my life a little bit easier in the game, I would say. And yeah, that could be one of the reasons why maybe I'm playing a little bit better.
Kind of the perfect segue into my next question, because ever since Elise has joined the team, I feel like the conversation's been more about, you know, how that's affecting Rain and his play style and his roles and different positions around the map. How much has changed for you? Like, could you give me a percentage of how much has changed in the game since Elise has joined the team?
I think it's a little hard to put in the percentages, but I mean, lots of things change, you know. We try to like implement lots of things that, you know, John brought that we think that are good. We also try to keep some things that we have, or, you know, the things that we had, we, you know, maybe they were not that good, so we try to change them. But I mean, it's just a matter of fact now that like us figuring out what is really working for us. As you said, maybe, you know, maybe Rain took a little, I don't know how to say it, like step back in like terms of roles and stuff, but you know, like we are in the state where we all we're just trying to make the best out of it, you know. So if we see that, you know, maybe someone needs to take a step back on one map and someone, you know, needs to take a step forward, you know, we're gonna do it and we'll try it out.
Who, just out of interest, who's like making those calls? Because I know initially when Elise joined, Kerrigan was like, okay, we've got this much to change to accommodate him. Is it Kerrigan calling that maybe things go back to the way it used to be and maybe Elise has to make some changes?
I think it depends on everyone. You know, some things come from Kerrigan, some things are coming from coach, some things come from the players themselves, you know. Like I as well, I've been offering to change some roles for myself as well, you know. Like if I wanted to take out the anchor roles, if that's what is gonna help us, you know. But we even tried some of that in the practices, but it wasn't really the way that we wanted to go. So yeah, I mean, we are in like a little weird spot at the moment where we're still like figuring lots of things out.
Let's talk about your next opponent. Obviously, it's going to be Team Spirit here in Copenhagen. You've got a little bit of a complicated history against, right? Any particular reason why you've kind of struggled to put down Spirit in the past?
I think last time we played them was at the Major, where, I had a rough game over there, and I mean that game, yeah, that's sting me a lot for a long time. And I mean in general, I feel like every time we played Spirit, it has been very close games. Maybe in Singapore it was like 2-0, they beat us, but it still felt like, you know, the game could have gone like further and further away. I don't know, I feel like we just have I don't know, like when we meet each other, it's always nice games, you know, always, you know, Donk having some multi-kills, us having some crazy rounds as well, so I expect the same now.
Yeah, just from a viewer's perspective, always an insanely exciting game to watch. Speaking of viewers or guys joining us up on the desk, we've obviously got MBK up on the desk joining us. You played with him for a little period of time. Anything you want to say to him to end the interview? I
mean, I was hoping that I would join you guys at the desk so I could, you know, talk to Nathan a bit, but I mean, I'm happy to see Nathan after some time, yeah. Just say hello to him.
We can get him for a winner's interview, right, Nathan?
Please.
When they ultimately dispatch
if they win.
Yeah. No bias here, of course. But jokes aside, you did play with him. How long were you on MongolZ with him?
Yeah, it was only a few months because of team decision and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I had a glimpse of Frozen, and he is exceptional as a player. Even in that short period of time, it was really something special. Like, he has a very specific approach to the game, and the will to win. You saw it also in the interview. He was like, yeah, I'll do anything. I'll go play anchor roles. You said it, yeah, be careful. You're going to end up on B Mirage and you're not going to be happy. So yeah, this is something that I don't think is worth for Frozen in that sense, because he's just such an exceptional player and teammate. And he's only 22 as well.
That's
so he has
crazy.
I was just about to say, remind us how old he is. 22, he's been around for forever. The fact that he played with you, that's what, 5-6 years ago? Yep. He came in when he was 16, and he's been a star ever since. You know, the fact that he's the most stable player within FaZe Clan in itself is a statement. He's the best rated player the past 6 months within the lineup, and ever since he replaced Twist, and imagine replacing Twist from FaZe Clan, pretty big task, he's been doing his job and more so.
The stats speak for themselves. I think he's been insane, like in every game, and he's also, and it's something that people don't really speak about, but he's one of the most consistent player in the roster. There's nothing bad to say about him in the gameplay sense, because he's just doing his job every single time.
There's been one critique of Frozen, a little bit, and I know Kerrigan said that in an interview during, was it Katowice maybe leading into it, that some guys were being like, okay, Frozen in the big games he's perhaps not showing up. You know, he had a bit of a tendency in the playoff games or whenever the stakes really got high to not play bad, but just play average, you know, where in certain group stage games he's been flying on all cylinders. So I agree with you. To me, Frozen is pretty much the perfect player out there, the perfect rifle. I've never heard anything bad from him. I like the way he comes, I like the way he conducts himself, but if you were to put just a little bit of a scope on what he could do better, maybe perform slightly better when it really gets down to the nitty-gritty.
Well, speaking of former MongolZ Sports player, MongolZ still relevant in this conversation because that's exactly why Spirit find themselves here, losing out to MongolZ twice in the space of a week. I definitely didn't have that on my bingo card. Context back in Stockholm, obviously there was quite a bout of sickness going around. Spirit were hit probably the hardest by that, but I don't think that's any excuse, really. MongolZ looked exceptional in both of those series.
They're very strong overall, and I think relying on an old system with like the freshness of having all the players being very happy makes a good MongolZ. And then Spirit, to be honest, I don't really like what I saw on map 3 on Ancient against MongolZ, especially the fact that Donk was out of it. It seemed like he was just tilting, and of course it's a kind of a thing because he's only 18. You have to remember, best player in the world at 18. He has that factor, but he was a little bit out of it, and it just shows that they're just maybe tired and a bit exhausted, like playing so many games and so many events, and then the games are the same over and over again. You play the same teams, and then he comes here, and then it's the third map, and then he's fragging out, as always, as Donk should be. And then he sees things that are happening that are post-plant situations or 4v3 on CTs that you should be winning. Just in his mind, he's like, go swing and kill 2. Why are you not doing that? And then it just seems simple for him. But yeah, like those are the kind of things that are a bit frustrating that I think they need to cut very quick in order to be contenders.
Well, speaking of the emotional angle from the side of Team Spirit and Donk, I did have the chance to catch up with him earlier on today about that exact topic. Donk, obviously you find yourself taking on FaZe after once again losing out to MongolZ twice within the space of a week, both here in Stockholm and here in Copenhagen. Considering it was the same maps as last time around, do you feel like you had the same issues against MongolZ again here?
I can say so, to be honest. Just like on EPL we weren't in a good state because like our players was sick, and like as we talked like earlier, so like but it was different issues that we got this time, and like we like we weren't good at communication and just decisions that we were doing in the mid round. It was awful, and that's why we just we lost on the nuke. We lost with the 12-9, and they mentioned the same story. So it's always frustrating to lose this way, but it is what it is, and we have lower bracket, and we can just win 2 games, and we're gonna qualify to the playoffs, and it's okay.
Last time around in Stockholm, there was quite a lot of emotions coming out of you guys when you experienced that loss. Was it the same level of frustration that you felt a couple of days ago in Copenhagen when you lost to them again?
I think no, because for me, the losing playoffs means more than here. But yeah, it's still bad feelings, but it's I don't know, a little bit better.
Yeah, you sound confident that you're going to be able to turn it around, which makes sense when you look at FaZe. Spirit, you've always had the upper hand versus FaZe as a team. Why do you think you've always been able to get the better of FaZe in your head-to-heads?
I don't know. I think it's more about team shape and individual shape of players, because yeah, we faced them a lot times, but sometimes it was easy, I can say, and sometimes it was very tough, on the major, for example. When the FaZe always is dangerous. They're a dangerous team, and you don't know what to expect from them. They can, if they are in good air shape, they can give a lot of damage.
How much more dangerous? Yeah, and one of the biggest dangers on each side of the equation is obviously going to be the AWPers. Shiro versus Brokey, which I would kind of brand as chaos versus order, right?
Yeah, I think Shiro is one of the most predictable AWPers out there, but he does it to such a high degree that you can always count on him. He's labeled as being defensive, and I think that's fair enough. Yeah. Brokey, so to speak, as well. I don't think Brokey is the most aggressive AWP player you can find, but Brokey has that ability to just explode into a round. He loves close combat AWPing, whereas for Shiro, always with a bit of distance, likes to, dare say, bait sometimes, stay alive, and keep the AWP at play, and I think that's something people misunderstand sometimes. The more rounds you have an AWP, the more rounds Shiro have an AWP in his hand, the higher you are, or the higher likelihood you have of winning your rounds. Whereas for Brokey, he's gonna put you up in your face. Maybe he wins, maybe he doesn't, but that's the main difference between.
I love how you just say oh, he's a baiter. That's what people are misunderstanding. You're the one putting that into the existence.
But it can be a good thing, The more rounds he has an AWP in his hand, the better. So if he has to bait sometimes or bow out of rounds, so be it.
Yeah, and it was the strategy of James, right? He was just playing like this, and it was always very, very annoying because
both won a major. Yeah.
Almost every single time, a very, very hard round to face when there is an up in the equation. That's always how it is. So yeah, they're also very similar in terms of output. It's not one is completely crazy and hard carrying the team. Yes. They both function within the system, which is I think very important in 2 different ways. Shiro likes to be all over the map, very passive as you said, and just getting the kills after the rifles, take that space. And then Brokey is more okay, Brokey, just go do your thing. And then sometimes he would just go and then run into smokes and be T-spawn in 20 seconds, and that's what we like.
I love, I can't remember when Maui Snake said it, but he kind of coined the term machine gun AWPer for Brokey. I think that's so accurate, right? What other comparisons are we looking at when we've got Donk on one side of the server? How do you even consider taking him on as an individual?
Well, I feel that's the question for me, at least coming into this game. We spoke a bit about Elise, his individual output. We don't really know where that is. One thing I know for certain is that Frozen is going to show up. However, I do think it requires both Elise and Frozen to show up in order to shut down for Donk. And that's where it gets kind of interesting, right? You have what potentially, me and Maui has had that conversation as well, potentially could be the strongest rifling duo any team can offer in Elise and Frozen with time, once they glue together, once they get it figured all out. I still think that in order to take down Donk and in order to consistently beat a team like Spirit, you gotta have that kind of manpower in order to deal with him. That's how good Donk is. 2 of the best riflers the game has to offer versus 1 person, and I still favor Donk,
And then where's the 1-2 punch for Spirit as well? Because there is that question mark in every single team. Where's the 1-2 punch, the 1 star, and then the 2nd star? Donk is obviously a mega super hyper star. You can not use any words, but where's the 2nd guy? Because it's been very inconsistent, right, for Spirit, and that's where there could be question marks if you start shutting down Donk.
And another question mark we do have remaining is where exactly we're going to head in our picks and bans. Now, I've Karrigan's known for one thing of many things. It's always having a little bit of spice in the map veto. But is that going to happen today in a game which really does mean life or death?
I mean, Dust 2 is gone. I like that. Inferno is gone. That's not too big of a surprise from the perspective of Spirit. As you said, Karrigan and FaZe have this habit of being able to ban the best map of their opponents quite often. I'd argue Dust 2 is that map. Now, the pick coming in right here, Anubis from FaZe Clan, I kind of like it. We've seen Spirit dislike the map. We've seen Donk say, I don't really like playing it personally. And it's one of the few maps where I feel Spirit are, I wouldn't say weak, but they've shown weakness. So if you're Karrigan, you want to try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a map where Broky is very explosive as well. He's known for like just going through the smokes and going T-spawn on the CT side. And then Nuke is very interesting as well because it's a map that FaZe loves. Like it's been their perma pick for a very long time. That's going to be interesting, but it's also a map where Spirit is very, very good at making rotations work, right? So I think it's going to be first the two very good and interesting maps already.
I feel like this is going to be yet another close affair. If we do require a third and final decider, where are we heading? What is that? Mirage banned out by FaZe, and it's going to be Train banned out by Spirit, which does mean, indeed, Jacob, the 5th map left is, or 7th map.
Ancient,
there we go.
A map that, again, both teams like to play. No big surprise right here. I agree with you, though. FaZe Clan should feel comfortable with this map pool. Spirit are feeling comfortable. At the end of the day, it comes down to who's the better team. And I think both teams are coming in with the mindset that, yes, we can win this game. I think Spirit doesn't give a damn whether or not FaZe Clan like to play Nuke. If they feel comfortable on Nuke, if that's the map Donk want to play, well, then we're playing Nuke. Whereas for FaZe Clan and Karrigan, he even said it to me right there, we feel comfortable on pretty much all maps, so we're ready to take them on.
Well, two familiar foes ready to go head-to-head in a fight for survival. It's FaZe taking on Spirit.
Oh, an exciting prospect, Chatty B. Last time we cast these guys, we witnessed some of the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen in that Dust 2 deciding map in Shanghai. Now, of course, Elige in the roster is going to make a bit of a difference. They talk about the potential of the rifling duo of Frozen and Elige. We're coming into this one, Spirit, hot favorites.
Yeah, I think so. And going up against a FaZe who are still trying to find themselves, find that form in 2025, integrate Elige within this team. It hasn't happened as quick as they would have liked, and that's at their own admission. Anubis, map number 1, a bit of a bogey pick. FaZe bringing Train into the map pool allows them to take it to different territories. So out the gate, T-side pistol, smoke, a Molotov, and all 5 heading over towards the B bomb site quite swiftly. There's going to be Magix and Donk on the site to defend this. Quick rotation through middle from Chopper, Shiro, and Zontix.
Yeah, it's Magix with the incendiary. They might just run through this, though. Donk will be responding to it, throws it out, and they do try and commit in. Magix and Donk comfortable in their first exchange. Takes off the head of Rain and Broky. Magix struggling to track, does remove Karrigan as well, so good impact from him. Take down Zontix, you're onto something, but they can't get past the dual Berettas. Solid hold of the B site to start.
Really well done there from Magix and Donk, both finding some big contributions. You see that fast flank coming in from mid. They drop down, they find their way through E-box, and they deny the bomb going down. So Magix, exactly how he wants to operate there, just denying the entrance, allowing his teammates to rotate in, and the fact he gets 2 kills, good stuff. Gonna have eyes on him. He's been a bit hard on himself in recent times with some of the performances, and he would know better than most. It's not all about the statistics, it's about the impact. So that pistol round, it's actually worth 2, as Frozen and Elige will be having the only investments into this one. He's got the tongue out technique. It's an oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, you can stick your tongue out or you can chew gum. Probably can't do both.
What's that karamba called? Is that like the burnt tip?
That's, yeah, the burnt tip.
The burnt tip karamba.
Official terminology.
Yeah. And this is the M4 with pimp stickers on it.
I know. He's a pimp.
He's a jiggler, he's a juggler. It's Shiro who's going to grab 3 swift kills on the MP9. That 1800 smackaroos. Oh, can't quite make it the 24 as Zontix. He will get the final kill of the round, and that's all good. Shiro can bring out the AWP into the next. So hefty investment of FAMAS's and M4s will now likely have that AWP alongside for the ride. AKs are plenty as Frozen's actually gone for the Galil. They need a little bit of extra utility. So what does the opener look like for FaZe on this T side? Pistol, sure. Eco, yeah, but now we need to see what the game plan is. Where do they want to stress? Where do they want to apply pressure? You can't avoid Donk. He is going to happen. He does appear to be inevitable. Deep mid smoke. Flash. P. Chopper and Zontix.
Ooh.
Well, they can't fly, we know that, so...
Chicken got out of there.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, it seemed a bit scary. There was a couple of grenades getting thrown. Didn't want to see any of that.
How aware are FaZe that the AWP is a possibility? They haven't leered in towards A main. They haven't really put any pressure on B, and they just missed mid-mollies. The doors didn't land, so Elige... Probably a good thing he didn't go. Zontix hasn't been displaced. Or does he want to try and catch a timing?
It's rare to see teams here like, fighting for this still. Zontix is in a powerful position. A hard clear for Elige, and good active on the angle is Zontix. Does punish Elige.
It's good if you can put Elige under the Elige in middle. You're going to be a massive +1.
And Elige.
Official brand. Two outside B. Carrigan and Rain going to come in through E-box. They can smoke off left and right of the site just to guarantee the plant to give them another rifle into the next. Perfectly placed.
Yeah, nothing for Donk or Magics to do. They don't have nades to disrupt this or flashes to push through.
Donk was thinking about it, wasn't he?
He was. Oh, he's not thinking about anything now. His brain splattered across Anubis.
Fake plant.
Got to get it down now. Can't disrupt it. Brokey gets it down. Gets away to the lie. Magix catches him with the FAMAS spray. Chopper starting to edge towards Rain's fight on Canals. 3 versus 4. Quickly goes 2. Up to Carrigan to step up in partnership with Rain. This is the duo. And Shiro Zorp now revealed. Catches Carrigan just the pixel. You know where Rain is. Planted for him. Shiro Zorp's going to make this difficult. This is his first shot, but Zontix quick to it with the M4. Spirit win out the first gunny.
Okay, well, they guarantee the bomb going down with the loss bonus going into the next. They should be able to get themselves either another partial or another buy if they want to go for glues instead of AK. So that's the decision that Carrigan is going to have to make.
Impactful one from Zontix. 3 kills in the first gun round.
Yeah, the fact that you get Elige for absolutely free. Now, missed utility definitely didn't help. This one is ridiculous from Rain.
And that one.
So a couple of cheeky ones through the smokes.
He's a mother trucking ZONT. 1x.
Well, it is just going to be the partial, so full guns out into the next for FaZe.
Okay.
What can they do with these Tech 9s? If they want to take a page out of the Huns strat book, be very direct. Group up, do these pouncy rounds. We saw that in the opening game for Spirit. They were tested. The Huns came to play. Lowest seeded team in the event going up against, well, highest, not currently, but when the seedings were done.
Yeah, you didn't know that, but the counter to a dragon is a B. They're allergic.
Or a giant hornet.
A giant, now we're talking.
A giant hornet versus a dragon.
Like a dragon-sized hornet?
Or a hornet-sized dragon.
Ooh. They're into B. Can't get past Donk. He's making it difficult. Wow, he's done so well with his evasive positioning, but does go down, and so will the bomb.
Okay, what's the post plan? They've been able to pick up both of these guns. They've got an incendiary and a smoke.
Could get really uncomfortable for them. Nate doesn't do as much damage as they'd have liked, so
well, that kill on Zontix.
How do you approach this? Flash has been given to Shiro with flashing for Magix. Zontix biding his time. Recovered utility used to delay them further. Brokey on this pillar will be that point of call. Point man, Zontix, another contribution. Rifle does nothing for Brokey. Frozen up close and personal. Spots the barrel, can't hit their head. Fair play, a late retake success. Back-to-back rounds into B.
Okay, 2 opportunities there for FaZe. That one would have felt a whole lot more doable than the previous. Zontix, 9-0 start for him. Your FaZe, you're going to wash that one away. You're going to say, look, it was only that partial investment. We were going into the full gun round into the next. And it started well for Donk, being able to get a double, but it was even better for Frozen. This Tech 9, the mobility, would have swept them under the rug. But Zontix looking...
He's so calm.
An extra level of poise today.
Yeah.
It's really got the confidence against the team. Spirit, more often than not, have FaZe's number. You go back to Katowice last year. It's where the domination truly began.
Oh, that's right.
And then the major. So a couple of wounds that I imagine are still open for FaZe.
I mean, you promised that this lower bracket was going to be a gauntlet to be run. The fact that this match is happening is testament to that.
Winner of this will take on VP. Carrigan going to worm through middle. Elige on his side, spotted.
And baited. Start trying to run a chopper, you meet Shiro's AWP.
It's funny how you see a lot of teams starting to stop holding mid on the CT side. Spirit have shown in consecutive rifle rounds now that they want to fight for this space. They don't want to allow Elige to get in position to turn the screws. So winning out opening duels against Elige and Carrigan in consecutive rifle rounds is a boon. And if Sontix can calmly just... Oh, did he make steps in water? I think so.
He's ready for the extinguish. Oh, there's the block, okay.
Options are quite limited for FaZe at this point. Sure, they've got plenty of time on the clock. Util, 2 smokes, 2 flashes, a Molotov. And with this baskets control, seems like they've got their sights set on one of the 2. Heaven smoke.
Breaks Molly.
And those flashes better be damn good. Chopper will be the 3rd man to join this.
Oh, wow. Good find from Rain. Shiro drops into the cake position. That AWP still connects. What's that? He's just working on a couple of pixels of the hip of Rain. Chopper gets the multi-kill far too easily on the M4A4, and nothing here for Brokey. Goes looking for more. Missed shot, lost the AWP. It's 5 in a row for Spirit to start.
CT side, Anubis right now.
What's
and things
going on?
are looking absolutely beautiful.
It's not the first time, is it?
Well, this is a few key components, right? So not only are you dealing with these executes, you're getting those opening kills that are making dealing with these executes even easier. So maybe it's time to throw the game plan out the window and look for something a little bit different, because they are staying stoic in middle. Really well handled. Love the way they're playing off of each other. Communication looks like it's in a good spot at the moment for Spirit. Sontix does go down short. I loved his maneuver too. Sees the execute coming in, plays ahead. Tries to be disruptive, slows it down, buys time for the rotation. Shiro hits a banger under pressure. It's, 2 rounds you've just walked in and you're not given that room. So what you assumed was going to be happening in today's matchup is not the case, and you are already suffering. They can buy again, sure.
A deeper mid-smoke, which does open up the possibility for a window peek.
Yeah, Chopper's going to be cheeky with it too. I love this. Keep walking through the mid-smoke, boys.
Oh, that's enough. He's seen enough.
No spam back, so FaZe not wanting to give up the game that they are actually on the precipice of pushing middle. But just continuing with this jarring force. Now they waltz through, so staying the course are FaZe.
Shiro cheats over to B. Conceding mid-control. Temple smoke up. They're feeling the pressure. It's Chopper. He'll use his incendiary to block. Still with time, though, for FaZe. Not feeling rushed just yet.
No B push just yet either, so they're in a box, barrel spotted. They know he's Fountain. What's going on here? Okay. So a lot of mid presence. Now silently waltzing back. Carrigan on the extremity, dealing with an A push. Frozen, tucked up outside of B. Donk has rotated across. Still Shiro. Magics.
Oh, good shot.
Another opening kill.
Yeah, Chopper's generating a couple of frags now, 4 deep.
This is strong.
And Shiro's in the right place. Right shot, connects onto Elige. Again, it's getting awkward for FaZe. This is too comfortable. Combat AWPing required of him, not if Magix does all the work, but now down the AWP goes. Bomb will be planted, but a post-plant hasn't gone well for FaZe on this B-bomb site once. 2-man disadvantage as well. How do you overcome that? If you can remove Donk cleanly, which Rain might be in a position to do so. Brokey as well, but there's Donk. Good work. Gets one, gets another on the Khalil. Brokey, some sharp shots. Overrun by Chopper. Another impactful multi out of Chop.
We know that he heats up in the chaos there, Brokey, but too much on his plate right there to be able to convert. And one of the glaring issues at the moment for FaZe is lack of opening incisions. We are 6 rounds deep there, yet to find an opening kill. Carrigan is hemorrhaging them left, right, and center. He's 0 and 3, Rain 0 and 2, and Elige has given up 1. Shiro doing very well on his angle management, but feels like there's a lack of a grip on the game at the moment for FaZe. A lot of these rounds they've been able to get in the sights, but truly doesn't feel like they can win them.
No, not yet.
Spirit are comfortable in the retakes. Happy to give up the space. They're really good for the entries.
Yeah, it feels like it's a mismatch right now. Different approach, gonna have the lurk smoke. So testing Magix and Donk's protocols and reactions to that. tasked with containing any aggression.
Well, a killer piece for the likes of Elige and Karrigan. And if these two are going to keep working middle, that needs to change. So the double mollies will land this time. Thrust forward, they're trying to apply the stress between these two bomb sites. At the moment, 3 players towards A for Spirit, 2 towards B. Donk and Magic's now tucked back into a bit more of a passive retake setup. They're not playing close towards main, they're not playing in E-box. Shiro on the line. Util very limited with 1:10 left on the clock. FaZe just don't have the cash to splash. Even though they're in the buy zone, it's really firepower they've gone for.
Smoke implies a wrap into B, and so Magic's and Donk just vacate.
It's good because they were already playing retake. If they were in E-box or up close main, they'd feel a little bit more pressure to push out, and that could be into Frozen or Rain.
Oh, Karrigan wins Donk.
First opening kill.
Yeah, and on to Donk no less. One of the oldest versus one of the youngest. Magic's just the one onto Elige. FaZe are into the site with a man advantage this time. This has to be their first round.
Do you go for this, Spirit? Sure, you've got cash, but you get a whole lot more CT rounds. May as well hold on to this. It's tough to get back in. Can you isolate Karrigan?
Crouched and dipped down.
Doesn't have any support here, Karrigan, at all.
No, he's just all in for one more. Can't control the spray. Chopper brings him down. 3v3. They aren't going for this. Chopper advancing. Zontics to arrive from Temple as well. This is a big fight for Broky to win. Does remove Chopper's head. Shiro trades out. 2v2. Bomb not planted for you on main, Frozen. Bomb not planted for you on Con either. Oh dear, it's falling apart. He can just hold it. He can just stick it, and Shiro just has to win that duel. Spirit take the 7th. They steal it away. What is that plant spot?
Oh, the silence is deafening in there, isn't it? No yell back. Spirit thinking, who the hell are these guys? Just taking care of business. Walking over them. Another successful retake is wild, and yeah, it has to be even just to center yourself, because this is your map choice.
Like, it was, I don't know who planted. Was it Karrigan? Someone did, but it was planted for CT. Karrigan was fighting for CT, but there was no one was
set
there
up for it at all, which you can understand why they would be planting there, because they've gone through the back line, but they've Frozen was the extremity player, and Rain was to come in late connector, if I believe so.
Yeah, you're right.
The other 3 who walked through middle. So they didn't renegotiate their positions. I don't think they were thinking the retake was even going to happen.
Fair. Yeah, that caught them off guard.
But they weren't connected, right? Karrigan being isolated, nobody comes out to try and help him. Everyone's just dealing with their positions. So lack of information on where those bodies were coming from as part of the retake, causing a couple of issues.
Yeah, like the conversation might have been play the bomb, but you have to also outline
where it is.
Where it is. Oof.
Oh, bit of a water spill. Well, the best people on the job out there to clean that one up.
He's on the mouse pad. Mouse pad looks good. Thumbs up. Okay.
That's a nightmare, isn't it? Because then what do? Do you have a spare pad? And if you don't,
I don't know if you travel with a spare pad, man.
Do you go to the makeup later? Do you get the
What do you do?
Air dryer?
What are you doing? Actually, a good question. You must travel with a spare pad.
Well, you'd hope.
Ooh, a kind of cool change.
Okay, so they took the time out. They had the conversation. They spilled some water, and now they've changed the call.
Yeah, to do the water call.
Water default.
So, guys, when we spill water, that means
we do the water default.
We do the water default. Well, T-side Anubis is typically where you expect a team to get the lion's share of their rounds, but not today for FaZe. What's he cooking here? A smoke grenade from Karrigan. Zontics actually rather isolated, so will jump through his util to block. Has a smoke grenade as well that he'll throw out on top. Hoping to delay them, but that's the opposite. They're actually just going to go through with some flashes. Shiro's going to be called over. Interesting smoke. Look at that. Ooh, it opens up some avenues. It's a lurk smoke thrown from Karrigan.
There's util available if they want to try and clear this and take back the space. So Zontics jiggling out from heaven. Shiro posted up towards bricks. There's the clear. So if you are behind Fountain, you better be thinking real thin. And their utility implies that maybe they're not. So Chopper still worried about that side of the map. Util being exchanged as Karrigan. Oh, we're on board with Rain, who's to use his smoke. That's less than ideal. 45 seconds.
Shiro's moving his mouth a lot. Communicating on the replay here from Donk, and oh, another one for Karrigan.
How much did he get on the cam?
How much did he see? They are pivoting back towards Magic. He's going to be calling for backup and piecing out himself. Chopper second guessing it. Now he hears it. Now he's rotating through, but there's a lot of bodies on Magic's screen. Gets himself one. Oh, he's done very well. 2v2 established. Elige to plant. Frozen jail side.
Wallbang.
He could have. Doesn't choose to elect to pull the trigger. Elige and Frozen with a very potent post plant.
Elige doesn't have head armor.
Oh, that's a good point. One bullet from that M4 of Zontix would be enough in this duel. Zontix is having a mad one and finishes off the job comfortable. Only Frozen can save him. Does isolate the first duel. Shiro just a P250 in a dream. Gets the job done. Frozen can't believe it.
Another one.
Another retake. Spirit, it doesn't matter if they don't defend the site, they'll retake it. Down to a 1v1, throws the AWP away, runs at him.
5 rounds in a retake situation that they've been able to get away with out of the 8 rounds. So you've already seen what's happened.
This second one, how's he gotten away with that? 5 bullets?
I can't believe it. He's done so well. He has done so well. Magic, that is a brilliant round. After Donk goes down. Okay.
Good job there's no water on the table.
Maybe just trying to get it out of the keyboard. No pace about this at all from FaZe. Absolutely blanked. Spirit have their number on speed dial, apparently.
That's the thing about maps you don't like, is opponents keep picking it against you and you start getting better at it.
Yeah, and you think for FaZe, okay, because they play Train, it opens up the veto for them a little bit more, trying to play into a weakness. Well, here comes something. BXQ, they did this with Tech9s.
Getting into the site hasn't been the problem. Donk smokes himself. He's going to get run down by the Mac-10. Evasive maneuvers. He's jumping around. He actually gets the kill. Finally falls. Carrigan a double kill. Lots of impact from Carrigan in these last couple. Burning. Oh, he lays his life on the line for that one. Does burn down from 100 to 28.
Can they do it again?
No. Not with the smoke on Zontix's position.
Well, they can smoke off main.
Yeah, that'll be a
Shiro has one as well.
Everyone's got a kit.
Good flash from Zontix.
Yeah, good flash over the top. Turned. Magix gives it a go. The bomb's too far gone. Are they backing away here?
Just going fishing, rod in the water, no little bites. As Magix might want to try and punish a couple of kills as they do have to exit. Making sure their investments going into the next are going to be tough. But no, 13-0 again as finally FaZe will secure a round. Everybody from Spirit getting away with their life. Money for Chopper and Donk to be able to invest. Residual cash for Shiro going forward. 8 rounds already on the CT side is a dream. And Halley, immediately on a round loss, decides it's time to take attack. So that execute, they ran that previously with Tech9s. This time they did stick the landing with the AKs in hand. What adjustment does he want? Because I'm sure he's been more than happy being passenger to this game so far. You've been allowing them to have a lot of room. If you wanted to throw a few little specks of aggression into this one, get a B main push going, maybe do just something surging forward, push down Canal, really take the fight to them, because FaZe haven't had a pace to them throughout this. And I think they've been warded off of those mid walks. I was saying there was a feature of the early game that was absolutely denied.
Yeah, the first couple of times you try, you're walking into Zontix or a Shiro AWP, you're going to start thinking twice about it.
Shiro's AWP starting middle again.
AWP for Brokey.
Shiro's still just holding the midline. Chopper might want to go for a walk off the back of this. Oh, no shot being heard now, so cancel that. They can start to lob out their block utility. Again, they scuttle for the lurk smoke, fountain molly. Zontix actually positioning close to this. Flash in slows the progressions of Rain. Now they're going to try and walk through middle. This is well timed.
Oh yeah, he just looked off the angle as they progress, and yet jump scare. He's hit it, the fantastic first shot. Oh, wasn't far off. Zontix, how's he done well there? Catches Frozen in a compromised position. Chopper, gets away from the crosshair of Rain.
Rotation's on the way. Both going to come through Beach, so we'll join Chopper towards.
Want to get that bomb planted, Brokey.
Yeah, smokes are fading.
First tries to take the jewel, clears out Chopper. Important find from Rain.
Everyone's here.
Donk has arrived and holding for this. Oh no, he transfers into Elige and not far off of Rain. It's looking messy for FaZe. Brokey left in the 1v1. That bomb's still not down. He's going to try and wait out the smoke, use that smoke to his advantage. He's going to try and walk B. Ballsy opportunity now. Broky's going to cut noise. Magic's going to start either reclearing or gambling incorrectly.
Well, you just have to go out if you're Brokey. You're hoping that he's overthought the situation. He's walking away now. Brokey's searching, so making some steps. Just going to have to drop in and plant that bomb. Mid-site plant. Penny's going to drop. Bomb has been planted. Magic's not in range just yet. Teammates are going to let him know, hey, the bomb's not beep, and head on over towards A. Still very winnable. Brokey could be anywhere now. Magic's well aware of that situation. Has a kit, has a HE. The nade could do it if perfectly placed. Bomb
he planted for
halfway
heaven.
Gone. Yeah, well, he planted mid-site because of time. Time was the issue.
Magic's going to have the opportunity to, if he just drops on top of that bomb. Now Magic's just going to hold it. This is another round. What's Brokey supposed to do? Oh no, the plant spots! Come on! A 9th for Team Spirit. Magic's clutches up. Can't believe his luck. That's not the first time we've seen a nasty post plant.
Yeah, that just tells you that Brokey had absolutely no idea where Magic's had gotten off to. Essentially, it just hung around the entire time. Then, because of the time restraint, Brokey has to plant safe.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the ability to try and plant in a more open position, and then is unable to play the bomb. Really good work from Shiro there to get one. But Magic's is looking more like himself in this series. He's looking more comfortable.
Yeah, he was beating himself up, man.
His decisions aren't hyper-aggressive. They're actually quite measured, but they feel like they're correct decisions. Donk with a Carrigan head. Oh, that smoke's missed.
Yeah.
That smoke is missed.
I don't think that was what it was destined for, but regardless, Donk will exchange.
Yeah, so you're going to have to cancel plans now. I think that was meant to be the one to land on the upper deck of E-Box, so the fact that they were saying they were going to try and walk through to exploit, they can't. At least not in the interim. FaZe are going to walk away from the T-half of Anubis with very, very few rounds. 3 is the absolute best they can muster, and that's before we get to the map choice of Spirit. Nuke up next.
Crazy. Got that God Flash cocked up, ready from Chopper. Donk stays active, and again, Carrigan is the counter. Carrigan is the counter. Takes down Donk. Man advantage, but for how long? The spam from Chopper did significant damage. Frozen chipped away out further. 45. Nate blows open the smoke. Zontix blows the head of Frozen off. It's Magic's again in the feed. Stunning start for his CT campaign. Gets that bomb across, but Chopper is still there. He'll have heard that. Rain just going to get caught off guard, or Chopper doesn't even commit. Now swings on out when he's not looking. Can't believe he's still there. Shiro onto Brokey. Rain in the clutch. Light on ammo. Can't find the tap. And 10 for Spirit CT side.
Well, Boris in butcher mode right now. Can't quite believe how easy this game is. 10. 9 to the good, and you take a look at the scores on the doors. The only player who's been able to contribute any opening kills for FaZe throughout their T-side campaign has been Carrigan. He's been involved in 7 opening exchanges. He's won 3, lost 4, and he's one of the 3.
Damn, double headshot. Double headshot.
Hey,
like
line up for me, boys, shall ya? My bullets ain't missing.
I don't know if Spirit have had a more dominant Anubis scoreline if they can keep this up.
Oh, remember how happy Magisk was on Inferno at the halftime? This is our best T-side on Inferno, guys.
Yeah, don't remind me of that series, bro.
All right, well, FaZe. Nuke. They're not going to be unhappy with that being map number 2. They're just going to be unhappy that they've only managed 1 round on the T-side of Anubis so far. Let's see, can we make it 2? Are they able to double up? Elysian Frozen outside of B. Brokey, Carrigan working in through canals. Rain dealing with A for now. Lil Bro versus Unk again.
Falls back out as they start to commit. Carrigan ahead of the pack, and he's done it again. Carrigan, the entry machine.
How's Magic's got 2?
I don't know. Every time he pulls the trigger, he gets 2.
Let's go, Boris.
Boris is butchering them.
He's found himself. He's found his mojo. Can they retake again?
Shiro could catch a Liege off.
Oh, Liege is going to punch something.
I think just the fact he's so far forward, this is going to catch him off guard. Oh, not if it's a messy spray. Yep, the Liege relieves a lot of pressure with that frag.
Now.
Has to be two. Has to be two. End on a high for FaZe Clan. Frozen with a headshot. And Zontix, nothing for him in this one. The nade might find a Liege. Doesn't quite finish off the job. He's got a couple of scraps of health left. Just 6 points of health, all he has. And Elysia has just enough health to finish off the job. So 2 for FaZe. Karrigan getting entries into B, but they've only got 2 rounds on their T side of Anubis.
Shanghai Major Grand Final rematch that you've all been waiting for hasn't delivered just yet. 10-2. FaZe struggling on their map choice to get the T half going. Had to drag themselves into the 2-round conversion. Spirit are looking comfortable. Boris in butcher mode. Zontix looking cool, calm, and collected. And Shiro hitting everything that moves. Pissed around number 2. We've swapped sides. It's FaZe's turn to defend. It's going to be a long way back up this mountain.
6 rounds won by retake in that first half of the CT side of Spirit.
And too shabby. Almost pulled it off again if it wasn't for that pesky bomb. Taking a little bit too fast as Karrigan has been back and forth right now between a bit of everything. Mid has been a gap that he's now worried about, and well, only just now is Spirit starting to get a move on. Chopper through middle, Shiro and Magix's oversight.
Yeah, Rain's main objective here is get one, max, get out. Priority number 1. Karrigan actually swings on through to draw fire. He's got lucky there. That's all body shots. Jumping across, the pressure applied. Rain tucks back. They're coming in from main as well. Rain, Brokey, and Carrigan all towards this storage area. Nice smoke that will get them across. Oh, spots them though. Bomb into the A site on the back of Magic's. Huge advantage for FaZe that could change if Shiro hits another headshot. He gets the opportunity. Last bullet connects. Overrun by Brokey. Nade looks good for damage. Zontic's still got 70 to work with. And oh, he hasn't got a head. Removed by Brokey. A must-win pistol converted.
And Brokey trying to bring some energy there as well. Look, in interviews, he doesn't want to do them. But in the server, I tell you, this kid, he communicates an awful lot. And we've seen him get fired up before. So the bomb going down will help inform a Spirit force buy.
That Carrigan drive-by was crazy.
It feels like Carrigan is putting himself in positions where he's initiating a lot of these duels, and understandably so. If on the T side, your entry fragger, which is a Liege, is not getting you any entry frags, you're going to have to do it yourself. So Carrigan having to play a little bit more ahead. And that's a problem, right? The way I look at this team is if you're going to give Frozen and you're going to give Liege all the spots that they want, you're going to reside Rain to something more passive, make him an anchor in some of these rounds. Don't take away some of his best positions, like outside on Nuke. Then Frozen and Liege have to deliver.
Well, that sounds like a very successful flash. Shiro unloads a full mag of the Galil with a white screen.
The beginning of another epic comeback on our screens. If you caught us for the first series, VP versus Falcons, you will see time and time again, VP. They would not give up, they would not surrender. What's the tell? Is it just a swing? Carrigan's gonna have to drop a defensive incendiary. Now pathing is limited because Donk can hold him, or at least could. So an incendiary and a smoke, and one with a little bit of a gap, but job's done. It's really caused chaos in the comms. That's it as far as the pressure is concerned. Chopper forward in middle. 3 players over towards A. Elysian camera, Brokey Heaven, Rain up close and personal. The fight will be coming their way in a moment's time. There's smokes available, Molly and flashes. All of these 3 players essentially need to go 1 for 1, if not better for FaZe.
Rain gets nothing. Shut down by Donk. Into the site now. Chopper, late arrival through the camera smoke. That's the plan. At least still aware of that possibility. Brokey looking elsewhere. Oh, immediately gets dinked and chased down by the Tech-9, and Bleach blocks him.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, the tilt. The tilt will be amplified after that one. Get out of my way, dude. Get out of my way. Tech-9 runs you down after an instant dink. Finish him off with a nade, but that's all. Elige, last man standing, and just going to peace out with his M4. Oof, roll of the eyes. Rough on your map pick.
Can it get much worse? Not really. It's going to be 1,400 loss to save them 4. Yeah, the worst could be losing this, I suppose. Back over towards the platform. Should be all good as long as he doesn't swing into any duels. Donk is starting to make his way through B main, but they'll call that one off, and that essentially feels like job done. So that was a stack in the right place. I said they had to go 1 for 1 at a minimum.
Yeah.
And then as soon as Rain doesn't get anything, then somebody has to step up with a multi. Brokey can't contend from Heaven. They block each other. So he's blind.
Oh, he's blind.
He's completely flashed. And it just looks bad on the way out. That's all the timeouts used for FaZe. Right now, when we've found ourselves in these positions before at Blast Lisbon, or Blast Open Lisbon, excuse me, we've been talking about teams just getting a couple of rounds to warm into the game. If you don't want to blink and you miss it, it's MR12. They can finish very quickly, or at least they're meant to.
Yeah, you should tell VP and Falcons that.
Like Carrigan say, John go B and everyone else go mid. Let's find out. Maybe he wants to bring that M4 across for a fight. So they've had to force into this. A couple of 5.7s, a couple of digs. And that saved M4. Oh, Liege will be starting middle. So I've completely misunderstood the comms. It's Frozen and Carrigan on B. Liege middle, Rain too far behind. A lurk smoke. Let's apply pressure. Exchange of utility over towards middle. Smoke for a smoke. And just trying to identify where this M4 could be. You know that Liege is the mid defender, but at the same time...
They're flashing out B main.
Yeah, Yeah, so push mid and B at the same time.
Good flash. That's the lineup to catch that deeper corner that is often occupied, but covered by Shiro.
Alicia's pushing mid
Bails
now.
him out. Frags are good. Spirit winning out.
Yeah, Alicia's got caught, unable to push, right? That play, bit of a common move, right? So when the defenders outside of B are focusing for the little pistol players scampering out, your attention gets drawn away. The mid player's meant to be able to come through and clobber them in the side of the head as they're taking those passive lines with the rifles. But Chopper deals with them.
He's having a good time. Nice to see Chopper smiling.
Yeah, well, why would you not be? 12-3. This is an absolute hiding. Ragdolling him around the server.
I mean, it's very rare to see Spirit in a lower bracket.
Yeah, sent there by Mouse.
Sent there by Mouse. In a crazy game, right? That was like multiple overtime, 25-22 the scoreline on Ancient, and an overtime on Nuke as well. But yeah, Spirit came up short there, and so looking to kind of claw their way through this lower bracket. It is, of course, a team to be feared. Virtus.pro waiting for the winner of this series for that final spot.
Yeah, you look at the head-to-head between these two teams. Ever since Katowice, it's in 2024. FaZe have only been able to win one series. That was at the Copenhagen Major. Otherwise, it's been all Spirit all the time. And the major final, that's a feel-good moment for the Spirit roster. Carrigan onto Donk.
He is the kryptonite, man. I'm telling you.
Someone has to be. 17 kills apiece for Shiro and Magix. Sontic's up to 16. Donk only with 10. So it's great when he doesn't have to do it.
The captain counter, though. Chopper up with some IGL and IGL crying.
Alicia's about to get absolutely destroyed.
Ooh, a couple of missed body shots as he adjusts. The crouch commit. 2 shots hit.
The fact he had so many chances there as well.
He really did.
Labored with that kill.
Gets the job done.
3 more players, and we'll call map number 1 all over Red Rover. 40 seconds.
What's the purpose of Shiro still lingering A? Is he just trying to keep Rain planted?
They can still rotate. This round is still losable, so Shiro want to at least apply some pressure. Does he want to do something? Smoke starting to fade. Oh, Magic's that's a kill.
There we go. He does lose Chopper.
They're actually taking the bomb over towards A.
Okay, well, Rain lingers in that smoke. Actually, no, he has vision. Oh, Shiro. Ah, you'd have loved that headshot. That could have changed everything.
15 seconds.
Rain hears them coming and committing. Shiro has taken this time to cross, but Zontix, you've got to watch out. You've got to watch out. Gets him down. Bomb is loose. Can't be picked up in time. Just about. Shiro gets it. Magic's pushing in. Rain down and the round.
Oh, wait. He stopped playing. Oh,
why has he done that?
He didn't trust the cover.
Yeah, but...
Wow, Shiro now. Come on now.
That was...
The stats are still good, man, even if you died there. All right, well... That's all right.
It's just a slight unforced error. That's what that is. Yeah. And also, like, the time blindness when you're so focused on the comms and everything else. Perhaps you didn't realize you had to hold it. I don't know.
This ugly as hell view model. I'm going to have to get used to it.
The jump scare when he's cut to Rain with a normal one. Gets off the bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, they're owning
Just win the next one.
Yeah, just win this one. Your bias still magnitudes better. It's not MagnaJez. Donk's little friend.
Shout out to MagnaJez one time. Honk. Oh, he's further forward than I realized.
Donk and Friend sounds like a kids animated stop animation series.
Yeah, I see it. Theme tune goes something like dum 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 dum. Donk and Friends.
You borrowed that one from somewhere?
No, that's original.
That's original?
Yeah, came up with that myself just now.
Yeah. Catchy.
Thank you. I agree.
I think I got an ad break or something.
Oh, I couldn't it? Carrigan. Oh, what's going on there? He's lost the jaw to Donk for once.
Left the Kryptonite at home for that round. Okay, versus MP9 as Donk will find an opener.
Don't know enough about Superman to like reference a particular comic from 1996. Sixth edition.
One of the worst superheroes.
Oh, he's just the worst. Oh, he can do everything, and he's impossible. You can't kill him.
All right, Zontix. In you go.
No flash? Nah. Oh, he's just going to go for a peek. Timing of this. Oh, the timing was so good. Just as one looked away and one swapped to his nades. 3v3. Bomb pivoting B, and it's wide open. Never mind, Magix has claimed this site for himself.
Chopper is as well.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be flanking in.
So if you want to come through Temple, you are dead, I think, is the way this one goes.
The only interesting part is that Broki's kind of quicker than they may expect. He might walk through this smoke, knife out. Yeah, Liege takes down Chopper, good awareness.
Okay.
FaZe starting to pick up the pace.
But it's Boris.
It is Boris, watch out. He's known to butcher. Liege puts him down. Another round for FaZe Clan.
Okay, you think Chopper has that one covered. He does an awful lot there. Makes sure that the platform position is clear. So Piers all the way out. Then by the time he turns around, Liege is already there. So 2 moments squandered. 2 opportunities that really felt like they should have been Spirits.
It isn't happening again, Chad.
No, I don't think it is.
It's not happening again.
Nobody believes it is.
No.
Hallie kind of believes it is. He takes a tactical timeout. He says, listen, boys. Let's not overcomplicate things.
He sounds a bit Australian.
AI's come a long way. Can immediately translate into any accent of choice. Bit of a shrug at the end of those sentences there.
Get it done. This is only the 2nd game, by the way, folks.
Yeah, there's 2 more after this one.
Yeah, your Sunday night, it's planned. It's blocked out.
And that's why, if people didn't see on Twitter, we've actually provided for you a sick note.
Yes.
So you can watch the remaining games tomorrow and stay up late tonight. Isn't that great?
You get to watch MongolZ Liquid. You get to watch G2 M80. And you get to watch Spirit and FaZe on Nuke at a minimum.
All for free.
All for free.
Wow. Now, what is the timeout brought to fruition now for Spirit? Default spread. Zon picks up at Rugs. Donk with him. Shiro above T stairs. Choppers deal with middle and B for now, as a lurk smoke will be deployed. Do they want to boost? They're there quite quickly. Well, no, they don't. So a clear of the smoke. Nobody's home. Also needed to be slightly deeper, so vision mildly obscured. It's a deep incendiary. That smoke will be going to fade in a couple of seconds' time. Liege pulled over again, just Carrigan frozen on B, and they're going to re-aggress.
Rain, first thought of call, might play ahead of that flashbang, and no vision. Obscured for Donk, nice from Broke, he gets one back, forced to extinguish. It's awkward now for the AWPer, getting tagged up through the smoke. His chances limited, and so are his teammates. Liege losing his head, spamming the smokes. Brokey's still on the site, they find him eventually, just onto the Glock to secure the frag and likely the round. Carrigan and Frozen tasked with the retake.
Well, they have good util for this.
Okay.
Fountain Molly.
And go. Magic spotted out. Shiro on the stairs. Nade could finish off Magix. Doesn't quite finish off the job. Carrigan last man standing. The first is good. The second damaged up. He could come up clutch. He swaps out to the pistol. Knows he's done the damage. Magic's trying to use that clock against him. And a P2K to finish the job. It's Carrigan. He's killing Donk. He's clutching up. It's all FaZe Clan's captain leading by example in this Anubis.
Okay, well, they're keeping themselves in it, and they're having to do so in a very difficult fashion, round after round after round. These are 3 scenarios where you do feel that Spirit have been the ones in the favored situations, but haven't been able to get across the line. This time, it is Carrigan with a huge round. Their retake utility is great, right? As part of this 2v3 situation, they smoke off main, they get the Fountain Molly in. I think Carrigan also Molly towards stairs. The nades were good, it softened them up, and they're still in things. So they're able to warm into things.
Finskeep kept them going, kept them in it. Spirit a slight compromise by going in again. Second, double dip. Carrigan getting aggressive. He ain't playing scared today. As if he ever does. So Liege investigating that window position. Held by Shiro. Smoked off. Now it, gets it done, but down. Shiro trades Chopper through the lurk smoke and back turn. Carrigan unprepared for that. Removed by Magix.
Now it's Frozen, so much pressure. Gonna get swung upon.
Running at him. Good control of the spray. Punishes the Mag-10 hunt. Rain's contributions limited by the Molotov. Chopper investigating the fight with Frozen. Can he nail it? No, he can't. Frozen steps up now. Huge double. Look at the damage on that spray from Mr. Magix.
Okay, do they rotate back into A? It's the complete unknown, but they've kicked up such a fuss over towards B. Magix is going to try and walk in. Edging through the smoke.
Not a bad idea.
Shiro take first contact, then Magix swings. Well, Frozen back a plat. He's so low. He's the only one here.
So much responsibility from Frozen here.
He's dead, surely.
Oh. Shiro.
Not cleared.
Shiro didn't clear him. free.
Oh, out of bullets!
He's out of bullets! Oh, there was an opportunity right there for the taking there. Shiro not looking, not clearing, and a
get
kit
away with
there.
Another.
Gonna have to give this one a look in for survival, and Rangers contribute. They're gonna do another retake. It's just retake simulator right now. 2-5 for Shiro. He could do this, but Brokey leaps in with a Mac 10, and we go again. I'm in disbelief. It's not happening. I know it's not happening. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4 retakes now, trying to match the output of Spirit in that first half. It's just cosmetic.
So we had Shiro not planning.
Yeah, that's right. That happened.
Then we had the follow-up with Elige and Brokey being able to get on the site and defuse the bomb. That was when they had absolutely nothing to work with, essentially. Donk had won that fight against Karrigan for the opener when it was over towards Dark. Then you had Karrigan with a 1v3.
Yeah, that's right. And now
you have another one.
Just call him be clear. Straight away, takes the early info. Nades out Magic's down to 71.
T-sided map, right?
Yes.
Well, apparently.
Allegedly.
Okay, well, loss bonus, of course. The fact that we are having to talk about this is crazy. Maxed out going into the next. They've gone for a partial investment. Plenty of Tech 9s, Deagle for Donk. Not in any rush is Spirit. Things have started to get a whole lot more serious all of a sudden. Today's the day of crazy comebacks.
I suppose so.
All right, well, holding the supportive utility is Magic, so at any point ready to flash if called upon.
This is a flash for that closed doors angle.
It is only 2 on A. Rain and Brokey. Elige that third piece, this time floating over towards B. Information very limited. Here they come.
Rain, powerful angle for this with a flash, and he'll just try to get one and done. Donk with a good D. Got the weapon for the job for more. Good shot from the AWP. Doesn't pull the trigger. Shiro closing that gap. Molly makes it awkward for Brokey. Has to fall back, respect it, and allow that plant to come through. Shiro, the one punching in the code.
Karrigan's fast on this. This is good real estate for Karrigan to have.
You're right, he's just hoovering up all of that, and the post-plant options are becoming very limited. He's going to be able to flank into Shiro, waiting for his teammates to start their engagement. Looking good for FaZe Clan here. Zontix still hits the headshot. Karrigan's flank connects. It's Magic's with backs turned to him. Does have the Molotov. Elige doing his due diligence. Karrigan's the one to spot him. Okay.
Now. All right.
8-12.
Yeah, another touch-and-go situation. Bomb will be defused. But that was the partial, so let's get into the guns. Will there be a Shiro AWP in the mix? You better hope so, because Brokey's got his. Oh, is that another Halley timeout? Looks like it, so not letting the in-game leader have the reins, and that is going to be the third tactical timeout. That's all the tactical timeouts in case. Both teams have felt under so much pressure that we are only going into round number 21, and they have already expended all of them. So there'll be nothing down the stretch. At that point, it will be Karrigan's brain against Choppers. Apparently Donk's aim against Finns as well, Mr. Anderson. Been involved in so many of these head-to-heads. 6 for 6 in opening duels.
Sheesh.
Donk 5 and 6, so that's your 2 opening pieces.
Karrigan keeping up with the output of Donk in the entry department.
Yeah, it's meant to be Elige versus Donk. That's meant to be the game, but no. They've got different plans.
Guns out.
Sun's out.
Round 21. Didn't think we'd get this deep. And Brokey's throwing some of his signature machine gun AWPing into the mix. A little bit of aggression from the AWP. We're not going to get too far.
Nobody's even close middle for Spirit to spam through. So he had an open runway. Could have hung around for a while longer. Donk calls out the hate cheat through the window. Jumps across. Nobody posted up.
Yeah, Donk will be hurt there by Elige. So progression towards Karrigan's con. Or E-Box, as Counter-Strike players declared it called.
If Volvo says.
Volvo says it. Volvo gets it. Just going to take some time to adjust. There will be a couple of cons slipping out of my mouth for a while, but apparently, according to the creators of the video game, they put the E-Box there for a reason.
Apparently the only E-Box on the map as well. Okay, well, Rain slinks back as the smoke is starting to subside. He's paired up with Brokey again. They were successful last time, but it was a much lighter investment. No information over towards B for FaZe.
Brokey, this is a powerful position for an AWP to play unless that flash is thrown. And it won't be. Eliminates Zontix from the pack. Repositions quickly. Heaven smoke. Yeah, the incendiary does not find its target goal. They could have swung through it. Shiro, however, has taken down Karrigan on B.
They're heading back to B.
Elise will beat them to it. Chopper has this interesting temple flank. Ooh, a wealth of possibilities now to Chopper.
How much time do you give him, though?
You haven't got much to give.
25.
If he gets the flank onto Elise before they go out con, it's perfect. 20 seconds, too late now. They are into the site. Magic's onto Frozen. Elise dead! And oh, he gets one for his troubles, but still the bomb can go down. Magic's tasked with that. Rain activates from the temple side. Brokey coming in from CT. Shiro holding this. This is almost a guaranteed death for Rain. How do you get past the Orpha line? You don't. You just don't. Anubis victory imminent for Team Spirit. Took them longer than they'd have liked. Burnt through their timeouts. FaZe making them work for it. Maybe warming into things a little bit for a competitive second map. Nuke up next.
A rocky start for FaZe on their own map pick as the comeback attempt is denied. Took Spirit a little while longer than perhaps they would have hoped after that flying start in the first half, but they do indeed steal away FaZe's map pick.
Very strong start for Team Spirit. That's where the foundation for the victory were laid. Yes, second half, perhaps they were showing a bit of weakness, maybe losing a bit of patience, losing a little bit of that laser focus they had in the first half. I think it's harsh to say that it was a cosmetic comeback by FaZe Clan, because I think they got within striking distance. It became a bit dangerous for Spirit, but at the end of the day, you know, it did feel like Spirit were in control. And when you're leading on your T side, by the way, when you have such a strong CT side of Anubis, you're coming into the T side with such a big lead, it's almost impossible to throw it.
I especially want to comment that last time out and the last call that was made to close out the round, having an A fake into Shiro, holding cave push, Chopper in the meantime getting into city spawn and then going back into a B split. I think that was very just, you know, masterful, tasteful Counter-Strike, I want to say.
I love your point about the, you know, CT-sidedness, because I feel like we've all been fed, you know, this is a T-sided map. Yeah. Not today on Anubis, which poses a question that for me to pose to you, MBK, is why would Spirit decide to start on quote-unquote the harder side of this map?
Yeah, there is a part of, you know, starting a best of 3 where you're a bit cold, and then starting on the city side is a little bit more comfortable, because as a T you have to enable yourself, you have to make things happen on the map, and then we saw that's not really what happened with FaZe. Whereas Spirit, they were just content, just sitting back a little bit and then just pressuring with utility, making some pushes just to get information. But overall it was FaZe that had to play into them, and every time FaZe was going in, it was trading, and then Spirit was getting a 2-3 kills, like Magic's got a million double kills, I think, in this map. And so it's harder to establish your game plan and to really play with the rotations and be really 100% into whatever you want to do. But yeah, like overall, I didn't like the game plan of FaZe, as simple as that, and it just played into Spirit's hand of just being passive and having a lot of kills.
But the fact that FaZe on their T side of things, you know, it wasn't like they weren't getting into the bomb side, it wasn't like they weren't planting the bomb, it was just as Spirit were nailing retake after retake after retake.
We have a lovely EVS operator out there in the back who's compiled a plot and compiled a package of a lot of retakes coming in from Team Spirit, and you're going to see a lot of different rounds, and it's going to be pretty fast paced. But the CT side retakes from Spirit, they were with quality. They were so well paced, they were so well coordinated. You could see how the players and how Spirit were constantly making sure that there would be trade frag potential, etc, etc, etc. On the other hand of the side, as you said, FaZe were getting into the bomb side, and FaZe had opportunities in some of these retakes. I know when you're in a 4v2, the bomb is planted, it's very tough to defend it. Brokey doing his best right here, but overall, there were a lot of 3v3s, a lot of 4v4s, and every single time it was Spirit winning out. So it wasn't like FaZe didn't have a chance of making the game or the first half competitive. Spirit were just playing tactful and masterful CT side retake Counter-Strike on Anubis.
And you especially see that on all those retakes, they were, as I said, either equal or in an advantage, because they were getting those 2 kills from Magix, for example, right? So it was retake with an advantage, which is something that you want on Anubis, because it's almost impossible to shut down strats, and that's why Anubis is such a good T-sided map. So they were getting onto the bomb side, sure, but like they had no utility anymore. They could not really block any areas, and so that's when the CTs have an advantage almost, because they come in refragging each other, and they come with that intention of like peeking into someone and not holding an angle. And that's where there is some sort of sharpness, and that's why starting CT was maybe good, because they were playing an active city side in the sense that they had a plan. Sure, they lost the bomb side, sure, the bomb was getting planted and their money could have been broken, have FaZe won a single round, but They didn't, and that's the whole point. They were retaking 4v3s, 3v2s, 3v3s where they had utility, they had flashes, and they had 100% HP against guys that were on 50, and so yeah, they had a very good chance of winning the round.
Jacob, I feel like you're so cruel for picking out, of all the rounds you could have picked, picking out this round number 10. It is a retake, but it's one that gets a little bit ugly, right?
A little bit ugly. I think round 10 is kind of illustrating, you know, a lot of different things. You can see it right here where finally FaZe is getting into the bomb site. They're actually winning out these trade duels. Again, it becomes a 1v1, and then Broky does a good job at stalling out the round. You know, Magix completely lose tracks of where he's at, and the bomb gets planted. Broky has all the time in the world to pick a post-plant position. For some reason, he decides to go away from where the bomb is planted. And as you can see, Magix is just sticking the bomb. Now, Broky had no idea where he was at. So, you know, the argument for Broky would be that, yes, I'm going to take away this portion of the map. If Magix comes into me, I win the round 100%. But I still don't like that positioning, Nathan. When you plant the bomb in that position, you're giving Magix a chance of winning a round that he already outplayed himself in by going to the different bomb sites. So, again, symptomatic of what was going on for FaZe in the first half.
Yeah, I think the whole half played kind of the same, where it's just overthinking, and then it's just play basic Counter-Strike. You plant the bomb for yourself, and then you can jiggle it, and then you just play the time, because, as I said, in that one-on-one, nobody had any information about anyone. So, like, he just took a gamble, but a gamble too much. That was not necessarily needed in a one-on-one like this, where you kind of have the advantage of being completely unknown for the city, and Magix has to rush in and has no idea where it is, and he just gives him a very easy option, which is just hold, defuse the bomb, and then defuse the bomb. Easy
peasy. Pros definitely don't fake. For Magix, though, it wasn't just that round in isolation, right? He had so much impact over the duration of this Anubis.
He had a fantastic showing, and I love to see it. I think we had one of the very first games of the tournament being Spirit, and I made the case that Magix was being very harsh on himself after the exit in Stockholm at Pro League. He wrote some not so nice things about himself on social media. Then he came in the first game here at this tournament. He was having a fantastic showing. Then, yeah, arguably against Mouse, he could have done better. And now again, he's coming in having a fantastic showing. So whatever happened in Stockholm, whatever tournament Magix were having, he's definitely bounced back. And as you said, Nathan, when he's always good for two, it is the nicest thing in the world. To have a teammate where you just know that whenever they come to his bomb site, he will always get 2 kills. It gives you that advantage that you're talking about.
And especially when Dong had such a rough game. Like, he was just getting the bad duels, the scrappy ones.
You got owned by Kerrigan.
Yeah, he was struggling a lot. And so those are things that happen in the game, right? Like, especially on Anubis, you get like into those crappy bad duels, you just die, it is what it is. And when we're talking about Donk is a superstar of the team, where's the second? Well, we had the second, third, and fourth star in the game because they all played insanely well. Like, it was a really good team effort when every time they were coming on a bomb site, it was multi-kills after multi-kills, and it enables all those retakes, right? So very good sign from Spirit, I think, and especially coming on Nuke, that is their map pick. That's confidence through the roof. So now he's just like, go play your game and enjoy.
100%. I mean, basically every single player, maybe other than Donka, looking super confident on that first map of the Anubis. Shout out to Shiro as well. It was kind of a can of worms that we opened for him versus Broky into this matchup. Shiro definitely came out on top on map number 1.
Yeah, fair to say Shiro also had a great game. As you said, the second star, the third star, call him whatever you want within this lineup. He gave it to Broky, he gave it to FaZe Clan as well. It's always good to see Shiro play well, and Shiro thrives in these kind of games, you know. He thrives whenever retakes are at hand. He thrives whenever he can be the second guy, third guy in, trade our teammate, you know, trade Donk, trade Magix, trade Sontic for that matter as well. Shiro is also a player that I think have evolved a little bit. I think some of the critique that we gave him a couple of years ago was that he was always passive. He never found himself in close combat duels. And Anubis is a map that is so compact that you're forced to do it. If you want to play the up on the CT side, you have to get up front. You have to get close up. And I think Shiro is developing into a player that can also do that. Now, do we see it enough? Nah, I think we could see it more from Shiro, but as you see in this highlight package, he's pretty much everywhere, and it's a lot of close combat duels.
Yeah, definitely. So what I want to see more, just to go back on the FaZe side of things a little bit, is that I didn't like on the T side one thing. Kerrigan was the main point of contact every single round. I think he had 8 opening duels. Granted, he had a 50% win rate, which is pretty good. But where is Elige in that equation, right? Like, we want him to be the enable guy that goes in, that gets that aggression, that absorbs all of that. Kerrigan should not be that point of contact, right? But he was, and that's kind of an issue that shows that there is either the game plan should be completely thrown out of the window and then just go into something else entirely, because on Nuke, that's going to be a different story. If you have just one guy putting pressure, especially in the system that FaZe wants to play, that's not going to work. You need to have several pressure points. You need to go outside and put a lot of pressure, then take ramp with full utility, and then you can converge into inner. You can do a lot of things, but you need to have the players to have that freedom and that will to do that.
I really appreciate your approach with this as well, because it's not like, you know, you don't want to be shitting on Kerrigan, right? It's just, where is every everybody else that you've brought onto this roster and you're leading. You don't want to just lead by example. You want people to follow suit and even, you know, be going exponentially above you, because we know he has players of that caliber on his squad.
That's how Kerrigan functions. He will always be the guy creating the space for the star players around him, and you're totally right in pointing out that the star players around Kerrigan didn't deliver. You could also go in and look at those 4 opening duels he won in that game. I believe 3 of them were against Dunk with a rifle. So if you take out Dunk, you know, 3 times out of 4 in that regard for Kerrigan, you've done your job. So I very much agree with you. Elise nowhere to be found. Frozen had a couple of frustrating moments as well. We saw the body cam where he was finding himself in a 1v1, couldn't quite get it over the finish line. And I think that just summarizes the entire feeling within the FaZe camp, that it was a game that was, in the rounds itself, it was close a lot of the times, but it never really felt close. It felt like Spirit were in control from start to finish, and I think that frustrated the FaZe camp.
Yeah, certainly a cold start from FaZe in that first half at the very least, and hoping they feel warmed up moving into the second map of this series. Hope on the horizon as their choice of nuke awaits. Nuke up next, the pick of Spirit coming into this series, in which they will be starting on the T side of things. And for FaZe, yeah, maybe Carragher might be smiling outside, but I feel like on the inside, he is going to be feeling the pressure, because one more map loss here, Jacob, you are eliminated. No Lisbon for you.
No Lisbon for FaZe Clan unless they can turn around the game. The good part is that they finished Anubis somewhat strong. They made a little cosmetic comeback. They made got it going. You know, a couple of the players found a bit of confidence, so maybe that's what you drag into the next game. But I think there's one thing that I want to address and you want to address it too. It's Elish. He hasn't had the best tournament so far, and I think with all the stuff we talked about, you know, with all the different changes that's going on within the FaZe camp, with Carrigan saying it's like changing 50% of our roster, we need to see more from Elish. He's a superstar. He's arguably one of the best riflers the game has to offer, and I don't think we've seen that quite enough in FaZe. We've seen glimpses of it, but now's the time if you want to stay alive.
And I want to see it on his face, right? Ooh. Because when I saw it on the past rosters, he was always a pretty ongoing guy. He was smiling, he was talking a lot. I was looking at his cam during the game. I didn't like what I was seeing. He seemed very quiet, very neutral, and not really, you know, getting that positive energy going and like getting the multi-kills that would make him happy and that kind of stuff. So I want to see that more. I want to see everybody in that team being enabled and being happy because, for example, Frozen, right? Like, he was very active, pretty vocal, and he was like angry and then happy and then, you know, screaming, and that's good, you know, having those emotions in a game, right? Like, you want to have that to show that you are in it and you're just not in your head overthinking. And it feels a little bit that's what's happening with Elish. So like, I hope they had a good talk and they come into this game more happy and more free to do whatever they want.
What do the puzzle pieces look like for FaZe, just in terms of the positioning on the CT side? Is this a map where they've had to move multiple people around to accommodate Elish, or has it been a bit more of an easy fit for them? I
mean, they had to accommodate for Elish, you know, playing Yard on Nuke. The whole storyline for FaZe the past 3 years on Nuke has been Rain, you know, T-side Yard, CT-side Yard. I'm not sure if it's a bad thing. It's just, and that's why we're highlighting it as well. We just want to see more from Elish, right? When you're coming into a team and you are dictating sort of where certain players that's been part of that team for 4 or 5 years are then playing, then it comes with a certain amount of responsibility as well. And I think for the vast majority so far in FaZe, we've seen enough to confirm us that he can definitely do it. It just hasn't been consistent enough for Elish. So with Rain on the CT side, he obviously had to take new roles, new positions. With Carrigan as well, calling around a player like Elish is different as well, because Elish is the main caller on the CT side. That's what we heard. So a lot of the initiative is coming out of Elish. So if you're right saying that his body language, his energy is not high, then you're the in-game leader for the CT side. You need to step up. You need to be vocal.
Yeah, it's just about movement. I just want to see movement. I want to see things happening, especially on the CT side, some aggression indoor, just some lobby crunches and outside. And on the DCT side as well, just go back to your staple of how you're playing if you're Carrigan.
Well, one more map potentially separates FaZe from elimination here at the Blast Open 2025. Nuke, the map picker Spirit, going down with Chad and Alex.
Thank you very much, Freya. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Nuke still considered a comfort for FaZe. It's Spirit's pick, but there is certainly a possibility that this does go the distance, that we do see that third map man on the screen, and man discussed by the desk there, Elish, expecting to see more from him, or at least demanding more from Elish in this roster. I will say that the FaZe camp, they don't look like a team that are one map away from elimination. From the shots we saw from outside, the demeanor, they're trying to keep a brave face.
Keeping spirits high.
Well, Spirit are one map higher than FaZe in this series.
A couple of fumbles from Spirit allowed FaZe to warm into this. Is it enough to take this the distance to push us to Ancient? Well, let's find out on Nuke. Edge for Shiro, likely destined for Squeaky Door. Bang! That one's blown off. The most abused door in gaming history.
Straight out and about. He's into the top site, smoked off his Rain, and no one there to receive them. This is a great start to their pistol campaign. They'll get the bomb down soon.
Carrigan, the flash is your only real way in.
Chopper's holding for the lobby crunch. Frozen's aware of that possibility, just as he looked away, but a quick shot anyway. Berettas connect in multitudes. Double kill with the 2 pistols. Rain sweeps in as well. Looking very good for the retake. Just go kill Frozen and Brokey sweeping through the lobby. Oof. Convincing start to their CT pistol, and now morale continues to raise.
Maybe a conversation outside was to bring that energy. Brokey lets out a roar. Frozen with a shout as well. And pistol department 2-1 in favor of FaZe. Now, the problem was, on Anubis they won the pistol, but they lost the 4-spy, so you have to hold on to it this time round, boys. As the dual Berettas, we'll get that in the highlight reel. Frozen just pinning heads to walls.
Oh, what a roar, you see that? Yeah. Like,
everybody.
Like, definitely that was the conversation.
Eddie's gone, hey, boys, can we look like we're having fun?
Can we look like we're excited when we win a round? Actually, to be fair, they didn't get many chances in that first half.
And the ones they did win, though, in the second were pretty damn spectacular.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
All right, well, Donk with an AK. No head armor.
Seen that before.
Will that be costly? Well, with Donk, probably not. Starting secret is Elish. That's putting a lot on him. He has been given outside. He could not cut the mustard holding A. You have to deliver, and you're playing a key position, and that's an opening kill and a second. That's exactly what you want to see from Elige.
Sticking around for more.
Yeah, imagine, you'd never want to be the guy who joins FaZe and then they just fall off completely. You're in back-to-back major finals. You're always playing entertaining Counter-Strike. And then you join, and then everyone's like, wow, Elige killed FaZe.
Well,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's what people could be saying.
Would say, yeah.
I'm not saying that.
I mean, I thought you were going to go down the route of imagine being the guy that takes Yard off of Rain.
Oh.
Because that is also, like, crazy.
Yeah, well,
when you think about
that's what
how
I'm
much
talking
impact
about.
the
That's
man's
why
had.
he needs to deliver. So a massive double kill. We get it from his POV.
Skablang.
Yeah, and it was on a donk, so instantly dead.
Good shooting.
Find some confidence. Take it to him. Who are these guys is the question you want them to be thinking.
It seems like a lot of util for an eco. I guess you're trying to play for a plant, trying to facilitate that, or?
I think, yeah, you bang on.
Zontic's Deeg is out as well. Elige just adopts a hard to headshot angle on Unbreakable, maintaining that cross.
So where's Chopper's flash? Sorry, smoke destined for? That's the question.
I don't know.
If it's just going to be scuttled in front of the vent so they can try and do a vent dive and plant B, you know, that can be making some sense. Otherwise,
did they nade door off already?
I believe it's open.
Yeah. Okay. So the CT block smoke arrives. They throw out a smoke main. Molly CT vent, flash and go. Carrigan throws out the incendiary and no one's looking as he collects with the $600 kill reward.
More convoluted way to try and get the bomb down on A, I suppose. Don't expect them to get anything done here now. Deagle doesn't get a chance to strike at all. So hoping that the CTs continue to expend some of this utility. And it looks like FaZe should be keeping all of these rifles up into the next. Carrigan can wield this. Nice deep door smoke. Wheel sounds off, 30 seconds remaining. Just want to clamp down. They obviously don't want to hold on to what they have. They need to die, and Frozen could have been the man to confirm all of that.
Good work from Magix pulling the crosshair away to enable Zontix.
Oh, come on now.
And then they recover the M4. They actually might get the plant here. Brokey's going to be there on control to stop it. Oh, they've got the molly as well. Forces him into the fight, Brokey! Oh, gets donked on! It's Rain to save him.
How do you end up with 3 kills out of that?
I don't know. Look
and
at Rain.
Almost a plant.
Rain was 17 HP. It would have been a 1v1 with a chance to plant.
There's no world that should have gotten so out of control.
Bloody hell. Look at this selfless Magix. Pulls the crosshair. Zontic's good to nail the Deeg. Throws the M4 into Donk's hands and gets Elige. And then this one. Let's see. Look, 8 seconds, 7. Yeah, so if he killed Rain, that was a world where he plants.
Okay, well, the guns are out now.
Okay.
A whole lot more damage than they were worth.
For sure.
Let's see, can Elige tame Donk? Aggressive under silo. Is Donk aware? He's talking a lot. Oh,
tagged.
It's a collat tag, right?
Yeah, right?
No, it's not even lobby. Just
lobby.
Simultaneous damage. Well, never mind. Donk can't go first. Chopper will. Was that hut spam? Squeaky spam? Some type of spam?
Spam.
Well, that's your outside and your main player dead immediately. Even though Donk got tagged, it doesn't really matter, does it? Down towards B, Frozen was here. He just started to dip out. Doors open. The sound cue heard, and the timing in this round has been miserable.
That was Brokey's AWP tagged down by Donk on red. But don't worry, Carrigan's dead. Covered by Magix.
Well, if Brokey can save, at least that'll give them something. But then all the extra casualties they took against the Glocks in the previous is really going to hurt them. Yeah, okay, well, trying to back off towards CT spawn to retain this. The money, take a look, bottom left-hand side of your screen. So Rain will be up. Get out of me way!
So, let's recap.
That's the opener. Okay. So caught a glimmer.
Well played.
Little smoker vision there, and this is the easiest skill of Magix's life. Brokey can drop. Rain can by himself. Carrigan can work with an SMG holding A. So it's all good. You can have another rifle round. You didn't lose the key component of that being the AWP. But if we are talking about the outside space, we've got Elige versus Donk in one exchange. That was the force by AK without the head armor. And then Chopper against Elige. So not the man he was expecting, but the man he got and the man who delivered. Oh, what's Brokey having to say there? So less aggressive from the CTs this time round. Wanted to try and take the fight to Spirit early, and understandably so. But now they're going to operate with something a little bit more of the standard deviation.
Who's got a HE? Brokey does have one. He's going to throw it immediately for Elige. Does inflict 9 damage to his teammate, but not the end of the world. Chopper on the end of that silo. Oh, Elige, how's your aim? Good enough. Nails the headshot, but traded. Shiro returns fire. Chopper's corpse walked over as they regroup.
Okay, important that Elige gets a kill there. That looked labored for a moment. So you take the 1-for-1. Rain, this is something he's used to, right? So the fact he gets to play the main door player, there's a lot of rotating involved with that, and he can find himself in some familiar angles that he would have been playing once upon a time. Rain smoked off as Brokey again. That's just twice. The timing is really against him. Rain's hearing this.
Rain versus Donk in the head-to-head. How diligent is this clear? Not diligent enough. Gets completely caught off by that one and repositions. Shiro will hoover up the space. Magic's into the top side. Carrigan tucked close vent.
Oh,
Brokey can't catch a break. The timing's impeccable from Magic's. Oh my God, just timing's all over the shop. Controls the spray. Frozen in the 1 versus 2. He's in the right place and removes the first.
Back up the vent you go. Surely back up the vent you go.
That's what Frozen assumes too.
Oh, Zontix.
Just delays a second.
Well, we know this kid likes to play the thinking man's game.
Yeah, but there is a bit of overthinking going on here.
Well, as he heads back up silently, Frozen is going to have the jump on him.
It would have planted if it was lower. Frozen.
Yeah, but maybe Frozen's doubting it now. Oh, now he knows.
Low HP. This is an easy frag for the 4th. Jobs are good. 4-1. Frozen ensures it.
Okay, well, the AWP is just back of the side. That's what's being communicated to him right now by Brokey. And Brokey's had some really unlucky timings, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Going around grabbing as much utility as he can. They do get the AWP. They do hold on. And that's a big clutch for Frozen, because it was the timings that was the biggest issue in that round for FaZe. We saw it for Rain. We saw it for Brokey. But important kill here. Also, Carrigan being able to get the trade towards that A site. Great shot there from Rain.
How often do you see Donk walking into an angle?
Not prepared, right?
Yeah, that's really rare.
And then Frozen, right place, right time. And Zontix, you think he was going to immediately go back up the vent once he knew where Frozen was? He didn't. And then at that point doubted going for the lower play. If he had done that, if he had stuck to his guns, he would have had a free sight. A real opportunity to convert it. Tactical timeout called first by Halley on this T side, their map choice. Brokey will get his AWP back. Plenty of A4s in the mix. We'll make it 2, 1 for Rain, 1 for Frozen.
Did I hear that word correctly?
It's one of the words sound like crunch.
Yeah.
Double crunch, lobby crunch.
Just like what?
A crunch.
Go for a lobby crunch on a gun round? With an AWP in the mix? Let's find out together. Round 6, map 2.
Well, the AWP is starting ramp, so it could be a slow lobby crunch.
Right, one of those jobs where like you escort the AWP into the line.
Yeah, it's possible.
Chopper so far, 3 opening deaths, 1 opening success. And just 5 rounds of play.
Frozen's down to...
Oh, bugger.
Oh, the shake of the head says an awful lot. Rain trying to catch them on the timings from main. Shiro and Donk. Have a bit of a fuss, that's about it. We still have Brokey posted on this line, aggressively holding lobby with the AWP. Right now, Spirit are either going to be heading out hunting Squeaky or right into Brokey's domain.
Flash is available for Chopper. He's got 4. He's just going to keep chaining them. Look how good they are. Carrigan completely blinded. Donk on the warpath. The flashes are perfect. Job is done. Round is 1.
Oh, this is the bomb. Oh,
the awareness.
Safety first.
throws the bomb across. Frozen will take down Chopper, but the bomb gets planted by Zontic, scooped that up and ran it into the site.
Shiro's on the hunt.
He's going to go straight CT spawn? Or?
And you can't go there this time round, Brokey. So Shiro making sure he can't dip back. They know he was aggressive. It's unlikely he could have teleported there in that time.
Right.
So just making sure that there's really no way forward for Brokey. It's a nice little round. They're really good flashes towards the top side. You see how helpless you feel if you are Rain and Karrigan. You got Frozen down towards B. He can't contribute. Brokey's pushed out ramp. What's he meant to do? And then Elige was playing Black Warehouse. He was playing Red Pole. So he also is completely removed if it is going to be the top hit.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by those Chopper flashes. Kind of want to steal them for myself. Feels like sometimes all that's stopping you from late top finishes is good flashbangs. And there's a perfect example of that. You can see Karrigan, he's in this really forward position in Hut, still blind.
Yeah, not biting down either. Could have held down Mouse 1 and maybe gotten himself a kill. Here it is.
Blind, and then another one. Blind. Just great work.
That's your entry fragger being set up. That's the dream. So, yeah, Donk does get an awful lot of kills, but not always without support. I say not always, because sometimes he just does do it on his own.
Yeah.
Well, the 2 saves are met with a full investment from what FaZe can offer. Deagle for Karrigan, MP9 for Rain. And well, that's going to be about that. So there's an M4 alongside of the AWP and the AK. Elige going to start Secret straight away. This is where he found a success against the Force Buy. This time it's their Force Buy as the diagonal smokes land. And it's just Chopper out here. Everybody else over towards lobby. Clear of the smoke. Nothing seen as Chopper. What's his pathing going to look like? And does Elige want to look for the fight?
Chopper playing bravely. They're going to accelerate ramp, and that's the AWP chested. A missed shot from Brokey.
Needs to give it up.
Oh, Chopper's hot on his heels here. Is that something they're going to be like considering so early? Elige, we're going to maybe
Elige could catch him.
Yeah. Has to find the right timing. There he has it. 4x3, 4x3. Spots him out. Job done. Good find from Elige.
Okay, I feel like they have to hit B now. It's just Karrigan down here with the Deagle.
Just the Deagle.
He
What's he
needs some
supposed
help.
to do? One headshot to Shiro. Nice work from Karrigan's Deagle, but shut down by Donk. There's a second as well. Elige's quick swing of the doors is not enough. Insufficient. Frozen needed that, Jewel.
Wow. Well, the AWP's here, Brokey. Can you get anything done? No, you're low. You're going to be hunted now. Run away. Get out of there. Or hang around and maybe lose it all.
Oh, goes looking for trouble. Finds one onto Magix. Goes back onto the site. Going to fake it. Force Donk into the fight. Messing with the doors. Oh, a chance presented itself. Just the 1-2 targets. Zontix realizing he might have to get active. So call this an active save. From behind. Oh my God, it's a horrible game. Yeah, run down. Shiro gets an AWP thanks to Zontix.
All right, well, a little bit sweaty there for a second.
Funny.
Just a one-round game between the two of them, Zontix and Donk. They get all 5 kills. Has Elige gone to 4x3, has he?
I don't know if he has. It just looked like it was on his screen and he didn't clock it until it...
I thought he was a native gamer, but maybe he's changed. Maybe the water has changed him.
1289.60.
The gold res.
Gold res.
All right, well, economical now. A chance to level things up for Spirit. Who wants the Eeks the baddest?
Magix could use a couple.
Oh, but they'll show us who wants them the most.
That's true too. A diligent full smoke wall for Donk to walk around as they are heading lobby.
Chopper might get him, you know. Oh. Chopper will get 1.5. There you go. You wanted him for Magix. He'll take 3. A massive performance for him on Anubis. He gets his just desserts there. And it's just Elige, the last man standing. Has what peer on in. Nothing he can really salvage from this situation. And Shiro will take it. So this gun round will not have a Brokey AWP. That's been a fixture on their CT side so far, so they're going to have to do it rifle heavy. Fuse kit, not possible either for the CT side. What is their opening stance going to be? We haven't seen Elige go aggressive again since that first round where he pushed up under the silo. Brokey tags Donk, Chopper clears him out. And it might be a harsh critique of the situation, but again, I feel that if you are going to be, I don't want to say propping up, but giving positions to Liege, and if Frozen gets to play preferential positions as well on the CT or the T sides, those two are the ones you have to turn to. The fights aren't always coming their way. You can't help that Karrigan's just giving away our opening death. That makes your life a whole lot harder.
Absolutely.
But if you're looking to players to turn the tide of the game, Elige is your opener, dictating out towards Yard. Frozen's your closer to clutch you rounds. Now, Frozen's done his part. He's won a clutch. Elige is now dead, so it's a two-man disadvantage, and this rifle round is over before it's even really started. Some good output from the likes of Zontix.
I mean,
he's been finding damage through Squeaky with spams. He's done it to Rain in an earlier round, done it now to Karrigan, and even found a second in this one. Bodies littered the floor as the CTs are in, very limited position. Pushing in, grabbing the lobby control. Sure, that's a standard response. Nobody will be down towards B to stop them from getting the bomb in.
He'll hold down Molly until they swing open the door.
Yeah, you may as well call this one 5.
In the absence of the pistol as well, Spirit, this is going to be one hell of a T-Haul. Like, it was a 3-0 into now 5-4. Or 4-5 in that same framing.
So looking ahead, 2,900 as the loss bonus. If they do retain these 3 rifles, they will be able to drop. Zontix is already starting to try and cut them off at the pass, making sure they can't save towards T-spawn. So Zontix knows what he's up to. Magic's the next closest as far as the radar right now is concerned, but he's over towards main. They're backed off towards ramp. If there are exits up through ramp, they're going to try and deny and maybe grab an AK or 2 for their troubles. I wonder if they play these 3 rifles, everybody essentially takes a save.
Oh.
And then go for a full rifle round into the next week and bring back out that Brokey AWP and have the full util. Because if players are dropping, that means they won't have any more nades than what they already come into this round with. And we're talking smoke flash, smoke HE, flash HE, flash HE.
Just smoke spammed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, good work from Zontix. He's getting good output from a rather unglamorous position.
I think it's really tough when you talk about this outside role, right, with the rifle. You're either dictating and you have a really good feel, you're hitting those cheeky spams as they cross by in the smoke, so you're constantly clearing and you're able to take the jewels, or you're playing aggressive and you're stopping them from getting that space. At the moment, we're not getting any of that from FaZe, unfortunately. Feels like there's more than enough room for Spirit to operate as they wish. Now, this is going to be tactical timeout number 1 called by Neo, coach of FaZe. They are going to go the all-in option of dropping. So rifles will meet the hands of Karrigan and Elige. FaZe need something. They already have 4. Really want to be walking away with 7 if possible, so need 3 consecutive rounds before halftime. Or the reality of getting eliminated. Blast open Lisbon. Will start to set in. Now they want to harass.
Lovely.
There you go, Zontix. You want to keep spamming us? You're dead.
Flies up the ladder as well. Oh, Rain, that's beautiful. How's that for a double?
All right, well, if you won't give me yard, I'll just push in the lobby and do with it. Well, so
what a gamer. Karrigan, oh dear, meets his fate at the hands of Donk. Now, fortunately, Frozen and Brokey have cheated over here, so they have boots on the ground.
You don't want to give away another kill just yet, FaZe, and that's for obvious reasons, but the biggest one being the bomb. They don't have it at the moment. Chopper needs to go back and pick that up, and he's actually started to investigate towards ramp. Now, are they going to slip back the whole way, Donk and Shiro, or are they going to try and take some yard control? Looks like they're going back. They might go here completely undetected. You can see Elige is very, very safe.
He's just keeping main held for Rain. That's a horrible death for Frozen.
Giddy on. They have 2 kills without even having the bomb in hand. Now they've picked it up. Elige is like, oh, I guess they could come up secret. They already have. So they're still worried about all the bodies that could potentially be down. They had to take that contact. Karrigan's death confirmed that.
Back to lobby with 30.
And now they can just go in towards A, which is just Rain, who felt like he had done more than enough. He pushed, he gets 2 kills. And he now has to defend the top side's honor. He doesn't have support.
He's worried about Heaven as well.
Oh, they're coming out hard.
Neo can't even watch. Closes his eyes.
Oh, no.
He's going to get shot in the backside. There's so many gaps. There's so many gaps. Rain just so focused on Heaven. It's going to be a horrible jump scare for him. Jumps out of his skin. Bomb planted. Heaven covered by the Shiro AWP. A 5v3 thrown away.
Safe. tough to watch.
Isn't it hard to watch? Yeah,
it's tough to watch.
Like car crash television.
Yeah, and they're not being able to get into these scenarios where FaZe play their best Counter-Strike. This team, extremely entertaining. They love it to be able to thrive in the chaos, in the thick of it. And right now, they get those kills with the chaos, in the thick of it. Rain goes forward, gets you 2 opening frags. Carrigan oversteps the mark in secret. He dies. Chopper with a great little maneuver through lobby, not even worrying about the bomb. You know, a lot of in-game leaders that say, oh, I guess they're down secret. I'll get the bomb. I'll try and get to them. No, you can come to me. I'm going to make a play. And then Rain has so much to worry about. They can walk outdoor. They can walk out hunt. They can come up heaven. Here's how it started. Then here's how it really should have finished. Rain trying to win the round. Doing his absolute best. Beautiful shooting. Carrigan swings out, goes down, and yeah, this is it. Yeah, I'd be happy too. Making FaZe look silly. Looking to add another victory against FaZe Clan to Spirit's tally. This is to be the 4th consecutive in a row, with the last being the major win.
Yeah, and this is looking to be the 6th consecutive round. Liege. Gonna take that fight with Magic. He's actually just dropped onto main roof.
Down secret again with the bomb.
Yeah, Rain will acknowledge that down the vents. Chopper and Magix. Oh, they congregate for him. An opportunity for impact. Delivers the headshot onto Chopper. Magix, however, repositioning. Gonna swing him. Liege can't win it out. Magix takes him down. Carrigan swings into that, or sweeps rather, into that main corner. Will have the cross of Donk if he dares. Magic's already towards heaven though. Frozen's up the ladder just in time. Just in time. Does he go looking?
A lot of these rounds you feel like you don't have information if you're FaZe. So does that have you overstepping the mark? Magic's being very diligent with his clears. He's been cheeky about this one. So waiting for some form of a reaggress out heaven or hell. It's not going to come his way just yet. Carrigan can't overstep the mark either. But like I said, the ante for info, you want something and you step into an AWP.
Frozen's been stubborn on this line. And oh, what a shot out of Boris. Gets the job done. Brokey under a lot of pressure. Now Molly limits his options further. The flash is good too. He's having such a nightmare game. They're all over him. Surrounded, eliminated. But Rain still stands, and Rain could do something with this. Catching Donk as he maneuvers towards the site. Fakes out the steps. Magic's aware. Boris.
It's great to see a smile on his face, isn't it? A huge map 1. Activating in map 2 as well. 8 kills in total. Second tactical timeout called for FaZe, and the best they can get before the break is going to be 5. 7 secured for Spirit, and you can see why it's their map choice. 7 out of the last 8 rounds of play.
You can see on Carrigan's face, it's not up to his standards. It's not up to par.
Where were you when FaZe was killed?
Mate, it's easily fixable. We just put Rain back on yard.
Oh, yeah? But is it?
Yeah.
There's role overlaps everywhere. It was never a replacement for Rops. And I don't think Liege was ever meant to be that, but it's thrown the team into a bit of a tailspin to work out how do we approach this.
It's the first time Liege has been on a team that's of equal. Maybe not the first time. I think
Liquid 2019.
Liquid 2019, obviously, but since then, back on a team of a similar caliber to himself, and haven't been able to see that similar output. The analyst desk discussing it, Jacob drawing attention to that. There it is. There he is. Takes down Donk in an early exchange. FAMAS v AK. That's what you want to see from Elige. An opening kill to secure that 5-round minimum. Feels compulsory for FaZe's chances in the second half of play. Chances of seeing Ancient.
You hate to see that come so late, though, don't you? Because he got boshed on the nose early in that fight by Chopper, and then he's gone late. Okay, well, guys, we're struggling. I'm going to take a duel. That's what you wanted almost the entire time.
Frozen passes the test of Chopper. Now, he is held by the AWP, and so just needs to hold on to this advantage. A 2-man advantage can't be squandered. Oh, but important from Rain. He relocates and finds that immediate trade. Shiro's AWP, however, with the bomb on his back now spotted. It's 2v3. Brokey has lobby. Magic has been heard.
Know where both players are right now, FaZe.
Break the glass, fake him out. What do you do? What's the plan?
If you go up heaven, right, obviously you don't know it's clear, but Magix can jump up. If he secures it, then at that point, Shiro can fly up the ladder.
He's cognizant of the potential from like an Elige secret walk.
And the Elige is low, so it's not even going to have to be a headshot here from Magix.
Oh, it has to be a shot, though. It has to connect, though. Gets himself into heaven.
Now Shiro can come up. 25 seconds. Well, it all has to be Shiro now.
Does he have the time for this?
Last round, has to give it a go.
Flash and go, looking to try and isolate that duel. Good reposition from Carrigan, needs to pick up the bomb. Does so with 10 seconds. Carrigan hears that, relays that information. Elise will swing, 5 secured from FaZe. It's something, it's not nothing, but Spirit still have the edge as we swap sides. Will we need Ancient? Stay tuned to find out. Ni hao and welcome back. That's how you say hello in Chinese, which is in fact the last place they met, these two teams, FaZe and Spirit, clashing in the lovely studios of Copenhagen. As we get things underway, FaZe with 5 to work with as we swap sides. It's the Spirit map pick, but a familiar territory for FaZe Clan. They nade off the door, and it looks like it's Pacey top. Straight into the dual Berettas of Magic's donking combination. It's already a whitewash. It's over before it even began.
Nice little clap there from Magic's. Goes straight into the notes. Happy with that one. The dual Berettas top heart perfect. This is Boris in a good mood, and they are dispatching of FaZe. This is a team that he has like good history against.
Bro, the way that first half went, and then this is how the second half starts. How does that not break morale? How does that not lead to a tut of the tongue, a shake of their head? FaZe Clan on the verge of elimination here.
On life support right now.
Yeah, most definitely. We get the signature character.
Maybe this is his happy place. You know, Happy Gilmore, you gotta go to the happy place.
Yeah.
Maybe this is Magic's happy place against FaZe. He just thinks major, ancient.
69 frags.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, well, I did it once.
Do it again. And there's no Robs this time.
Yeah, it gets a little bit easier, apparently. Anubis Don't let the score fool you. It was an absolute blowout.
Bang! Doesn't even get to pull the trigger of his scout, and Dole trying to get his hands on that scout. Costs him his life. Shiro composed with the M4. Removing 2 from the yard. Oh, anyone that touches the scout instantly dies. Spirit run him down.
Back-to-back spotless rounds.
Yeah. Couldn't ask for a better start to your CT side, and already edging very, very close to that magic number that would eliminate FaZe from pursuit of attending Lisbon playoffs.
Yeah, the arena's next weekend. When it gets on a plane on Tuesday, flies on over. Top 6 teams. Well, we've already got 4 of those locked in. Na'Vi, Vitality,
Eternal Fire,
and of course, MongolZ.
MongolZ
versus Liquid coming up next. G2 versus M80, your dessert for the day.
Got 2 more games today.
And 4 more tomorrow. Counter-Strike non-stop around the clock. A smoke wall lands on yard. Squeaky exchange. Frozen. It's very lobby heavy. There's nobody outside. He's playing straight in. They're going.
He jumps in as well, trying to match him from behind. He'll be able to strike.
Oh,
yeah, burning down his chopper. Util's good. Magix, however, just pushes straight through the smoke. Karrigan returns fire through Donk on that Tech 9. Good output. Magix down to Elige. A nice double entry into the site, puts it onto Shiro. However, he's kicked rather quick.
And he's good in the clutch.
Yeah, an element of surprise to this. They're worried about Heaven. They're worried about Main, but are they worried about Squeak? I don't think so. Karrigan looking the wrong way. Isolating the duel, doesn't finish the job, will soften them both up then. Nade does damage to Elige. Karrigan put on notice as well. 25 HP for Karrigan, another HP. Elige down even lower. Oh, he's softened him up so nicely, but he's overlooked this position. Hello, above.
Shiro, almost the hero in that moment, huh?
Valiant attempt, man. Good attempt. NT in the chat for that one.
Okay, well, it was a bonus round. They had 2 MP9s they can buy again. Shiro gets his AWP. The trading in this round, sublime for both teams. Donk just gets Tech 9 to the face. And yeah, that response says, no, what am I meant to do?
Oh, you know.
Stab close.
He didn't hit that first bullet. If Shiro could have just controlled that spray transfer, you would have been screaming. And so would I.
Okay, well, they're juggling the guns across. Zontix this time is going to take an MP9. Chopper with one yet again. Shiro gets the AWP. Magix and Donk with the rifles. With only one player staying alive, it means there'll be emissions also in the purchases coming forward for FaZe. A MAC-10 for Karrigan. 2 Galils, one for Brokey, one for Frozen, but the util is there. Both the teams able to go in with whatever the strategy appears to be. So smoke wall yard on the first rifle round. FaZe pop into top. Trade efficiently. They use that. Build a pattern off of. Door blown open late. Yeah, Shiro actually looking for a fight. He's going to push through the smoke, take the duel, post on the line.
And ooh, Frozen just avoids
keep coming!
Oh, he goes aggressive.
Oh, they're using the smokes yard this time round.
Yeah, Donk makes couple of shots trying to puff out and spot on the cross.
I want to perforate a bit of a hole, see what he can find as Chomper. Oh, bullet to the side of the head. Well, they're definitely down secret. There's information. Sure. Donk.
Still gets Brokey.
Yeah, hanging around a little bit too long. AWP up to bat and bang.
Oh, lovely angle held and delivers to Shiro, keeping it simple. It's just Elige and Frozen and looking to reposition, regroup. They're so separate.
Yeah, they need to connect somehow. Frozen isolating a 1v1 on this top side. If he can do it with Magix, does make this a little bit easier and does. So Shiro, do you come back up the vent? That would be crazy. Elige looking to come in from main. Celtics pushing lobby. No kit. There's still no plant. Another smoke for Elige to lob in, and we'll replenish over towards main. Getting the bomb down. Frozen tucked in towards T-vent. Elige plays Tetris. Oh, he's going to open up the angles. Do they clear out towards lobby? That's the question.
Yeah, looks like the frag's coming to Zontix's way. Frozen, the timing, just as he investigates lobby. Zontix tucks through the hut position. Oh, and Elige just looks away. He could have catch a time, especially if Heaven starts making noise. Elige pulls out his nades. He doesn't know where the second is, but we'll get that free frag onto Elige. Now, the question is, where is Frozen? Thrust into a 1 versus 2. No kit available. They do need to stick this. They need to be on that defuse rather soon. Zontix holding it, and it's awkward now. Frozen's come up clutch just when FaZe Clan needed him. A must-win round converted. You can see the relief on the camera there. Frozen and Elige, fist bumps exchange. They get it done.
Okay, well, Zontix will get out with the AWP at a bare minimum.
something.
And we know on Anubis that FaZe were taking opportunities. I don't want to say given. There were situations that probably should have been closed, but you still got to be able to connect the dots, FaZe, and they did so. They were able to warm into Anubis.
Yeah.
Heart stops when the realization of no kit. Are they going to force behind the AWP? MP9s are plenty, 5-7. Both teams pretty brittle buys. Rain and Carrigan working on these MAC-10s. What's the call? Fast top.
Okay, yeah, the nade from Chopper could do some damage. Does so. Awkward. Carrigan, Elise, Rain, everyone's gone. Just crunched. Owned.
What's the way to avoid the AWP? How fast in towards A? Well, you do that, and 5-7, MP9, two of the absolute strongest for their price points, just shut this down completely. So FaZe have gotten away with murder. They've been able to withstand the clutch attempts from Spirit, but you cannot stop the crunch on A. You have been denied access, and it's just Brokey. Their money's low, right? Think about these rounds. They've had barely any players survive in back-to-back, and now they're about to lose the round. Thrust out of position by the Incendiary. Herd, lost bonus into the next, only 1,400. Spirit, you're going to walk away with a bounty of weapons if you don't give Brokey too many kills, and there you have it.
Damn, that was so convincing again.
You've got a force buy with such limited cash if you're FaZe.
Well, that force buy was justified immediately. Here's Zontix. Rafters with an SMG. It couldn't be better.
We saw Chopper just look completely blind.
In front of door, I cannot.
Yeah, a little Listerine face there from Elige.
Heavy top defense as well there from Spirit to deal with exactly that.
Yeah, like an informed position and stack on the top site.
Well, there has been AK that's been able to get purchased into things. That's given to Brokey.
Interesting.
I think that was dropped from Rain. He's the only one without any armor. I think he had about 3K to work with. So, Brokey, FaZe need a hero, and it has to be you. Do have smokes to work with, so could get them across to Secret, but then it's more about how do you breach in towards the lower side. Well, it's going to have to be with the bullets. You got to get past Donk first.
Yeah, that's the first challenge. Rain's deagle, though, not to be snuffed at. Block util. Chopper has the freedom to peek over that, top of that. Spotting out Donk from Liege, POV, drops off main. Brokey's AK, don't forget, is here, and that's what he does. He delivers a headshot, and Elige removes Donk too. In unison, two bodies drop for Spirit.
Frozen has rotation, or at least can be straight behind him.
Oh, wait. Magic's not ready. Perfect catch from Frozen as well.
Piece this one together with so little. Now you have to be saving if you're Spirit. So what a rally of rounds this has been.
Elige must have hit a banger onto Donk as well.
We're getting that same intensity as what we did in the second half of Anubis. They just need to find the finish. Actually, they might come back in main. Now they know where Zontix is. How many kills can he get?
Oh, spotted out another. Shiro's there to lend a hand. Brokey goes down.
That's the bomb.
That is the bomb, and it's awkward with 25 seconds left. This is really uncomfortable.
Thought that was done.
Shiro's Orp is holding that MAC-10. What can Rain do? He's going to try and flank. He's going to have to do it quickly. Frozen throwing out utility. Oh, he makes him turn. He thought it was a flash. Zontix looked away.
Oh,
nice shot.
They got the bomb at least.
Where do they go?
Wait, the time. Got to run into plan. 10 seconds. Get a move on Elige.
He's going to make it. He's going to make it. Bomb will go down on that B site. Does Shiro give this a look in?
I still think saving has to be the better of the two options.
You know, there was a while ago that they turned that one around.
Yikes, you think after those 3 kills, it's done.
But the problem solving from FaZe was on display there. I will say, I think Zontic's going to feel a bit foolish, realizing he turned from a smoke.
Okay, FaZe, you do stay alive.
Hey,
10 to 8.
It's FaZe Clan. It's still FaZe Clan. When you think they're out.
So this is a great shot from Brokey, right? This is against a MAC-10 shot. Oh, okay. Elige, good shot from you too. This is with 30 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, bomb gets spotted there. Orp drops it. Oh no, it's Zontix that drops it. Shiro. Let's get to maintain his AWP. And we catch that on the tail end of the round. Shiro can drop one. Chopper can buy himself. Donk can also buy himself a rifle, so it depends. Okay, it looks like they are going to facilitate Donk to have the util. Chopper will be working with very little. So, essentially, a gun round. Spotty in this second half. Only 2 rounds to gap, though. We know FaZe can bring the heat on Nuke.
Donk still has his HE.
Oh, have we lost some util? Yeah, okay.
Second wave. Karrigan goes up roof with his Molotov.
Yeah, so they went diagonal, and now they've just gone the straight line to help them get across towards Secret. Chopper's already down here.
Forced to reload.
Molly didn't land.
Yeah, well, Magics will get him straight back up then.
Yeah, not what you would hope for in that situation, but they will get across, and that's with the bomb.
Okay, but Chopper, only 6 frags so far. Blocks them for now.
Oh, his support can be Shiro down ramp. So there's a lot of different configurations of setups that they can opt for.
Just going to jump spot. Not even. Just going to play single door and hope to be overlooked. On their approach, got 45 seconds, still that 5v5. Now steps are being heard. Missed shot from Shiro's, confirms lobby still occupied. He'll back in, what a shot, removes the lead.
Chopper still unknown.
Picks them apart. Molly limits his contributions. Shot
denied.
Over the door, can't double up.
Got a plant.
Still denies the plant. Pressure on, Shiro low HP. Zontic's been found by Frozen, but somehow Shiro gets 1 foot, turns away. Rain tries to address the death of Karrigan, loses his life in the process, up to Frozen, and he's been loud about this. Donk playing that ratty angle on the side of the door, not ready for that. Spirit make 11 a reality. Shiro gets another one with that 8 HP.
He's done so well there. They're throwing the fake on towards top side. At the same time, the Secret players start to activate. They didn't know about Chopper. He's just over towards the single door. That's the molly that's missed.
This shot was crazy.
Yeah,
Rick.
and he's under a lot of pressure. And Chopper activates. They're not aware of that. Felt like no matter where they planted, they were dead. And this is another one of these rounds where an AK has to be donated. The util is even lighter this time for FaZe. We've already seen them win a round like this, but it was so touch and go. Don't think they can pull off another, and then into what should be the final round. There's only 1,900 loss.
I mean, this is it. This is the round where you look towards another Unleashed Eagle. You look towards Frozen to wrap it up. Do what Brokey did. Let's see if Spirit oblige and give you those fights.
If you get caught in no man's land, you're not going to have the same residual util like you did last time. You've got 2 smokes. That's literally it. And you're going outside, so if you don't use these to get across Secret, you're done. Donk can drop the incendiary to slow them. He can drop the HE to break and try and catch them in the open.
Nade onto Karrigan. Gets across.
Okay, so it's a ruse. They're going to try and fight him.
And that's the fight they were looking for. Frozen nullifies Donk. Now you go down. Blocked by Chopper. He's going to go up the vent. If you called the bluff on that smoke, that would be crazy. You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. You would. You actually would. You're walking through that smoke lower. Oh, and you've got vents thanks to Rain. FaZe, this is a must-win round, and it's looking good, at least for the plant.
All right, plant goes down backside.
Okay.
Maybe Spirit just lay down their guns again, right? You're going to have to go and do a 5v4 number disadvantage retake of the lower side. Zontic's making sure they can't poke their head up ramp, but what do? Do you run towards Secret? It looks like they're not moving at all. We're seeing Spirit save. I cannot believe FaZe have pulled off a miracle like that. Smoke wall, Karrigan makes the step.
It's a sick call.
It draws the spam. Bullets come through. You know exactly where Donk is. You swing out, and Frozen has to hit that shot. So when these AKs have been dropped, they've been invested. Well, we're going to get a biff on ramp. Look how many bodies are gravitating up.
Trying to get out. Avoid that radius. Rain up next. Down to Chopper. FaZe get the round they were looking for. Frozen trying to get out with his AK, but Magic's M4 says no, removing it all. 3 survive, 4 Spirit.
It's a big deal, right? We're talking 3.9k at the, 4.1 at the absolute most of that bomb going off. So 3.6, 3.9, 3.6. So
yeah,
it's Galil's again. Galil's in a couple of AKs. So you're going to be skimp on util once more. Well, they're toying with you now, Donk.
Yeah, they are. Karrigan at least calls them into a bomb plant and a round win, which, considering the ramifications that you highlighted, it was a necessary one to keep the dream alive. Hallie immediately on the mic.
Yeah, FaZe right now, they are, I think I've used this term already, on life support, but their heart's still beating. It might be faint.
Perhaps quickening in pace. Spirit need just 2 to knock them out.
If they're able to win a round like this and wipe out all of the guns, at that point, they can take control of the economy. They can tie things up. They can put Spirit in a really tough position as far as their buys are concerned. But that means consecutive T-side rounds. And that hasn't happened in the stretch of the last 4. Again, you take a look from one side of the screen to the other. Well, we know who's got the better buy.
Orb starts ramp. T-Lurk smoke thrown. Well, Kerrigan's got a nice cache of utility to establish his wall. He's doing the Magic lineups.
It's just going to be Rain going outside behind this. Everybody else for FaZe is currently over towards lobby. Donk isn't fighting this. He's just playing in main. Shiro's dropped down to likely poke his head up or secure the secret cross.
He's just checking vent drop. Was an uncertainty thanks to the lurk smoke.
And they have been cheeky out that door in a couple of rounds. So 3 smokes. Donk will be calling this. Perfectly placed. So Rain will be taking that space on his lonesome as Kerrigan, next piece of utility lined up. I think they're going to try and explode out ramp. And these Ontics here. Now they go.
Ontics plays this angle very frequently. The Molotov will be well placed to force him back. That's a nasty death for Rain to stomach. Now FaZe operating at a disadvantage. Hamstrung, Brokey to drop in, draw crosshairs. Oh! Gets 2 to Zontic, make it 3! Knocks them all down. 5 alive for Spirit, 1 away from knocking out FaZe.
They've just been on this yo-yo. Right? Their money, it's not in a position where it can ever start to build up for FaZe. And then you lose rounds like that, you can't get the bomb down, you're not getting any kills, you don't save anything whatsoever, you just get wiped out. So for a 3rd time. Oh no.
Oh, it's a whole thing. Well, the saga of the lost smoke. Oh, the second finding the headshot on Elite. That's great spray control.
Nice. This is the 3rd time that they have had to operate with just pistols. Previously, there's been residual cash, I believe, on Rain to drop AKs.
Right.
This time, you don't have that AK. There is no money afforded to do so.
One man that likes to call these, though.
Yeah, but Alex, this is 1,400 loss bonus type of force.
Yeah, this is brutal.
These are the ones that you okay, oh, I guess I have to go for a P250. I can't even treat myself to a Tech 9.
Yeah, you are right now. You're on elimination point, and you've got nothing more than a pistol and some Kevlar.
I'm saying it now. You cannot do it again.
Yeah.
The fact that they got away with 2, that was crazy from FaZe, that they could pull that off. Some nice little moves with the limitations they had. This one, there is just no way.
VP away, and a challenger approaches. On that final day of group play, will it be Spirit? Certainly seems likely. Chad believes it a certainty. Let's find out together whether or not there's anything left in that FaZe Clan tank. Brokey's got the util. Tasked with trying to pop into this top site. Magic's positioned on top of the hut. Good to chip damage onto Frozen. Oh. Kerrigan gets caught. Just constant spams from Chopper. He's relentless. Just spamming smokes. 2 down. 2 more to go. Donk contributes as well. The bomb down the vent. Leash has it. And Don Zontix has got him booked. Perfect rotation, perfect movement. He's got the chance to take it down, secure the round right here and now. Another body drops, and there you have it. Spirit throw the knockout blow. FaZe Clan discombobulated. Nuke not going their way. And Spirit versus VP for that final spot.
Yeah, Spirit live to fight at least one more day here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025. Unfortunately for FaZe, that does mean they falter. That does mean they are eliminated in one of the more convincing series that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I think that's the disappointing part for FaZe Clan. I think coming into this tournament, coming into this group of death, they knew there was I wouldn't say a high likelihood of not qualifying, but there was a likelihood of not making it through. But when you get presented a game in the lower bracket against Team Spirit in this fashion, and you're unable to make it neither of the 2 maps truly competitive, I think that's where FaZe will be like, okay, a bit of a wake-up call. We're not there quite yet, and let's be honest, Spirit were just a level or even 2 above today.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing we can take away is just Spirit is knowing what they want to do, and it just shows very clearly on the server, and there was not much that FaZe could do. They struggled a lot, even against force buys. They just struggled with full weapon rounds as well. It just seemed that Spirit was just a level ahead.
Yeah, not the result, obviously, that FaZe or Elige would have wanted to be going home with. Commiserations, first of all, Elige. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us. Tell me, as kind of a first taste of being on FaZe, taking on Spirit in this jersey, what was the experience like for you, and where do you feel like the main difficulties were?
Well, I don't think that they've been playing as good as they have been in the past. Like, they definitely felt really beatable. We had a lot of rounds that we could have won, even on Nubis. You know, we had, I think it was 7 after plants that we ended up losing. So I don't know, I think it's just coming down to the details in the rounds. If we won any of those rounds, you know, we had a really good CT side, we couldn't make it happen. And then this game, I don't know, I feel like, you know, we just kept on getting reset on the money. We were on like a deagle like every round on the T side. We had some advantage on the CT side. I don't know. It's just coming down to the details is what I feel.
It feels like it's been a bit of a, I wouldn't say tough integration, but it's been difficult for you guys to hit your peak level consistently with you coming into the lineup. Do you sense the same thing? Is it a question of time, or is there anything in particular you can point out as to the reason why you sometimes play very well and sometimes you seems to be a bit missing?
I think that, I don't know, there's just like some discomfort still, where, I don't know, I feel like in the beginning, you know, as Finn said, he's doing a lot to try to integrate me, and then for the interview here, he said, you know, obviously we're focusing on the team, so it's kind of just trying to find like a balance of, you know, how we want to do that, and if there was like an easy solution, I think that, you know, we would have done it, but I think that, I don't know, for me, I think it's just, you know, a matter of, you know, confidence in the role, because I feel when you're playing like these roles, you have to be like 100% certain about like every move you're doing, every strafe, every movement around the map, and unfortunately I just am not feeling like that confidence right now. So I don't know, we just have to try to figure that out.
That's fair enough as well, and you were stating in the interview, or Kerrigan did, that you had to move to Europe as well. Do you think there's just a bit too much going on in your life? I mean, moving from America to Europe for the first time, is that affecting your gameplay, or is that too far-fetched?
I mean, I don't like to complain about stuff like that, but I would be lying if I said it hasn't been stressful. That's and fair. It hasn't been a lot. Definitely has been like very stressful the last couple of weeks, you know, with the move. I feel like everything has been going wrong with, you know, in regards to like my apartment and internet problems, and I don't know, just a lot of really difficult things that are out of my control. So it's been really tough to like have complete focus on the game.
Fair.
What are the main things for you, because you have a lot of teams you play with, several captains and stuff like that? What is the freedom that is being given to you within this team, right? It's a whole new system that you need to help build, as you said, and as Kerrigan said. Where do you lie in that equation? What are the things you want to try to implement into FaZe in order for you, especially, to just be a monster again?
Well, I felt like last year I had a lot of freedom on the T side to kind of get myself in the rounds and to like move around, where Finn is having a little bit more control over that stuff. So I kind of am just like letting him cook, because, you know, obviously we, for the first month and a half, he was doing a lot to get me integrated, and now obviously we're focusing more on the team, so it's a little bit less of that. But for me, like I said before, I feel like unless I have like complete confidence in like every move that I'm doing, then it's, I don't know, it's just like hard if you don't have that. So I don't know, it's just being able to get into the zone, I think, has been hard for me this year. And if you're not able to get into the zone, like, I don't know, it's just going to be very hard for you to play well.
I feel like that's understandable with a lot of changes going on both in and outside the server. When I was chatting to Frozen earlier on today, we were kind of talking about, you know, when we've been talking about you coming into the team, most of the attention has been focused on Rain and how it's impacting him. I posed a question to Frozen, like, how has it changed some of his roles and responsibilities? And he was saying it's still an open conversation, right? There's still things that you guys are looking at and going, okay, this is working, we'll stick with that. This isn't, we're not going to stick with it. Can you give us maybe any examples of things recently that perhaps you guys have picked up upon and are maybe going to be changing for the future?
Well, that's hard for me to say. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me because I don't want to like step on like toes for that, but it's also, you know, we have a lot of like role conflicts just like naturally as players. So it's, I don't know, I think it's just like a delicate balance, and it's hard to find that. I don't know, because, you know, you don't want to like overstep too much, but like if you understep, then like you don't perform like well enough. So I don't know, I feel like it's just like a delicate situation, and I'm honestly not completely sure.
Yeah, something that's ever evolving, it probably sounds like. Jacob had a really nice catch up with Kerrigan ahead of the game, just sort of asking a bit about preparation, how he prepares for an opponent that, you know, he's quite well versed on. After he's kind of been doing that, how does he come to the team? How does he kind of present all this information and make sure you guys are in the best position possible going into a series?
Well, it depends on how much time we have, of course. You know, if we have like a really early game, then we kind of just talk about it before. But I think that he does a really good job of like prepping a whole game plan very quickly. He has like a good idea of, you know, what we showed last time, what we want to show this time, what we haven't used in a bit, and how like the opponents are going to be thinking. So I think it's very impressive how quick that he's able to do prep and like complete like a whole game plan like that. And we have pretty much what we want to do, so we make sure that everyone has like the nades, everyone knows exactly what we're doing. So if, you know, if we're bringing back a strat that's, you know, a couple months old, then we're going to make sure that everyone can be comfortable with it, know their role on that, know which nades that they need to know. So I think that he does a good job making sure that everyone's prepped for it.
Just looking forward to your other events going forward for the rest of the season, because we're kind of just over the halfway point to the major. Obviously that cutoff point is going to be coming pretty soon indeed. Where do you feel like is kind of the bare minimum for FaZe to achieve to end out this season, not looking back and having any regrets? Is there an achievement that you want to be posting before we end out this first half of the season?
To me, I don't have a specific achievement like that. I mean, obviously, I could say win the major, but you know that's an easy one. Everyone wants to win the major.
Yeah.
But I think it's more about just feeling like we are like making progress, results-wise, feeling in the game, making sure that like we're winning the rounds that we should, and you know having just more of like the comfort in the game with each other.
Is that your feeling right now? That you're making progress, or do you feel like you have stagnated a little bit?
I think that it's been a little bit stagnated. I think the practice in the last couple of weeks, like I said, has been a little bit stressful, in part because of the moving and things going wrong. So I think that it's been really tough to have like really good, efficient practice, you know, coming into this event. We have, I think it's around 10 days in between now and Bucharest is going to be our next one.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can only do so much for that. I think that Dallas is probably where I'd say realistically, or, you know, we have Melbourne and Monterey before. I don't know, there's a lot of tournaments, and I mean that is where you get like the most insight, because you sometimes with practice you really don't know what's working correctly, what's not working correctly, because it depends on what the other team's practicing. Maybe they're messing up things as well, so you only really know in the matches, and hopefully all that experience is going to help a lot.
Just out of interest, because I feel like up here on the desk we like to, you know, use a lot of numbers, use a lot of stats, maybe sometimes look at the mood that we observe from just the outside. Is it sometimes hard to quantify like a comfort level and a progress level? Because a lot of the time we're asking for those achievements to make it tangible. How do you feel about that?
I think that the only thing that you could really see is if, you know, if you're watching someone that's like an opener typically, like how much that percentage change of, you know, how much the percent of success changes and how much that he's actually going for openings change. I think if you're looking at things outside of that, I think it's really difficult. When I watch the game and I can just kind of tell when somebody's like comfortable or when they're not, just based off of their peaks, when they're like crisp with each strafe that they want to do and they know how much they're opening themselves up, when they're comfortable saving onto the util versus throwing it when they're a little bit scared. I don't know for numbers. I think that's really difficult to do.
Yeah. No, it totally makes sense. I appreciate you staying on the desk for us for a bit of a prolonged period of time. Love getting to catch up with you. Obviously wish it was in better circumstances, but yeah, seeing you, looking forward to seeing you guys in Bucharest moving forward. I'll let you get on with your team.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Yeah, just a tough situation all around for FaZe Clan to be swallowing on this one. It was one of the more, you know, one-sided head-to-heads we've seen of Spirit taking on FaZe. I think maybe that's where our disappointment remains, right? Because we're used to incredibly close series going to the full 3 maps as well.
It's a reality check for FaZe Clan. Kerrigan even said it coming into the tournament. They were in the group of death. They knew that progressing into the playoff would be a tough task, given that you had, you know, 3 of the absolute best teams in the world in this group, with Spirit obviously being in there, with Vitality being in there, with Mouse being in there as well. So the result in itself of FaZe not making it to Lisbon is not necessarily disappointing. I think it's the fashion they've lost in so far during the tournament. The loss against VP, where you lose the 3rd map 13-0, obviously disappointing, Nathan. You don't ever want to do that. And then unable to make the game competitive on either of the 2 maps versus Spirit, that's going to sting a little bit. So I think it's a reality check where FaZe right now, they're simply not ready. As Elise said, we haven't cooked enough, and hopefully with a bit more time, we can start to have that conversation again.
And there are 2 things that maybe, I'm not going to say tick, but like I think are going to be tough for FaZe, especially in the next few weeks, is that the first, that Elise is lacking confidence. It's not something that you like to hear from a player, no matter if you're lacking practice or whatever. You want to come in, no matter what, doing your thing. And to me, it shows a little bit of discomfort into everything he has to do, and like the role changes. And so that leads into my second point, that is play with conviction. And it feels like with FaZe and Kerrigan a little bit at the moment, they're a bit lost in what they want to do, and they don't have that straight direction of playing the game a certain way, and then having those base convictions of, yes, we're going to play this map this way, and then we're going to be aggressive at that moment, and then we have that plan beginning to the end of the round. And that's something that it's very nice that he was able to open it that way. But it makes me a bit worried when it comes down to the future and to the next few weeks and the next few tournaments, because this is something that it takes time to fix. It's not something that is waking up in the morning, one morning, and you're like, yes, I'm confident, let's do it. It's something that you build up with practice, and if practice hasn't been very efficient, if the tournaments, you're just going in and you're like trying new things, changing positions, playing new tricks, you have to build from the ground up, and that starts with building confidence in the basics of the game.
Conversely, for the side of Team Spirit, obviously they're going to be taking on a Virtus.pro in that qualification game for one of the final spots at Blast Open Lisbon playoffs in that arena. I love to see that the emotions from yet another loss versus Mouse would not affect them today whatsoever, being able to shake that off, not really showing any frustrations, cool, calm, collected, and it didn't necessarily even need to be the donk show for them to close it out.
Not at all, no. It looked like a Spirit that were in full control control today. And as Elise said, maybe Spirit haven't been firing on all cylinders as of late. Maybe they lost a bit of grasp, towards vitality, and maybe then a bit of a limbo in terms of hitting the right form at the right time. But even a Spirit playing at a C level or B level is still a team that can win trophies. It's still a team that can progress into the playoff. And I'm going to be completely honest. Yes, it was impressive to see VP make all those comebacks versus Falcons today. But if VP shows up playing the same brand of Counter-Strike they did today versus Spirit tomorrow, that's going to be a quick-ass game. That's not even going to be a competition. So I hope VP has more in stock for us, and I have no doubt that Spirit will turn up with the same level that was.
Spirit aren't even going to give you an inch, right? Like, Falcons were giving them miles and miles and miles, and still it took so much time to get it over the line. Like, if Spirit give you that much space, I mean, you're not going to play Spirit like that, right?
No, you cannot give a slow start to a team like Team Spirit. They're just going to take the game and run away with it. The only thing that might be a little bit different is that it's kind of a derby, right? Like, they're from the same region, they know each other extremely well, and so that's always been a thing back in the days when only national teams existed, right? It was always different within one country or one region, and how things were happening and how the games were being played. It was sometimes completely different Counter-Strike. That could be the only change, but because we're in a place where CS2 is kind of universal and everybody plays sort of the same way, I don't think it will change that much. And yes, if Virtus.pro decides to start slow again and Spirit just starts getting that confidence, and even if Donk is not present, if you have those 2nd, 3rd, 4th star, whatever, 5th chopper, throw him in, that's going to be a good sign for Spirit, and then I think it's going to become very hard then for Virtus.pro.
I think we should check in with the Group A bracket just to see exactly how the lay of the land is looking, because obviously MongolZ and Vitality already cemented themselves a spot in the arena. They're going to be taken to the stage for our first game of the day tomorrow to decide who is going straight through to the Saturday semi-finals. Then, just as we were talking about, VP versus Spirit. I feel like we branded this as a group of death. It's become true, right? The probability of the top 3 teams going through looking pretty high right now.
I kind of like that. We live in a world where expectations don't always meet reality. I think Group A so far. I love that. Sometimes you expect something and sometimes you get exactly what you expect, and I think that's where we're at right now. I cannot imagine a world where Spirit will drop that game versus Virtus.pro. As much as I appreciate Virtus.pro's effort throughout this tournament so far, and I think they've taken a step in the right direction once more by taking down FaZe Clan, by making the comeback versus Falcons. I want to see Donk in the playoff.
Should we take a look at Group B as well? Because that's exactly what our second shift is going to be covering in the later hours of this evening. First up is going to be MongolZ taking on Liquid, then G2 versus M80. That last game, MongolZ versus his former organization. I believe that is the first time that's happened as well, Nathan. So that's going to be some little bit of rivalry there, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Although they ended up on good terms and they were very happy for MongolZ leaving, that's going to sting if you're going to lose against him. So I'm sure they're going to study very, very hard for that game. And it's teams that are somehow on the same level for all those games. So I think it's going to be very exciting to watch. I expect it to be very tight, very close games. Lots of highlights. Give me some scrappy Counter-Strike and let's get going.
There's one clear favorite. The MongolZ being down in that lower bracket, they are the favorite to make it through. I will, however, put focus and pressure on towards Team Liquid. I think Chad said it on day one. He wants to see Liquid being more than just a top 10 gatekeeper team. I very much agree with that sentiment. And I think a victory versus the MongolZ could be a step in the right direction. And can you take down the MongolZ, you can also take down G2 or M80. So that bracket, that lower bracket right there is still open, whereas we have Spirit, being, I wouldn't say almost guaranteed to make the playoff, but a high likelihood, a massive favorites. I see 3 out of the 4 teams in Group B who can still make it. Sorry, M80, but you're going to go to home.
Well, let's dive into that Group B action, but not before we head things to a quick break. We're going to love you and leave you with Vu, Maui, and James Banks to be guiding you through the 3rd game of the day and a lower bracket gauntlet at that. The MongolZ versus Liquid going down after this break. At the FaZe London Major 2018. This was I want to say this was my 2nd event ever, which is wild. I did, this was in the now OVO Arena in Wembley. We did a season of ECS here, that was my first event. And then kind of just was super lucky, and they ended up needing an interviewer, so came back from the major, which was like one of the highlights of my life. Like seriously, it was funny story, the crowd were so loud during that grand finals winners interview on stage. The producers were saying something to me. I don't know what it is to this day. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything that was going on in my OFB. But yeah, I remember feeling so nervous before getting on stage there as well. Like, that was one of what I thought was going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh wow, I'm trying to think what moment this was. This is probably one of the stages where the lights were the brightest. So I'm quite short of sight anyway. I don't often wear my glasses. So when you get out on stage, it kind of makes it easier for the nerves because you can't really tell who anybody is in the crowd. But this was like, it was just a wall of light. So it didn't really feel like there was anybody there. But the noise, like I remember feeling like the vibrations of the crowd, absolutely insane. The kind of imposter syndrome I think you face sometimes in those situations of going, do I deserve to be here? Am I good enough to be here? And I think at this moment, this would have been my second major. And I felt like this was kind of a ground to prove that I do deserve to be here. This is in Paris for the live HLTV confirmed. We just come off the Challengers and Legends stage, I think. And I wasn't actually meant to be here. I went out with Launders to get some lunch, have a look around Paris. And he was like, oh, you should come. Like, this is why I'm out. And I was like, cool, I'll come watch in the audience. And I turn up and Prof's like, you want to get on stage? Like, you might as well. So I was like, fuck it, let's do it. And it was amazing. It was a small kind of intimate audience, but everyone was very, heavily into CS. Really nice, sporadic, spontaneous occasion that occurred. Major in Texas. It's been a minute since we've been to North America. I've been to Austin. I went last year for my birthday, and it is a wild place. So much vibrance. The atmosphere of the city is amazing, and honestly, I couldn't think of a better place for a Counter-Strike major to be returning to in North America. Majors are the pinnacle of the Counter-Strike calendar. It's what everybody is working towards to be hitting their peak, and when you've got this many players who are gunning for that trophy, you never know what's going to happen, so fingers crossed.
MongolZ makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Oh man, I just have chills through my whole body after seeing how it's about to go down in Lisbon, and I'm sure we'll be turning the heat up once again as these teams that are about to face off against each other, well, they still have a chance of making it but nothing is guaranteed. The Mongols there arriving, getting ready to do battle against a Team Liquid that have shown us some strengths, they've shown us some positives, but the last time they faced the Mongols, it didn't go so well for them, but they've still got a fighting chance, and it all comes down to what they can do and what they can show on the server here. But we've seen the issues, we know the problems they have, and it's not kind of the same as what the Mongols have shown themselves across the start of 2025. I'm your host, James Banks. We've switched things up on the desk. Vu, Maui back with me again. Vu, how you feeling?
Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, I'm excited for the couple matches we've got going. Mongols, Liquid, as you mentioned, a little bit of a blowout last time. Expected a lot closer this time.
Comfort level, got one of them for us today?
Reasonably comfortable.
Reasonably comfortable.
Reasonably.
Maui, you're always comfortable.
I feel pretty good most of the time, I'd say. Especially, I know your dog got onto social media, but it's just the cutest thing ever.
Hey, you got on social media too.
You've been on social media before, Vu?
I got you eating popcorn with a fork on social media.
True.
Yeah, that was something that's unacceptable. But what I do want to see is some acceptable, maybe better than acceptable, maybe some exceptional plays coming out from our teams here, right? Let's start by looking at Liquid, because this team right now, you know, they came together with Twist now being the IGL. Nerds was such a huge positive condition. What do we make of them and where they're at? Because I see a bit of highs, but then I see some lows as well.
Liquid, to me, are a gatekeeper solely in the sense that if you don't have world-class players, they'll just outshoot you. But if you have a team that has both great shooters and good tactics, then you will beat Liquid. That's kind of how I see them right now. Okay. For all of the teams that are basically in the top 5 or so, they have world-class players, but then they also have a deeper strat book than Liquid. Liquid's still figuring out in some ways how to get more mileage on maps that aren't named Anubis, maps that aren't named Inferno, or even Ancient, because everything beyond that, I'm a little bit worried for them.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid has world-class players in terms of fragging power, but we do question Twist a little bit because of the map pool, because when they get deep in games, when it's 11-11 and you need that little bit extra from your IGL, he needs to make a great call. I don't really see that all the time from Liquid.
Is that a problem that's now recurring though? Because we look at this, we see improvements from other parts of the game, but then some other bits it's lacking still.
I would say so. I think that some of the inconsistencies from the players are also due to some semblance of role overlap. I feel like you have quite a few passive players. I'm not even going to just name 2. I think Twist actually kind of naturally inclines towards that himself too. Okay. And then you instead have Nerds who's kind of going above and beyond himself to try to be more aggressive to make up for it. Ultimate, on the other hand, is just like basically do or die in the first 30 seconds of a round, which I don't really want from an opper. So a lot of issues for individuals and their fit on the team.
But Twist, right, is still a positive in terms of a fragging IGL, which we've been talking about a lot on this desk.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked before Mongols games, we've talked Blitz is the best fragging IGL. He's the best fragging IGL because we don't really rate Twist as an IGL. He's the best fragger that also calls. He is incredible, and if you could put him on the right roster that's already got chemistry, I think he's got something going for him. The problem is he's got time to learn IGLing, but we're not giving him time. We want this roster to be good right now.
You're not giving him time because how much time do you want to give him? Like, what's the difference here?
I mean, it feels like we're putting the expectation so high, it's so lofty, because even in the last major, they were able to accomplish top 8. So they are having these deep runs at tournaments. It's just that we so clearly see the ceiling. And like I said, when they play against these truly elite teams, they just always fall short because of the calling. Like, yes, Twist is really good on his own rights. Like, CT side, man, I don't even care what role he has. Like, he's always going to be reading the strategy of the opponent, getting in front of it, being a good disruptor. He's very good individually still, and he hasn't lost almost anything as a player while being a caller. It's just like, we want better calls. We want better finishers.
Okay. And looking at getting some better calls in there though, right? How much time do you give someone to transition from being like a star into this? Like, that's what I want to understand here, because you're being very harsh on him. I can understand why. It's Liquid, it's a household name. It's look at the players they can have, but you know, he's only been a little while.
The problem I have with it is there's only so much time that you're at this level as a player either. Almost all players end up falling off eventually. Even Electronic, before he became an IGL, he was falling off a bit as a player. And so when you look at that and you have a player at Twist's level, are you really saying we're going to sacrifice 8 months, a year of his career, and then we're going to have him do that while IGLing, and then we'll take him off the IGL duties? He might not be the same player by that time.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see that. You want to see him thrive and be successful like he is in one of these fragging IGL roles. Let's come back to this Nerds conversation again and again, because I'd say when he first came into the team, it was looking like one of the best roster moves of the year.
For player upgrade, it made a lot of sense. Yeah. It made a lot of sense because Yakindar was extremely aggressive but not delivering. Nerds was very aggressive also for heroic, but in my eyes, it's a different type of aggression when he came to this team. I know entry stats might paint one certain picture, like yes, he took a lot of entry attempts as a rifler for heroic, but it was almost in situations where it was map control, but also sometimes kind of like feeling the round out, pressuring in a way, and then just being the first point of contact because he saw an opening. It's not that he was running head first through brick walls like Yakindar, and for a team that had so many passive riflers, I just see Nerds going way deeper, way quicker than he did any time before in his career.
Maybe that's what's being asked of him, but I did have to ask him some questions, so let's hear what he's got to say.
I also want to ask you a bit about how you're feeling on your individual performances, because we come in, you have very good performances on Liquid so far. How do you rate your own performance?
I don't know. Right now, when I joined the Liquid, I felt like really good overall, but I feel like in the last months I don't have my best confidence, I would say, but it's not about anyone else. This is my problem, and I feel like it's a lack of initiative in a way that if I will take the game and I will speak a lot and I will bring my specialty, I will have this confidence back, and I'm doing it. I think yesterday I did it, and I hope I will do it today even.
And do you have the room and the space to be able to do that and call your own game? I feel
that Twist is giving me all the space that I want. Even sometimes, of course, there is like shutting down. It needs to shut down. There is no. I'm not like above everyone else, but I feel like he's giving me a lot of space.
So he's getting the space he needs, but it's a confidence issue, which I wasn't expecting to hear from a man like Nerds.
Yeah, as Maui was saying, they kind of asked him to walk through a brick wall on this team, and they asked the same of Yakindar. I asked this question when Yakindar was on the roster, is it because he wants to go aggressive, or is it because he's forced to go aggressive because you have JKS and NAF on the same roster? And when we look at how often Nerds goes for openings, he goes for openings just about as much as Yakindar did.
Oh, wow.
I think it says it's 34%. Like, that's ridiculous. That
0.3% less than Yakindar.
That's okay. That's just too close for my comfort for Nerds. I mean, him talking about initiative, I don't know if he means about himself, because I'm going to say this. If he's going over demo footage after Liquid loses a game and they're telling him, oh, you just need to go for that, oh, we needed you to push there, they're gaslighting him. They are gaslighting him. He should not be going for all of the. They need to find other answers. He can't be the only person that's going for that many attempts. You need to have a more spread out defense, because Nerds, by and large, he's not Donk, okay? He's not winning every single fight. He's not winning the percentage that makes Donk a transcendent player. I'm sorry.
But how I took it, right, when we're talking about initiative, was maybe he's being told what to do. Maybe they're expecting him to make call of some of his own shots.
That's kind of how I took it as well, because they put him in a ton of Donk-style opening duels. They give him a flash, they push him out, he goes for an entry in a way that's supported. But in the mid-round, I see oftentimes it's Twist that goes for the entry in those plays, and maybe he's being asked, like, hey, we need you to make a call that we can pop out of this now, toss a flash for me in the mid-round rather than the early round where he's going for just a ridiculous amount of opening duels.
Now, one person we haven't spoke about yet, right, is the least experienced member of this team. It's Ultimate, and we have been sometimes pleasantly surprised by him, but where do we put him now? Like, if you gave him an AWP tier list in here, you know, Maui, I know you love that so much. We talk about your top 5s, your top 10s. Where does Ultimate sit in this right now?
Ultimate is like Brokey with less experience. It's kind of random, but also just way more aggressive. It's just that it's like where Brokey just goes berserk at the last 30 seconds of a round where you have no idea what he's going to do. Ultimate's kind of like that in the first 30 seconds of the round. So very kind of curious in terms of what happens after that. I still feel like the flowchart isn't necessarily as refined as other players, and yeah, he's hot and cold. Some tournaments he's putting up unbelievable numbers, sometimes carrying Liquid through games. I'll say this, his mechanics are incredible. Like, he is hitting shots faster than many of the top tier operas. It's just that I don't think that the situations are always there for them. It's more about, at this level, it's about hitting the shot, but also just being in the right place at the right time, and that's where I think he comes behind some people like Torzi, for example, not as flashy, but gets the job done way better.
Is he now coming in, though, with a bit less experience, right? Maybe also in comparison to 9-10 on the side of the Mongols?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great comparison because Ultimate's he's ramping up. I actually give Twist a little bit of credit because Ultimate's been getting a lot better over time. But 910 on the other side, he's already at this level.
Yep.
We saw Ultimate's stats against MongolZ the last time they played. He was nowhere to be found, and that's partially because 910 was taking him out of the server.
910 is just way more stable and consistent as a force. Y'all encompass MVP, but oftentimes considered the second best player for the team. He's a guy that I feel like fits the Mongol system a lot better. He's covering the sort of ridiculous plays that some of the individuals like to make. CT side though, I'd say 910 really comes alive. He understands how to get into the action. They put him in a variety of spots. They play around him in a way that seems a lot more fitting. And he's doing this with very little professional experience also. Like both of these guys are essentially, like they're near rookie than they are even halfway through their careers.
And that's a telling sign, right? And just looking at the Mongols as a whole, you're talking a lot about the systems we saw yesterday come out there. I feel like Mongols right now, their biggest attribute is just how together they can be, you know, how much on the same page they can be. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, 910, sometimes I question if he is the best rifler. You kind of need him on the op, and that's something Ultimate, I think, does a little bit better than him. But when you actually look at 910 as a player, he supports his team, especially on T side, incredibly effectively, a way Ultimate couldn't.
Now, we did see MongolZ play yesterday against Na'Vi, and it wasn't the same kind of game. I think they're probably in a position where they sit there and say, we let that one slip away, especially with how they bounced back into the second map. And they were 12-9 up against Na'Vi on Mirage, which they had previously dominated on. What did we make of that game? What was our overall thoughts at the end of that?
I mean, I think the level of Counter-Strike that the Mongols showed in it is probably something that Liquid aspire to. Even in a loss for Mongols, I still feel the cohesion between the players, the individual pop-offs when they need it, and even just the way that they're mid-rounding too. It feels like there's so much more direction. There's so much more potential for them to outplay their opponents. Like, let's not forget also, when they lost to Na'Vi there, 13-16, went to overtime, they would have won that in regulation, but Techno had Alexi B dead to rights, and we'd be talking about a completely different picture. A Mongols that had already qualified for playoffs, but Techno literally just missed a spray as he was behind 2 players from Na'Vi.
And the question kind of comes down to, can they recover from that? Because we're only a day later. Techno was kind of out of it after that. You could see he was head in hands, really unhappy with that. Can they bounce back? Because if they do bounce back, come back at the same level they were yesterday, I don't think Liquid can fight against that.
Can I ask you this then? How big of a favorite is MongolZ in this series?
I'd say like 60-40. It's reasonable for Liquid to win this one still, but it's also like enough favorites where the Mongols should feel pretty comfortable about this, which is why the veto gets pretty interesting, because there's a lot of ways this could go. There is some banning overlap. There's a lot of, I feel like someone could play some tricks here.
Well, I did ask Mazzinho himself to see what he thought of this game, so let's get it. Now, looking at the teams that are left in your group, we've got G2, M80, Liquid, and you. Do you feel like you guys are the favorites to make it to the playoffs?
Maybe just 50-50, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it's Liquid versus us. It's same like 50-50 game.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's a 50-50 game?
I don't really know. Just I feel like that, yeah.
Okay. But you beat them in Katowice, so do you have a lot of confidence against them? Do you feel like this is a team you know?
Not fully know, but a little bit confidence for us, and we'll try to win, yeah.
He's very humble, always, in his opinions, right? He's not going to give too much away. But I said, like, if you go to playoffs, which most people are expecting Mongols to do, especially if you look at the teams that are left that they've got to face off against in this group, right? He still believes it's a 50-50, but it seems like his biggest challenge, not a G2, but a Liquid.
He's just being nice. I mean, also, I don't know. I mean, am I ever going to hear Mazzinho say, yeah, we're going to win 100% of the time? I've never heard that in my life. Like, he's a humble king. He's a growing humble king. He's going to be one of the best Mongolian players of all time, if he's not already.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd give them 70-30 in this game. 50-50. Either they've played a bunch of scrims, doesn't sound like they have, or he's just being nice. Let's be real. They're way favored in this game, but it's not unwinnable, but 70-30.
Well, even though they're well favored in this game, right? Mazzinho himself, you remember at the beginning of the event, he was very critical of his own performance. He was saying, like, I'm not happy with how I'm playing. He does look like he's showing some improvements.
Without a doubt. I mean, Mozinho, I feel like they've started setting him up in terms of just pulling rotations to let him just take a duel on whatever side of the map he wants. That's something that it's a lurker's dream. If you're not putting enough pressure on the map, then Mozinho or any lurker can't really take the risk of walking out onto a bomb site. But now he just feels so much more enabled to do that because Techno, Blitz, 910, that space-taking control group, like they're just so much more cohesive and they just put so much pressure on the opponents.
Yeah, it's something that NAF and JKS on the other side struggle with. They don't have that aggressive factor, so they struggle to activate. Sometimes NAF ends around just saves, never saw anyone.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen in the veto this time around. It is rematch from Katowice, so let's grab ourselves this veto.
Okay, I mean, this is something that I was actually initially concerned about. Are Liquid gonna ban Mirage because it is a favored pick for the Mongols? Now that they've shown that they can play Train, Mongols have to ban Train. It was an overlapping ban for them before, but Liquid, because they beat Eternal Fire recently, they now say we can play Train. If you don't want to ban it, we might pick it.
Yeah. So the question I had was, do Mongols actually ban Train? Because that is a ban. Liquid have floated it. Okay, they don't ban Train because I was thinking Mongols could ban it. Liquid have floated it recently, but Liquid have never picked it.
Yeah,
so maybe you're Mongols, you ban Anubis, you wait for the second round, and you ban Train later. But they do ban Train, they play it safe, and I understand that.
And then Liquid, because they actually got a little bit of an edge in the veto there, last time around, Mongols banned Anubis because of that overlap. This time around, Liquid can pick their favorite map, which is Anubis.
How much of an advantage do you feel this is going to give to them, though? Because the Ancient pick comes in. We know what the Mongols can do on there. They took down Na'Vi on it as well. They also won it in the decider last time.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is actually already shaping up pretty well for Liquid. Ancient's not a map that I would say that they're world-class at, but it's a map that I've seen Liquid's able to call on. And so if the decider goes to Inferno, I think Liquid are very happy. I think this is actually the best the veto could have possibly gone for them. So that 60-40 that I had for you before, James, I'd still take the Mongols as favorites, but probably more like 55-45 now.
Ooh.
It's
yeah,
just a little closer.
I don't think this is good for Liquid in terms of how good it can go for Liquid, because this is still a Mongols team that is just better than them, and we've seen a couple teams that think they can take Inferno against Mongols. And Mongols, map 3 against M80, 2 close games, end it, 13-3 against M80.
Slaughter.
They slaughter Na'Vi on this map. This is, it's good for Liquid, like I said, as good as it can go, but it's still Mongols' game.
So he said 55-45. What are you saying, Vu?
70-30.
Still 70-30. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nothing changes. Who's the X factor in this? Who are you looking at with sharp eyes on both sides?
Oh, okay. One guy that I feel like has been under criticism for just up and down performances on Liquid has to be Naf. I feel like the overlap between him and JKS is something that needs to be resolved for them. And for Naf's like an any day player. Like in terms of overall macro understanding, it's fantastic. But lately, in a weird way, I've sometimes disliked his macro, or micro. He's just a little slow to kill people. But if he's on point today, if he's just woke up a little bit earlier, got a good enough breakfast in, maybe went for a jog, I think he can take out these Mongols players.
Last year, I thought Naf was one of the best anchors in the world, but his team didn't let him show it. This year, I think he's struggled individually. I want Naf to show up, and I want Ultimate to have a better showing than he did last time, and then Liquid have a good chance.
Well, let's see if they can make it possible when it comes to this. At least they're getting Anubis in this time around. Is that going to be the difference maker in the series? We're about to find out.
Thank you as always, gentlemen. I think I personally side with Vu on this one. In terms of laying down the odds in a 70-30, I think he's got very apt points that if this series goes to Inferno, we saw what Mongols are doing in this position.
Yeah.
Mohan, where do you land in the conversation of this head-to-head?
70-30. I'll say the boring answer. Unfortunately, after we saw Mongols play yesterday, I think that they were actually incredible, and that's only credit to Na'Vi to have actually won that game. But to be honest, I was so impressed by the form that we saw from the Mongols. I referenced, I think, 4 out of 5 players had spray transfers and clutches on Mongols that were just like, that blew you away. I think individually, Liquid are just a bit too inconsistent, and as a team, they aren't better than the Mongols. So Liquid will have to have their best day. It's not that they don't have the pieces, it's just that we don't see them all together playing well too often.
When the good days do come, though, we know what Liquid are capable of, so we'll have to see what sort of form they throw out the gate. And an Anubis pick is one that affords them at least a great chance to start. You know, maybe the greatest chance they'd get.
Yeah, it's rare you see it, and that kind of edge in a veto, though, so that's nice for Liquid for sure.
Yeah, in terms of this head-to-head, even though they are the Mongols and we put them up on this golden pedestal so far in 2025, Liquid are one of their individual opponents with something to work with. Right now, 5v4 still held here, despite these engagements going around elsewhere on the map. Nobody from the Mongols able to succeed until Senzu finally collects one. But look how they've just been corralled down into the E-box. Continuous pressure on both ends. That fight from Twists opens up the possibility to leave.
And looks like Senzu's just going to chill for a sec, see if Nerds comes in for the duel, trying to bait the shot out. No, crosshair placement's excellent. Down to ultimate. And Senzu knows he can't run all the way away, but that just gives the fight here to ultimate.
Blitz didn't waste a moment with this one. 2 kills deep into the pistol round, puts the bomb down, has ample time to reposition, and said reposition will be unbeknownst to ultimate. So where the hell's he at? That's what Roland's got to ask himself as he wastes no time just storming this bomb site, already up onto Cake, so definitely believing that there would be this deep reposition from Blitz.
Blitz is actually just assuming it's a fake right away. Ultimate's got to go on the search, but
perfectly done here. Ultimate, perfectly done.
Wow.
Just read him. And the chance that he was up in the corner, that's one thing. Second defuse, all too easy.
That's a little messy from Blitz, though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, also a little messy.
Super close to fuse, honestly.
Easy.
No problem. A little messy from Blitz. He plays far back enough and calls the fake defuse, which is right. But like the most natural thing that Ultimate would have done to go look for someone was just walk up towards heaven. So he did open up this. He did leave this time open.
Let's go. Nice.
Good thing they finished that because it was a 5 versus 3 at one moment there for Liquid. Would have been a fantastic beginning for the Mongols had they been able to rob it back, but let that just be an early reminder. Mongols can rock your world. Nade sails beyond. Nobody actually opening up this smoke. Would have been Twists on full display, as he saw nothing down towards bottom steps. Here comes the crawl out from the Mongols. Numbers strong on bridge. Ultimate MP9 in hand, peeks out, dies. That Tech 9 can pick up the SMG, and no immediate all-in either. No need to, right? The Mongols aren't gonna just jump haphazardly into the next trap. Looking to disengage.
It was costly on HP, but there's still so much time, so rushing that situation maybe would have been foolish. You had Liquid already expel a lot of their remaining utility. They've got 1 HE on NAF, that's it. At least the attack's coming towards his site, but right now, 5v2 and B with Twist just watching for lurks.
NAF and Nerds. Good kill from Senzu. Suddenly, World of Hurt inbound for NAF. Trying to draw anybody off this, he will fail to do so. The Desert Eagle straight up bests him, and your pistol round doesn't mean much when the Mongols just finesse their way through the force buy, right? And I love the way that they went numbers strong. 4 players across bridge, get a kill, disengage. 4 players into sight, get their kill and win it. And obviously Senzu's smoke spam, that's really just a cherry on top in terms of freebies.
They also just made it really excruciating with the shoulder peaks in mid and didn't go forward with a pop. That could have jumped into an MP9 spray down. Instead, made that as awkward as possible. 2 players to save. Twist might turn around in a second. Let's see if it works out for him. His gun won't be spotted. JKS, though, maybe his time's limited. One gun saved here for Twist. At least it's the M4.
I feel like we've been having a lot of conversations about A players on Anubis when we saw obviously this Rops to Vitality buff, the shortcoming that it's left in FaZe. Is there any thoughts that you have about JKS and being an A defender on Anubis?
It's no surprise to say that his form's obviously been way down. So I think his confidence is probably just really low at the moment. That's not going to help out a lot. There was a point in JKS's career, that was, you know, a year and a half ago, where he was regarded as a star anchor. Like, I think that was a good way to put it for him. He was extremely reliable, but on this lineup right now, it feels sort of like he's the odd man out in terms of individual form. Sometimes a compounding effect, overlapped roles, no chemistry, then people start calling for your head, then you start getting in your own head, and then it's just becomes a bad situation. I really always liked how JKS sort of took his time between teams, waited for good opportunities.
Right.
I mean, it was amazing to see him win Kata with FaZe. Coming into Liquid, it seemed to make a lot of sense, for sure.
Knew his worth.
Yeah, and but in terms of what we've got right now with Liquid, you know, he's the one piece I think most people would say is under the most scrutiny.
Well, it'll be important for him to step it up tonight.
Maybe besides Twists.
Sure.
Because individually Twist, sure, but IGL is like the biggest Liquid conversation for sure.
Yeah, the role conversation, definitely, I think, the bigger asterisk. Ultimate gets tagged. That's not ideal. He tries to jump on long, where, speak of the devil, JKS is going to go ahead and get 2 headshots off the SMG. Now, bomb site is forfeited. Smoke grenade bounces back from long, but there's nobody else yet to join up with them. They're waiting for that third flank.
Man, they're not really watching camera here, so Techno's got a peek.
Nice shot. Down goes Ultimate. You know JKS is still there. Follow-up, as now 2 players have been spotted in addition to the 1 kill you got. Blitz is going to feel just surrounded, surely. And as that camera smoke fades, he starts to be nervous about this position. Shaves JKS off the retake, now finds himself alone. Very little health, and they're going to gun him down, just stampeding in on that.
Nice.
And a nice joining of the forces there from Team Liquid. 3 on long, 2 down camera. They will take that lead back.
And just as you bring up JKS as an anchor on A, that's the best job that you can do from there. I mean, we saw Heavy God get an ace from that position. We see how effective it is to work versus splits, even if it's cameras involved, just because of this one angle that you have to turn the corner on.
I think it's going to be important for JKS to really put his best foot forward this evening. This is the battle of Asia's top 2 teams.
That's right.
This is number 1 and number 2 ranked Asian VRS rosters. I'm not making that up.
Love international teams.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Naf doesn't want to take his time on this. Into the duel versus Senzu, easy pickup, but speaking of playing fast, here comes Blitz, immediately trying to get over towards camera. He'll catch Ultimate up along the wall. Clean headshot to try to force pressure down on JKS again. No support, but he leans back in heaven, and I love the position. Just allows for Blitz to kind of trip over his own shoes, gets second contact in camera. That's where 910 tries to double down, but the rotator's the first to fall. The anchor in JKS hangs on, and Techno's going to try to get cheeky, but caught out by Nerds.
These duels are a little crazy for Mongols. Like, they had the bomb back at spawn. They were trying to breach camera right here, and they weren't ready to attack anything exactly. So I think they saw good opportunities for kills, but not really anything to set up the round. It would have been one more kill in heaven, then Techno walking through a smoke into open B site, and then it works out. But
Nerds,
oh, his gun. Oh, well, just in general, he has no idea that that could have happened.
I was going to say, like, the threat of this last player could be coming from anybody.
I mean, and he was watching E-Box, so M80 knows that he can go back there or keep his back to it. He doesn't really have to clear this out for a while.
He'll take it over. Any utility to pick up? Yeah. Hanging on now to the smoke and the Molotov. Here's the footsteps coming in. That's both players confirmed. He can just fixate on this door. How the hell are they going to get him out? Smoke grenade onto the bomb. Could make his spray a little weirder. He's ahead of the flashbang. JKS on the defuse. Oh, he knows! He knows he's there!
Wow.
He finishes it off. A 1 versus 3 from M80, who just silently creeps in and walks away with a clutch.
Man, there was a good opportunity to get that kill. We saw it from M80's perspective, but the way that they defused this bomb was specifically to cover E-Box from jail, but that spray's just missed. This round for Mongols is really not that pretty, honestly. And I had so many good things to say about their game versus Na'Vi, but they still get away with it because of these individuals, man. It's a tough one for Liquid to let go. Look at the money.
Back and forth we go at the start of this one. Again, trying to keep eyes on B with this boost. Trying to make the most of it. Obviously, Twist's just a pistol. There's a bit of pressure now on both sides of the B site, so trying to get an overcommitment from Liquid, perhaps. Senzu remains that looming threat. Pistols try to push down on him, and in that activation, they'll take a bunch of damage in return. Naf down to half. Here we have Ultimate. This is a tough duel with an MP9.
Yeah, really tough.
Right, you go for this A main flank. You've sure got a 5-7 with you. It's another looming threat behind the Mongols.
Just pushes the split forward though, huh?
And that's where maybe Liquid want this to still end. You've got the majority inside of the bomb site, that one rifle included. Naf just ahead of the rifle. Here comes the swing from behind, and JKS's pistol catches that one player out here. Now there's an AK in his hand, and Senzu can't back up further. JKS takes the head off the bridge play. There's the response back from the Mongols. And while they're still worried about that B site, they've got time to go elsewhere. That's why Blitz just goes running out middle, carves a path away from what they thought was this stack site. They're right about it. Heavy cost nonetheless. Triple kill for Senzu. But no real chance here for Twists.
I mean, Blitz is over here hunting the exit. Twist is looking at trying to get a fuse. He has a smoke, no kit.
I thought maybe with, you know, a save in the next round, he would try to walk away with the rifle, but let's see what Twist does. Takes a quick look at this.
A canal's walk from Blitz. Not that Twist knows this, but...
And Techno, Mac 10, half health. I mean, there's a very real chance that Twist could win a duel. Fluster, the only player on site. Sure enough, now Blitz is going to have to come out. But it is a 10-second defuse, so he's going to have to stick this the entire time.
He can't find it.
He
Well, it's over now.
find it, so it's going to fizzle out. And he's a dead man walking. Blitz takes his sweet time, walks around the entire map just to come back to secure it. Getting the steps in.
That's so weird because he's probably holding it in the smoke, and if he just finds the bomb, like, there is a chance to get that defuse. Senzu just hangs around an E-box looking for fights. Ends up getting him 2 kills.
It's a jump scare for Twists. Ooh.
Wow.
You having fun there, Nerds?
Was that Blitz?
No, Nerds was just laughing.
Oh, who shot the body, though?
Blitz. Blitz was shooting bodies, Nerds was laughing maniacally, and I would like to know why. Must have been Naf. You know that guy, always cracking jokes. Just can't help it. They find the stack, and it'll cost them 1. That's fine. Mongols just take a moment and allow Liquid to step forth into their demise. Nice deagle shot from Twist. A second one. Hang on now. Whew. Had another duel there versus 9-10 before the camera guy swings. Magic can always happen when it comes to Counter-Strike, but not in round 6 of this one. 4-2 lead for the Mongols. And Liquid about to buy back.
I think Liquid right now are sort of the team that they can win any one round versus almost anyone. It's just that the half doesn't always build on itself, and towards the end of the game, you just kind of see them lose a lot of close maps that never really felt like they had full control. Unfortunately, that's something they gotta just shake off, because if you look at the fact that they can win any round versus any team, then it's just a matter of trying to just paint a greater tapestry of like what the theme of your half is and making the rounds better and improving on the last thing you saw, instead of maybe it's just sort of like going higher level when you're thinking about your strategy, instead of just, all right, let's go with this one smaller idea and see if this works right now. I think, you know, when we watch Mongols towards the end of the game, or Navi towards the end of the game, or Vitality, I think that's something that they've got that will keep teams like Liquid away until that improves.
Twist waiting to chuck that nade. Take some damage before he gets it out. Ooh. JKS almost getting caught up on that wall, will escape. Some aggressive posturing coming out from the Mongols. They got both bomb sites on alert. Looks like it's going to be Nerds to make the first move here. He's concerned about the right side. Flashes out to clear it. Doesn't expose himself in doing so, which is fine. He can fall back slightly. Techno's going to let him know that there's something going on here. Rumblings of a CT
Senzu
presence. Oh, 9-10, great cover on the right side. You peel 2 of the 3 players off. They know about Nap. They could just try to charge headstrong into him, and it looks like he's ready for that. So good kill on Techno to cut down one side of this site, but there's still so many more players coming at Naf that he's able to get back behind the obelisk. He's calling for JKS to come over and help him, playing behind his own smoke in the meantime. Gets tagged even lower to a measly 18 health, and even the closest rotates on 33 because of that early long A damage we see. So it looks like MongolZ comfortably stepping forth in the 7th round too.
And Zinio's just thinking like, okay, if there's no more pressure, I'm actually even closer towards the A site. Here's a spot where I think we have the flash retake, and it could have been a fake. It could have just been one guy, which I think was just Nerds looking. But then you know that the setup has decomposed in some sense. Some crossfires, you can't really dismantle them because the player's in too much of a committed position. But you know if the flash retake is coming on A main, E-box is likely to be open, and MongolZ keep walking into it. Like Senzu getting in there has yielded so many kills for the MongolZ, right? And I think that Liquid maybe just need to be a bit more careful about that piece of information, because the MongolZ are very aggressive. Like they're happy to take like individual notice on any one move in a round, especially Senzu. That boy's crazy. But I do feel for them. Holding B is just it's just one of the most difficult things to do in CS right now on CT side. Yawn. It'd be funny to know that Blitz just like slams 5 energy drinks before he gets into a game. Just yawning, pretending his heart's not beating at 150.
Just a day in the office. Just crushing another aspiring region of Counter-Strike.
Just topping the Asian charts.
Yeah, we'll show you Asian CS. Senzu's so consistent with it. Okay.
Keeping the smoked is expensive in terms of your utility economy, but it's especially if it's a game like this and MongolZ are using it over and over again, it's definitely worth the price.
That ain't pretty. Ultimate just bouncing around. Gets caught. Blitz has been really good at sprinkling in the mid plays. They will yet once more find it clear for the taking. 0 resistance. And that's why Nerds is maybe trying to take a bit of a move towards the smoke outside of Canal, but it's going to be all JKS, and he loses the heads-up duel. It's Mauzinho. 2nd kill for the kid.
That's just a free round now.
Yes, sir, it is. Nothing to stop this one. 6-2 go the MongolZ on this T side.
And that kind of just makes sense. Like you lose 2 anchors who are both trying to recover the round or just like get the early advantage. No sense in trying to retake. No secret as to what went wrong.
I got a big question.
I'm ready.
Do you think Ultimate really has what it takes to play Tier 1 Counter-Strike?
I think that, like, thinking about the Twist conversation, I was just wondering, you know, how long before he ripens up and becomes the IGL that, like, you know, you can be capable of after years. It's just the amount of time that we give everyone is so short, and I think in some sense it's always justified with another major around the corner. But like, let's say the org just decides to stick to the project. I think someone like Ultimate will eventually be good enough to play Tier 1, because Maui just said in the green room, if you have to improve macro, you can do that with coaches and IGLs. If you have to improve micro of your team, like that's your bottleneck, you're kind of fucked, right?
Sure.
The individual players are, you know, really responsible 90% for their gameplay, and then everything else comes together as a team. And on a micro level, Ultimate, I see too many brilliant flashes to be like, oh, he can't eventually get to a spot to keep up. I see him out up, top uppers on a great day, and everything. I think everything comes together for this team with the right leadership right now, and with Ultimate just needs more time. He's like played as little as all these MongolZ guys, basically. I think they drew a comparison to 910. I think it's the perfect one to make. Does 910 get as good as he is now without a team like the Mongols? No chance. Even when he first came onto the team, he missed way too many shots. He was way too out of position. I think we got the same kind of raw gem with Ultimate.
Great answer.
It's my comprehensive answer.
Yeah, no, I mean...
I was just doing a little reference here.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Molly for the E-Box, guys. That'll send them spiraling back. And we're going to get this test again for the anchors inside A site. They'll go double up on long, JKS and Ultimate. You know, I feel like they sense that there has been a walk away here from the Mongols, and if they catch the flank with the right timing, that'd be nice, but it also banks on E-Box and B-Site getting held. The CT's still cautious about rugs and whatnot, so JKS is going to try to take a duel, will in fact find the right timing. Naf trying to hang on to the site, collects his kill, and then Blitz gets the trade back. That's the bomb down for sure.
910's planning front site when he really shouldn't be in this spot. They have Temple Controller walking in.
Kind of underestimating the pace of which Liquid would go for that all-in flank. A smoke ahead of it, and they're going to disrespect this. So JKS, 10 kills to his name. He's got 3 more players to chew through and a teammate behind him, but they're going to call it quits.
Oh, wow. They're actually... with the kit, the utility...
Okay. And I thought positioning...
Maybe the smoke is the key difference with whether or not they would try it. But with the rounds that they've got, I guess, yeah. It was unlikely. Everyone knows that, so... And I suppose if 910 planted for CT, they couldn't have been positive. That was open. All right.
Op will be saved. You know, at least there's, I think, a little more proactivity. Just the fact that Senzu gets caught by JKS's flank timing, that's something, right? Liquid are reading that there's a chance to attack the back line. It's just a little tragic that they miss it by, what, an extra second there? And I think you line up 2. You catch them outside of E-Box as opposed to Senzu, just the last guy in. And so it's minute, but that's Counter-Strike.
It is Counter-Strike, yeah. Time is everything. At least as you said, though, like Liquid are doing the right thing and trying to move faster. It's not too late to save this half, but I think this round marks sort of the last chance to make it a comfortable CT side. They've got good guns here, 2-7. Not really a rifle round to speak of so far. Time to change that, Liquid.
Nurse has been trying to get into a bit of a fisticuffs with Senzu, but has just definitely been on the receiving end one too many times. Meanwhile, you've got a guy like Techno sitting down at 1-6.
This will be a nice test for Ultimate because they start him on B. It's like another little bit of pressure on E-Box. Okay, Techno's real comfortable outside of main. They're gonna test it. He's here.
E-Box definitely has Ultimate's attention. Naf's going to be covering this long.
Oh, they didn't. Oh, man. They spammed the cross, but they didn't know that it was clear. They didn't molly it. That's way too easy for Techno. There's the molly.
And it doesn't... Oh, yeah, it does. Okay. Nope. He still found Sanctuary.
No, that's so annoying. How are they going to clear him? They have to use more utility.
They don't
even have it. Oh, that is...
Pop and set at 35.
Brutal.
JKS again, you know, this was kind of like the one thing that started to save them last round. He will strike down Senzu once more. Missed off shot from 910. He's got 2 players on top of him, so we're going to go 2v2 inside B site. And there are the kills over on B. Meanwhile, simultaneously, we get this flank held as well. So everything goes well for the Mongols in a 3v4. It just feels like Liquid, despite being caught off by that Techno position, have done enough to still recover the round, to still add one more in the tail end of this half, but nope, all the frags come up Mongols.
Yeah, and like this one, it sucks for it to be on that. They tried to put a little pressure so Techno wouldn't get across. They even hit him once when he was jumping up. But they didn't know he wasn't there. It is on ultimate too. He's got to be aware of the smoke timing. What's for sure clean, you know, that can't be all his teammates as well. Everything Mongols want, they get. Walking into A for a fight, MZino's got your back. Techno wants to take a peek, he's got your back. Senzu wants to go E-box, no problem. All right, here's a 5v4 for Liquid.
Something a little different, right? Haven't really had an op prying across bridge, so 11 rounds in, and it catches him off. Techno not going to find his duel successfully. Had a chance, but the rifle gets away from him. It's not a back turn to him. He's just not picking up kills right now.
Did MZino see him? Nerds turned to the side for a sec.
Seems pretty glued. Oh, there's the climb up. Nerds not able to react. Now Naf, eventually, you know, your back's compromised. Luckily, Ultimate's going to cover it, so he finds timing on the Senzu kill and puts an incendiary down. Good use of the pillar to just try to stay alive, but obviously rattled by the util. MZino on the smoke. Naf just hoping he could hide inside.
He was smelling him.
Ultimately, JKS's flank gets shut down simultaneously with that frag. We're going to go 2v2 here. Ultimate's position known, great cover. Twist connects as he comes out from Temple, and it will be Liquid at least a third.
Gets, you know, marginally sketchy, but they have a good round here. 5v3, opening kill for Ultimate, map control. They're denying some of these walking lurkers and stuff like that, and it makes sense that Mongols try it again. Why not? They've been spacing out their bets, you know, across the roulette table, and it's been fine for them. Individually, that's been a good game plan. The way that they look at it is, if Liquid win this round, they've got 3 rounds. Like, why aren't we just going to keep trying to, you know, make this open wound fester, essentially? And now we're back to what looked like the pistol strat, with the walk-up here on bridge. No one here to stop it. This is dead silent as well, man. This is such an early timing. Twist is going to walk here.
God, Blitz is just laser focused right now. He is on the prowl for a kill. And he's
JKS saw it.
JKS gets the first one down. Here's the pack, though, with fire beneath them. Nert's going to give cover here for Twist. Bomb dropped. Awkward one for the Mongols.
They didn't get it back.
A little pressure coming out from Long. At the same time, 9-10 finds a kill inside CT spawn. And so these 2 players on top of this bomb start to feel a little awkward. MZino's going to announce himself. Twist still keeping it quiet. He goes back, and they've just left bomb to go clear B instead.
They're here to kill. That's it.
Ultimate seems worried about it, but I mean, how nervous could you be? Twist gets caught out.
No.
Ultimate not fast enough to the reaction, but the no-scope.
Oh, now he's just
into
dead.
the cuts of Blitz. There comes MZino, clearing both Twists and Ultimate on the other side. Now, you would have known Nertz was in here. He got one of the kills as they exited down from camera. 9-10 comes back with a pistol. Separate 1v1s here for Nertz. 35 seconds. Mongols got to get it going. They bait out his shots. He's going to try to chase down mid, but then as he doubles back, MZino's quickly out. Denied. Very swift headshot. He burns off his own bomb and then gets smoked. He's going to try, nope, not to charge through, but just to skate in. And they go both with knives out. Another knife added to the tally here for the blast open Lisbon. Make that, what, the 5th? 8-4 on the half for the T side of the Mongols. It's a weird last round, and that's where we're going to leave it. doubling their rounds with the last 2 of the first half. Team Liquid giving themselves a bit of a lifeline, but it really did feel like MongolZ could do what they wanted, when they wanted, where they wanted, all half long there, Launders.
And it's also, they didn't play like they were trying to prove that. You know, they kind of came in, they slowly approached things. Individually, they took duels that were fair for them, and Liquid just ended up losing like such a high percentage. JKS ends that half with 12 kills, actually. 1 big round on the A main hold, that's for sure. Showing you, I think, how much that round went A just as much as it went E box. That half, I should say.
If there was any one really lopsided portion of the map, to me, it was this Senzu versus Nertz going down in E box. Just had that beast site constantly under threat. 910's going to try to draw attention, fire on him. We've got Berettas along the wall, and those Berettas better rip, but they, oh, team kill from Nertz. Shoots his captain in the back of the head.
Might be funny.
Capitalizing. 1 kill can make a world of difference, but Ultimate able to get that edge back, and Nertz and JKS will end it. So Liquid, a much-needed pistol, 3 rounds in a row. Sorry about that, bud.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been not funny because there were still a lot of players there to hold, but traded out, won the round, that's what's important. And most of the time, shots in the back of the head like this are just unlucky. Yo.
Oh, it's a double.
Yo, Nertz is shooting everyone in the back of the head.
He shot Naf and, look, and he gets the, Blitz's headshot was an assist for Nertz.
Yeah, important to rein everyone in. Round's over, they won. Why should shooting your teammates do less damage?
Because if it did, the same amount of people would get kicked out of their matchmaking games very quickly.
I mean, in Pro CS.
Because Pro CS is supposed to be a reflection of matchmaking experience.
Then you should get kicked for team damage.
Imagine. Major semifinals and somebody's bad nade just...
Myther has to play.
Liquid converted the pistol. In case your eyes are glued shut.
Extremely well. And to be honest, MongolZ ecoed the second round. The way they're playing, they ecoed Navi a handful of times. They could have definitely done it there, so not a small test that Liquid passed just now. Flying colors as well onto this buy. Everyone with extra cash. Good start to this T side.
Just hang on to it with both hands. And the MongolZ right back to setting a tempo. Nicely done by Nertz to catch Techno out from E-Box.
Oh, that nade is so annoying.
Oh, on the money.
Blitz just knows he's not even going to try to peek. And oh, he gets another kill. 3 up for Blitz.
And he's still got teammates right behind him. So if they anticipate somebody else coming from Liquid to try to trade this back, to get something back in return, they're not wrong about it, but they all split up their positions. 910 lingers a bit longer than the others. Oh, and he loses that despite getting the first shot out and the first bit of damage. Ultimate has maybe given Liquid the lifeline they need.
That's something. But guess who's going to come? Senzu is always ready to trade back. He'll take every open angle. He doesn't care. That's the secret weapon here for the MongolZ. He's going to be in every off angle, pushing all the time. Twist now to get the bomb.
Twists.
Twists. Just got to do it all, man.
Okay, sure. He is.
Just get my Canadians crossed up. It happens.
The timing on that one, huh? The climb up.
All right. Well,
Senzu just moved his crosshair.
Blitz is very killable right here. Oh.
Well timed.
Yeah.
Blitz, that is a quad kill. And he's just so stoic with it.
I know.
Like it's just another day in the office.
What gets him going, man?
16 and chess.
Yeah.
Like imagine, I don't know, I've never seen him play a game of chess.
I just want to see Blitz in the strip club. That's all I'm saying.
What sort of tactics do they use here? This is a great business model.
I would never hide behind this pole.
Yeah, right. Horrible cover. You know who's not having fun tonight? It's Techno. 2 and 12.
Hey, music hasn't started yet.
Okay. Night's still young. Auto shotty for Senzu.
Nice.
Insta headshot coming out from Naf. So man advantage for Liquid. Trying to not allow the Mongols to string these ones together. Well-timed E-box attack. Techno signing up for it. Can't manage, dude. He's just dropping the ball. Senzu's auto-shotty. Not going to find anything, so the B site crumbles under pressure. Superb opening kill from Naf with that instant headshot, and you got to give it where it's due. Credit for Liquid when they just bounce up through E-box like that. They were very ready to capitalize on Naf's contact, and the fact he gets that kill so clean makes it way too easy.
Hey man, just like Mongols found those timings, like they were not friendly about when and where they decided to pop out of E-box. Liquid sensed the opportunity, and they were correct. It's a good spot to do it. All right, now we're talking. Now we got JKS top of the board here. And the kills from last round help out a bit in regards to Mongol's economy. And it's a T-side to look forward to.
Nice, nice.
What a clear.
Yeah.
Running and shooting right now is kind of meta, man. It's just too easy to get your spray under control after you do that.
Two rifles out there on the field. They try to send one out to E-box first, and obviously all in on this B site. Time to move elsewhere. Twist the first casualty. Blitz with the second rifle, tagged up by the nade.
They really wanted that duel. They got it.
I mean, it was all B at first. They come back to middle, still see nothing. Now they've got time to send somebody over towards B. The fact that Liquid didn't just go prancing into what felt like open positions means that there's a chance for Mongols to get that opening kill and now spread their defense all over. If the pistols can do things like that,
Nap in the back.
Spread out the damage, keep Liquid's numbers thin.
Oh, poor guy didn't even ask for that.
Second kill from the AK-47. Long player can't get out. Bomb is still sitting all the way back outside A, so it's not even like you can follow through here.
And they got more utility.
And the nade lands on top of it. You know, these are the kinds of rounds that at this point Liquid can't afford straight up. They didn't go running anywhere. They just let the Mongols kind of come at them, poke and prod across the map from the get-go. Liquid's tempo wasn't one that the Mongols couldn't react to, so they kept things fluid, they kept things moving, and they are going to rob a round away that they had no business picking up. 10-7 off of the back of a double rifle round.
Yeah, no business is a phrase you got to use a lot with these guys because they can just win any round.
Naf really did nothing to deserve that.
It's like, you know there's low guns on this round and Twist is fighting E-box. That could be fine because you're like, okay, if I take out the good gun, this just makes this round so much easier. But like, the fact is, Mongols, almost every player on this team can like win a raw duel almost over anyone on Liquid. They have the confidence to. They're gonna swing for it. So I don't know if it's to say that's the way they should have shaped the round or they should have played it even safer. You can't just hide from everything if MZino is gonna peek like that. But it is what it is, honestly. They're gonna hit an AK spray. They're gonna hit a deagle shot. They're going to shoot you in the side because they pushed an early flank. They're going to take lots of risks, and they're all going to pay off.
Eagle shot through smoke on the guy in the background. Just really worst case saloon.
Would you call this? Would you call this unlucky? That last round?
Yes, because of the NAF kill.
Because of the NAF kill. Fair enough.
You know, like you're saying.
I'm only asking because I'm like undecided. I like half the kills there. I'm like, maybe they could approach a little safer, but also like maybe they should have just won.
I do think a little more pace and maybe a reaction towards A could have found it while it was still empty or understaffed, but they really let the Mongols squad just stack up. It was also just a good
key fight though.
Mongols.
Oh, yeah. Nards takes out Techno.
We'll take that. Blitz gonna smash Naf's head open. Still a great chance to get up into the B site, barring this Senzu hold from Platt. Clean with the headshots. He's ready for the next one. And Blitz, again, just kind of poking for a moment, dude.
He's not stopping. He's 20-9.
Incredible. Another multi-frag from Blitz. Another stone-cold reaction. And the time to kill on each of those kills was damn near instant.
Yeah. You can't miss a little bit.
Wow.
This feels like the average Liquid game. Again, we've got good rounds, but then can still lose at any time. Slowly getting outpaced.
Blitz just blasting them away and presenting the Mongols a fantastic chance to secure 12 here. It's just pistols for Liquid. Our 11-7 scoreline for Mongols. Looking like another one guaranteed. And all made possible by a round with 2 rifles and some dirty Desert Eagle headshots. We'll call it extra unlucky. That the freebies come with it. Meat grinder out in middle. No room for Liquid to work. None whatsoever. Fast response from the Mongols to swarm forth. You try to take a bit of map control, you give them the info as to where you're at, and they will react fast. That's what I do love about the Mongols, right? I feel like their processing time. They don't waste moments computing the situations. And obviously this one's easy. Odds are it's pistols, but still so reactive.
Yeah, it's also like Liquid know they're giving up the audio to take that run. Mongols did the same round, but they walked all the way up against camera and then exploded. Maybe that gives you a little edge. But when they switch over, they're playing a different team, so different solutions may be called for. Oh man, this push should be really good versus Rugs. We'll see.
It's a Mac 10 in hand for JKS.
Because they have a main as well. I don't think the T's can get out of here. They can just try to take the duels though.
Hoping that they give him enough respect to get another nade out, because the one that came from the B site did find its home. There's a little gift for Zinho. You want to take a look? There goes half your health.
I do love that from Nerds. Like, even if he had his gun out, you know where he's going to be standing. You're in a spot where they know you're up here at Rugs. Like, you've got to do something to get out. And, you know, imagine they just had to walk back to the other side of the map just because of Canal's control. They had to break the tension.
It's crazy how much of this damage has been from frag grenades this round, right? Zinho takes his. We just saw Nerds get hit by another one on the base of the staircase as he tried to fight into E-Box.
Zinho's going to have to try to hold this with no utility. Good luck.
Won't be comfortable. It's a full-blown exec.
Oh, a team kill makes it a 4v4. Any round could be the last, man. You got to be careful.
Bit more chip damage on the young gun up in heaven. He'll be able to maintain control of that, although it's with uncertainty. But nobody does climb up into him. We're working with 2 kits. Incendiary double flashbang here for 910. A lot of money for the Mongols, so you'd think that once that flank's in position, they are going to give this the old college try. We'll see how that flash kind of gets things out. Incendiary will not fluster any of the defenders in the post plant. Now the flashes ring out. There's the second one gone. Everybody's retake starts moving, and it is looking so good. Again, the Mongols just flush out the bomb site like it's nothing, and Team Liquid end up looking like chumps. This T side doesn't find its way through. Defuse all the way. 13-7 for the Mongols as they close out on Liquid's map pick. There were moments, there were chances, but ultimately that one round set them up for the nice, clean, easy close. You never give the Mongols an inch.
Because the Mongols will take a mile and then some. This was impressive from the Mongols. We know Liquid love a bit of Anubis thrown in there, but this wasn't meant to be. And I guess the conversation we have to come back to is Blitz as the frag in IGL. He wanted to say, hey, Twist, you think you can put up higher numbers than me? Not the case, not gonna happen in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Blitz, you're talking about Twist. We said Twist is a fragger, not an IGL. Apparently, Blitz is a fragger and an IGL, and he just outworked Twist the entire T half. Liquid's better on CT side, on Anubis. It's their favorite side. They get 3 rounds there?
Mm-hmm.
That was a Blitz masterclass.
Blitz masterclass. Love it, love it. That was, I mean, they just decimated on that half. I mean, they were taking way more space than them. They were pushing them back. They were making all of the Liquid flaws so amplified. Any poor spacing, any poor trading from the Liquid side. And I mean, we're going to say it, like, I think the Mongol, I can't believe it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask you, Vu. I'm curious what you think. Who has the better, like, in an aim duel style matchup, who's better here? Because Liquid's got the name value, but lately it's just been the Mongols players, and their spacing is better on top of that.
Yeah, it's funny you asked that, because I was thinking the same thing, and I was thinking of asking you that, because I feel like the Mongols, on the average day they show up, they have 5 players that can frag. I feel like Liquid has 4.
Who's the one not?
JKS.
Oh.
I'm sorry, JKS. I'm sorry, Sponge. But I think JKS.
I like you have to apologize to Sponge as well in this.
he represents Australia. JKS and NAF, they have too much role overlap in general. I think it caused a lot of problems. And you're going to see throughout this series, it's just Mongols they're going to frag them off the server.
And when we're talking about fragging, it's not just that, it's also the clutching, right? We got to look at little MongolZ here doing his 1v3 magic.
I mean, I said before this one started that if maybe he is today because there's only so many Mongolian players of all time, but I think MongolZ is going to be one of the best in history from this country. Starts with a lurk out of Long B after he collected the bomb after his teammates died in different spots. He catches nerds, and he's given a lot of time. So what does he do? Moves himself into E-box, is able to isolate the angles, well aware that Liquid's going to be coming from this angle. And so the flash is there. He doesn't commit to the diffuser, actually. Has the presence of mind to realize he's got 5 seconds to find that other guy. Flicks on over to the player that's on the triangle, and then is able to get the guy on default there as well. So all in all, I mean, like, that kicked it off. That round really, like, it was going to be back and forth, I felt like, but then Mongols just ran away with it after that one.
That was a huge advantage to give him, right? When you have the 1v3 as well. Nurture you can forgive for that, right? But then 2v1 afterwards, give him the space and have all of that. And then we just basically have to go fast forward into the rest of the rounds, right? To see a bit of a magic moment from Nerds. It was entertaining, but it was kind of, I don't know, null and void at the end.
I mean, I think this round that we're going to look at to end the half is just something that the pros don't play like normal people, okay? like this is just a crazy idea. As we've been seeing people flooding through camera as the bomb is dropped right there, somehow the Mongols are actually able to get some kills back here. You can see that they're trying to take all of the space they possibly can. They still have lurkers in various positions. They're picking and whittling them down, and so it does come down to a 1 versus 2. I don't even know why it came down to 1 versus 2, because there's so many frags in different directions, but like Nert's doing this, Vu. He pulls out his knife on this smoke and just waits, and he gets the perfect timing.
This is something I do in matchmaking as a meme, but you'll notice he does left, right.
Yes, he does.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The scary part is, though, at any point, maybe a shot could have come back and it's game over for him.
He did find himself in the exact right spot. I mean, give him a little bit of credit for that, but the reality is that's a ridiculous play.
I also think that the way that it fell apart for Liquid there, like, they had the control of the bomb, they knew what the Mongols should be wanting to accomplish, and they still put Nert in a 1 versus 2 clutch. I feel like that's what's criminal here. That, like, the way that Liquid can just kind of spread out in the middle of the round, I think that's also kind of why when we talk about Twist, it's like the captain element of being a leader. Like, why is everybody just kind of shift walking everywhere? That feels like a pug.
It's kind of what we talked about, or what actually the other analyst desk talked about. Imperial versus Liquid. Imperial, not a team anywhere near MongolZ's level. They had the same exact problems. They threw 5v3s, a couple of them. They asked Twist in the interview after, we got to work on that. He says, we got to work on that. I don't know how much they worked on that.
Well, there's not too many days for them to work on that as well. But then there's more impressive moments coming out from the Mongols here, right? Especially when they're able to pull out pretty much an eco win. That should never be happening.
This just doesn't look right either. I don't even know how 910 gets this deagle kill that's coming up in a second. MongolZ, with one of the save weapons from the previous round, is able to pick off Twist. You could see that the spacing again for Liquid is just a little bit awkward. You have to really comb through these fine details. But then 910 was actually able to get a deagle kill in middle, and now they just kind of know what Liquid want to do. They're jiggling around the bomb site, one by one. And Liquid, they don't really have the utility to take the bomb site. They don't have the spacing to take anywhere. And this just kind of feels amateur from them. That a team that picks Anubis should have a really thorough and clean anti-eco, but all of those were just picks in various directions.
And look at how they stay together on all of that as well, right? You see the way they flood A main afterwards. They're like, okay, we can force the issue because we got the number advantage. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, overall, I would say that this is a really worrying sign for Liquid, right? Are we saying now that this is just the MongolZ's wheelhouse and they can't be tested against Liquid?
That's what I expected. That's why I said it's 70-30. You
he's coming back to
capitulated.
that.
Maui capitulated. He said 55-45. My concern was also Anubis. That Liquid,
Yeah,
you
that's
could
the main
say
thing.
they were a top 2 team on Anubis. I think right now they're not a top 2 team on Anubis. I think Mongols are scary on that map, and we didn't give them respect for it.
But don't you think that Liquid thought when they did this in the veto, it's like, okay, this is our trump card, we can do this?
I feel like now watching teams in the last couple tournaments, few tournaments picking Anubis, I think Anubis is a desperate pick. I really think that Anubis is a map because you're going to start on the CT side on it. It's just you're gambling that your CT plays are going to eventually counter a couple of their T-side plays. Like you're looking for 4 rounds in that first half, or 5 really, and if you're able to do that, it's usually some blend of, yeah, we're gonna flash push B main, we're gonna push canals once or twice, we're gonna flash for the guy to peek A. It's like, it's not, no one really has found a centered defense for that map to say this is super strong for us, with the rare exception of Eternal Fire. Like Eternal Fire is the one team that kind of seems like they've solved this map for themselves, but everybody else that picks it, because I've seen FaZe pick it, I've seen Liquid pick it, I see all these underdogs pick it in these kinds of matchups. They're just gambling. They get a few random rounds on that CT side, and then when they go to T side, they're in the driver's side.
I've actually been impressed with Liquid's CT sides, but it speaks to Anubis when I'm impressed because they do a lot of gambling. They rotate off of B, leave it empty, they go for the retake in mid, they go for the retake on A. They do a lot of gambling, but I guess Anubis as a pick is now becoming a gamble for them. It's I thought about that with Train, leaving it open. That was a bit of a gamble. This was, unfortunately for Liquid, they just can't find that CT side.
How confident do you feel Mongols felt when they saw this go down, even when they couldn't ban out Anubis, you know? Do you think it's just played into their hands?
They were willing to play Anubis versus Vitality. Same kind of story there, where they felt like they were the underdogs and had to pick it. But it is a map where the Mongols have shown significant amount of comfort. I wouldn't really list it in their top 2 maps, maybe top 4. But I don't think that this is the worst that it could have gone for them. In a weird way, I feel like Liquid might have scared the Mongols more if they picked, say, like Nuke. Because last time around, they got a lot of advantages on that one, and I felt like Liquid could just build off of what they did last time. Anubis is kind of throwing caution to the wind and just saying, yeah, we're better at Anubis now. Maybe not versus you, but versus some teams, we feel good.
Yeah, I feel the benefit is that on Anubis, you know what's coming from Liquid. You know what they're going to do. You can plan for it for days and days in a row. And I mean, to be honest, I think teams might have been watching Liquid even for their own benefit. Liquid had a great CT side for quite a while, but I don't know if you can say that in today's CS.
Yeah, times have been moving on, and we will be moving on next into our second map. It'll be the Mongols pick, and right now it's very worrying and alarming signs for Liquid, especially when Blitz has been putting up the numbers he has. If the rest of Mongols wake up alongside him, Liquid might not have a chance. We'll find out if they do after the break. the decider of when these two teams faced off last time around will now be the pick of MongolZ. It did go the MongolZ way, but Liquid now will be fighting a more than uphill battle because they need to dig deep inside themselves, find their form, and find their way to victory because they did not show up on Anubis. And this is a huge problem. Can you even find the success when you're fighting this kind of a battle and you got destroyed the way you did here, Maui?
It's going to be tough for Liquid to bounce back in this one. I feel like they have the pieces that could make it work, but I am really worried because I actually really enjoy MongolZ game planning on this kind of map.
Okay.
I feel like the A-centric hits that they consistently go for, like, for example, most teams in the top 20, 65% of their hits roughly towards B. Yep. MongolZ, over half of the time, they're going to A. So they kind of created their own micro meta for this map that they follow to a T, and they are quite good at it.
Yeah, and it's going to be up to Ultimate to actually try and be in the right spot. I know Ultimate, as an opper, he, more so than a lot of other oppers, he really likes to gravitate towards the B side, but Liquid aren't going to be surprised by this. They already know the way MongolZ play. They know the game plan MongolZ had last time around, and all they have to do is adjust and then shoot back better.
Easier said than done for sure, but what I do remember, maybe I'm crazy, but is some of the best highlights I've seen from Ultimate is on Ancient.
It's true. He can put himself in a few positions. Vu's right that he does end up on B a lot. The last time around I watched them play, I did see Ultimate play that kind of temple, brokey position.
That's what you want.
Yeah, so if he's able to slot himself there, dodge that first flash, there's a great chance that he could be the difference maker here. And if he pairs up well with Nerds on that bomb site, it is a lot of firepower.
And firepower, though, is much what they need. And I know we don't like to say it too much, but it was seriously lacking from everyone but JKS.
Yeah, JKS can have himself a good map. I don't know if that makes him the player that I love the most on Liquid. And I'm still going to go right back to Ultimate. I think when you play a team that is so good on the rifles, you need your opper to shut down those wide swings. Ultimate hasn't done it. He needs to do it.
Let's see if he can do it going into Ancient. Will it be ultimate success for Liquid to carry them into a third place decider map? Or will it be MongolZ all the way? Probably the latter.
Probably, James, to be honest.
Yeah.
There's a lot has been left to be desired.
There's a lot to be desired. Yeah.
Thank you, Launders. A wordsmith over here. There's a lot that Liquid have to do here on Ancient in order for them to upend what they just showed us on Anubis. That's supposed to be where they were going to get an edge in the series. We know what the MongolZ do. I mean, Mohan, we're talking about a team that of all the events they've attended so far in 2025, just like an Eternal Fire, MongolZ make it to playoffs. This is not for playoffs, but it's certainly for elimination. And that is why my belief in the MongolZ feels well fueled.
Yeah, not all matches are sort of made equal in the sense that, like, yesterday, Na'Vi and MongolZ both looked like they could have made it to the grand finals of this event. But the fact is that, like, Liquid, they lost the map versus Imperial. They got 2-0'd by Eternal Fire. Like, they haven't proven nearly as much, and we're expecting them to get better. That's sort of what we're looking for. But we know that MongolZ are great at the moment, so it'll be tough. Unfortunately, the last map went as you thought it would in your head. You know, Liquid won some rounds, but they never looked like they were going to win the map. Now, Ancient will be another shot. And again, they did a good job in the veto, so at least gives them a chance here.
Doesn't fall for the fake flash. Ooh,
great on pistols, these guys.
2 pairs of Berettas just slam back the MongolZ in terms of trying to get over cave control. A bomb plant at this point would be a win. And it doesn't look like they're going to end up getting it. So, yes, this will be 3 for 3 in the pistol rounds. And we're not able to convert both of them back on Anubis, but let's see if they can do it here on Ancient. Again, we said that there's a lot that they have to show us. I think a consistency in pistols, if there's any beacon of hope, has been a good point for Liquid this evening.
Man, I always say enough good starts and eventually you're going to win a map. So that is a great thing to be able to say you have in your pocket. You want to see the mood high at all times. Some of the comebacks teams are making, man, it's like, why ever give up, you know, mentally?
Some men are weak. Weak-minded. With the right attitude, you can take over the world, Mohan.
You haven't proved that, so how can I trust you?
Yet. Give me time.
Well, I didn't know that about you, that you were trying to take over the world.
Give me time.
What would be your first order of action once you've got all the power?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I would, actually. That's why I asked.
128 tick servers.
Free eggs for all Americans.
Danger Zone comes back.
Danger Zone comes
and
back.
the MP9 gets nerfed.
Again.
How about that? 3 kills from Naf with it to make a bit of extra cash here inside of the B site. So Mongols, no tomfoolery in a round where they had absolutely nothing.
And right here is where the game begins. Full up on guns and utility are Liquid. And the Mongols have got 0 kills so far.
What goes around comes around. Just last night, this is the position they had Na'Vi in for like 4 rounds, I think. Ooh, good flashbangs. Blitz blind as a bat and plenty of support. That's just going to force the Mongols to go all in on A. They're not going to waste any time. If anything's going to come of this round, it should be from just taking the site. Smoke grenade over towards Donut to try and get the plant down, but 910 doesn't commit immediately. Trying to welcome a challenge, he'll get it.
The smoke is actually, yeah, it's pretty
he's
rough.
ready to go back in for that, isn't he? Eats a flashbang, second time. 910 fakes it out, but now that smoke is soon to fade. I guess that's, you know, the downside of throwing everything on the fly. They'll throw a better smoke this time. 910 commits fully to the plant. We've got a 5v3 retake here queued up for Liquid.
Good sense of danger here for the Mongols, but yeah, still 5 up for Liquid.
Now, no A main flank. At the moment, Senzu intermittently keeping an eye on it. But at some point, the retake's going to start coming forward. Let's see if the Mongols can hang on. Double man disadvantage, looking to hold it. No! 910! Bullets like magnets! No. Quad kill in the round. Techno owns the last. That donut hold is gross.
Don't say you can't rifle after that. Wow. This one.
This third
off it
kill.
to the right.
Lovely stuff. Denial of the retake.
3v5.
Nerds, that's great cover, actually. Comes out from Red Room.
And that last mid timing they found was great, but now instead of 2 going out mid, it's only 1. They've got 4 alive as they attack A on an open site.
Well, they've only got that 1 smoke left on 910. Luckily this time, the first one that lands is good. Temple fight. Nerds is really keeping the pressure up here, challenging out through Red Room, challenging out through Temple. Where have I seen this round before? Another 3 versus 5 post plant in the A site. Unfortunately for 910, very low this time around. Blitz, dangerous game he's playing on Temple. Utility completely dries up for the Mongols.
It's interesting how Mongols don't play A-man at all in these spots. They're just playing out in sight. And that activity is what allowed them to win last round.
Well, it's Senzu who's going to have to step up here. His teammate's low health. The retake's coming. He dives back into the big box cover. You've got bodies on the site. 910 Senzu. No way. Not like this. Not again. This would be 2v5. Back to back. Post plants like it's nothing.
They're just passing around the 4Ks. 910 now. Senzu, who's next? Again, it's because of the activity in these post plants. They don't play tuck for time at all, and that means that as soon as you pop out of a smoke, off of 1 flash, there's 2-3 guys looking at you at every turn.
If you want a piece of the Mongols,
man,
you know where to get it.
Crazy. That's crazy. Nerds made this nightmare difficulty by getting his kill, holding temple control. And they had worse guns, less health, and no utility.
Ugh.
But they kept good spots. That's what's really important. It was never 1 guy on big box. Let's see if he gets 2, and then I'll just play for time. Every one of the players in the post plan in both these situations was ready to trade instantly as someone came out of CT or Temple. There's something to be learned from that.
Chew on that one, Liquid. It's enough to make a grown man cry. Having to pull this off with pistols. Not one grenade in the mix for Team Liquid, and the Mongols will find no resistance as they get closer to the A site. Is that 3-player pack who's allowed to move
Nerds
forward?
Can't throw that.
Nerds 5-7. Taken down to 40 health. Good cover by Senzu on the right side as his teammates push up left. Naf with that grabbed AK-47.
They got a plan for Donut, right? And then go back and take it because
Senzu never really left it.
Techno's going to go for the fight, though, versus Naf.
Huge advantage here for Senzu versus the unarmored USP. So, to nobody's surprise, that's down. And 910's going to catch him, trying to run for the hills. Oh, you always think Shrek's safe, but it's not.
Oh, man. All right, well, let's relive the Mongols highlights of this game.
Shall we? This is 910's quad kill. And then Senzu should be the star of the show in the next one.
It's actually sick to watch, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's just in the, in the real thick of it, in the heat of battle, in the...
Yeah.
Can't help but appreciate it as a student of the game. But Team Liquid will waste no time. Into round 6, rifles in hand.
The upside so far, though, like both those rounds had good setups. Mid control, their timings on their flashes, they retook elbow, both worked out well. Sometimes A is going to be open. I think that's just something that's really exploitable, to be honest, but Liquid just didn't punish when they had a good spot. It's still a nice thing to know for CT side, though. Got to be careful retaking in both sides.
Ooh. Nerds again through the red smoke. Careful, though.
Oh, if he reloads.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Gets back low, but the gun's still not reloaded, so...
He doesn't care.
He'll run right through that fire, not even a threat. He's going to catch Twist coming from the other site.
He's playing with them.
And obviously this threat, this looming presence that he's just going to hang on to has the other CT so distracted that his teammates run up into the B site and they don't even really offer any kind of a hold.
You have no choice.
So nervous about the thorn in their side that JKS is now looking to deal with, but you get that peel back from Mzinho. He's aware that there should be another A player, and JKS is able to sniff him out. Ultimate takes a look at the bomb site itself. It's just 3 rifles up. Nobody's got grenades now that Naf's dead, but the trade comes out. That's a key turning point here for Ultimate to try to keep the hopes up. Liquid, another retake attempt, and the smoke that Naf dropped got picked up by JKS. He throws that out to cut off one of the 2, but there's no time for him. Not without a kit. The Mongols into another bomb site, this time thanks to Mouzinho.
It's unbelievable how efficient 910 is with his ammo right now. Like, every duel, like, people are shooting him straight on. He's getting these kills so fast. He's mowing them down. Another post plant goes their way. This one brought to you by Mzinho. Because Nerds reloaded and walked away after they got a kill so far in the back, right? They just don't think that, it ends up being a bait. Mzinho, I think something like a light bulb goes off in his head. It's like, oh, well, my teammate died. That sucks. I didn't plan for that. But it actually does create a really big opportunity right now.
It's the give and take.
Yeah. But this is always the risk you run giving up space, whether it's in mid, on B, or on A like we saw in that previous round. You can have a material advantage, but map advantage also matters.
Just this JKS AK-47 out there on the field. And its setup dies first, but worthy of it, because there goes the trade.
The double A play.
We'll see if that AK repositions quick, but this is the thing with the Mongols, right? It's like they're constantly just carving a path. They're kind of like water, always flowing. You try to block them off one way, they'll just go around you. And they'll do it with no hard feelings.
Senzu, or sorry, 910 missed this slightly.
They'll turn, but the first player got ahead of it, right? He actually ends up spotting the second one. Still Blitz, able to plant bomb. And then Senzu just up in that corner, hoping somebody walks in and thinks that everybody else would have pushed out towards site. That's now 3 AK-47s, though, for Liquid. For them to rob this round away would be massive. But they're going to have to retake quickly, right? There's going to have to be some pace here, a little gusto. Blitz is 13 health, not a lot to work with. He will stay committed to this corner. Distractions offered up. Now they've been able to find him. There is still time for this defuse. Techno's dead. And JKS, just honestly, king of the round.
Yeah.
Big pickup on MZino outside A main, and then they flood out through middle on the chase of the Mongols. It's the fact they missed that timing up inside of Cave that ends up costing it, I think.
Yeah. We have the 910 who was jiggle spotting, and I think that the first player walking into Cave didn't shoot at him on purpose.
Okay.
Said, I can just get ahead of this since I know that you guys are taking B. If I'm not mistaken, he should have seen him, but 910 went back to look at the ramp. So it was the second guy who noticed this. And this is where he got hairy, but yeah, it's I think a lot to do with JKS, just the duels that he wins, because any one more duel means this round is won on time. And to be honest, Techno probably could have tucked.
Well, that's finally one that Liquid can...
Yeah, finally a retake.
Yeah, not only a retake, but a round that they're not supposed to win. I'm sure, like, deep down in your gut, just feels like, oh, finally something that goes our way, you know?
Yeah.
A little luck, perhaps.
Yeah, it's like when you win at the casino and you think God likes you more.
Yeah.
It's like you need to know that a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, my wife's not going to leave me. Well, we'll see about that, Liquid. And Jury's still out. Ultimate, 2 kills in on this hold. Oh! No scope from Ultimate. Teammates all around him, and all he wants is more blood. Great coverage from the Aussie.
Long range.
Triple from behind the pillar. B site hit goes south.
Cha-ching.
All right, all in again.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I'm on a hot streak.
No problem.
All right, Liquid. Suddenly in the driver's seat. 2 Desert Eagles and a very simple setup for the Mongols. We'll see Ultimate star of the show.
This is the desk talked about this position here for Ultimate, how much he can get out of it.
It's a big swap up in position. One of the Desert Eagles rings out with a connection. 910, all he's gonna get. Single death for Liquid as they will take the lead on Ancient.
Nice, man. I mean, they could have been running away with this half already, but just the fact that they come back is still a win, mentally as well. So, timeout comes in. Mara getting involved. And I think now we look back on some of the earlier positions and think, well, Liquid are actually quite good in middle. Nerds is doing a great job. The flashes are perfectly timed. It's all about the timing on those elbow flashes. They're the ones who are a little ahead of the game when it comes to fighting Mongols. So even though Mongols won those rounds because of those 2v5 and the 3v5, would they be able to do that again? Is that a sustainable way to approach? And if they want to take mid, how are they going to do it? Good start to this game and good last 3 rounds for Liquid.
So step up from Anubis. Individually from Ultimate. Individually from Nerds, right? He's really been kind of whittling away at them with those red spams. Because he was somebody whose number was just punched by Senzu so consistently back in the opening map of the series.
He missed players twice right now. Ultimate's coming back, though. He feels like he's too suspicious of this, and then, yes, he finally gets rewarded.
Nice. Good intuition.
It's nice that it didn't just fall back that whole time. He knew something was amiss.
Twist is suspicious. JKS and MZino have crossed paths.
MZino might come clear this because he didn't go. Yeah.
MZino looks more cautious, but he's going to come back at it. Oh, okay. Still they line up. Twist double kill out middle. Good on him, as the only success story for the Mongols so far has been MZino. Now, this would be the 1v5. He actually has the rest of the defense still pretty split up, but he eats that flashbang, so good team play coming out from Liquid. Twist is able to find not only his timing, the kills, but then a chance to assist to make sure that the close keeps the majority alive as Liquid go up 6-4.
It's a few different timings now that they're winning in middle as well, so this is honestly a great half from Liquid in terms of quality of rounds. You know, I mean, everyone look back and say, well, the rounds they lost were inexcusable and ruined things, but even numerically now 6-4 here on CT side. It's a good spot. The way that Ultimate's approach in these positions as an opera has been high efficacy, and they're not letting the individuals win rounds anymore for the Mongols.
Oh boy,
that was far away. What a spray.
Starting to feel like one of the testaments to the, you know, whole inconsistencies of Team Liquid. Just everybody now offering up a moment or two throughout this, and when that happens, when the contributions are from across the board, Team Liquid, solid. They've got Mongols kind of scratching their head, trying to find an answer back into this game. Tech9 in A main will not be that. Nertz hangs on to his line, and Ultimate gets a bit of a tease of the mid presence coming his way. Pressured by Util and killed by the pistol. But then we got Twist, who's just been quite mobile this round, looking to support wherever need be. We saw him leaning back from the B bomb site over here on A to just try to react to the presence of the Mongols. Felt like he read into this A split coming out through middle. And by cutting off MZino, you've really put a dampening on what's left of it.
It's a good time to smoke this. Mongols are ready, waiting for any kind of push in donuts. They're only out.
Easy close. Nertz with 2 more for the road and a 5-round streak for Team Liquid off the back of that. So
yeah, we do get some of the best out of Liquid in CT positions on Ancient, like Nertz as well playing A here. MZino is really tricky about walking by and approaching him from the side.
This was clean. Starting to feel like we could have a game on our hands. I don't want to jinx it. Team Liquid not going to make Mongol's job easy. Not with elimination looming.
We're looking at an 11-2 half without those huge missteps early on. Ooh. Push coming down. They haven't done this that often. 9-10 spots it though. He takes a little damage, but that's worth it. And now that they saw the push, they understand the setup is just very malleable, very floaty, and they're trying to punish the rotations. I never like when teams play retake spots like this. They didn't get numbers off this. There's still utility to use. Senzu has just done a lap around the entire site. Oh! No! What? He had the bomb!
That's crazy.
He had the bomb if he died right there.
A site in
20 seconds.
And taken.
No way.
Oh, goodness me. Blitz, deep angle into CT, softens up the closest rotate.
Dude, 9-10 rifling this game. I can't even believe it.
Was just kind of tiptoeing in that duel. Little jiggle and a shot or two. I thought he had that one in the bag. Ultimate trying to get an exit out, spotted by the jump ups. 9-10's gonna get his 3rd headshot. This is 9-10 from start to finish as he gets caught trying to rotate bomb into an A site. And had he died, this round's done for. He's gonna wait inside of the bomb site, gunning for his fourth. JKS looking to piece together a clutch. He gets damage onto MZinho, but the 5th round for the Mongols, the last round of this half added to the tally. What is this rifling from the AWPer of the Mongols? They call him an AWPer, but these headshots out top middle leave Liquid shocked. And not to mention, obviously, another multi-frag to kick off that half, because there were some beautiful mechanical moments at disadvantages from the Mongols that started this half. It is only 5 rounds on the T side in the end. But the ones they grabbed, I would dare say, works of art.
Absolute works of art. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy to have to look at that half and go, oh, Liquid were clearly the better team, but the lead is just small. Amazing display of individual brilliance from 9-10, not in just one splash, but like throughout. And now we'll get the switch over here. We're seeing if Liquid can survive the map pick of the Mongols. It looks like they have the tools 100%.
I think worth noting, 10 opening kills for Team Liquid throughout that first half. Half of those come by way of ultimate. So we were kind of calling for an uptick in his performance from map 1 to map 2, and I think that we got it. Enough to give them that small lead. 9-10, trying his damnedest for another multi-frag. Will still have a bit of health to work with, but it looks like this site is under wraps. Now, JKS having gushed 9-10 in Temple means he's able to put that bomb down uncontested. Does Senzu come out?
Oh,
yes, of course he does. From the back. Now, Naf Him dying inside Donut compromises the post plant. They feel desperate, like they've got to go.
Come on, man.
Just headshots across the board. If I'm not mistaken, all just these beautiful USP taps. 2 out of 9-10. Senzu gets his, and Blitz closes like it's nothing.
Yeah, he just put him on a t-shirt, man. That was insane. Assassinated. Not even a shot back on the last two players. That's how quick it was. And that's the, fourth pistol we've seen so far this series. Finally, Mongols win one. Oh, my gosh. Like, quite literally nothing you could do about that.
I guess maybe don't lose Donut.
Yeah, so, Naf comes back to Donut a little late. Senzu is really smart about it, though. He's holding, the position he thinks Naf might check, Not just trying to walk up against the wall and go for a wide swing. That's that individual quality, man.
Just the fact that unravels Liquid on the bomb site as well. Those two players pushing into Blitz. Trying to get something going. Nerds and Twists already almost dead, and there was a lot of grenades coming into this, so Team Liquid obviously have some kind of grand plan to put forth.
There's something taught in chess, but I don't know if there's a specific saying for it, but you can make, essentially you can make 10 right moves in a row, but if your 11th is wrong, you lose.
Okay.
And when we saw the first half, there were lots of chances where Liquid staged, they got kills, they put themselves in a totally winning spot, and then they completely bungled it. And now this game is so incredibly close. It could have literally been a 10-2 half off of those. No exaggeration.
Double kill. And the third man goes down easy at the hands of Senzu. He drops the bomb, eats a flash, so that's a bit more footing forward for JKS. But he's working with a heavily tagged up teammate. And they still got to get that bomb back. Not going to happen by the looks of things. JK has to go compromise the back end. If he can just deny somebody's gun, well, you're effectively racking up the costs. Second kill from the MAC-10. Still 50 health to try to finish the 1v4. But that's where this one ends. Blitz ruins the party for the Aussie. And off of the pistol, we're tied.
All tied up. Bleed has vanished. It was small to begin with, but first pistol in the series. Now a solid anti-eco.
Yeah, it feels like
if we count the mistakes in this map, between both maps, would have made way more. And I think minimizing mistakes is just something that we have to keep tabs on. We can talk about how cool it is that Mongols can pull off all these ecos, but maybe that just means you've got to be able to do it too.
Sorry, ultimates. Not gonna happen. Fired his feet, bullets ahead of him. And so they'll bank on an entry frag from a Deagle, but it's a love tap to Senzu. Cues him up for the easy frags. Gonna hold back ramp with a flash. Nertz finally connects to the head of somebody, but they can afford one casualty. Second one, maybe not. Mongols 8-7 lead. And this is the thing, man, is when they see blood in the water, that's when they just start to unleash. This is them going to be, all I can already picture is the Mongols signing up for every mid-fight, constantly going to be pressuring outside B, ready to run down that ramp if they think that the attackers are trying to leave and go past cave. It's like the Mongols are just constantly on your back.
Yeah.
I mean,
the cool thing about it is...
Liquid are horses, after all.
Yeah, right. It's just another horse getting ridden, right? This is, the Mongols, the cool thing is it's automatic for them too. It's not like they have to have a pause and then Mara goes, all right guys, be aggressive this round. That's the default that they go to when things are working well.
Whoa, Techno off the teammate flash.
And he gets away.
See what I mean? Out middle, sure, you get a success.
Oh,
and then Techno's so ready to just take that challenge to try to keep you off your toes. It's constant pressure with the Mongols. Somebody is going to slip up, and when you do, the Mongols there to snatch the rounds away, and supported properly with utility as well. That's not some, blind risk run out by Techno. It's a good flash assist from 9-10 in the middle of it. Now, we do see an answer already coming out. JKS is going to try to move him and Naf out Donut towards A. Comes down to timing from the site. Incendiary ahead of them.
Oh, no.
Ooh, okay, he signs up for that. JKS wins the duel. You got to smoke here. Mongols not perfect. This could be a 2 versus 4 back the other direction. Talked about Liquid making the mistakes, but the Mongols may have just offered one over. Another great flashbang. Techno sends one out after being set up earlier himself. Naf, he's got the element of surprise. And if they think he's further back, he's ahead of that fire. There's so much time, though, still on the bomb. He's got to go out. He checks it. He catches the first off guard. Techno's there for a 4K. And Mongols 2 rounds the lead, despite Liquid's best efforts.
Yeah,
they
man.
just can't get it back.
That's the round, right? That's the round that Mongols did to them. NT here to Liquid, but shout out to Techno for this play inside a donut. First, he gets his 2 kills with a spray down and the great flash in front of it. But jumping away just to look scared, reloading early, and then knowing the Twist is going to fly through, yeah, I mean, that's a read.
No.
This is getting everything's playing. Patty cake. Pop it.
Twist it.
Pull it.
Blitz it.
Nerds it.
It's got to be a feel good for Techno because he was 5 and 11 before that one.
Yeah.
And to be honest, 6 and 14 back on Anubis. So this hasn't been his favorite day of the Open. But that's a highlight he can add to the reel. And it puts Mongols in a comfortable position. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, there's going to be a constant prod. And if Ultimate starts to leave, it just feels like Techno's going to go for this. Oh, but he loses. Ultimate, with the lesser weapon, punishes the ramp aggression. And Mongols making the first move.
Comes forward because he got Senzu now behind him.
All right.
Second wave of a push, and Blitz wins 1. Leg shot's not enough.
JKS comes to support Ultimate the same way that 910 had a player back behind him. Blitz is able to shave a second one off of the bomb site. Senzu clipping the wings of the first cave push. JKS emerging from smoke, but unnoticed. Senzu actually gave up his angle.
He wants the duel. He wants the duel with the long. JKS waiting.
It's low health for JKS, so...
Oh, the molly.
He's looking to get the bomb in, but Incendiary flushes him out from behind it, and now he's just kind of stuck behind this big brick. JKS blindsides Mzinho. They thought he was still elsewhere. Now he will go back and give away his position. It's a huge health advantage here for Senzu. 3K on the line, but JKS just has to keep it crisp. Bullet between his eyes with the AK will end this, but he misses his chance, and the Mongols won't. Double digits first by way of defuse. It comes down to another 1 versus 1, but the Mongols aren't letting these rounds slip.
Dude, that's the brand of Senzu right there. He doesn't push up. He plays between 2 angles. He just plays with confidence. He watches. He says, I'm not going to let this come to chance if JKS does some funny stuff around the pillar. I'm going to take his duel wherever he wants to. And look at that. JKS just misses the shot. Obviously, he has low HP. Can't do it all, but the trade's there for Liquid. They put themselves in such a good spot, and then this happened. And it was one after another. Not even that hyped.
Certainly frustrated. I'm sure Liquid can feel like they're almost in this game. Had a lead at the end of the first half, but dropped a pistol. And despite some close moments, this is Mongols with a flawless defense thus far. 5 rounds straight on CT side. For Liquid, the buys keep coming. You can't get too flustered because, again, openings have been there. Can't look at this half if you're Liquid and say that the ideas aren't working.
The whole game, right?
It's just the final steps of the execution.
That's true. Can't be outcome oriented. That would only be doing yourself a disservice. But that is where confidence comes from. And right now, Mongols have more of it.
Take over the red room, but where do you go from here? Techno gearing up for something. No coincidence, he's just playing this close to the smoke, so they're going to go double ramp plus Techno. They're going to try to pinch on ramp. Let's see who makes first contact. We'll see where the attention's drawn over towards the ramp. Techno makes up for the 2 players dead, and JKS took damage, not to mention bomb spotted in that process. Now, he's locked into this corner, right?
Yeah, 910's trying to rotate over. Techno goes down. That's nice, actually. You might want to think about B again, but now it doesn't matter.
JKS joins up with ultimate in mid.
He was heard. He was heard running up to this point. JKS going around him. Nert's babysitting him. 910 rocking a hard place. Let's rethink that angle for the future, I guess. Easy here for 910.
No kit and none nearby.
As long as JKS doesn't die to a nade, it's all good.
Yeah. It's not there, so he'll go back, switch back over to the AWP and run for the hills. Team Liquid, again.
That's nice.
Just got to be ready. And the fact that the Mongols once again try to take the first duel on their terms, walk away with 2 kills and a dink, that's everything. But Nertz getting out into Red Room and making the most of a position that, for a second, I just felt like he was kind of stranded up there. You know, sometimes you get a position of a map and it doesn't really come with a payoff. But he had Blitz locked in.
This is the key find for Ultimate, but it was also a nice round out of JKS.
Couching, bro. At that wide stance. Whoa, okay. They're going to crank the dial whenever they can. Unlikely duel, but the 5-7 spam actually drops Twist.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, I was going to say Box player had gone unnoticed in terms of making sound. Ultimate emerging through smoke, bolstered by Twists up above it. So it's damage taken by 2 of the 4 remaining Liquid members. 910 floating out here is dangerous.
Yeah, but they're the ones who are down to 3 players. They're the ones who have a low buy.
So they're going to make a move.
Watch for these risks. Twist calls for them to come back to B. Seems makes sense. Oh my god, no! Oh my god, Senzu gets that kill. Twist was holding it for so long. Now everything is compromised.
He turns at the worst possible moment, and I can't wonder but why. You got 3 players on lane. There's no threat from behind you.
Yeah, they couldn't have come out of cave. You're right.
Turn.
Yeah, the awareness right there is the reason that he dies. Now we've got another tap from Senzu.
Oh, Techno's right here in the corner as well. His 5-7 did good damage. It's going to catch them off. And kill for Senzu for the road.
Dirty.
Another multi-frag for a Mongols member. 4K to Senzu. And Twists will be beating himself up for that one.
Yeah, it's hard to be sympathetic now. You know, like this late into the game, the mistakes keep happening. The good positions keep going away. It's like, at some point, how do you justify it? Like dying 1 player here is actually fine. They kind of recovered, got back to middle, but yeah, like I imagine it's Twist's calm. They're on T side now that they're going back to B. So it should have known that cave was covered that whole time. In the heat of the moment, it's Mongols. This is just an easy death, isn't it? Oh,
is it? It's a weird one. Nice return from Nerds. We'll give him that.
They don't know about.
Nah, Blitz is still. Oh, catches him with a knife out. It's like a couple of awkward timings, so you can kind of sympathize as to getting caught off, but he switches over to the AWP, will deny JKS exit onto the A site, and all of these little mistakes, small errors, have stacked up in the favor of the Mongols.
Yeah, that's right. If you look at this game granularly, it's about these small errors piling up. And honestly, resulting in only a small lead, but another map where they just look powerless. 2-on-4 as they come in.
Senzu sensing Twists on the ramp, and Nap's right there with him. So Mongols really leaving no slack for Team Liquid to try to pull their way back up into this half. It's a singular terrorist round win since we swapped sides. It's been a long time since that 7-5 Liquid lead, huh?
Yeah.
Such a weird engagement. All of a sudden, a guy's in your grill.
Yeah, when we look at this from Mongol's perspective, yeah, Blitz is in the smoke. He doesn't see that, but they had 2 people waiting. So we're not sure exactly what the clue is here for Ultimate on the setup to walk in. Guess they don't hear any smoke spams back, so that's why. Liquid on their last timeout. They've got a well of opening options that work. At least there's that.
Can you throw the CT smoke then? I'll drop you mine, and then you have one. Yeah, you know the good one. Okay. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's believe. We can come back. Double flash one.
Let's trying to keep the energy up. The call is in. Util's good. Guns are good. 4 rounds to make the comeback.
9-10, shadow advantage already. Easy kill on Naf. They're just going to try to charge him down, but there was no utility to make him uncomfortable. Flash pops at his feet. He'll let the team know that the bomb site has been lost. We'll see if Liquid... Oh, no, wait, come on! Give him a chance!
Oh, no, man.
Senzu triple kill. They were just hoping to hold on to the post plant. It's got to be JKS from start to finish, and it won't be. The Mongols give no room for Team Liquid. And despite them trying to make this competitive, small mistakes here and there throughout this second map lead to a Mongol sweep, a single T round win, all that Twists and Liquid are able to manage. The Mongols will continue their attempts to run every event they've attended in 2025 to playoffs. It is not guaranteed, but they'll play for it tomorrow.
They will play for it tomorrow, and if they play like that, I'm sure it will be secured. Damn, Senzu. He handles it 100% right now, are we thinking?
110%?
Robotic. This guy, he was looking to have 30 kills across regulation, man. Phenomenal stuff from him.
He went Super Saiyan on them, okay? Like, I don't even think this guy sees smokes. How many kills was that through smokes in the last 2-3 rounds? Like, that was just unfair. I feel like everywhere that Liquid wanted to go at the end of that game, Senzu was just spamming them. And, dude, I mean, is the mask aura? Honestly, is the mask aura? Because it feels like he has no reaction, but I just can't see his face.
It's Senzu mask.
7 kills through smoke.
Oh.
7 kills, production just told us.
All right. This was in the series, not just on that map, but overall, that's sometimes the way it goes. We've got Naf joining us on the desk after this one. I know it sucks right now, Naf, for you guys, and especially to go down this way. We got to come back to your Anubis on this. Obviously, it had been like a tried and tested pick for you guys, but this time around, it seemed like the Mongols had kind of, it seemed like they were ready for it. Did it feel that way for you?
I don't know. I don't know. When playing the game, it felt like pretty tough. They seemed to just, I don't know, always a step ahead in every aspect of the game, pretty much. So I don't know. It was hard to play. I think we had some ideas, but you know, ultimately they're always just dead, so it really didn't matter.
So with what's going on Liquid right now, I feel like you guys have played for quite some time together. Things aren't really gelling, or you're not really hitting the heights that I'm sure you guys wish would have happened. Even though Nertz seems like a really solid player, is there any singular thing you feel that maybe we need to get over this?
Well, myself, for one, I think individually I'm not really performing and doing as best as I would hope, honestly. Pretty disappointed in my performances recently. Yeah, I mean, overall, I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint exactly like what it is, you know?
Yeah.
I think we have good ideas and good strategies. But yeah, I don't know. Just sometimes in rounds, I think throughout this tournament, like a lot of our mistakes were like, we have good energy, we have good comms, but sometimes it's like too much and like we're not really on the same page because we're just like over communicating and doing things and just, you know, simply making mistakes because we're not really taking a pause, you know, and being calm and collecting our thoughts and, you know, thinking about what's best for the next step. So, you know, unfortunately, I think we had those type of struggles somewhat this event. So,
okay. Yeah. Twist said in after your game against Imperial, there was a 2 or 3 5v3s you guys lost on Nuke. Twist said we need to talk about that and fix it. Did you just not have time to kind of discuss that type of thing? Because it seems like the same situation was happening here too.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously it's something actually we have discussed. I don't know, just unfortunately, like, I don't know, any scenarios, I don't know, too eager, too antsy, wanting more, I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint, but it's definitely something that we've brought up, and of course it's disappointing that we're not fixing these issues, of course.
When we look at yourself, Naf, you've had ups and downs throughout your career, right? You've always known how to bounce back. Are you aware of what you can do and what you want to do to try and turn it around?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, coming up, there's a lot of events. There's obviously a lot to learn from here at this event and the mistakes that we've been making, you know, even the ones you guys mentioned on the desk, of course. I think they're all ones that we're well aware of and we need to, you know, figure out. So, yeah, no, I mean, luckily in Counter-Strike, you have a lot of shots of redemption in terms of the events and how many there are. So we just need to continue moving forward.
All right.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us on the desk, Naf. I know it's tough.
Thank you, dude.
Still in good spirits no matter what, and that's what we expect to get from Naf on this. But it's kind of harrowing when you speak to him like that, right? You can feel the pain, you can feel the lack of understanding of where it's at, and it's because he himself is struggling, which is normally you could see him as the reliable one for this team on every iteration of Liquid, right?
Totally. I've talked to Naf before in losers interviews, and sometimes he says, well, people just need to sort out everybody's roles, everybody needs to get comfortable and everything like that. But introspection this time, you know, realizing that he's the one that maybe needs to step up. I mean, when I asked him what the one thing is that needs to improve, he just said himself. And so if he's able to do that, I mean, Liquid do become a force immediately. Like overnight, if he has 10 more kills, they have a completely different series.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little critical of JKS at times in this pregame or in this analyst desk segment, and Naf, unfortunately, he's the lurker that just didn't really manage to show up. And the problem is Naf is such an unbelievable anchor. For so long, he's been such a key part of Liquid, such a steady force that on CT sides, that's why their CT sides are so good, because Naf anchors with the best of them, and he's just not able to pull that off recently.
Let me ask you this though. Is it a case because of Naf and JKS, right, where only one of them can have a good game at one time?
On T side, I kind of buy into that, but on CT side, I don't think that's the case.
I mean, that's kind of though why I think their CT sides are generally better than their T sides. I think in round win percentage for T sides, it's kind of towards the bottom 5 of teams in the top 20, and the CT side, it's the top 5, and that's while they're picking Anubis half the time. So it's definitely, I'd say usually their defense is not an issue for me. It's like they're like the anti-G2, you know?
The anti-G2. There's got to be one of them there. You have to get the G2 slander in there before we start into that game later on. Of course, Maui, just throw the name in there. But do you think actually it's never good for a team to go out of a tournament, but do you think it's a blessing in disguise for these guys when the next focus is going to be towards the major, right, and seeing what you can do as a team and try rework some things? Because it is always a grind for many teams on these events, but right now Liquid maybe need to go back to the drawing board?
I don't know if it's ever a blessing to exit early. I know Blade said that last year, but then we just saw them do worse. I feel like for Liquid, they just need proof of concept that this lineup has a high ceiling, because we see the individuals, we see that there's multiple top 20 players on this roster, and we see a JKS that's obviously won some of the biggest trophies. I mean, he won Katowice, and we see an ultimate that can tournament to tournament be incredibly impactful, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't feel like it can click at all at the same time. And I'd boil that somewhat down to the calling, but there's also definitely some other things where they need to, I think establishing team philosophy is very important for them, because I don't think they always know in man advantage, we want to play like this. In man disadvantage, this is the prioritization of the round.
Yeah, I think Twitz has said that they're taking slow steps towards improvement. And the problem is we want to see them taking giant leaps when you look at the names on this roster. But I think the reality is they are getting better little by little. And if they have the time, I think they could get to a top level, but I don't know if they're going to be given the time.
Yeah, and that's it, right? When you're under an organization like Liquid, success needs to come sooner rather than later. When you're talking about philosophy, I want to push on that a bit more, because do you think it's the fact that they've had so many different ways of playing? If you think of like, Naf stayed on Liquid this whole time, Twist went to FaZe, right? Then you got 3 players coming from 3 different other systems and ways of doing it. Do you think it's a complete mess right now? And that's really the overarching issue?
So the blueprint for perfect or near perfect Team CS is exemplified by Vitality. Yeah, and the way that Vitality handles so many situations is that there is almost always some kind of setup for what they're doing, or there's a player that's ready to trade. In this game versus the Mongols, Liquid were in many positions where there's just untradeable deaths. And that's something where it's unavoidable. Like, it will happen sometimes. Like, sometimes Nerds has to go for a swing by himself because all of the utility's there. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when they're moving around the map, it feels like these points of transition are almost lazy or confused. And I think those points where Naf was talking about, oh, sometimes the comms become a little bit too hectic, they feel very apparent when they're just slowly snaking their way around a map. Like, they need to just be so concerted in the effort, and then everybody just needs to lock in because they need to know what is the next objective.
objective, and we're all going to execute that.
I think the thing you can think about is look at what happened when Twists left FaZe or Rops left FaZe, and you look at the downturn a team can take just in the synergy of the 4 players that were there the whole time. It's just sometimes the players don't quite have each other on the same level, and I think that's what you see in the transitions. You notice that they can't quite sync up, and I think the reality is they have a few too many passive players and not anyone that is on kind of the same wavelength as Nerds.
Well, let's flip the switch a little bit and go to some positives, and that's the Mongols. This team continues to show up and deliver, and honestly, I thought Liquid would be able to take a map here, but they were not allowing this to happen. Senzu, we can talk about him all day because that Ancient performance was crazy, but Blitz kept it up back-to-back maps.
Best fragging in-game leader. I mean, I don't know how you could really fight for anybody else at this point because he just trounced Twists in the head-to-head easily, and for the rest of the Mongols, this is a team that understands their philosophy. This is a team that probably plays a little bit outside the box at times with individuals going for some risks here and there, but it feels like it's part of a greater system now where I think Mara, I think Blitz, I think Techno even are all incredibly aware of what needs to happen at every point in the round, and it was up for people like Senzu, 910, and Mazzinho to catch up to speed. They caught up to speed. They know what they're doing at all points in a round.
Yeah, one of the more impressive things in this game as well was 910 with the rifle, because I questioned him in the pregame.
Yeah.
He often struggles with the rifle. He's great with the op, but if he can't afford it, well, in this game, with the rifle, dominant as well.
Well, you got a round showing that, right? Should we get some rifle footage of 910 in there?
Why not? Why not? I mean, yeah, I mean, with the T-side rifle, this is where I think some of the rifle, like this spray is just crazy. Like, can we even see that again? Can we see that again? Oh, from his perspective, even better.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, and the problem is from Liquid, those are kind of perfect peaks. I mean, you can't really complain that much. Double peak from Donut and you both die. Can we blame them for that?
That's the thing. Like, this is very well played from Liquid. It's just better shooting from 910.
Yeah.
Like, I know people don't want to boil games down to firepower completely because game plans are important. Strategies are important, but headshots are cool too.
And if you're as sharp as that, it can be devastating. And this is the extra level you can get from a Mongols player at any given time, right? You could easily see that being Techno in some games. Sometimes it's Mazzinho. You know, anyone can do it, and that's what makes them such a terrifying force. Just looking at this, where they're at right now, they're making playoffs. Are we going to say that?
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
I'm sorry, the G2 we've seen, they're not beating this team.
I feel like the next game, no insult to the teams, but we are a little bit in the Mongols playoff waiting room right now. Like, it feels like Liquid was going to be the harder test of the 3 potentials.
Mazzinho said that?
Yeah, so I think they're pretty happy as long as they don't take their feet off the gas.
Yeah, and that's not what the Mongols are known to do, especially when it comes to the group stage. We need to remind you all at home what's going on with the bracket right now and see where we're at, because the Mongols sit in that golden spot looking to fight for one of the final places in Lisbon, in the arena, and keep their amazing playoff streak that they've had all year long. The deciding one, though, is into our next game, G2 taking on M80. Honestly, the Mongols going into a lower bracket after that Na'Vi game and the way they played against Na'Vi, you just have to see the quality is just there.
Yeah, I mean, the question was, can they recover after that Na'Vi game? Because they had that one in the bag. They should have taken that team down. In all honesty, they should have beat that team. They fumbled it. They come back the next day, and they look as good as ever.
If yesterday was Mongols' floor, for example, I mean, that's just crazy. If they're losing games like that, I feel like the synergy between players is so exceptionally strong. The double peaks that they usually have, the fact that so many of the individuals, I've seen every single player on Mongols in this short tournament sample size pull off something mechanically that I don't think every player on all 5 teams of other top teams can do. Like, it's just like everybody's busting out highlights. It's not normal for a team to be this loaded with skill. If I went like pound for skill, I think Mongols has to be in the top 3.
Oof. I love hearing that, and I'm sure they do as well. Guys, thank you very much for your thoughts when it comes to this game. But we still got one more best of 3 coming your way, and I'm damn sure it's going to be more entertaining than what we just saw, at least a little bit closer. It's G2 taking on M80. We'll see you after the break.
We try to have as many tournaments as possible, and like we want to win every tournament and every qualifier we're playing. But yeah, it's all about the points, right?
We just sacrifice time for it. It's our job, so no matter how busy, it's always just trying to make that next step, that next tier, that better player, you know, so I think it's just about sacrifice. So far, I don't feel like it's been too overwhelming, especially because we haven't been going to every single tournament right now. Not overwhelming yet, but I'm sure as this year plays out, I'm sure it'll get more and more.
Even though like we're from different continents, I think we're all meshing really well. I think that you guys enjoy the time in Europe, right? And same, I think, as obviously we do in America. It's not that big of a stretch, like we're in an international team. Like I think we're just 5 guys that like each other.
Yeah, we all grew up playing the same game. We like each other. We talk a lot. We stayed together for I don't even know how many days out of the year. So yeah, we're pretty close. But yeah, you wouldn't guess that probably if you just look at our nationalities. But you know.
I think that recently at our last tournament we have found like a nice mixture of preparation and focusing on ourselves. We've kind of got a new like strategy where how we approach game days and new games. And I think just in general, you know, the time in Europe we spent always helps us as a team. And just the practice we get is way better. So the newborn confidence, of course, from good practice results, just it's about really converting it into the game.
I think another thing we're good at is very communicative between all of us. I think that's one of our strengths is no matter what happens, we always talk out situations and there always kind of comes to conclusions.
Something we can observe other teams do is just at one point in the round you use a lot of nades. So I think just in general getting into late rounds will make it obviously often easier still in this game. And I think maybe one part of the meta that is a bit like underlooked is a bit this, I would say that's the MongolZ style. Like they have find moments in their round to like group as 4 and just trade until the round is over. And I think this is like a kind of style why the MongolZ are, for example, also really successful. Before a game in a huddle, not much has to be said about preparation or our enemy or anything like that deep in detail. Just about, guys, this is our moment. Let's lock in. We know what we're here for, to win. And we know what we sacrifice to be here also. Like this is the moment you're here for and locking in into the moment.
Yeah, get fired up.
We got the best of the best here, of course. But for us, it's also more on the line than only Lisbon. Lisbon is really important, of course. It's only a few weeks left before the major cutoff. So every game we play is for a major slot right now. So this adds some more fire, hype, confidence, whatever it is that will lead us to victory. It will add a lot of...
Definitely a lot of strong teams, so yeah, just expecting our best and gonna try and show our best. Yeah. I think it could be awesome.
MongolZ makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot, oh! And he spins around for the kill. That's it, that's the dagger.
Young turns his attention, oh! All 3! Young and again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The final tickets are on sale now, and trust me, you don't want to miss the experience that Lisbon has to offer, and neither do the rest of our teams that are trying to fight for these final spots. Oh, it's not so easy to get there, right? Some of these teams dropping down to the lower bracket already. It became very scary. You got Spirit there, you got MongolZ there. On the other side of things, they look like the favorites, but anything can happen in Counter-Strike. You guys already predicted that the Mongols would be taking that spot. After we ended up seeing, right, the fact that Na'Vi went through, Eternal Fire, Vitality, MongolZ, is it just clear and easy on who's taking the last 2 spots? Are you like, how confident are you guys?
I think the Mongols one almost feels, I mean, I'm gonna be real, James. I think it almost feels like someone has to play this one just to lose to Mongols next. I'm not even kidding.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And on the other side, is it that way?
I think it might be a little closer.
Who are you giving it to? Who are you edging it to?
Who are you edging it to?
Who have we got down there?
Spirit?
Spirit. I'd probably take Spirit then. Yeah, I'd probably take Spirit. I don't see... They just dismantled FaZe today.
Yeah.
Like that was...
I thought that was maybe the FaZe like magic that could happen, and then they go and grab that spot, but...
Yeah.
That's the problem with FaZe, because they can lose as many games as you want until they lose a really important one against a really good team. Because if they went into the lower bracket and lost to M80, everyone would go, just wait for it. Just wait for it.
Eventually they'll power up. Eventually they'll get there, but not yet. But the thing is, honestly, like, Elige was moving across the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, I give them a pass. Okay, I was gonna actually call them out a little bit harder, but then I was like, oh yeah, moving is really hard. I've done it a lot lately.
And the Atlantic is in my F tier of oceans.
Okay.
F tier is Pacific.
But let me give you this. Let me give you this.
What is the relevancy there?
Okay, VP beat FaZe. Spirit beat FaZe 2-0, but they didn't 13-0 them, so VP has a chance against Spirit.
Nah, man, come on. I think this is clear. I think let's keep it suspenseful for all the viewers tomorrow.
Listen, if VP can do what they did against Falcons, they can do anything other than beat Donk. That's
okay, Vu. Okay, Vu.
You had me going there.
I thought we were gonna get some wild Vu take,
I know.
but that wasn't
Although to be fair,
meant to be.
regional matchups, they can usually go either way.
Yes, the regional matchup of VP and Spirit. True. It's like 2015 again.
Well, do you know what? We still got to decide what's going to happen here today. And now we're going to be looking at M80 taking on G2. It is our final game. It's a best of 3. And as we get to see G2 making their arrival deep into the night, because VP and Falcons extended that game oh so long for everyone's enjoyment. G2 right now, they may think they've got this in their wheelhouse. They may think that, hey, look, we took your superstar. We brought him over to our team. We've got everything going our way. But it hasn't been easy for G2. It's not been comfortable at times. And honestly, sometimes it looks like they're not the same G2 that they can be. I was expecting bigger improvements, but this should be a game where they're heavily favorited in. For M80 though, we saw they could finally get over the hill and over the hump against Furia. They've been struggling against Furia time and time again. They pulled off that amazing performance that they can be proud of, earned themselves some vital VRS points. And if they manage to beat G2 today, they almost secured their spot going into where they want to dream of, right? Avoiding the MRQ, which is huge for these guys.
I mean, we have to give M80 some props, because not only did they beat Furia, but they took MongolZ the distance. They took them all the way to 3 maps. They got banged out on an Inferno, but they easily could have 2-0'd MongolZ in that scenario. And it wasn't like MongolZ was kind of on like their F game. They were playing relatively well, maybe not their best of the best, but that's, we speak about M80 sometimes like they didn't do that. That's something we should be kind of keeping in our thoughts.
M80 right now are the plucky underdogs that are actually pulling off some upsets.
Okay.
They're getting some maps. They're taking down other teams from the Americas region that should be stronger than them, and that's because they've powered up after getting Rek back on the roster. Remember that his leg was broken earlier on in the season. They were playing with Keto for a while, kind of messed up their VRS standings actually for a while. So to see them back in this sort of position where they still have a chance for a major berth if they have a deep run here at Lisbon, that's going to give them all of the fuel to hopefully fire them up against G2.
What I've been impressed with M80 though, is they have a lot of fight in them. And I don't just mean in the server, right? They have the energy, they're going for it. You can see how much they want this.
Yeah, I mean, with where they've been, where they've come from, and the fact that this isn't one of the, highest salaried, most likely, or like the top teams that you look at. NRG had a lot of top players. Wildcard, they've got names you're expecting. None of these names were really at the top of the tier list that you'd look at if you're thinking the next NA talent until they picked up Lake.
It's true. I mean, really, they've been working with kind of scraps. I feel like M80's scouting process has been very shrewd. They've understood how to find diamonds in the rough multiple times now, getting the core of Swisher and Rek, working around these German players in order to try to just find something that is a nice, just kind of a hybrid of European consistency with North American flair. I think they deserve some props for that. It'd be cool to see them get a major berth because they took some real gambles on these players like Lake, like Mobs, and I think they should be rewarded with more than just selling their star player for one time.
And I know some of them were getting quite inspired, as Rek was with Maui earlier at the desk.
So I'm here with Rek on M80, Anchor, Lurker extraordinaire.
Yep.
Feel like you're starting to make some waves in the space in terms of people just recognizing your stability for the roster. I tend to call you in the green room Reliable Rek. How do you feel about the nickname?
I like the nickname, yeah. I want to be reliable for sure. That's my job.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right. So quick question before we get into this round. I want to know, what do you think is the toughest part about playing sometimes in North America versus Europe?
Well, I guess then just the notion that, you know, European players usually typically play better CS, right? But I think that's the hardest thing, without saying one's better or worse, is just the different styles. You know, you have to really prepare for different styles and expect different things, and going back and forth is sometimes hard, but that's just the name of the job when we're playing internationally and whatnot, so.
Who were the people that helped you catch up to speed before you went overseas? Like when you were tier 3, tier 2 player, who were some of the like influential, like just even callbacks to like NA coaches or player IGLs you had?
I'd say Stanislaw helped a lot when I was on B-Hop a little bit. He helped me gain some confidence. I don't know if he knows that or not, but Stanislaw, Stamina on Strife, it was an interesting experience, but he was helpful, very knowledgeable about the game, and he's even on M80 as an analyst for a certain amount of time, which helped us. And then I just have to say the ATK boys, honestly, like Mistum and Swisher and that whole core, like they really helped me just gain confidence. And then from there, since M80, I've kind of just been on this upward trajectory and trying to just be consistent as I can be.
Cool, thanks. All right, so we're gonna look at this map 2 train that you guys played versus Furia just the other day. And this is just a full B exec. There was a little bit of action earlier on towards T-Con. Sin took a little bit of damage, but you guys are just doing a B exec. What can you walk me through on this one?
So it's just our B-pop. You know, every team kind of got one right now, I think, and we're scaling the sidewalk. Honestly, overlooked this guy completely. It's just my bad. But so he gets the kill here, he gets traded out, and I just know how strong this spot is for myself, so I kind of choose to stay here and we have the space, and from here I just start taking my ones. Honestly, I remember I hit the pretty clean shot on him, and then from here I just know my job is kind of just to stay alive, and as long as I can make them bring the fight to me, and that's kind of exactly what I do in this situation.
How confident do you feel when you drop that smoke?
That is when like it clicked for me, like okay, like that's when I guess I realized I just need to stay alive. Is as soon as I dropped that smoke right before, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna drop the smoke, stay alive. They have to play on us, and then this guy gets, I heard the flash, so I turn away. He drops on me, I kill him, and then I hear this guy start running away, and then kill him, and then from here I'm thinking about the op. I got the op after this clip, but
yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for the breakdown on the round. Appreciate it, Rek. Good luck today in your match.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Reliable Rek, that's first of all a super good nickname. I like what we're running with there, but also taking my wounds. I love that. I love that. I absolutely love that. That is, we need to incorporate that as much as possible.
I talked to him about that phrase after, because I always think like player lexicon is just the coolest shit ever, and he just says, when he says get in my ones, he said that's a COD term that he actually took. And it just means that when you're in a man disadvantaged state, you got to find a 1v1 to even things out for him and the team. So it's actually got a tactical reasoning behind it, even if it just sounds like some slang from who knows where.
And he has been reliable though, right? He's someone they can rely on in some of these crazy situations they were put into.
Yeah, I mean, Rek is, he's almost always going to get his one. He's I didn't even mean to say that.
You're supposed to say taking my ones.
He's almost always going to be able to take his ones, and you know, you want your anchor sometimes when he's in the right position, you want him to get 2 or 3. Sometimes Rek disappoints a little bit in that regard, but in general, I think he's the most reliable player on this roster. And I don't know, I rate him pretty highly, and I think he doesn't I think he doesn't get enough praise. I think when you look at M80, people talk about Lake. You were talking about Slacks. Slacks is a good player on that team, but Rek just gets overlooked all the time.
I think it's just that if you look at like the stats test, Rek has some games where it's a little bit lower, but he's an anchor player playing hard roles on T side too. Like he was he was first in entry on that play, by the way. Like, so it's tough. It's tough to actually be in his shoes all the time. So for him to even just have a 1.05 at this event against teams that are international, like that's a pretty big jump up for him. And that's why I really kind of singled him out as like, wow, in these spots, especially on CT side, I rarely see him just eat a flash full blind and just get ran over on a bomb site. That's problems I have with people like Cello, people like that's like a modern anchor right now where he's just like really just not feeling that spot out. But Rhett gets it. He knows how to play around these kind of utility.
But someone we are talking about quite a lot is Lake, right? And sometimes for very good reasons, but he's still got his own struggles. He's still got his own inconsistencies here.
Yeah, Lake, on the CT side, Lake is incredible, but on the T side, he struggles a lot more. And it's interesting because he's replacing MongolZ, where MongolZ was great on that T side, struggled a little more on the CT side, and somehow M80 have been able to slot him in and reach the same heights that they did with MongolZ, which is not something you probably expect if you're looking at those two players individually, given how well MongolZ did on G2.
In terms of domestic competition, lower level opposition, Lakes is just farming people against the best players in the world, against the best teams in the world. Sometimes I feel like the setup doesn't behoove Lake. Sometimes he's swinging out because there's no flash. And I did say Rek is oftentimes the first in entry. Lake will be a space taker, and if there's not good utility on some kind of space taking protocol, you're just gonna get mopped up, okay? Like if Senzu's on the other side of it, you're just getting beamed in the face immediately. There's no chance, okay? So if that's the problem I have, and I think that unfortunately might mean that M80 could use a little bit of a tactical leap to serve their players a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that's very hard to do as well, but it is possible. I did catch up with Lake earlier, so let's hear from him because he was discussing some of the inconsistencies he's having, especially at this level.
You've had chances at a few big events now, and obviously I want to see what's the biggest difference maybe for you in playing the very best teams in the world. Maybe it's mechanical, is it mental, is it strategy? What do you see as maybe the hardest point?
Honestly, I think it comes down to a lot of the macro and the micro. I don't think it's too much about mechanics. I think everybody's honestly, like, relatively speaking, besides like one or two players here and there that are like exceptional mechanically, I think everybody's pretty close. I think it mostly comes down to the decision making, whether that be the IGL and the players. I think and the comms. Comms is a really important thing. Like sometimes if you're just missing those comms on a certain day, it's going to be hard for you.
So you're learning a lot from this whole experience, and you're definitely looking good on the server right now. But obviously for you guys, no, not you, but the rest of them, good friends with MongolZ, you know? He was the one you ended up replacing. Is it maybe adding some extra fire or something for you to show like, okay, I'm the decision, I'm here now, I'm going to show up on the day?
I mean, yeah, I've definitely, like, obviously I've been struggling with consistency a little bit. EPL, like I had 2 really good games at the beginning, and then I had 3 bad ones. And then here I come in and we play the MongolZ, and I have wish-washy games, and then we play Fury, and where it's like I have a really bad game, I have an okay game, and I have a good game. I'm really trying to find the consistency in myself where I know he found it eventually. So I'm trying to really build myself up as a player, get that confidence back where it's like I'm playing NA again, and then just really going from there.
So you're just going to view G2 as all NA players?
Maybe not. but I think for us, it's definitely a scalp we want to take. Like they're high on the VRS, and that would be a lot of points. Then that could bust us into the top 15. So.
Just wanted to remind everybody that Lake, I was told this by Stamina, the old M80 analyst, that before he got this offer, he was legitimately thinking of quitting Counter-Strike, and he was rushing a fraternity. So I'm glad that he stopped shotgunning cold ones with the boys and just got in the server with the real boys. So we like Lake here in terms of NA fandoms.
Lake, I gotta take a second on that one because Lake is he's been impressive for how long he's been playing at this level. I think the important part is he's going to the European competition. He's practicing because I think sometimes you can get a bit complacent in North America. You're playing a bunch of noobs, let's be honest, and he can just run out and frag people. He goes to Europe, he's playing top tier opposition, and he needs the tactics that we're talking about to actually help him out. And there are some of that, but I need more of it.
And that's where, on the other side, MongolZ, he's been blessed with this scenario, right? Comes into G2, gets to feel his way out there. Now he's got a bigger boots to fill with Nico going out. But it is the direct comparison we're looking at between these two.
It's almost like a 3-way comparison. It's like Lake, MongolZ, Nico, okay? Is that I don't know if that's the standard trajectory that North American entry fraggers are supposed to have. But yeah, when it comes to trying to fill the shoes, Lake's done a great job in terms of keeping the level high for M80 in domestic competition. MongolZ, though, playing on a whole new level now. He was already a top 20 player on HLTV last year, even though he only joined halfway through. It's almost like they punished him for sample size. In reality, if he played the whole year with what he did in those 6 6 months with G2, he might have been top 10. Okay?
Yeah,
that's how
definitely.
good he was.
Yeah, and I think you have to give Lake a little bit of a break because even when MongolZ was on M80, he did also struggle against the top tier competition. He did also fall off a bit, and sometimes that's the result of your team. I think MongolZ was a little bit better in terms of playing top 10, top 5 opposition, but when you get on to, when you take that next step, you can improve just instantly because of the players around you as well.
For MongolZ though, right, going up against your old team, you're probably going to have a bit more fire in this game, a bit of a point to prove, right, Maui?
I know he watches all their games.
Oh.
I know he watches all the M80 games. He roots for them. He always tweets right after they win. Maybe not tweeting after they lose, but I'm assuming he's watching practically everything.
Yeah.
And I know that may sound like he's a fan and he might go soft on him. He knows their strats. He knows their playbook. He's watching, like, how many people are studying M80 demos that are on a tier 1 European team, okay? MongolZ is probably one of the only people that's actually looking, even though he's rooting for them, he's like, oh, they throw that smoke and that smoke. Okay, I'm gonna do that next time if I play against them.
So you think he's got some insights to really take into this game?
I think MongolZ might honestly just run them through the server. Like, he might be the big difference maker today after some ups and downs against tier 1 European opposition.
Yeah, this is the type of opponent that you want to see MongolZ really impress against, because if he can't, then where are we at?
Well, let's find out what MongolZ has got to say ahead of this game, because I know he's going to be excited for this one. MongolZ, I'm grabbing you because you're going up against M80. I know how close you are. I see you guys, how you interact between the games. What is just your feeling when you're going into facing your friends, basically?
It feels a little bit weird because, like, we were competing a lot last year and we did some good stuff, I would say. And it's a little bit weird, but it's also going to be funny because, like, for example, me, I'm going to be screaming a lot to them. So,
oh,
yeah.
you are?
Yeah.
It's going to be what, like polite trash talk?
It depends what happens in the game, you know?
Okay, am I going to get the very best version of MongolZ? You're going to show them what they're missing?
I hope so, yeah. I mean, I don't want to be overscored by Lake, you know?
Yeah. Oh, okay. You want them to make sure they're missing you and not enjoying Lake. I like what you're trying to say there. But okay, on the serious aspect of it, it's an important win you want to try and get, right? But is there some knowledge you have maybe still, or do you think they've changed too much since then? Is there anything you can help G2 with? Just the fact you know these guys?
It's kind of 50-50, I would say, because, like, for example, they know some stuff that I've told them, and I know some stuff that I've been told. I also remember some stuff that from them, and I see their rounds, and I'm like, I know this. They used to do it with me, you know. So it's a little bit funny. Okay. And,
well, I'm expecting some maybe polite trash talk and some mind games. Anything you want to say to everyone out there?
That is going to be a really funny match and entertaining, I would say. So just enjoy this game and yeah, have fun.
G2-0.
Of course.
This is it, right? MongolZ is already a different beast when he's coming into this, and we've not even got into the server right now. You hear that, right? He's just like excited. He's going to give some trash talk. That's not what I'm expecting from MongolZ normally.
I mean, that's important for MongolZ because he's had some confidence issues filling the shoes of Nico on this roster. I don't think he worries about filling the shoes of Nico. He's just worrying about being better than the guy that took his seat at M80. So at least the pecking order has been established, and that's why I feel like MongolZ is in for a really big performance today.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing is that we are actually seeing them run into each other's strengths, because Lake has talked himself. He's a bit stronger on CT side. MongolZ was stronger on T side. Well, CT side versus T side, that's the two halves of the game. They're going to be playing against each other where they're strong.
Where they're strong, but who is stronger? That's what this is about, right? Because right now, G2 are kind of in this spot where you say, we don't know what to make of them sometimes.
That's unfortunately usually the case when they get deeper into tournaments, though. They have had some troubles at Katowice, for example, finishing out of the playoffs, but ESL Pro League, they showed a little bit more, I'd say. At the Blast Bounty to kick the season off, did decently as well, you know, top 4 finish there. So they definitely have the pieces, they just got to put it together, and I feel like today it's not going to be too much about cohesion.
If you're a G2 fan, you want today to be pretty chill. It should be about cohesion. It should be that they show up. Maybe they have a couple of close games, but if G2 is hitting the level we know they can, they're closing this out 2-0.
Well, let's get ourselves into the next important part of this game. It's the veto. Now, we don't really expect any surprises here, right, Maui?
Typical ban of Nuke from M80. G2 have been banning Train nearly every single time. The first pick for M80. Usually Anubis can also be Ancient, who I think they're both pretty good because G2 aren't the best at either of those.
Yeah, I think G2 have a few clear weaknesses. Ancient pick from M80 makes a lot of sense. You know, you're running into a map where it's a bit harder to op on the T side. This is the map where MongolZ said, I'm the best Ancient player in the world. But he has struggled a bit on it recently.
Yeah, this is before Nico left the team, right, when he was saying that.
That is true.
Well, we can pretend it wasn't.
And Inferno comes out from G2. I mean, they pick Dust2 or Inferno whenever they can. I feel like this, if M80 let this go to Dust2, though, I feel like, I don't know,
M80's been loving Dust2. They were picking against some teams.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think that because they've been picking it, it is going to actually end up on Dust2. I was kind of hoping they would try to force it to the Mirage or Anubis. I'm almost surprised they actually didn't ban it, but because G2 are so good at Dust. That's really why. I know it's your strength as well, and if you think you're the better team, you should just take the handshake map at the end of it. But I also just think, like, it's the one map where Snacks can call absolutely anything, and MongolZ will get a 4K.
People talk about Dust2 not being the most tactical map. I think it's come a long way in CS2. The way the smokes work, the new boxes added. It's a more tactical map than it used to be, but it's still more of a fragging map than anything else, and G2 just have more firepower.
Yeah, sometimes it just comes down to that, but I want to know what it comes down to that overall when we get into the games, because it's going to be exciting, it's going to be explosive, and I'm expecting a lot of trash talk, and always it's going to be amazing commentary from Scrawny and Launders.
We'll give it our best, I can promise you that. And that's all I ask from M80 and G2, is because if both teams are able to put forward their best, then, well, they deserve to go on.
Yes.
But I don't think we got the best out of G2, and oddly enough, I'll say we didn't get the best out of MongolZ in their last matchup. And that was so odd for me to see, because it felt like he has been, during this tumultuous time on G2, being their beacon of hope.
The rose in the concrete, so to speak. G2 definitely, I think we just did the math on how long this game will be. Obviously, we had a 5-hour match earlier between with VP. This game, if G2 win it, it'll be an 11:30. We're at home. If M80 win it, it'll be 1:30. It'll go overtimes on every map. It'll be the longer crawl for sure. But it's definitely possible. I think this game, in terms of odds, is the most one-sided on paper, and we are both North American, so that might affect the way that we view this. But if you watch the last M80 game and you see the maps they take off of good teams, it's very possible they win a map. It's very possible.
Yeah, definitely a map. I think that part's, you know, I don't want to use the word likely, but we'll say possible. I think possible is the right term for it, Mo. But what worries me about M80 is, let's say they take a map and we end up map 3, it has to be said, they had a prime opportunity versus MongolZ to win that series 2-0. They lost, went to Inferno, a map we know MongolZ plays well, the same way G2 played Dust2 well. They've got that in their back pocket this time, and that was an absolute thrashing. M80 had no chance in that final map up of the series. I worry that if we go the distance, the same thing could happen here. So seize the day if you're M80, because that MongolZ slip-up has to leave a sting. The amount of VRS points they would have won in that match would have put them as provisionally ahead of Wildcard for a spot straight to the major. They'll be basically knocking on that door if they can win this one. So high stakes game. Hunter in the pistol with 1 kill as MongolZ actually collected the first one. This A site is under wraps for M80, but it's only temporary. And not for very long. Already this emphasis up into Temple. You've got 2 now, maybe 3. Heavy God thinking about his options. Big box held by Rek.
Reliable Rek.
Yeah, big Maui Snake proponent. Little shadow advantage. He knows what's coming, but oh, Snacks is able to slide under it. Man, a little hesitation there from Rek, perhaps. You know, didn't have that kind of killer instinct to jump on it. Now Heavy God's got cover offered up into Donut. This is a 10-second defuse, and Heavy God will keep it clean as needed. Beautiful couple headshots out from him. Easy retake as far as G2 are concerned.
It is true, actually, look, taking a second glance at the veto, that Inferno is the map that, like, they just don't look like they're good on. And that's heightened with the difference between MongolZ on Inferno. Obviously, they can beat anybody on the map. But I think just even the positions they found themselves in, they just look extremely uncomfortable. So, yeah, maybe if there is a map, it'll be this one. And if it's not this one, maybe there's no chance. So, lots on the line. Nice thing is, obviously, they don't lose many VRS points. If they lose, there's just so much to gain that could really change their future if they actually take this series here and now. So from that perspective, there's some pressure, but they know that they're the underdogs. Good openers from Lake, but G2, excellent retake. Just a pause in the action here as G2 don't have mid control.
From a pause to a lull, but now this ramp hit that's going to come down from Heavy God. Ooh, good flash out of Sin to set up Swisher. He goes for the wide swing, almost puts MongolZ on display to the second guy, then a ton of damage on the fire. No way! Snax just burns alive. Not sure which position to take because of the cave control, and control is what comes with it. Total site dominance out of M80, a force buy bounce back.
That's a little unfortunate. He just did an entire circle inside of that fire. Right before he was about to leave at every corner, he turned back. Oh, man. For most of it, he was blind, so I do just feel bad for him. But, yeah, 100-0 in that molly.
Also, what are you going to do? Run into the two guys that are flying at you with MAC-10s in cave?
That molly's there for a reason.
Yeah, I understand why Snax is running.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just not enough positions to hide in, and the ones that he could were on fire.
Wow. So just MongolZ's kill. That's it. M80 on the board. And that's one thing. Great flashes, man. Great flashes, T and CT side. That's a map agnostic feature of M80 that I think has brought them their most valuable positions. Blake said it's they're not worried so much about aim. It's that he believes that it's mainly decision-making individually and the macro from the team that dictates the rounds being won. I largely agree with that. I think you put a player whose aim is like pretty good in a great team, and their aim will look better. He also referenced his own sort of like inconsistencies, and it is funny. Like you look at his score lines, like sometimes he just dominates, sometimes just not there. So, and I think he can kind of confront those things openly because he's just such a new player.
Sure.
He's just like, I don't know why. Like I'm so good sometimes, sometimes I'm not. Like I just can't figure it out, man. Like it's still funny to him because it's not like a career-long thing. He's still got time to work on it and to be kind to himself about it. But seeing the potential is huge.
Yeah. I think that kindness is actually going to be very valuable in the long run. You're playing on a team like M80, you have to understand that losses will come more often than not. But it's about seizing the best of your opportunities, and tonight is one of those. Heavy God wild on the MP9 follow-up. 5-7 damage trying to finish the job, but Snax gets naded back by Sin. Grenades with his name on them. He's died to fire and a frag so far. Now Hunter hears this movement towards middle. If they're not careful, this 5-7's gonna find backs turned. He tries to jump on top of him. Ooh, had a chance at a second. And MongolZ's gone unnoticed here. Rek get blindsided. We've got another death coming back from G2. Oh, they're trying to force by their way in, and Heavy God's done some good lifting thus far. But on such little HP with fire in front of him, there's nothing he can do about stopping that bomb from going down on A.
No, it'll be too much for a retake, you think. Heavy God at 17 HP and just an MP9, so it looks like M80 will skate by. Taking their time with this position, but it looks like they've secured it. It's a good start for M80. Already lost the pistol, but these two last rounds, pretty effective trades, good flashes again. Good HE out of Sin. And I think if they do pull out Ancient somehow, I don't see a world where they take Inferno. Like that's probably the impossible map in the series, and as brought up on the desk, Dust 2 is an interesting place to go. It's a map that they're good at, and you do always want to play to your strengths. But I think for G2, they feel pretty calm when they look at the three maps above them.
I don't know about you, but I'm ready for another Hunter performance. Really got my hopes up with his record-setting rating just the other day.
This could have been Eternal Fire in this game. G2 are very close to beating them. That one went wrong on Inferno, actually.
Instead, the Turkish team 5 for 5 in their playoff appearances so far this year. The most playoff appearances of any organization this year. Because the most events attended.
Oh, Nate goes a bit too far. Miscalculated.
Off that nade, they decide to walk back, so they're going to try to go numbers strong out middle. Could very well catch a couple players here. And if Sin's not careful, the bomb could get awkwardly dropped out. So there's that Galil on the field, right? It's enough to make you nervous, but just getting away from the timing. Lake's going to stick around for a second. Catches a quick look at a USP. Little does he realize there's a lot more right behind it. And Sin shows that bomb.
Brett can come and pick this up.
Yep. He'll have eyes on it from elbow. And they actually fluster him, so he gives up his angle. He puts a Molotov down in front of him. They're going to go ahead and take over the entirety of the B site. And so at the least, you've got Snacks now grabbing that AK off of Lakes' corpse.
Yeah, you kind of just run with the guns. AK and Galil. Low friction round here for M80. Clean plants. Sending the pistols out just to see what they can get.
Right? Flash in from CT spawn. Doesn't find anybody, but any other additional kills to just soften up the economy here for M80. Not going to happen. Slacks puts him down for the night. 3-1 M80.
Yeah. Looks solid so far, but the real round comes next.
Last time these organizations went head-to-head, G2 bought MongolZ.
Yeah, that's the other crazy part about this head-to-head. Versus the player that they sold.
They certainly got their good use out of him.
MongolZ. He said he didn't want to get outscored by Lake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Lake's replacing him. He's replacing Nico.
3 goats. So far, Lake in the lead, but doesn't feel like this could be his round, seeing as that grenade takes half his health out. We got MongolZ. Looking to join forces in the base of middle. I mean, if Lake's going to be your elbow player, that's going to be his hands full. Swisher thinks he can come out through smoke, and MongolZ clips the top of his head. But inside B site, smoke fades. You've got that trajectory from the grenade to tell Sin what's up. Snacks takes down his support. And so this, what felt like opening inside of the B site, gets very quickly closed. Reopened by Slacks momentarily, but only for the one additional kill. It's a majority alive here for G2 as they close that gap to 1.
That looked a little silly from Swisher because it looked like he was trying to sneak out of the smoke, maybe sit there, but like it was full mid control and Lake was smoked out an elbow. So communication must have broke down, or he missed a cave entrance or something. I'm not exactly sure. If you went into cave, he obviously would have been a genius right there because there was no one in it. But in this spot, G2 obviously going to be watching up there. Lake did not have vision.
Back to the mid-fight through the fire. Slacks down to 40. Nate just chunks what's left of him. Lake's going to try to re-aggress, and all that ends up doing is losing mid-control for M80. Down to the 5 versus 3 in the first 10 seconds of round 6. And so it looks like MongolZ, this combination is just getting the better of Lake as he started strong, but has been since cooled off. And it might not be MongolZ outperforming him head-to-head, but MongolZ brought backup. And MongolZ is not going to start as slow as he did in the previous series.
Yeah, North Americans never bring backup, all right? We do the job ourselves. MongolZ is European now. Maybe they should have brought backup, though.
Yeah, maybe they should have. Yeah, I'm all for teamwork, actually. So, feels like mid has been temporarily closed, at least. What do you do about this? Try to bolster Swisher's lane plays instead?
They need to either respect the fact. I think like if they keep trying to go out early, they'll probably continue to lose in the same way. If they would have won, I think they would have done it already, but they didn't really get close to disrupting the positions with the appropriate nades. So the other option is just to come in a little later. It doesn't take long before like CTs have to peel back out of mid. So they could just try to do it that way. I think the other part to game plans we see is like, you know, even teams of the quality of the MongolZ will just go for the fake mid nades into a full-on A hit. Like Ancient is pretty versatile in that sense, where it looks kind of scrimmy in moments, but there is just either, is it fast mid or is it fast open site or is it fast B ramp because the new incendiaries are too small? There are options for fast rounds on all parts of the map. And if right now that's not working, they should keep that in mind, because usually where people pull resources from the A site to help mid, right? So your extra donut player, 2 guys in mid, and sometimes an op back in CT or just temple watching. There can be chances just to take it.
Speaking of North American legends, Def.
Obviously British, but yes, we claim him.
NA resident for a long time.
Complexity Def.
Shout out Surreal.
Our other North American opper.
Game tied up off of MongolZ's control of the middle of the map.
MongolZ here discussing about how to approach the mid defaults. And again, there's no reason that G2 shouldn't spend some of their time trying to take this. Let's just pay attention here to how M80 will approach it and see what lessons they've learned, if any.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of timings change up. It's still going to be Swisher to get past Cave.
Yeah, okay.
It's
Cave
control of it.
They didn't smoke. Yeah, CTs didn't smoke the end of Cave.
So they wait out all of that damaging utility, and then suddenly the path seems free. Sure enough, G2 have to kind of lean back off of their opening foray. Hunter giving it the old jump spot. Obviously, it's not the most ideal round for M80. We're still working with Tech-9s on 2 of them. Ooh, Hunter just missed a chance to just go ahead and kill that red room. Now under pressure. He'll keep dropping nades, but burning a lot of the util at a minute 10. It's a frag grenade and flashbangs left for G2 at this point. And it's not just one member behind this, right? A Tech-9 bullet, I think, or maybe it was Lake's AK, excuse me.
There's a tacit understanding between both teams that, like, this will be the split, because Hunter just saw 2 people with the fast mid-crawl, so M80 need to, like, dissuade them from believing that this is the play right now. Swisher's going to push up on Banana, and, oh, if he got a kill, that would be really convincing. Without it, it could still help.
Such a tough shot, though.
Yeah. I mean, Hunter's peeled back quite a bit, so...
Gave him a bit of extra room to wiggle within, and they will seize that space.
Yep, they've earned the 2v5 now on the B site. Let's see if Hunter can get involved.
Swisher's catching snacks, then trying to join up through middle. Hunter just decides to charge, back turn to him, not able to control the spray for it. And all the while, having dodged the donut contact until Swisher eventually gets squeezed into that fight, right? Being flushed out from Heavy God behind him, kind of hands forced in that moment. Still a Tech-9 out for Slacks. Lakes leans into the corner, and then he gets caught out. Rec able to position over towards the big box, still concerned about the A main flank because they don't know about all the numbers. MongolZ leads this, walks out, scours over towards Rec, the last known position. Lake lets that happen, but he's at least able to trade back and confirm the last one. His teammate right there with him. Now it's Slacks' chance to end this. Heavy God 1v2 halfway through it. He's gonna clear, but he doesn't see him.
Ooh.
Patience pays off.
Wow, that angle's deeper than it appears. My goodness. Close call, but Slacks comes away with the win. Somehow in this position, they still win. With Hunter going down 1 for 1 and disrespecting that, calling out the A split, and then MongolZ, I think, getting the kill versus Swisher admit, it looked like this was fine for G2. This is a great recovery out of M80.
Ooh, great camera angle on that one. Everybody holding their breath until the last kill comes through. Door reopened for M80. Now it boils down to the 1v1, but it's put G2 on shaky legs for a second. We've got MongolZ's op in play. Hasn't really been a feature of his mid holds. He was rifling right next to MongolZ. Right now you've got MongolZ positioned on the A site.
I think Snacks did considerable damage to Swisher through that wall earlier.
And 1 round ago, we saw M80 be able to take over mid because of no deep utility from the CTs, so very quickly changing that up.
That was actually a strange gap, considering like it felt like MongolZ was calling like a pretty comprehensive mid take, and with that open, they just like fell back immediately. So it's great for M80 to be able to take advantage of that. Mid has clearly been central to their game plan. My gosh, Swisher singed down to just 11 health.
MongolZ saw nothing towards main, so he's just going to back up MongolZ. That's a deadly duo on this line.
They're gearing up to retake the B site. Bums, however, swinging back to the other side of the map.
Yeah, slowly.
Rek looks to lead.
Rek silently working his way forward, and as long as MongolZ's helping out middle, there's no eyes on A main.
Oh, interesting. A long smoke.
Got a very low Swisher trying to move in.
Wait, it's a fake.
Dangerous here. Sin, he's going to clear the one, but Hunter doesn't activate from the corner. MongolZ just going to clamp down on Lake as he tries to sprint out through mid. Obviously, they heard that departure because of Hunter staying inside of the cave. And so you're going to blindside Sin, surely. MongolZ won't miss his chance.
Oh, okay.
Recovers with a little spin, a pirouette to tie this game. 4 rounds apiece. G2 just banking on MongolZ hitting some critical shots, and he'll do it from both directions on Donut.
Yeah, turn up, man. I mean, he got his 1 kill. If he had even just got that, they'd still be comfortable. So weird spot where they don't. It's kind of weird because they don't know about the Donut players, but if there's a 2 setup in Donut like we had last round, you don't have to move. You're on a really good spot to retake B. You can defend A from there just like they did previously. So I think there wasn't enough scouting done here from M80 to pull that fake off in the way they wanted.
Force buy for M80. Trying to get that lead back. We get 2/3 of the way through their T side. And they keep trying to fight into these rounds. Heavy God blind connects. Snacks from the corner. Good to go. Tim and Hunter joining forces inside sight. Where's Swisher come from? Just barrels out from the cave. Tech9 to the side of his victim in Hunter, but that's all they're going to end up getting here. Snacks nicely done in the deep corner of the bomb site. He's super supported by his teammates. Feels confident to just let them try to run rampantly in. And with that, it's economy bottomed out for M80, so it's not going to be a fun end to their half.
That's true. Dead simple. B-pop fails. CT's in fine positions. Everybody ready. And that one first kill that you really want to get on your bulldoze into the site doesn't come. So here we have it. Round with full pistols. G2 look to keep a meter stick between them and M80.
I completely understand why M80 tried to throw that out on their force buy. That's one of the key components of their game versus the Mongols on Ancient, was just catching that B-site defense off guard. I think they tried to use it here, and you know that could very well be one of the reasons G2 seemed so ready for it.
And they haven't been doing any one thing too much. And even in mid, 4 rounds they've had, 2 were unsuccessful, but the last 2 actually worked. Kind of earned the right to try one of those simple pops.
Now just Glocks in hand, so real desperate here this 10th round. MongolZ is currently losing the head-to-head versus Lake, but MongolZ has really good teammates. MongolZ proven that one, 10-4.
Don't have that be encouragement to jump ship.
There you go. Get the easy one.
Yeah, get the easy ones.
No one will remember. It's just numbers at the end of the day.
Sadly, just true.
Snacks is like, yo, let me get some bit of the action here out middle. So all too easy this 10th round, as you'd anticipate, versus Pistols. 6-4 lead to G2.
Now they want to go, well, there it is. They want to go fast towards cave. To be honest, the way that it's been played, either it's not been played or it has been Snacks trying to be really annoying, going for the spams.
Right.
It might be fast on this round. It might also be waiting for Snacks to use his ammo and then doing something tricky through a smoke. We'll see.
I mean, ultimately, you go back to that force buy, right? Swisher was able to swing out into sight. It's been one of the paths of least resistance. Smoke in front of it. Snacks gonna open it up somewhat. And they go for mid control first. But we know what their game plan is.
Oh.
Nicely done, though. I like this. Change up from G2, going a little bit further outside A main. And Snacks has got a teammate with him as well. Heavy God connects to the headshot. Well, Sin, turns out you're on the receiving end. 4 versus 2, looking comfortable for the defense at this point. Trajectory on the utility is going to put these lane players on high alert. They double up on the same angle, and that is a guarantee. Snacks and Heavy God putting in the work. 9 frags each so far. This B defense looking solid. And with the bomb in front of Heavy God, Lake's got his work set out for him. But we did almost watch him piece together a 1 versus 5 earlier this week. A mere bullet from it. He's got all the time in the world to do it. Still 3/4 of his health. But MongolZ's going to hunt him down. And MongolZ really has been the bane of Lake's existence. That's the Flash, up to 12 frags so far.
Yeah, they do try to go for the slower version into the cave lurk, but with Rek dying, it doesn't actually serve as a fake because he dies so deep in T-spawn. Instead, I think it keeps you on higher alert. And in cave, again, this is the first round they have Heavy God come in. So a great adjustment. We hear the plans from M80, but we don't hear the adjustment that G2 are thinking, and I think they kind of felt it. All right, our cave has been sort of like off and on. We either play with someone there or no one, and Snacks has relatively been successful, like living here, doing a great job on B, in fact, this game. Some of the utility they throw is really cross map, and it can actually lead to fakes. But sometimes it also just gives G2 a bit info.
Gonna try to crank the dial here in the final round of the half. Almost caught out by Hunter. At least he saw a lot of bodies on the challenge, and he'll track the head. And pressure, name of the game. Snacks content to come out from cave and attack this side of the mid play now that your bomb has just dropped down in the dirt.
Yeah, he's done his job perfectly from up here.
Yeah, it feels like G2, as this half has gone on, have kind of established first, right? A little support for mobs when mid was originally going M80's way. m80 changed that with his form, and now everybody doing their job real well. G2 putting a real gap between them and the challengers of M80. Now, I knew we wouldn't get a slow start from MongolZ twice in the same week, Mohan. Maybe twice in the same series the other day, but we're all allowed to have off days.
We literally had to go look at the stats to find the last time that he started 0-7.
Right?
And it was months ago, or even a year or something. It was a long time. I don't know.
Eons.
I think we saw an 0-5 last year. That's about the as bad as it gets.
7? Not today.
But honestly, Snacks, Cave, B ramp, didn't die versus, okay, died 100-0 on a molly. That was the one thing, but overall, very successful half.
Call it a recovery.
Yeah, big time.
You know, a lesser man would have been shaken to his core. But Snacks continued to step up, and I think he kind of taught Sin a lesson. The verbiage Sin used in terms of taking that cave made it feel like he was real confident they'd be able to just blast past Snacks. Now into the pistol. Let's see what Hunter and co have up their sleeves. Rek leaning back in temple, waiting for that long contact. You've already got footwork inside sight. MongolZ's on an absolute tear. And that's what every Counter-Strike fan wants to see. Good flashbang. Berettas won't even stop the plant. Heavy God actually gets the cover out. Oh, M80 getting snapped in half. Not one kill comes back from them. G2 aren't playing around tonight.
Yeah, they're spitting fire. That's 9 rounds here off this quick pistol round. And the flash retake does nothing.
All business.
That's Hunter calling the pistols.
Alb's gonna try to chase down Lake. I'm gonna let him go. It's your choice, Lake. You can walk away. He'll find Sanctuary inside that A site. His entire team inside B, looking like they want to get active down the ramp soon. That's Heavy God's Galil to hold it back. Look at that radar, man. Bloodbath to be had here on the B site. Smoke grenade top ramp, though. That's going to cool off their jets.
Yeah. Done a good job, though. Yeah, nice. With that cave play, those spams end up being way more effective. MongolZ with 2 of them.
Oh, no way. Blind 5-7 from Swisher's the only thing that it looks like they'll get going. You smoke them off on ramp. All you let them do is then leak through cave, and you give MongolZ a safe timing to go for wallbangs. Yes. 2 kills, though, that's a bit egregious. Talk about in the zone.
It's a combination of 2 things. A default molly in the pillar, a little bit of cave pressure at the top, and then those spams just become huge because the only spots that are safe to be ramp are spammable, as we can see. Right behind default, over on short, and then long can simply be smoked or also hit with a spam. That's actually a little bit more of a rare one. MongolZ showing off.
Making up for lost time. Watching Zywoo and Donk rack up their ratings. Can't leave those sweet kills on the table. It's an early race for top 3.
Every kill matters.
Lake gets to live this time. No doubt MongolZ feels in the flow state. And with 6 rounds between them and M80, this challenge hasn't even really started. I mean, it did start well.
It did start well.
But Snacks very quickly stomped out the Ember.
And even the rounds, that 2 rounds that were sort of better for M80, G2 still had like pretty good starts to those rounds. So overall, just like lots of success here. Even switching over. Survive another eco is the G2 call. No util here for these pistols from M80, just a cold stack.
Lake tried to start this map on the right foot, had a moment or 2 until MongolZ really had his number out middle. Unfortunately, across the board, M80 just not stacking up this evening. There's a chance we saw the best version of themselves versus the Mongols, which is no easy feat.
And refresh my memory, they actually could have won that in 2, right?
Yeah.
It was a 2 overtime.
Oh, they were so close to winning it in 2.
Yeah.
You know, and the amount of VRS points they would have won by beating Mongols would have given them...
They would have been bathing in VRS points.
Yep, they would have been in 5th position going into the PGL Astana qualifier next week. That qualifier will be the last event for both Wildcard and M80 before the major invites go out on April 7th. And if they were to have won this series, there would only be 8 points between those teams with a high likelihood of them going head-to-head. It would have been one of those great moments where we can just highlight and point to the new system in 2025 and say, this match decides that. Something we've never been able to see outside of RMRs.
Yeah, that part's pretty cool. They iron out the kinks. There's like lots of potential for VRS to create exciting moments, and there already have been.
Yes, sir.
Quite a few.
Yeah, go back to Astralis at Cluj-Napoca, right?
Yeah.
There's always this cool undercurrent of a conversation happening. It kind of rewards, I think, the people who really keep their finger on the pulse of CS and watch event to event.
Definitely. Yeah, all the rocket scientists out there that can follow the system.
Here we go, fast A play. Let's see if Rek can handle the numbers. Supported by the op, which does connect, but Rek empty-handed. Malm's gonna get a little blood on his hands, and down goes the Opper. Snacks, good entry.
Yo.
No problem. Following through. Deep CT lane's got bullets soaring by it. Swisher simply outnumbered.
Yeah.
G2 will waste no time trying to finish off this first map. They watch what the Mongols did to M80 on Inferno. They'll be confident. It's a map they themselves post well.
That's the G2 Swarm at full strength. Simple A-site hit, all having fun.
Having a field day in the final match of the day.
And that was a little awkward because the op does not cover Rek. The op gets into position too late as they're running up. Rek dies first, and then the op goes down. If Rek stays alive, the whole play is slowed down.
And maybe Lake has an extra second from behind that box. This was a 3-1 start M80. All because of that force buy that for a second, you know, put G2 on edge. Haven't seen a cause for concern ever since, and they're going to keep this one simple by the looks of it, looking to get the jugular.
Yeah.
Clamping down on the A site yet again. We do have a little more time, though. Swisher able to get out from Temple, or at least get near, but what's he working with? An MP9. They're going to set this backside ablaze. Slacks blind as a bat, but him and Swisher still able, one apiece. There could be more here for Swisher, but he's burned out of position. Heavy utility damage for him to deal with. Rek on the flank. Lake finds one. The lineup's there. Good damage. Enough damage to really put the odds against MongolZ. 6 health with a smoke ahead of him. M80 with a lifeline late.
Dude, that's pretty idyllic here. I'm shocked they got those first 2 kills, but it was the counter flashes. They worked a bit better on the T side. I actually think there must have been one from the CT and the T side because they came to a little bit faster. And the 2 guys who were trying to scale got mowed down by those MP9s. Only way to win that round is closing the gaps with those flashes. So well done from M80. And they were not stacking on this round. They just kind of rotated in just in time.
Swisher kind of slows the tempo of G2's commitment. Honestly, just showing off. Or more so, staying in the zone.
Yeah, just staying warm.
Yeah, just chomping at the bits to get to the next one to try to close this one out.
And they don't actually molly Temple. They just mollied Brokey, right?
Yeah.
So they might have missed it. The AK's by the weed. The ganja.
It's actually a fern.
The devil's lettuce.
Nope, it's a fern. Do you know what ferns are called when they are sprouting?
Bush.
A fern that first sprouts out of the ground, you know what that's called?
BC bud.
It's called a fiddlehead. You can eat them.
Black widow, white widow.
Tangerine dream.
Pineapple express.
Super lemon haze.
The Fujianese dragon.
Okay. I'm gonna call foul on that one.
Wait. The Bhutanese shadow dragon. That's what it was.
Okay, that sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
You never seen Joe Biden talk about the Bhutanese shadow dragon?
I summon Joe Biden.
It's the strongest strand.
Only thing getting smoked right now is M80. And a whole lot of hopium for North America. They put an end to the streak. That's all you can ask for. One foot in front of the next as they head back towards middle, and feels like G2 know where they want to end this game. A looking like the target yet once more. Very quickly outside of B goes Lake. He'll find nothing. We'll see what that can do in terms of setting up some kind of A defense. Sin is sprinting over to try to get ahead of it, and you see that incendiary drop ahead of the pack. So this is going to be M80 with a lot of information to try to hold back this site.
This is like a little lazy from G2, but they just feel like they're so close to the finish line.
Yeah.
Like, let's run it back. We're going to out-aim them.
You're allowed a couple lazy rounds at a scoreline like this. m80 on the prowl. Molotov for back box. And he'll go for the boost. It's a bit
now
too much
it's time to work a little harder.
Yeah, all right.
Like, yeah, I mean, respect is earned for sure, and they have such a big lead here for M80, but like, that round was either fake mid into rush or, yeah, expect M80 to get ready. So this is what, you know, this is G2 at their worst in terms of like, this could have just been a default and they could have checked flanks already and everything like that, but yeah, sometimes they like to take the highway to rounds, so to speak. But they come back at 40 seconds, A site's open, even though there's full mid control here from M80, there's a lot of resources tied up inside of mid, and they aren't clearing out elbow, so they'll be too slow to defend this.
What was once a bolstered defense has turned into a vacant site. Just that CT lane from Swisher lines up a little bit of damage, but it's still footing here for G2. Gonna be a big clash inside of Donut. Lake wants a piece of the action. 15 on the clock, and it's gonna be an awkward plant. Not to mention nobody holding flank. Swisher's able to just gun down Mob. Still no bomb plant in the middle of this. Okay. You got the bomb site like you wanted, but you didn't get the plant. You didn't find any post-plant positions, and it looks like Heavy God's down after time.
I just wish with G2 there was more stamina in the calling. You know, like put in some effort every round, because... Or be crafty, but like, you know, you don't need 5 guys to entry. There could have been one guy holding a flank and then turned into a lurker, made the round something to have another layer. But instead, they run out of time because they had to take 5 guys to walk back to clear the rest of the map, as if it was stolen from them. It wasn't. So they're going to make this one longer than it needs to be in their mind. M80 got to see this as a chance.
I've seen M80 pull out some grueling comebacks. It's a long road to overtime. That last one gave him a little bit of extra money to play with, and there's really nothing here for G2 to work with, except for maybe a Deagle, but that's okay, because he surely won't get more than one. Surely, right? Desert Eagle gives the chase. Big pack of players on the ramp. Sin full blind will collect the front runner, and Slacks kills Heavy God. So things got very scary for a second, and he makes sure to keep eyes on the gun, but Mob still is able to grab it. And there we go. Keep the pressure up. For half a second there, things were very sketchy.
Shot from m80 is ridiculous. As usual.
5 rounds to overtime.
Oh, what?
Nice!
All right. There's more to this one than 5 guys sitting A main for the first 20 seconds.
Yes.
So we'll see if M80 have their hands full now that G2 are looking to put in a bit more work. It's a deadly trio walking out mid. Ooh, but Lake opens the smoke. That's Mob's down. Mob's not having a fun map, but you haven't stopped Snacks from getting deep into the red room, and there's still no protocol out of M80 to stop this.
They should be aware.
Guys come back, and they are. Rex able to put him down, and so Heavy God's Desert Eagle will wait outside B. We're going to see Hunter and m80 come join them.
And Sin and Swisher are in fine spots because the rotates from CT will take care of long and short.
Yeah, should be good, but still a world where they could make things a little more anxious for M80. You got that smoke grenade on Hunter. What's the pathing?
Walk into the fight.
Okay, well, Sin locked in. We'll see if he's able to sweep away anything Swisher leaves on the table, but a barrel's been spotted. m80 knows they're both in here. Very ready for Sin, and low health Swisher, m80's second. No, Hunter's right here with him. This is still 2 players out on Cave. Yes, the rotation has come back through the back line. Oh, if that was an instant headshot, we're on.
Yeah, it was scary.
Instead, Hunter just gonna try to walk away with bomb and AK in hand. 3 players out there somewhere. He doesn't know. M80 to an 8th.
Yeah, look at the position it gets you in. I mean, yeah, if you want to try to take the easy way to a finish, leads can vanish. It's MR12. Yeah, exactly as Lake says. 4-round game.
Another Lake quote that we had versus that Furia matchup was when they pulled off the overtime in Inferno. He stood up and he said, "You're playing not to lose, we're playing to win." And I think that mantra has to be applied in this case too, right? Because the original setup, 5 guys A main, like skipping steps, yeah, that's just kind of playing. You're just looking to close it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not as if they were playing scared. I think it was just more lazy.
Sure.
But,
M80 still playing to win.
Uh-oh, those
Lake
mollies.
shot won't stop Mulbs. All in, Tech9 rush, a team kill. Not really what they need at the moment. m80 not able to make the difference just yet. He's wounded with bomb on his back, so no post plant found just yet. He's fully white. We've got this lurk from Lake coming around behind ramp. Everybody's looking deep up in this. Lake then strikes, and that's gonna stop them here. Pinching from both ends. Still majority alive, and M80 closing this gap to a mere 3 rounds.
That's a streak, man. That's a streak right there. Getting into 10 is just going to feel nice. Obviously, still have Infernal Loom, so part of them probably feels like it has to be here. But here is now just 3 rounds. Last round, we did see G2 try to make it more complicated, more comprehensive across map control. They went in for mid, but they still lost. Now let's see what they try next.
Yet again, tempo to the lane. Lake to float out solo mid. It's him versus Mulbs. Oh, a bit of chip damage for Sin to deal with. They're so ready to run up that ramp. And right now, Sin leans back as Swisher takes front cave. But Swisher finds the wall bang on Mulbs. That's key as he's trying to go for the jump up. Heavy God's gonna take space on site. Swisher offered up something, but at the same time, this bomb site was on a silver platter. M80 have given up a post plant. And you've got a lot of heavy hitters still standing here for G2. Slacks finds him back